Chapter 1. My hatred for this world. The world of the celestial dragons, the noble elite. The celestial dragons, descendants of the 20 kings who established the world government 800 years ago, are the so-called progeny of the creators, possessing an excessively noble lineage that essentially determines their entire lives from the moment of birth. They stand as a super race above all of humanity, enjoying privileges at every turn. Their hallmark is their self-proclaimed noble blood, which leads them to disdain breathing the same air as commoners. Thus, they perpetually don oxygen masks should they be offended. Admirals of the Navy are dispatched to escort them, resulting in behavior that knows no bounds. Originally, such a tale merely existed within the realm of a fictional anime called One Piece. But what transpires when one confronts this reality? The Holy Land Mariewa. Between the first half of the Grand Line and the New World lies an insurmountable barrier, resembling a prison that cleaves the world in two, known as the Red Line. The so-called Holy Land of the world, Mariewa, rests atop this red line. The lofty feeling it exudes suggests that someone is observing the entire world from above. As a place worthy of the title Holy Land, its splendor is beyond imagination. It is arguably the most beautiful locale on the planet, blessed with innate geographical advantages, enveloped in ethereal mists above and kissed by the tumultuous sea below. Such a place is as breathtaking as a paradise. Yet this very place is encircled by three colossal entities. The Marine Headquarters, the world's most notorious prison, Impel Down, and the world's foremost military court, Judicial Island. Undoubtedly, these three monoliths exist solely to safeguard the Holy Land. Residing atop this sacred ground are, of course, the super race of celestial dragons, who hold precedence over nearly all others in the world. It is also the location of the world government's supreme authority, the Five Elders. One could say that nothing could be more sacred than this place. Yet, the term sacred is meant to describe such a location. However, for certain individuals or other races, this sanctity represents a hellish existence. No, it is a realm more terrifying than hell itself. Hey, you 9,527, go perform for me. In this so-called sacred place of Mariewa, such a voice rang out as a girl clad in a grotesque outfit resembling a wooden barrel shouted at a raggedly dressed boy who appeared to be merely in his teens. Upon finishing her command, she swiftly brandished a whip and struck the tender body of the young boy, sending the black-haired youth tumbling to the ground, a clear blood mark appearing immediately at the site of impact. Despite the brutal lash of the whip, the boy did not erupt in fury, nor did he dare to shed a single tear. This was not to say that he felt no pain. On the contrary, the agony was quite profound. Yet he dared not retaliate. He longed to devour this woman alive, but he was too afraid to act. The moment he attempted to resist, the collar around his neck would detonate in an instant, claiming his life. The black-haired youth seemed unfazed as he rose from the ground, his fury manifesting in the throbbing veins on his forehead, but feeling the constriction of the metallic collar binding him, he could only clench his small fists tightly and bite his lip in rage. How many times had this occurred? The boy could no longer recall, but he had grown accustomed to the pain inflicted by the whip. Even if it was excruciating, even if death loomed at any moment still, he endured. Not a single tear fell from his eyes. Hey, do I need to repeat myself? It's your turn to perform now. 9,527. Haven't you always had so much fun playing with baby? Now entertain me, you worthless slave. 9527. This was the number inscribed on the boy's collar. This indicated that the celestial dragon before him had at least 9,527 slaves. However, in reality, her number of slaves was far less than even 1/10 of that, for the slaves with lower numbers faced far grimmer fates. Those with earlier designations had perished. To them, slaves are mere disposable commodities, easily replaced once broken. When one dies, they simply capture or purchase another. This is the nature of the celestial dragons. They are capricious. Get down now, you useless wretch. Having said this, she kicked the boy hard on the shoulder, sending him crashing to the ground. Once more this time, he slid into an iron cage. His mind was in disarray, the numbness from his shoulder causing a sense of dizziness. Although it was merely a kick from a girl of similar age, the boy, already injured and of poor physical condition, found himself suffering greatly from the blow. "Baby, be sure to play nicely with this waste. Don't break him after all. You've already ruined 6,000 toys." Finding new slaves these days is no easy feat. Though the girl bore an adorably marked face, her words were dripping with malice, treating people as less than human, regarding these slaves as inferior to a mere pet. The boy was tossed into the iron cage, and in that moment, a lion with a gaping maw lunged at him, pinning him to the ground. The lion's sharp teeth were bared, and its claws could easily tear him apart in an instant. Yet, such a scenario did not unfold. The lion and the boy remained locked in a standoff, while the celestial dragon girl watched with delight, unable to distinguish whether this was a performance or not. The boy had been brought here as a slave by the celestial dragons for nearly 3 years. Now, 3 long years spent in this hellish existence while it was challenging for anyone. This particular boy had persevered. The lion, too, had been captured by the celestial dragons 3 years prior perhaps. In this place, it was only with this lion that the boy could share his thoughts. The days turned into an unending cycle of repetition, consuming spoiled food and sleeping on a frigid floor during the harsh winter, not daring to fall asleep, for if he did, he might never awaken again. Moreover, if he succumbed to slumber, those creatures would come, they would feast upon him, mistaking his unconscious form for a corpse. The rats that thrived in the confines of the prison, surviving on the remains of deceased slaves. The boy's name is Hanfeng. Originally, he was merely an ordinary otaku, living on a blue planet called Earth. Though orphaned, his days spent with his sister were filled with joy, attending school together, sharing meals, and discussing anime. Such a beautiful life was one that Hanfeng cherished. Yet, from that fateful day onward, his life transformed entirely. He inexplicably found himself in this world, a world he knew all too well, the world of One Piece. It was only later that he realized he had crossed over into the realm of anime. However, upon his arrival, he encountered a hell more terrifying than that depicted by Eiichiro Oda, suffering the mark of slavery, living a life inferior to that of livestock. Countless times, Hanfeng contemplated ending his life, believing that death would free him from torment. But he could not swallow that bitter pill. He felt unyielding. His heart roared in protest. Why? Why must he endure such treatment? His blood boiled, his heart raced. He felt indignant, filled with resentment, hating this world, loathing the celestial dragons. If he were to gain power one day, he would seek revenge. He would retaliate against all who had wronged him. If the world were to be like this, he would plunge it into eternal despair. The night was cold, and Hanfeng curled himself into a corner, biting his lip fiercely. What purpose did this endless torment serve? What would be the ultimate outcome? He was unwilling to die, just yet he yearned for revenge. He craved vengeance. If only I had power, if only I had power, then everyone must die. Hanfeng bit his lip tightly, a trickle of blood falling onto his scarred arms in that moment. It felt as if something within him had been activated. A cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. Host loading. Congratulations. Host, you've activated the system. Commencing fusion now. As the frigid voice resonated, Hanfeng stood in stunned silence, and before he could comprehend, the voice continued. Welcome, host. I am your Conquest system. Chapter 2. The system torments me 1,000 times, yet I treat the system like my first love. Beep. The system has been activated and detected. The host's vitality is low. The system has now entered automatic body repair mode for the host. Please wait. Accompanied by this chilling voice, an unforeseen wave of comfort began to permeate Hanfeng's body from within, as his wounds and long-standing internal injuries healed at an astonishing pace in merely a matter of seconds. An indescribable sense of relief spread throughout every corner of his being. Stretching luxuriously, the sounds of cracking bones resonated through his body, evoking an indescribable pleasure. How many years had it been since he last experienced such comfort? Conquest system. Listening to the cold voice echoing in his mind, coupled with the transformations occurring within his body, Hanfeng found himself murmuring, "Indeed, I am your Conquest system. After 3 years, you have finally activated me." Activated for 3 years? Hanfeng repeated in disbelief, before swiftly processing the information. His pupils widened in shock, and his expression twisted into one of sheer fury and anguish. 3 years. That coincided with the time he had traversed into this world, did it not? Could it be that his crossing over was due to this system's machinations? Is it you? Is it truly you? Han Feng roared in outrage, though he could not ascertain the origin of the voice. His inner fury was on the verge of erupting. He had endured 3 long years in this world, which had also meant 3 years of unimaginable torment. You brought me to this hellish place to endure such treatment. You made me endure the whims of that vile woman, forced to consume meals fit for neither man nor beast. Sleeping on a cold floor and living a life worse than that of an animal was all of this you're doing? Han Feng was consumed by rage. It was the first time he had felt such fury since arriving in this world. Today, he finally confronted the architect of his harrowing reality, the entity known as the Conquest system. This time, the cold, mechanical voice fell silent, as if it were contemplating how to respond to Han Feng's accusations. After a prolonged pause, the voice resumed. Host, I sincerely apologize. Had you activated me sooner, you would not have endured such treatment, although I regret bringing you to this world. It was beyond my control. It was a random selection that led to your predicament. Activated? To his surprise, Han Feng found himself inexplicably calm, prompting him to inquire further. Activated what? When did I activate you? From the beginning, Han Feng had done nothing but curl up in a corner. He had no idea how to activate this troublesome conquest system. His current ability to engage in a calm dialogue with the system stemmed solely from his inability to locate its physical form. Had the conquest system been a tangible entity, it would likely have already faced his wrath. It was just now. Just now? Clarify your statement. Because the host has just met the conditions to activate me. What conditions? A thirst for power, an ambition to reach the pinnacle, a desire for revenge, a yearning to conquer the world. Upon hearing this, Han Feng's inner turmoil gradually subsided. He was not one to hastily assign blame, especially to an entity whose nature remained a mystery. With this realization, his previously raging emotions began to calm. Moreover, the now composed Han Feng suddenly grasped a significant truth. He had allowed his anger, fueled by his suffering, to cloud his judgment, neglecting to discern the nature of his interlocutor. Reflecting on it now, he recognized what this voice resonating within him truly signified. As a seasoned otaku, he had indulged in countless anime and novels. At that moment, an exhilarating thought surged within Han Feng, one that eclipsed his recent ire towards the system. The only phrase that could encapsulate his feelings was, "The system torments me 1,000 times, yet I treat the system like my first love." 3 years. A full 3 years of inhumane suffering. For the first time, Han Feng glimpsed the light of hope and envisioned a promising future. His heart raced with excitement for a solid half hour before he finally managed to rein in his emotions. Confirming that this was not a mere dream, he then spoke with an urgent tone. "System, since I activated you, I must be your master, correct?" "Indeed. Since that's the case, let us get straight to the point. Allow me to introduce the system. I must say, it seems you possess quite an understanding of the matter, dear host. Such dialogues are indeed abundant in novels." "Very well. Please hold on a moment. Host, I am currently retrieving your personal center." As the cold voice of the system faded away, Han Feng found himself brimming with excitement. Despite enduring so much suffering, if this system truly resembled those portrayed in novels, then even 3 years of hardship would be worth it. It further filled Han Feng with gratitude that he had not succumbed to despair, but instead fostered resentment and a yearning for power. As Han Feng pondered, he suddenly felt a flash before his eyes, and a virtual screen composed entirely of data materialized before him, startling him considerably. Yet he had no time to blame the system. His impatience compelled him to look closely. "Host, Han Feng, race, human, world, One Piece, power level, LV1. Note: levels range from LV1 to LV100, with LV80 corresponding to an admiral level. Special ability: none. Lottery opportunities: 1. Conquest points: 100 points. World points: 0 points. Tasks: none. Upon glancing at the heap of data before him, Han Feng's heart surged with delight. It truly did not disappoint him. The sight of the data instantly conjured the term golden finger in his mind. Shortly thereafter, another thought emerged. Protagonist Halo. Waves of excitement surged through him, overwhelming his senses. The questions of how the system brought him to this world and the suffering he endured were cast aside. As the system explained, as you can see, this is your personal attribute. The other hosts should be able to comprehend this. I shall only clarify the conquest points and world points. Han Feng nodded in acknowledgement. The rest was self-explanatory, but the conquest points and world points eluded him. The so-called conquest points are akin to credits, merely under a different title. However, they are of great significance and utility, so host. Please pay close attention. The system emphasized earnestly, and Han Feng nodded with excitement. Regarding the conquest points, they could be exchanged for anything, albeit limited to this world. Martial arts, sword techniques, devil fruits, hockey, skills, weapons. Everything could be acquired using points. As the system elucidated, Han Feng exhaled in relief, and an idea blossomed in his mind. This system is extraordinary. This means that as long as he accumulates enough conquest points, reaching the pinnacle of this world is merely a matter of time. In other words, conquest points signify power and the means for revenge. Now, system, how does one obtain these crucial conquest points? Han Feng inquired eagerly. Conquest points can be earned primarily through 3 avenues. First, daily sign-ins yield 10 conquest points each time. Second, by defeating enemies. Stronger foes grant more conquest points. And third, completing tasks assigned by the system also earns conquest points. Han Feng nodded. These were all anticipated outcomes. And what about world points? What do they entail? He asked again. World points, to put it plainly, are the keys that enable you to traverse dimensions. Although termed keys, both world points and conquest points are consumables. Each instance of travel to another world will consume 1 world point, and the sole method of acquiring world points is by completing the ultimate tasks assigned by the system. There are no other means. Ultimate tasks? Han Feng casually inquired. Indeed, upon completing the ultimate task, you will receive 1 world point. After acquiring it, you may choose whether to remain in this world or venture to others, much like purchasing items. However, if you travel to another world, you cannot return without a world point, the system stated solemnly. Han Feng listened with rapt attention, nodding vigorously. That concludes the explanations. Now, let us proceed to the generation of the ultimate task and main quest. With a chime, a phrase emerged in Han Feng's mind. Ultimate task. Become the strongest in the world of One Piece. Reach the pinnacle of this world. Task reward. 1 world point. Time limit. None. Failure penalty. None. Main quest. Escape the identity of a slave and flee from Mariewa. Task reward. 500 conquest points. Time limit. 1 week. Failure penalty. Erasure. Upon reviewing the tasks assigned by the conquest system, Han Feng found the ultimate task manageable, but the main quest posed a significant challenge. Threats of erasure were no trivial matter. He was not easily frightened, yet this system seemed quite demanding. Moreover, escaping the identity of a slave within a week appeared daunting. Before acquiring the conquest system, fleeing would have been nearly impossible, especially with a time constraint, but now he was the protagonist. Han Feng recalled the lottery opportunity he had seen in his personal center. He possessed 1 chance, and if luck was on his side, he might acquire something valuable. He fervently hoped the system wouldn't be too cruel. Consequently, Han Feng clicked on the lottery option without hesitation. After a flurry of data transformations, a virtual circular grid materialized before him, featuring 8 compartments, each inscribed with various lottery prizes. This truly encompassed a vast array of items: devil fruits, zanpakuto, ninjutsu, skills, essentially a collection of abilities from numerous anime. Albeit in limited quantities, suddenly, Han Feng pondered question aloud. Wait a moment, system, was it not stated that one can only learn abilities from this world? Zanpakuto belongs to the realm of Bleach, while ninjutsu is for Naruto's world. Correct? How do they appear here? To Han Feng's query, the system promptly responded, Host, I previously mentioned that the abilities of this world are strictly limited to exchanges using conquest points. However, the lottery encompasses all realms. Naturally, these are randomly generated, Ah, I see. Then how does one obtain lottery opportunities? By completing tasks, you receive random chances? Understood. After absorbing the system's explanation, Han Feng focused intently on the lottery. The button indicated it was free for this round. With excitement coursing through him, he promptly clicked the lottery button, and the virtual circular wheel began to spin rapidly. Han Feng fixed his gaze upon it, knowing this could determine the success of his task. If he drew something valuable, all would proceed smoothly. With hands clasped in prayer, he closed his eyes, appearing utterly devout. Bodhisattva Guanyin, Buddha Thigata, please bless me with something good. I beg you. I do not wish to suffer any longer. The wheel spun for a full half-minute before gradually coming to a halt. Landing precisely on a Zanpakuto. Instantly, the virtual wheel before Han Feng erupted like fireworks, accompanied by jubilant sounds of celebration, while a voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host! You have obtained the Zanpakuto, Senbon. As the voice faded, Han Feng was enveloped in a brilliant light, and a long blade materialized, hovering before him. Staring in awe at the spectacle, he instinctively extended his hands, palms up, as if to sense something. The Zanpakuto, originally suspended in midair, gradually descended into Han Feng's grasp. This is Senbon, the Zanpakuto of Byakuya Kuchiki from Bleach? Han Feng exclaimed in astonishment, only to be overcome with ecstatic joy moments later. This was undoubtedly a remarkable item. In the world of Bleach, this Zanpakuto ranked among the elite. Though it may not rival the outrageous abilities of Aizen Zanpakuto, it was certainly a top-tier weapon. Senbon can disassemble its blade into countless invisible petals, wielding the power of manipulation to slice enemies, resembling blossoming cherry blossoms in the light. Hence its name. As he grasped it, another virtual window appeared, detailing the characteristics of Senbon. Initial release. Scatter, 1,000 cherry blossoms. Bankai, 1,000 cherry blossoms. Spectral rigor, one of the Bankai forms. Annihilation scene, 1,000 cherry blossoms. Spectral rigor, second Bankai form. Echo scene, 1,000 cherry blossoms. Spectral rigor, third Bankai form. Final scene, White Emperor's sword. Initial release, upon activation. The blade disassembles into countless razor-sharp fragments, imperceptible to the naked eye, slicing through enemies from all directions. As the blades dance, they refract light, resembling a myriad of wilting cherry blossoms. However, the minute fragments inflict only slender wounds. While they can cause significant harm, they do not result in copious bleeding, and the likelihood of striking vital points is low, rendering the attack somewhat lacking in power. Moreover, during the release, the blade vanishes, rendering it unusable for conventional defense, thus introducing a risk. Utilization consumes the host's stamina and mental energy. One can wield it freely at level 10 and above, but with the current strength of the host. The maximum duration is 30 seconds. Bankai. Upon release, the soul-cutting blade is relinquished from the hands, standing upright and sinking into the ripples of the ground, vanishing, while simultaneously massive blades rise from the ripples below, numbering in the thousands. Subsequently, those colossal blades will scatter and soar, their quantity far exceeding that of the initial release, potentially reaching billions. The petals unleashed during Bankai are several 100 million times more numerous than those in the initial release. In the instant of liberation, the blades of the 1,000 cherry blossoms are even imperceptible. If manipulated by hand, their speed quadruples. Note, Bankai requires a level of 30 or above to utilize. Otherwise, it may exhaust the user to death. Innocuous zone. The minimum distance to avoid friendly fire while wielding the 1,000 cherry blossoms, due to the host's slow reflexes, is limited to 1 meter. Additional hidden skill. The 1,000 cherry blossoms can seamlessly merge into the host's body and can be summoned at will when needed, either in initial release or Bankai form. Note, this skill is passive. With the initial release and Bankai, Han Feng's heart surged with tumultuous waves. To possess a soul-cutting blade like the 1,000 cherry blossoms is astonishing. Moreover, the power of the Bankai version is clearly delineated in the original anime. In plain terms, Bankai is akin to a blade version Gaara, is it not? At this moment, Han Feng's mind was singularly fixated on one thought. The Conquest system is indeed formidable. The instant he acquired the 1,000 cherry blossoms, he eagerly drew the blade, revealing its razor-sharp edge, and the more he gazed upon it, the more he cherished it. Thus he could hardly wait to commence his experiments. For the initial release of a soul-cutting blade, one merely needs to know its name and call upon it, does one not? In the world of Shinigami, to fully activate one's soul-cutting blade, one must grasp the blade's name, which is no simple task, requiring the blade's acknowledgement. Yet, Han Feng was unperturbed by such dilemmas. With this in mind, a smile crept upon the corners of Han Feng's lips. Gently parting his lips, scatter 1,000 cherry blossoms. In an instant before Han Feng's eyes, the blade of the 1,000 cherry blossoms disassembled with a whoosh, creating a picturesque scene of pink cherry blossoms. Countless tiny blades shimmered under the moonlight. Resembling the beauty of cherry blossoms, Han Feng immediately began to manipulate the 1,000 cherry blossoms with his consciousness. And indeed, as he desired, the blades responded to his control. Joy surged within him, yet before he could revel for long, an overwhelming fatigue enveloped him, rendering him utterly drained, his vision darkening as his consciousness faded. Unbeknownst to him, 30 seconds had elapsed, marking the limit of his current capabilities at the moment of his collapse. The 1,000 cherry blossoms reverted to their original form, gradually merging back into Han Feng's right hand. Chapter 4. The Selection Tournament, an opportunity arises. The dawn of the next day arrived slowly. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the confines of his small room, the blinding light compelled Han Feng to open his eyes. Upon waking, he felt an indescribable sense of ease enveloping him. How long had it been? How long since he had enjoyed such a tranquil slumber? Discarding all thoughts, he embraced the serenity of sleep, a luxury previously unimaginable for Han Feng. But from today onward, everything would be different. Ah, the 1,000 cherry blossoms! Han Feng immediately recalled the events of the previous night. After a night of rest, he felt invigorated, although he hazily remembered drifting in a slumber due to excitement over the 1,000 cherry blossoms. He felt compelled to verify, as he called out within his mind, the 1,000 cherry blossoms, which had been concealed within his right arm, gradually manifested in his hand that a gentle grip confirmed the tangible sensation, awakening Han Feng to the realization that last night had not been a dream, but an unalterable reality. Gazing at the 1,000 cherry blossoms in his grasp, Han Feng clenched his fist tightly. Vowing revenge, he was resolute in his quest for vengeance. The torment he had endured over the past 3 years ignited an uncontrollable bloodlust within him. That woman, Charlemagne, a despicable celestial dragon who reveled in the cruelty of slavery, could be forgiven by Han Feng for many transgressions, but she must not escape unscathed. This loathsome woman had introduced him to the depths of hell. Therefore, Han Feng would ensure that she experienced a hell of her own. No, he would make her witness horrors beyond hell itself. Within his heart, Han Feng harbored a singular desire, to bring this character, who had been relegated to the sidelines in the original narrative of One Piece, to her knees before him, to trample her beneath his feet and subject her to myriad humiliations. He would instill within this demon the understanding that her existence in this world was a grievous error. He would make her comprehend that sometimes living is far more terrifying than death. The lessons he had learned in the real world, that power must be wielded for the benefit of humanity, that with great power comes great responsibility, were now dismissed. He was no savior, nor did he wish to be one. Arriving in this world had illuminated a harsh truth for Han Feng. Without power, he was lesser than an ant. Were the celestial dragons not mere mortals like everyone else? Yet they acted with impunity. Why? Because they possessed power. Power that commanded the world government, that gave them authority over marine admirals. This was the consequence of power. If the world government and marine admirals ceased to heed the celestial dragons, they would have long since ceased to exist. The concept of aristocracy would not even arise. Thus, Han Feng's thoughts were singularly focused on one thing: power, to extricate himself from all predicaments, to exact vengeance, to be unbound by anyone. He must possess power. Only power could dictate everything. Only by wielding power could he avoid being treated like an insignificant insect by these scoundrels. 9,527. Come here." The arrogant celestial dragon Charlemagne began summoning Han Feng again. Despite her appealing appearance, Han Feng harbored no affection for her whatsoever. Though he yearned to slay her on the spot, he knew he could not act rashly. If he were to lose control and kill a celestial dragon, his fate would be sealed. Even if no one knew it was him, the celestial dragons would undoubtedly annihilate all the slaves in Mariehua to punish the offender. They are precisely the kind of creature. Thus, Han Feng must exercise restraint. His current strength was insufficient to confront a celestial dragon. He must first attain power capable of contending with admirals. Otherwise, he would meet a most gruesome end. Though reluctance bubbled within him, he feigned calmness and approached Charlemagne respectfully. "Listen well, you wretched slave. The triennial selection tournament is tomorrow, and you must perform well. If you disgrace me, I shall not forgive you." Charlemagne's formerly attractive visage twisted into a grotesque expression. "Selection tournament?" Han Feng inquired casually, unaware of what the selection tournament entailed. Did the celestial dragons have tournaments in One Piece? The original narrative had not mentioned such events. Could it be that this world diverged from the original he had read? "You scoundrel, you don't even know this." Every 3 years, the world government sends representatives to Mariehua to select slaves to prevent the waste of their utility, identifying exceptional slaves for training as assassins. Upon hearing Charlemagne's words, an uncontrollable rage ignited within Han Feng. As he realized the inhumanity of it all, they masqueraded under the banner of justice as members of the Navy. While he had found certain actions of the Navy distasteful in the original narrative, it was only now that he comprehended the internal ugliness of the Navy. Is this what they call justice? How utterly ridiculous. Not even the last vestige of value left to these slaves is spared. Can this truly be considered humanity? Is there no shred of compassion left? Yet upon further reflection, Han Feng perceived an opportunity, a splendid chance to escape this accursed Mariehua. If he were selected by those grotesque Navy officers, could he not leverage their power to escape this hell? Perhaps this is a viable plan. "What are you dawdling for, you wretched slave?" As she spoke, Charlemagne delivered a brutal kick to Han Feng's chest, sending him sprawling to the ground, then pointed at him menacingly. "Listen well, you despicable 9527. You must perform admirably. This is crucial for my reward, and if you fail, I shall gouge out your eyes. Understand me. I await your performance with eager anticipation. Do not let me down." With that, disregarding Han Feng's expression, Charlemagne swept away, leaving him clenching his fists, his eyes filled with a fierce desire to devour her whole. "I must exact my revenge. This opportunity cannot be squandered. I will escape this place. I must grow stronger. I absolutely must grow stronger." Slowly rising from the ground, Han Feng brushed off the dust. Charlemagne's kick had barely affected him, for his injuries had completely healed. Moreover, in this world of pirates, the physical resilience of individuals far surpasses that of the real world, rendering such a kick inconsequential to him. However, the paramount issue was that he could not swallow this humiliation. He would transform his hatred for this demon into the driving force to grow stronger. Han Feng was determined to stand out in this selection process and flee this seemingly beautiful hell. Chapter 5. The Admiral of the Marine Corps. This selection process represented a golden opportunity to escape this wretched place, not only allowing him to flee, but also to fulfill the tasks set forth by the system and earn conquest points. What could be better? Thus, this selection process held immense significance for Han Feng. It was not solely he who recognized its importance. For the other slaves, it was also a chance, although life after this place might not be as they imagined. It would certainly be better than slavery. Hence, this triennial selection was of utmost importance to all, be they slaves, celestial dragons, or marines. The marines sought to cultivate killers to serve them, while the celestial dragons were merely entertained by the spectacle. Consequently, nearly every human in Mariehua would participate in this election, whether willingly or under duress. However, there were thousands of human slaves present. Regardless of the immense hope they held for this election, only 300 would be taken by the Navy. Out of thousands, merely 300 would be chosen as candidates for Marine training. This was a brutal reality. In previous elections, countless lives have been lost, often leaving fewer than 300 survivors among the slaves. And those remaining were invariably taken by the Navy. Even amidst this cruelty, the slaves remained undeterred, for to them, death was no longer the most terrifying prospect. The true horror lay in being treated as mere chattel by the celestial dragons, an experience that only those who had lived it could comprehend. Thus, whether they succeeded or failed, this opportunity was singular. This time, there was only room for success, not failure. At dawn on the second day, a figure clad in black swiftly took Han Feng away, evidently for the purpose of participating in the triennial selection. After half an hour, he was brought to the lowest point of Marioa. Here, the place was already teeming with people, children, women, pirates, an array of humanity, though limited to humans. Beings such as fishmen, merfolk, or giants were utterly absent. Fishmen and giants were precious assets, having long been exploited by the celestial dragons for their formidable strength, while merfolk were not easily captured, reigning supreme in the ocean's depths. Who could possibly ensnare them? Even dispatching an admiral to capture one would yield slim chances. Upon being thrown into the center of the crowd, Han Feng, small in stature, struggled to withstand the chaos. Shortly after, a colossal warship slowly approached the shore. It was the first time Han Feng had seen such a massive vessel, and atop it appeared a figure, adorned with frog-eyed glasses, a braided beard, and a naval cap emblazoned with a seagull. He had an unruly mane of hair spilling from beneath his hat. Beside him stood a peculiar goat, incessantly chewing on something. The moment Han Feng laid eyes on this individual, his pupils constricted in shock. It was Sengoku, the former Marine Fleet Admiral renowned for his role in the Marineford War. Why was he here? A torrent of questions flooded Han Feng's mind, but in the next instant, Sengoku provided the answer. Sengoku positioned himself at the bow of the ship, surveying the throng of slaves below with a contemplative nod before brandishing a megaphone. Listen closely, I am Admiral Sengoku, the head of this selection process. As well as its initiator, for the sake of marine justice, I am tasked with selecting 300 of the most exceptional individuals from among you to be trained by the Navy. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. It was unprecedented for an admiral to oversee such a selection, as a mere rear admiral had sufficed in the past. Yet for reasons unknown, the current admiral himself was presiding over this event. Moreover, Sengoku was the very architect of this selection process. How fitting for a man of his ilk. Whether it pertains to this election or the future emergence of the Seven Warlords, Sengoku truly had a penchant for the absurd. Han Feng chuckled at Sengoku's figure above, recalling that the system of the Seven Warlords was also his brainchild, an attempt to leverage pirate strength against other pirates. Frankly, only someone like him could conceive such a plan. Though the title of warlord certainly carried weight, this selection's purpose was akin, was it not? While Sengoku appeared to embody justice in the original narrative, it was undeniable that he had his shortcomings. Falling short compared to Admiral as Han Feng pondered, Sengoku continued, this selection will not adhere to traditional combat formats. It has undergone slight modifications. Shortly, I will escort you to an island brimming with ferocious beasts, an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Your task is to survive for 3 days on this island, employing whatever methods you deem necessary, be it hiding, fighting, hunting, or cooperating, as long as you endure for 3 days. Those who survive shall not be taken by the Navy for training. I seek not the process, but the result. Upon hearing this, the previously apathetic slaves erupted in a fervor, believing this selection to be exceedingly simple. Surviving for 3 days on an island. How easy could that be? Despite the presence of numerous beasts, surely hiding would suffice. Compared to prior selections, which involved brutal combat against fellow slaves, this was infinitely more manageable. Furthermore, there was no restriction on the number of participants this time. Among the slaves were those who had previously endured the selection process and failed. Thus they brimmed with hope for this opportunity. Yet, amidst the jubilant throng, only Han Feng remained unenthused, for he understood that the reality would be far more complex than it appeared. This task, seemingly straightforward, concealed lethal dangers. Chapter 6. Vice Admiral Akainu, however, amid the jubilant slaves, Han Feng alone found no joy, for he was acutely aware that the situation was far from the simplicity it seemed. Surviving for 3 days on an island sounded easy. Yet if that island was teeming with ferocious beasts and the surrounding waters were rife with sea kings, was survival truly so effortless? The other jubilant slaves had entirely forgotten Sengoku's warning about the island's perils. But Han Feng knew this election was not designed to allow the slaves to thrive. Rather, it was a means to eliminate the weak and sift out the strong. The true peril has only just begun. Regardless of the circumstances this time, I must emerge alive. I must grow stronger. I must perpetually strive for greater strength. Only by acquiring sufficient power can I command respect, free from the constraints imposed by others, and act without regard for their opinions. Gazing down at the jubilant slaves who were even cheering, Sengoku observed with a cold demeanor, sighing softly as he murmured, "I hope at least 100 of them can survive this time." After uttering these words, Sengoku set aside the loudspeaker and made his way into the depths of the warship, accompanied by a goat that incessantly chewed on something as it trailed behind him. Once inside, Sengoku took a seat and addressed a nearby naval officer rather abruptly. "Sakazuki, ensure they are delivered safely. 3 days from now, retrieve the survivors from the island." The naval officer, known as Sakazuki, respectfully saluted Sengoku before stepping back. Though he currently held the rank of vice admiral, his strength was formidable, nearing the level of an admiral. This man would later rise to prominence as the admiral known as a Kanu. Subsequently, under the guidance of several sailors, Han Feng and others were led onto a colossal warship designated for the transportation of slaves. Nonetheless, even this vessel was insufficient to accommodate the sheer number of captives. The deck was overcrowded, barely managing to house all the slaves. Why must we endure the burden of overseeing these worthless individuals? Could they not simply accept their fate as slaves? One sailor remarked disdainfully, his tone dripping with sarcasm. As if he deemed himself superior to the very slaves he mocked. "Do not speak with such pretentiousness. Your words render you even less than trash," Han Feng retorted coldly, aware that while he could not defy the celestial dragons, he would not allow any random sailor to insult him without consequence. "Huh? What did you just say, you scum? Did I utter anything incorrect? If you all simply accepted your roles as slaves, none of this would have transpired. Truly a bothersome bunch of worthless wretches." The sailor shot back menacingly, revealing himself to be a bully who relished using his naval authority to intimidate others. Such individuals were particularly loathsome to Han Feng. "You wish to kill me? Come and try it if you can. There are countless individuals here you deem worthless. How many do you think you can conquer?" Han Feng boldly declared. Immediately, a dozen of his companions stood behind him, casting hostile glares at the sailor, who instantly recoiled in fear. Although he was ostensibly tasked with managing the slaves, he had received orders against using force, and he was also responsible for ensuring the safety of the participants. His earlier remarks had merely been sarcastic jabs, but he had not anticipated the backlash they would incite. "Humph! You should all just hope to survive." At that moment, a commanding voice interrupted the tense atmosphere. "What are you all doing? Stand at attention. The ship is about to set sail." A peculiar naval officer, clad in a uniform adorned with the word justice and wearing 2 hats, approached, upon recognizing the newcomer as a superior. The previously scornful sailor immediately adopted a respectful demeanor, bowing and exclaiming, Yes, I understand. Vice Admiral Sakazuki." Hearing the name Sakazuki, Han Feng was momentarily taken aback. It seemed today was indeed a fortuitous day, encountering such formidable figures. First the Buddha Sengoku, and now a Kainu. Who might be next? Observing a canoe, Han Feng noted that although he was not yet an admiral, his reputation as a vice admiral was already significant, and it was only a matter of time before he ascended to the rank of admiral. A Kainu seemed to notice Han Feng's gaze and approached him. "Hey, kid, have we met before? Why do you look at me like that?" Han Feng shook his head, responding, "Vice Admiral, this is our first meeting. I am merely in awe of your formidable presence." Han Feng said half-jokingly, yet a Kainu smirked, leaning closer to whisper in Han Feng's ear. "Liar, you deceitful little brat. In your eyes I see not reverence, but ambition and hatred. I hope you will join the Navy. We lack individuals of your caliber." With that, a Kainu turned and departed without waiting for Han Feng's reaction. To be honest, Han Feng was somewhat startled by Akainu's behavior. He was indeed a formidable adversary. I have no desire to become like you. I possess ambition greater than anyone can fathom, and I harbor hatred that could fill the entire sea. However, I shall never join this so-called navy, Han Feng vowed. Resolute in his refusal to become a self-righteous demon like Akainu, who, upon becoming an admiral, would fully embody the Navy's doctrine of justice, willing to resort to any means, even if it meant wrongfully executing 1,000 to spare one. This was Akainu's true nature, arguably more dangerous than some pirates. After the warship had sailed for considerable duration, a small island gradually came into view. With a resounding thud, the warship anchored, arriving at a completely isolated isle. Devoid of beaches and surrounded solely by sheer cliffs, it was nearly impossible to escape by sea. A single wave could spell doom, and beneath the ship, massive shadows flitted about, undoubtedly the Sea Kings. Chapter 7. The battle for survival surrounding this island were numerous Sea Kings. If this were not a Navy warship, it would likely have been attacked by those beasts by now. Thus, escaping by sea was utterly impossible. Even if one could evade the tumultuous waves, the Sea Kings were not to be trifled with. A mere breath from them could claim one's life. The destination has been reached. Admiral Sengoku. An officer saluted before Sengoku. Very well. Let the competition commence. Release all individuals, Sengoku replied coolly. Understood. The warship, laden with slaves, promptly cast down a massive net, through which all the captives were ushered onto the island. Each individual felt an exhilarating surge of emotion. They had no idea how long they had lived as slaves. Even though this island was fraught with danger, it could not be as perilous as the celestial dragons. Some had even resolved to remain on this island permanently, so long as they never returned to the so-called Holy Land, Mariewa. Surely, there could be no place in the world more perilous than Mariewa. How many would manage to escape? The true danger was only just beginning, and their thoughts were far too simplistic. A total of 9,800 slaves were disembarked from the warship, distributed across different areas of the island. Han Feng, too, was released unarmed, as none possessed weapons. After all, their status was that of slaves. However, Han Feng was not overly concerned. He wielded the extraordinary Zanpakuto, Senbenzakura, though he could not fully control it yet. Unable to use Bankai, and only managing a Shurikai for a meager 30 seconds, he believed he could survive on this island. As he ventured further in, Han Feng shared a common goal with the others, to find a safe haven. Avoiding confrontation with ferocious beasts was paramount, especially since his Senbenzakura was limited to 30 seconds. Exceeding that threshold would spell disaster. Yet, it seemed fate was not on Han Feng's side. The more he wished to evade danger, the more it encroached upon him. A feral roar suddenly pierced the air. Capturing Han Feng's attention, he inwardly cursed. This island was far from the innocuous place he had envisioned. With beasts lurking perilously close to its periphery, the level of danger on this island was readily apparent. It was laughable that others believed surviving 3 days here would be a simple feat. Before him stood a magnificent cheetah, its imposing size and fearsome fangs dwarfing those that Han Feng had encountered in the real world by an unimaginable magnitude. The mere 10-year-old physique of Han Feng seemed no larger than a soccer ball when placed beside the formidable creature. The cheetah's gaping maw revealed its terrifying fangs, emanating a wild aura that radiated danger. Han Feng understood that this beast intended to consider him as its lunch. He could not afford to be complacent, despite possessing the 1,000 cherry blossoms. His body remained fragile, that a single swipe from such a creature could spell disaster. If he did not perish, he would surely suffer grievous injury. Yet Han Feng was no coward. He held unwavering confidence in his 1,000 cherry blossoms. If he could not vanquish a mere beast, then the name 1,000 cherry blossoms would be utterly unworthy of its title. As he gazed at the cheetah, a low growl emanated from his stomach, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sly smile as he eyed his prey. Akati had been 3 long years since he had enjoyed a hearty meal, and he mused, "This time, I shall feast upon you. It has been far too long since I last savored meat." Though facing a beast of such terror instilled a flicker of trepidation within him, Han Feng was resolute. If he could not endure this minor challenge, how could he ever hope for revenge or aspire to become the strongest in the world? To be daunted by such a trivial obstacle would render all ambitions utterly laughable. A low growl echoed through the air, seemingly incited by Han Feng's demeanor. The cheetah, infuriated that its intended meal dared to mock it with stomach growls, unleashed a roar that signified its might. The wind howled, casting an oppressive atmosphere over the forest, as Han Feng and the cheetah stood approximately 10 meters apart, locked in a fierce stare. Their eyes shimmered with a cold glint, each searching for the slightest flaw in the other. As though the moment one faltered, the other would strike without hesitation. The tension hung heavy in the air, so palpable that Han Feng could hear the beast's deep, guttural breaths, exuding an aura of raw ferocity. An invisible tension, thick and murky, enveloped both man and beast, creating an atmosphere of palpable discomfort. The predator fixated on Han Feng, seeing him as a succulent morsel, while Han Feng remained equally unwavering in his gaze. Determined to time his 1,000 cherry blossoms perfectly, to falter would mean squandering precious moments. Suddenly, a bird resembling a white crane, adorned with a small hat, streaked across the sky between them, cawing loudly. This cacophony echoed like a battle horn, signaling the commencement of their duel. The cheetah's eyes glinted with cunning before it lunged forward, pouncing towards Han Feng with the swiftness of an arrow. Indeed, the cheetah was a creature of remarkable agility. Even in the world of One Piece, where it had grown to such a formidable size. Yet, no matter how swift it was, it could not outpace the movement of Han Feng's lips as the cheetah lunged. Han Feng's mouth barely moved, uttering, "Scatter, 1,000 cherry blossoms." As the words left his lips, an unassuming flurry of cherry blossoms began to drift down beside the cheetah, transforming the scene into an ethereal spectacle. Against the backdrop of the lush green forest, these blossoms appeared exquisitely beautiful. With a sudden splatter, a cruel spray of crimson erupted from the cheetah's neck, staining the blossoms with a vivid scarlet hue, creating a hauntingly beautiful tableau. In mere seconds, the battle concluded, with Han Feng emerging victorious. As the last echoes of conflict faded, a golden light burst forth from Han Feng's being, enveloping him in a warm, radiant glow that nourished every fiber of his existence. What was happening? Han Feng was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the sudden illumination of his body. This extraordinary phenomenon lasted only a few seconds before the light dissipated, leaving Han Feng with an indescribable sense of comfort and a newfound vigor that felt at least twice as potent as before. As he registered this transformation, confusion washed over him. What was this? Was it the system's doing? What had transpired? In his bewilderment, Han Feng called out for assistance from the Conquest system, which readily provided an answer. "Congratulations, host. You have leveled up." Chapter 8. Enhancement of Strength Level Up. Han Feng's mind raced as he recalled something significant and promptly accessed his personal profile. Could it be true? Personal profile. Host. Han Feng race. Human world. One Piece strength level. LV2. Note. Levels range from LV1 to LV100, with LV80 being equivalent to an admiral. Special abilities. None lottery opportunities. None conquest points. 120 points world points. 0 points tasks. Main quest. Escape the identity of a slave and flee from the Holy Land, Mariehua. Quest reward. 500 conquest points. Time limit. 1 week. Failure penalty. Erasure. Final quest. Become the strongest being in the One Piece world. Reach the pinnacle of existence. Quest reward. 1 world point. Time limit. Unlimited. Failure penalty. None. Weapon. 1,000 cherry blossoms. Indeed, it was as he suspected. The changes in his personal profile confirmed his theory. He had indeed leveled up by defeating the cheetah, advancing from LV1 to LV2. Furthermore, he earned 10 conquest points for slaying the beast. It was reminiscent of a game. Defeating monsters for experience points. The age-old truth persisted. The more formidable the foe, the greater the rewards. Although his personal profile lacked any explicit experience metrics, it was evident that this principle held true. With these thoughts in mind, a smile of unimaginable glee broke across Han Feng's face that he realized he had struck gold. The most effective means of enhancing his strength was to slay beasts. Thus, on this perilous island, an unusual scene unfolded. While other slaves contemplated how to evade the ferocious beasts and survive for 3 days, Han Feng, in stark contrast, rushed eagerly towards the very dangers they sought to avoid. Initially, a few individuals had encountered Han Feng, thinking that a group would fare better than a lone individual. However, they quickly discovered that Han Feng was no ordinary person. Upon spotting a beast, he charged towards it with uncontained enthusiasm. This reckless behavior terrified those who sought safety, and although Han Feng invariably dispatched the beasts using his peculiar powers, they dared not accompany him any longer. Who knew what trouble this eccentric individual might provoke next? Ultimately, Han Feng found himself alone in his endeavors, indifferent to the concerns of others. The notion of safely enduring 3 days in such a world was a delusion. The only path to survival lay in becoming stronger, constantly growing in power, because that was the only way to truly live. In a world where avoiding danger was an unrealistic expectation, only a select few could achieve such a feat. Those who did were either extraordinarily fortunate or possessed immense strength. Thus, to survive, one must rely solely on oneself. This world was merciless, a realm where the strong preyed upon the weak. Han Feng understood this truth all too well, which fueled his relentless pursuit of power by any means necessary. He sought to grow strong enough to protect himself. As night descended upon the forest, Han Feng sat before a crackling campfire, savoring the sumptuous feast he had prepared, a gigantic gorilla's thigh, freshly torn and roasting over the flames, the tantalizing aroma nearly causing his mouth to water. Today had proven bountiful, as he had slain at least 5 ferocious beasts. It must be said, this small island was teeming with formidable creatures, each encounter a potential threat, making it all the more exhilarating. Every time Han Feng defeats a ferocious beast, he retreats to a concealed location to recuperate his strength, wary of potential ambushes. After a day's relentless effort, Han Feng's prowess has been steadily ascending. He has now reached level LV3, while the duration for which he can wield the 1,000 cherry blossoms has extended to approximately 2 minutes, as long as he is not beset by a horde of beasts or formidable sea creatures. It can be said that this small island poses little threat to him. Moreover, Han Feng gradually realizes that as he progresses, the path to leveling up becomes increasingly arduous. Transitioning from LV1 to LV2 required him to slay merely a solitary, ordinary cheetah, yet ascending from LV2 to LV3 necessitated the defeat of 4 beasts, each stronger than the initial cheetah. The gorilla he has chosen for dinner stands as the mightiest beast he has encountered thus far, and it was only after vanquishing it that Han Feng barely managed to elevate to LV3. The enticing aroma of the roasted meat attracted numerous beasts to his vicinity, yet none dared to approach. For the fate of the gorilla served as a cautionary tale. They were aware that they lacked the strength to challenge him. To attack Han Feng would be akin to courting death. Though the audacity of human asserting dominance in their territory might provoke irritation, they could only turn a blind eye, for his formidable power was undeniable. Han Feng tore off a piece of the freshly roasted gorilla's leg. He relished the exquisite flavor of the meat. Despite the absence of seasoning, for someone who had not savored meat in a long time, this was indeed a culinary delight. It is no wonder that the likes of Luffy are so enamored with food. Who could have anticipated that the flesh of the beast in this world would be so delectable? Yet, despite having attained LV3, Han Feng felt his strength was still insufficient. Were it not for the collar around his neck, he would have preferred to remain in this place, slaughtering beasts to level up indefinitely. Unfortunately, time was of the essence, limited to merely 3 days. Therefore, it appeared that venturing deeper into the forest would be imperative on the morrow. Perhaps therein lay truly formidable beasts, and their defeat would yield ample experience and conquest points. After finishing his dinner, Han Feng did not hesitate. He needed to rest, for overexertion would be unwise. Moreover, navigating in the dark would impose numerous limitations on his vision and other faculties. Although his current physique could withstand minor encounters without succumbing, caution was still advisable. He deliberately chose a relatively concealed tree and nimbly ascended, finding the most suitable spot to close his eyes and drift into slumber. At dawn the following day, Han Feng awoke with the first light. There was no time for slumber, as only 2 days remained. Although he deemed it somewhat improbable, he aspired to elevate his level to LV10. Only upon reaching LV10 would he possess genuine means of self-defense, for at that juncture, he could wield the 1,000 cherry blossoms without constraint. Provided he did not encounter excessively powerful adversaries, he believed he could manage a narrow escape. Thus, he set forth towards the heart of the forest. His goals diverged from those of others, who sought merely to evade beasts and survive. Han Feng, however, sought to annihilate beasts and enhance his strength. Chapter 9. Frantic leveling up. Thus, in the remaining 2 days, Han Feng became wholly immersed in slaughter, traversing from the periphery of the island to the very center of the forest. The strength of the beasts escalated with each confrontation, their power becoming increasingly formidable. Yet, while the beasts grew stronger, so too did Han Feng. These fierce creatures served as stepping stones for Han Feng's ascent, contributing to his experience points. Along the way, he occasionally encountered surviving slaves, some on the brink of collapse, relentlessly pursued by beasts, while others bore grievous injuries. Many had perished. Han Feng could not afford to rescue them. He was no savior. If one could not survive, it merely indicated a lack of strength. This world is merciless, a realm for the strong to survive. One must grow stronger. After nearly 2 days of relentless combat, Han Feng had become drenched in the scent of blood, exuding an air of chilling ferocity. Consequently, any beast that crossed his path instinctively gave way, as if recognizing their nemesis. They understood that in the presence of Han Feng, they were no longer the hunters, but the hunted. This boy, appearing no older than 10, was far more formidable than he seemed. Through 3 days of slaughter, Han Feng underwent a transformation, becoming remarkably robust. Even without the 1,000 cherry blossoms, he could now slay a beast of this world with his bare hands. Han Feng's level had ascended to LV8, his strength magnified several-fold compared to 3 days prior, and his mastery over the 1,000 cherry blossoms had deepened. Requiring less energy, he could now sustain its use for 12 hours, rendering the island devoid of threats to his safety. Moreover, Han Feng discovered that in the later stages, no matter how many beasts he killed, he could not level up. Perhaps the experience points required became excessively high, rendering the experience gained from these beasts insufficient. He calculated that over the course of 3 days, he had slain over 50 beasts, acquiring approximately 3,000 conquest points. Initially, Han Feng intended to exchange these points for some items. But upon opening the exchange list, he realized the situation was far from what he had envisioned. The cheapest basic swordsmanship required 5,000 conquest points, and that was merely the lowest tier. Techniques like the 6 powers of the Navy soared to 100,000 points each, while devil fruits reached into the hundreds of thousands. With natural-type devil fruits exceeding 1,000,000, the prices for hockey were astronomical, far beyond his current means. In that moment, Han Feng understood the true cost of these items. "Hey, system, are you trying to swindle me?" he thought. Having killed so many beasts, he could barely afford the lowest-level items, leaving him with a sense of being cheated. "Host, you are merely in the early stages. It is entirely normal for conquest points to be hard to come by at this point. In the later stages, conquest points become far more accessible. For instance, eliminating a target with a bounty exceeding 100 million could yield approximately 500,000 conquest points based on their strength. If you were to defeat an admiral or a yonko, you would find that nothing would be beyond your reach." Upon hearing the system's explanation, Han Feng nearly exclaimed in frustration. "What? Eliminate an admiral? A yonko? Are you suggesting I seek death? If I possess that level of power, why would I need to exchange for anything? That's absurd." As if aware of Han Feng's irritation, the system calmly continued. "In the later stages, particularly after reaching LV70, conquest points will lose their significance to that point. What will truly matter is the opportunity for a lottery draw. The rewards for missions will predominantly consist of chances for such draws, as only through them can you obtain powers unavailable in this world." Realizing this, Han Feng could reluctantly accept the information. He was well aware of the benefits that lottery draws could bring. The 1,000 cherry blossoms had been acquired through such a means. Without it, he might have perished without even knowing how. As time passed, the 3 days came to an end, marking the conclusion of the selection process. He pondered how many would remain. Han Feng was acutely aware of the perilous nature of this island. It was nearly impossible to evade all beasts and survive unscathed. Thus, the number of survivors would likely be few. Although many strong individuals existed among the slaves, they had endured the inhumane torment of the celestial dragons and were now battered and broken. Unlike Han Feng, they had not arrived healed and ready to compete. Therefore, it was reasonable to conclude that few would remain. Even a tenth of the original number would be remarkable. Han Feng did not linger. The island had little left to offer him in terms of strength enhancement. It was time to depart. Upon leaving, he would undoubtedly be captured by the Navy, but he merely needed to wait for an opportunity to escape. Once the collar was removed, such opportunities would abound, and he would not concern himself with them. Meanwhile, at the designated location, Akainu had long awaited Han Feng's arrival aboard a massive warship, cloaked in his cape of justice, deeply contemplative as he gazed into the forest. No one knew what thoughts occupied his mind. Akainu. How many people have emerged? Behind a canoe, Sengoku's voice suddenly resonated, revealing a hint of fatigue. The decision to oversee this selection competition was not his own, nor was the change in format of his making. It was merely the result of insistent pressure from above, compelling him to act accordingly. Approximately 20 individuals had been escorted by the Navy to rest. Yet Akainu seemed poised to articulate something, only to hold his tongue. However, it mattered not. I discerned from their gazes that at least 80% of them had survived by sheer luck. The terror reflected in their eyes laid bare their inner turmoil, while the remaining 20% had truly prevailed through strength. But these distinctions had become inconsequential. Merely surviving was already a considerable feat. As former slaves, they bore the scars of their suffering, and their endurance spoke volumes. I understood. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Akainu felt it inappropriate to voice further objections. Time is running short, isn't it? If no one emerges soon, it may be too late. Sengoku's sentence remained unfinished when, from the depths of the forest, a figure emerged. This was not a towering brute or a robust youth, but rather a boy of merely 10 years, with dark hair. Yet, this unassuming child astonished both Sengoku and Akainu. The boy bore no weapon, yet the palpable, ferocious aura emanating from him indicated his extraordinary nature. Though his attire was tattered, he bore no significant injuries, his body smeared with blood. Not his own, but that of the ferocious beasts he had encountered. It was evident that this individual was our protagonist, Han Feng. Akainu recognized Han Feng at a glance, and in that moment he sensed the boy's exceptional potential. In his eyes, he saw hatred and ambition. Such a person was destined to become a formidable force in the future. Time would prove Akainu's intuition correct. He had indeed emerged. Judging by his appearance, he must have slain quite a number of beasts. Presenting a promising prospect, Sengoku regarded Han Feng with keen interest, admiration gleaming in his eyes. As former slaves, they had been reduced to desperate creatures, and upon being cast onto this small island with the knowledge that survival for 3 days would grant them freedom. Their thoughts were consumed with evasion of danger. Yet they failed to realize that often, the more one attempts to evade, the more perilous the situation becomes. In stark contrast, Han Feng boldly engaged in combat with the beasts, showcasing strength, decisiveness, talent, and intelligence. He was undoubtedly a rare gem. Sengoku swiftly categorized Han Feng as an exceptional talent. It seemed this time they would not return empty-handed. Han Feng sensed something amiss in Sengoku's gaze. If he were to join the Navy, under these circumstances, he would likely be trained as a CP9 operative or something of the sort. However, these considerations were no longer of concern to him. Being taken by the Navy was merely a means to escape Marie. If he desired to flee, he could easily do so when the Navy was not vigilant. Such opportunities would abound, for they could not continuously monitor him. His legs were his own. Joining the Navy was an impossibility for Han Feng. He would never partake in the hypocritical justice that indulged the celestial dragons, and he might even seek to dismantle it. How could he ever align himself with such a cause? Yet, Sengoku remained oblivious to Han Feng's thoughts, only recognizing that this selection competition had yielded a rare talent. "What is your name?" Sengoku inquired with a smile. "Han Feng, remember this name. It shall become synonymous with dominion in this world. You performed admirably this time. I can see you have trodden a path distinct from the others. Can you share with me why you chose this course of action? When others sought to avoid danger, why did you confront it head-on? Sengoku's question was clear. Why did Han Feng opt to battle the beasts rather than evade them? Han Feng surveyed Sengoku, who was drenched in the scent of blood, exuding an aura of dominance. In a low murmur, he replied, because I am done with living in submission. I have endured such days for far too long. Upon hearing Han Feng's words, Sengoku's face reflected profound shock, soon replaced by a look of regret and sadness. He gently ruffled Han Feng's hair, speaking with a weighty significance that I apologize, child. That period may have inflicted upon you immense suffering. But I do not wish for you to stray onto a misguided path. I will ensure you find a worthy teacher to guide you. Han Feng discerned that Sengoku's tone bore no pretense. It was laden with genuine remorse and sorrow. Yet, Han Feng could not simply dismiss his feelings based on mere words. His hatred was profound. Even the entirety of the Grand Line and the New World could not contain it. One day, he would exact vengeance upon the celestial dragons. Indeed, Han Feng nodded, not resisting. For now, following Sengoku was his sole option. Through this exchange, he began to perceive that Sengoku was not the rigid figure of his imagination. His sense of justice was pure, albeit occasionally extreme. Simultaneously, Han Feng felt a measure of gratitude towards Sengoku. For in a sense, it was Sengoku who had rescued him. Thus, regardless of Sengoku's intentions, Han Feng vowed to remember this kindness. As the warship glided across the sea, the collar, symbolizing his status as a slave, was removed from Han Feng's neck. Gazing at the hell that had tormented him for 3 years, his hands clenched tightly, the pressure driving his nails into his skin, drawing blood. In his mind echoed a low, beastly growl. Celestial dragon, Charles Maria, the hatred of 3 years, I, Han Feng, shall etch into my heart. Await the day I return to this sacred place, Mariehua. It shall be the day of your annihilation. The final 4 words, imbued with overwhelming hatred, could saturate the entire sea. The vengeance of 3 years would, perhaps, one day be repaid in blood. The warship steadily sailed across the ocean, as Akaina departed early, having received new orders and separating from Admiral Sengoku. Although Han Feng was uncertain of Sengoku's ultimate destination for him, he sensed he was receiving special treatment, for the other surviving 20 slaves had already been taken away by Akainu, likely to be trained as assassins in a concealed location. Where would Sengoku lead him? Despite his initial reservations about Sengoku, Han Feng found that after spending several days in his company, Sengoku was not as rigid as portrayed in the anime. At least during these days, Sengoku treated him as if he were his own child, continually explaining the Navy's training regimens, how to enhance one's strength, knowledge regarding hockey, and the Navy's unique techniques, the 6 styles. What astonished Sengoku, however, was that Han Feng seemed to grasp these concepts instantaneously, as if he had always known them. Sengoku remained unaware that these teachings were already ingrained in Han Feng's mind. From Sengoku's perspective, Han Feng was a boy of boundless potential, possessing the qualities of an emperor. With proper cultivation, he could undoubtedly become an admiral. Finally, on the 5th day, Sengoku's warship encountered another vessel. It appeared Sengoku had come to this location specifically to meet someone, and this individual was someone Han Feng knew well. A robust figure, rivaling Sengoku in stature, donned a dog-headed hat and unexpectedly dozed off mid-conversation with Sengoku. This could only be his close friend, Garp, yet their dialogue did not seem particularly cordial. Did you go to Mariehua for your selection competition again? Garp furrowed his brow, displaying evident displeasure. He had always disdained the actions of the celestial dragons, not merely as a Navy officer, but as a human being. However, due to his position, he felt powerless to voice his concerns. Sengoku sighed deeply, appearing to age a decade in that moment. I never anticipated that my initial suggestion would lead to such a situation. This is beyond my foresight. Yet, the matter has reached a point of no return. Even as an admiral, I find myself somewhat powerless. Perhaps hosting this selection competition was never Sengoku's true intention. If that is indeed the case, then I shall not hold you accountable. However, even in the presence of the 5 elders, there is no absolute necessity for you to comply with them entirely. The essence of justice lies in adhering to your own convictions. They merely benefit from the selections made during these recent events. The assassins cultivated from CP1 to CP8 have accomplished numerous tasks for them. It would be most advantageous if you could comprehend this. At that moment, a topic that should have remained serious took a comical turn as Garp unabashedly locked eyes with Sengoku, then proceeded to nonchalantly poke his nostrils and uttered a remark that nearly sent Sengoku into a fit of rage. By the way, Sengoku, where are your rice crackers? Have you hidden them away again? Hurry up and bring them out. I'm starving. Are you even listening to me? Garp, you scoundrel. I truly believed you had become somewhat normal. How foolish of me. Nevertheless, returning to the matter at hand, is there something you wish to discuss? Garp skillfully redirected the conversation. All right. You nearly made me forget to mention it. You rascal. Garp, speak up. What is it? Garp appeared remarkably casual. I have discovered a young lad with the potential of an emperor. At this revelation, Garp's expression finally shifted, a hint of intrigue gracing his features. The potential of an emperor? Sengoku nodded thoughtfully. You mean the possessor of Conqueror's Haki? The previously laid-back Garp's demeanor grew serious as he focused intently on Sengoku, eagerly awaiting his response. Sengoku did not disappoint and nodded affirmatively. Given the trends observed over the past few days, it is indeed the case. Although his Haki has yet to awaken, it is only a matter of time based on my observations. Then, what of his talents? Garp inquired, his interest piqued. Furrowing his brow, Sengoku's gaze flickered momentarily, as if grappling with unspoken words. But he soon declared, though it may not align with my usual style, his talent is not inferior to that of the former dragon. Garp's expression transformed, a spark of excitement igniting within him. What had he just heard? For Sengoku to speak thus, it must be true. This time, they had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. Yet, as Garp pondered further, a sense of unease washed over him. Why was it imperative for Sengoku to relay this information to him? Wait a moment, Sengoku. Were you conveying this for? An ominous premonition struck Garp. At that juncture, Sengoku unexpectedly patted Garp on the shoulder, as though entrusting him with a significant responsibility, prompting Garp to inwardly lament his fate. Garp, you are aware that I am not particularly adept at teaching others. Thus, I leave the task of instruction to you. Don't let me down. Garp's expression darkened, realizing this summons was far from fortuitous. What manner of individual could possess potential comparable to that of the former dragon? A flicker of anticipation stirred within Garp. As Garp laid his eyes on Han Feng for the first time, he recognized that this task would not be as straightforward as it seemed. From Han Feng's gaze, he discerned a multitude of attributes, the most prominent being ambition, which radiated unabashedly from his eyes, something Garp could easily identify. Such individuals are rarely constrained. Much like the dragon of yore. Praying this sort of person does not choose the path of piracy. Garp reflected on his son, Dragon, and his grandson, Luffy, who had recently been clamoring to venture out to sea, and felt a wave of frustration. Why must the offspring and grandchild of Marine Vice Admiral find themselves on opposing sides of the law? One has established a revolutionary army, while the other dreams of becoming the pirate king. Truly, a source of endless worry. However, the path you choose is yours alone. I shall not interfere. Individuals like him cannot be molded merely through so-called teachings. What is your name? Garp inquired, glancing at Han Feng. Although the blood had been washed away, the aura surrounding Han Feng still bore traces of the turmoil he had endured. Han Feng, a commendable name. You shall accompany me from this point forward. You haven't shared your name yet, Han Feng half-jokingly remarked, finding Garp's character rather likable, far preferable to the stern Sengoku. At the very least, he possessed a sense of humor. I am Garp. As soon as Garp finished speaking, Han Feng interjected, I know, you are Monkey D. Garp, and you have a son named Monkey D. Dragon, along with a grandson who incessantly aspires to become the Pirate King, named Monkey D. Luffy. Am I correct? Upon hearing this, Garp's expression morphed into one of profound shock. Initially, Han Feng anticipated that Garp would humorously explode in anger. Yet to his surprise, Garp clenched his fists and exclaimed vehemently, Sengoku, you scoundrel! How could you divulge such information to him? How am I supposed to teach him now? Truly, he was Luffy's grandfather. Han Feng silently scoffed at the absurdity of the situation. One would expect such circumstances to warrant a warning against reckless speech. However, Garp defied all expectations with a resounding smack. Han Feng felt a sharp pain in his head and looked up to find Garp had struck him. From now on, do not call me Garp. Refer to me as teacher. Do you understand? I refuse. Han Feng feigned anger, causing Garp's previously mocking demeanor to falter. Huh? How can this be? Haha, I was just teasing you, teacher. It was indeed just as he had read in the original story. Both in temperament and other aspects, Garp was precisely the character Han Feng had come to know. Sengoku must have informed him about the general distribution of power in this world. Had he not? Han Feng nodded. Sengoku had indeed covered the basics, though not in great detail. While he was already aware of much, Han Feng listened intently to confirm that the information aligned with his own understanding. The primary powers in this world are categorized into the abilities of devil fruits, haki, swordsmanship, and physical combat. Garp's expression turned serious as he continued. Sengoku may have mentioned it, but just to be thorough, I will reiterate. In this world, there exists a type of fruit known as the devil fruit. That it is said that those who consume a devil fruit can acquire the power of the devil, becoming beings that transcend the ordinary. Within these seas, there are many wielders of devil fruit abilities, categorized into three types: Paramecia, Zoan, and Logia. Zoan further divides into ancient and mythical branches. However, such ability users are exceedingly rare in this world. To date, I have only witnessed the mythical phoenix fruit belonging to the captain of Whitebeard's First Division. Thus, in the eyes of the public, Zoan is considered the weakest, while Logia is deemed the strongest. Chapter 12. Instruction. Han Feng listened with great interest, nodding occasionally. Though he was already familiar with most of this information, what harm could there be in hearing it again? Sometimes, it is the subtle details that yield invaluable insights. Logia-type devil fruits have always been lauded as the most formidable, as the name suggests. They embody natural phenomena, such as wind, thunder, rain, snow, ice, fire, magma, smoke, and more. Garp pondered for a moment before continuing. Such users possess an almost invincible presence, referred to by the world as elementalization. This allows them to transform their bodies into various forms. Garp nodded, not denying this, and continued, indeed, elementalization, akin to embodying weather phenomena, renders them no longer human, but rather a manifestation of nature itself. Garp elaborated slowly. After all, what could be more terrifying than facing an enemy who stands before you while your attacks pass harmlessly through them? Do you not think such an adversary is invincible? Han Feng shook his head and replied, aside from utilizing the sea or sea prism stone, there are two methods to confront such foes. One is to exploit the inherent weaknesses of the devil fruits, and the other relies solely on haki. The armament haki is the only means to strike at the essence of Logia-type devil fruit users. Garp nodded approvingly, patting Han Feng on the shoulder and laughing heartily. Haha, Sengoku may not be so bad after all. He said he wasn't suited for teaching, yet look at how well this is going. Han Feng could only feign a bitter smile. The Marine Admiral Sengoku had never shared such details with him. He merely provided a brief overview of the general forms of these powers. When it came to matters of combat, Sengoku had not uttered a word, as these were all insights Han Feng was already privy to from his previous life. Meanwhile, Garp had elegantly misconstrued the situation, yet perhaps misunderstandings were simply part of the journey. After all, if Han Feng were to claim he had traversed worlds, even Garp would likely find it hard to believe. After sharing a laugh, Garp continued, acknowledging that in the Grand Line, users of Logia-type devil fruit abilities were considered nearly invincible. However, in another realm, a Logia user was not necessarily invulnerable. The New World? Garp nodded with a smile. Indeed, it is the end of the Grand Line, yet simultaneously the beginning of the New World, a realm unto itself, the true domain of the strong. There, individuals do not heavily rely on the powers of their fruits. They depend on haki. Garp paused, took a breath, and continued. At this stage, it may be somewhat premature for you to discuss such matters. You are not yet qualified to comprehend the true nature of the New World. Once you have grown stronger in the future, you may begin to uncover its mysteries. Until then, do not attempt to delve into that ocean. Though Sengoku hold you in high regard, I must advise you to refrain from venturing there without sufficient strength. This is not a matter of looking down on you. The world simply does not yet recognize your potential. Han Feng found Carp's words puzzling. That wasn't he meant to be trained as a marine? Why did it feel as though he were being instructed as a pirate instead? While Han Feng pondered this, Carp spoke once more to As you know, armament hockey is the sole method of striking against Logia-type devil fruit users. Your awareness of this indicates you have done your homework. Hockey is divided into 3 categories: armament hockey, observation hockey, and the rare conqueror's hockey, which is possessed by only 1 in a million. Suddenly, Carp's eyes widened as he fixed his gaze on Han Feng. You know why Sengoku holds you in such high esteem. Han Feng shook his head, genuinely unaware, as he failed to perceive what set him apart from others. Because he sees the demeanor of a king within you. Upon hearing Carp's words, Han Feng's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had witnessed something extraordinary. In the next moment, he felt a fist hurtling towards his head. Reacting swiftly, Han Feng tilted his head, narrowly evading the blow. However, another fist was already aimed at his abdomen. The force of the punch stunned Han Feng. Escaping was impossible given the speed, so he crossed his arms in a defensive stance to absorb the impact. Yet he was still sent reeling. It was evident that Carp was the one who had struck him. Confusion washed over Han Feng. Why had Carp chosen this moment to test him? Had he not just leveled up to LV8? Enhancing his reflexes and other abilities? Surely, he would have been overwhelmed by such attacks otherwise. Of course, Han Feng did not believe Carp meant him any harm. Setting aside the fact that Carp was not that kind of person, even if he had the intent to take Han Feng's life, the current version of himself could hardly evade IT. It was clear that Carp had not used his full strength. This was merely a test. Observing Han Feng's reaction, Carp nodded with a hint of amusement. Just as Sengoku said, "You are indeed a worthy candidate." Han Feng was taken aback. Was this all it took to ascertain his potential? Do not look at me with such puzzled eyes. Listen to my words, and you shall understand. In this world, hockey possesses its own unique training methods. Han Feng was momentarily stunned. This was knowledge he had yet to grasp. In the original narrative, Rayleigh's teachings to Luffy were merely glossed over, lacking detail. Hence, he was unaware of this training approach. This method of cultivation was precisely what Han Feng needed. Although he could exchange for it using the Conquest system, it required a substantial amount of Conquest points, something he could not afford at the moment. Moreover, even after the exchange, he would need additional points to enhance his abilities to their fullest potential. Notably, the points required for upgrades were significantly less than those needed for learning, leading Han Feng to believe that he should learn hockey on his own while allowing the Conquest points to handle the upgrades. At this moment, Carp continued, "Observation hockey allows your senses to become extraordinarily acute, enabling you to foresee an opponent's movements and attacks. Within the range covered by observation hockey, every action of living beings, every flower and blade of grass, is within your perception." Carp suddenly yawned and added, "The origin of observation hockey lies in reflexes. In childhood, the quicker a person's reflexes, the stronger their subsequent mastery of observation hockey. From my earlier test, it is evident that your reflexes far surpass those of your peers. Why grandson has never managed to evade my attacks, nor could that little rascal Ace. Yet you accomplished it." Carp's words ignited a fire within Han Feng, who knew that these were indeed the benefits of the Conquest system's upgrades. However, this did not detract from his future training. Carp's statement indirectly suggested that his speed and strength in mastering hockey would surpass those of others. Armament hockey can reinforce your body or weapon, akin to donning an invisible armor. This armor not only provides the best defense, but also boasts formidable offensive power, making it the only method to attack Logia users. In the New World, mastering armament hockey is of utmost importance. That if you cannot wield armament hockey, you will find it exceedingly difficult to navigate the New World. Carp regarded Han Feng before continuing. The origin of armament hockey is the ability to withstand blows, meaning the stronger your physical resilience as a child, the more powerful your armament hockey will be in the future. In this selection tournament, you must have faced numerous ferocious beasts, correct? Han Feng nodded in acknowledgement. During the initial days, he had indeed fled from a horde of beasts. Karp had mentioned earlier that he had not detected any life-threatening injuries on Han Feng. Only minor wounds. Coupled with my recent test, it was sufficient to illustrate your defensive capabilities. You possess a remarkable inherent advantage. Of course, Sengoku's regard for you stems from other reasons as well. Other reasons? Han Feng was taken aback. Karp's subsequent statements diverged slightly from the original narrative. Yet whether in this regard or another, it seemed to benefit Han Feng. It appeared he indeed possessed a so-called protagonist halo. The final type of haki, Conqueror's Haki, is the most significant reason Sengoku values you. Han Feng was taken aback. What did this mean? Was he indirectly suggesting that he possessed Conqueror's Haki? Yet, how had Sengoku discovered this without it being awakened? Was there yet another divergence from the original narrative? The final type of Haki, Conqueror's Haki, is a power possessed only by those born to be kings, i.e. in the New World. Every influential figure possesses Conqueror's Haki, be it Whitebeard or Shanks. At the mention of Shanks, Karp hesitated, his views on the man who led Luffy to the path of piracy appearing complex. Conqueror's Haki demands an overwhelming presence. Karp suddenly smiled, but then his previously amiable demeanor shifted dramatically. As a commanding aura surged forth from him like a torrent, in that moment, Han Feng felt as though he were but a drop in the ocean, insignificant and minuscule in the presence of this giant. Conqueror's Haki. It was indeed Conqueror's Haki. Han Feng was both awed and astonished, for the original narrative had not mentioned Karp possessing Conqueror's Haki. Yet from the current situation, it was clear that Karp not only possessed it, but wielded it with remarkable finesse. Had he lacked control, the effects would have spread to others. More importantly, Han Feng directly sensed an overwhelming presence without succumbing to unconsciousness. This demonstrated just how adept Karp was at controlling Conqueror's Haki. Even at this intensity, Han Feng remained conscious. Han Feng mused internally. Indeed, Karp possesses Conqueror's Haki. Though it was not mentioned in the original narrative, I have always believed it to be true. If Dragon has Conqueror's Haki, and Luffy does as well, then Karp has no reason not to. This was the essence of Conqueror's Haki, the capacity to inflict profound psychological torment upon one's adversaries, relying solely on an overwhelming aura to strip them of their fighting spirit. Such is the essence of Conqueror's Haki. At this juncture, Karp narrowed his gaze and continued, emphasizing that the hallmark of Conqueror's Haki lies in its sheer presence. One can discern whether an individual possesses the qualifications for this formidable power merely by observing their aura. In the critical final moments of the third day of the selection trials, did not nearly all ferocious beasts instinctively flee upon encountering you? Han Feng was momentarily taken aback, but nodded in agreement. Indeed, he had slain so many beasts that the remaining ones instinctively avoided him upon sensing his formidable aura. That is precisely correct. During that time, you were likely in a delicate state, a manifestation of the awakening of your kingly demeanor. From the moment you set foot off that small island, your aura was already detected by Sengoku, leading him to unequivocally ascertain that you possessed the qualities of an emperor. Han Feng's blood surged with excitement. He had not anticipated that he was endowed with such royal potential. The thought stirred a wave of exhilaration within him. For any individual, particularly a man who does not yearn to stand above all others, to wield immense power in the realm of reality, such aspirations had merely been fleeting thoughts for Han Feng. Yet, when the moment truly arrived, he would come to understand the meaning of true exhilaration. How would one react upon learning of their innate imperial talent? Surely, one would be filled with unrestrained joy. Han Feng was indeed elated. However, he remained grounded, aware of his current limitations in this ruthless world of survival of the fittest. He understood the necessity of advancing steadily, especially since he bore the weight of profound enmity. The celestial dragons must be eradicated. At this moment, Karp spoke again. Though it may be somewhat premature for you to engage with Haki, I believe there is no better time than now to impart this knowledge. Han Feng inhaled deeply. Clearly, Karp had discerned something significant. Whether through his recent teachings or the tone he adopted, it was evident that he was not merely instructing a naval officer. Noticing Han Feng's intent to speak, Karp swiftly interrupted him, continuing, "Your talents are indeed astonishing. As for your ambitions, I have neither the right to pry nor the desire to interfere. Your eyes reveal a reluctance to be restrained. And you possess considerable ambition. Otherwise, if you were to become a naval officer, attaining the rank of admiral would merely be a matter of time. Alas, I can only hope you choose not to become a pirate. Han Feng did not respond. The prospect of becoming a naval officer was utterly inconceivable. The Revolutionary Army and bounty hunters were scarcely mentioned in the original narrative, rendering them irrelevant to his considerations. The only path he was familiar with was that of a pirate. To embark on the road of vengeance and ascend to the pinnacle of the world, Han Feng resolved to pursue this path. He aspired to be a pirate whose name would echo through history until he became the strongest. In the ensuing period, Karp acquainted Han Feng with a plethora of details regarding this world, some of which aligned with his prior knowledge, while others diverged from the original narrative. However, such discrepancies were of no concern to Han Feng, although the era of great pirates had long since dawned. The true narrative of the Pirate King would not commence for another 3 years, which meant that Luffy would still be approximately 3 years away from leaving Fusha Village to pursue his pirate journey. Given his current physical state, Han Feng appeared to be around 13 years old, indicating that the story would truly unfold when he reached the age of 16, not dissimilar to Luffy's timeline. Han Feng aimed to utilize these 3 years to significantly enhance his strength, ideally approaching the level of LV-30, for it was only at that juncture that he could genuinely establish himself in this world. After all, he was still far too weak. Only upon reaching LV-30 would Han Feng be able to harness the true power of his weapon, the Senbonzakura, which entailed mastering its Bankai form. However, he was acutely aware of the challenges that lay ahead. Especially as one ascended the ranks, the requisite experience points increased exponentially. Therefore, achieving LV-30 within 3 years would undoubtedly prove arduous, although the Conquest system had indicated that leveling up would become swifter once the narrative truly began. Han Feng felt an overwhelming sense of impatience. As time drifted by, Han Feng remained aboard Karp's warship for approximately 3 months. Throughout this entire duration, he scarcely disembarked, while the ship relentlessly sailed onward to destinations unknown even to him. Karp, for his part, would not divulge any information unless prompted by Han Feng that on a few occasions they docked at small islands to replenish supplies, yet Han Feng chose to remain on board, consumed by his training. During these 3 months, Han Feng dedicated himself solely to enhancing the strength of his legs, for Karp had imparted not only the training methods for hockey, but also the 6 forms of a navy. The 6 forms comprised Iron Body, Finger Pistol, Soru, Jeppo, Renkyaku, and Shave. Iron Body, as the name suggests, enables one to render their body as resilient as steel, serving both defensive and offensive purposes, a technique achievable only through the utmost refinement of physical capability. Soru allows for rapid repositioning through an astonishing series of kicks against the ground at blinding speeds, creating a propulsion effect that can render a person virtually invisible. Finger Pistol enhances the power of one's fingers to the extent that they can penetrate flesh like bullets. Mastering this technique allows even sea stone to be pierced. Renkyaku utilizes swift, powerful kicks to create tangible vacuum slashes, akin to the swordsmanship of Mihawk or Zoro, albeit slightly less potent. Jeppo employs the principles of Soru, but applies them in midair, necessitating exceptional leg strength to achieve high-speed movement in the void. Lastly, Shave demands the highest level of bodily manipulation, allowing one to deftly deflect incoming attacks, as if their body were mere paper, using the enemy's force against them. Each of the 6 forms imposes rigorous demands on physical ability, whether it be Iron Body, Soru, Finger Pistol, or Renkyaku, all require surpassing physical limits. Han Feng aspired to hone these skills through rigorous training rather than relying on conquest points. After all, purchasing a single skill would cost him a staggering 100,000 points, a burden he could not bear. Upgrading skills, however, required significantly fewer points. Han Feng examined the 6 forms, discovering that each technique ranged from LV1 to LV10. LV1 indicated a novice level, and ascending from LV1 to LV2 required 10,000 conquest points, while progressing from LV2 to LV3 necessitated 20,000 points, and so forth, with each increment demanding an additional 10,000 points. This was considerably more economical than acquiring skills through the conquest system. Moreover, Han Feng learned from the system that the strongest member of CP9, Rob Lucci, was approximately at LV6. To elevate all 6 forms to LV10 would grant him an unfathomable level of power. The mere thought ignited a fervor within him. During these 3 months, Han Feng did not attempt to learn every technique. He understood the principle of not biting off more than one could chew. Thus, he focused his training on leg strength, with Soru and Jeppo being built upon this foundation of speed and aerial capability, both of which he sorely lacked. The passage of 3 months transformed Han Feng. His speed of movement had significantly improved, at least tripling compared to 3 months prior. To his astonishment, the barrier he had struggled to breach at LV9 had finally been shattered. This signified that, apart from the route of defeating formidable foes to level up, self-training was also a viable path. He had initially believed that, given his LV9 learning ability and enhanced physical prowess, mastering Soru within 3 months would not be overly difficult. Yet, once he embarked on this endeavor, he discovered that the reality was far more complex than he had anticipated. In the span of 3 months, Han Feng had primarily improved his movement speed. While the acceleration gained through Soru was minimal at best, it could be said that he had merely scratched the surface of Soru during this time. Gazing towards a mark he had made approximately 100 meters away, Han Feng's expression hardened as he murmured, "Soru." A surge of explosive power erupted from his legs, propelling him forward with a force surpassing that of a sprinter, akin to an arrow released from a bow. In an instant, Han Feng reached his designated mark. Yet he realized this was still far from meeting the requirements of Soru. A mere human silhouette remained easily discernible. It was evident that he still had a considerable journey ahead to master this technique. Han Feng let out a soft sigh, silently reflecting. Is 6 seconds approximately the limit for 100 meters? Is this truly the pinnacle of my current capabilities? It is still insufficient, clenching his fists tightly. Han Feng felt that his present speed was far from fast enough. The current world record for the 100 meters is around 9 seconds and 5/10, which means that Han Feng, at this moment, is merely 3 seconds and 5/10 faster than the world champion. Such a feat is utterly unimaginable in the real world. How could a mere 13-year-old boy achieve such speed? Yet, this is the world of One Piece. Completing 100 meters in 6 seconds means that, in the face of equally matched opponents, even a millisecond's difference could lead to ultimate defeat. Ultimately, it boils down to his lack of proficiency in the technique. If he could master the shave, he could undoubtedly reach a stunning 3 seconds for the 100 meters, or even shorter. However, Han Feng was unaware that achieving such a level at his age was already unprecedented. Even the renowned dragon had never possessed such innate talent. Chapter 15. A prodigy, everything Han Feng did was observed by Carp, who had been quietly watching his every move for the past 3 months. Witnessing a 13-year-old handle techniques beyond his years, Carp was silently astounded. After 3 months of scrutiny, Carp had come to a conclusion about Han Feng. He was a prodigy. Not only did he possess extraordinary talent, but he also exhibited an unparalleled work ethic. Should such a person grow, he would undoubtedly become an unimaginable powerhouse in the future. Leaning against one side of the deck, Carp watched Han Feng train relentlessly on the other side, taking in every detail. Within just 3 months, Han Feng had begun to glimpse the realm of the shave. Although he had only scratched the surface, it was far beyond what could be described as mere genius. The only term Carp could find to encapsulate this was prodigy, a talent so remarkable that even gods would feel inferior. Even the most exceptional trainers within the Navy would find it impossible to cultivate such skill in less than a year. Carp sighed lightly, sensing the impending turbulence of a new era. With perseverance, ambition, talent, and effort, such an individual might even surpass the 4 emperors and the legendary Roger. Carp could not fathom why Han Feng was so driven. But at such a young age, achieving this level of skill implied he had faced significant challenges. Hatred, Carp murmured, as if he had begun to understand the reason behind Han Feng's fervent determination. Yet, he would neither stop nor say anything. If something were to happen in the future, it would simply be fate. What was meant to come would eventually arrive. Some things cannot be thwarted by human effort. Who knows if preventing one Han Feng would merely give rise to another? He decided to let nature take its course. Carp straightened himself from the wall and stepped forward that moment. Han Feng was still diligently training when Karp approached with a dismissive expression. After all this training, you're still like this. It seems your efforts are still lacking. Han Feng, feeling speechless, internally scoffed. What power do you possess? And what do I possess? You probably can't even see my speed increase. Yet here you are, mocking me. Nonetheless, Han Feng held a deep respect for Karp. If all members of the Navy were like Karp, perhaps the celestial dragons would not exist. Really? I believe my speed has improved significantly. He retorted, but of course I must heed your teachings. It appeared he would need to exert even more effort to eradicate the celestial dragons as soon as possible. Han Feng glanced at Karp and slowly spoke. By the way, teacher, could you check if my shave technique is correct? If there are any mistakes, could you help me correct them? No, Karp replied, sounding like a child, leaving Han Feng both amused and exasperated. Indeed, Karp was quite the humorous individual. Han Feng responded, Hey, how can you say that? At least acknowledge that I've called you teacher, right? Just because I said no means no. Hey? How can you be like this? In the end, no matter how much Han Feng pleaded or argued, the old stubborn Karp remained unyielding. Although he understood that sometimes discovering one's own mistakes could be more beneficial, he felt this approach was too slow. Now, he had no choice but to figure out on his own. Oddly enough, this peculiar method of movement had indeed enhanced his speed. In the real world, such a thing would be impossible. Yet in the world of pirates, utilizing it could lead to increased velocity. Even if Han Feng pondered endlessly, he could not fathom the underlying reasons and eventually gave up. Could it be that a misalignment in posture was causing a decrease in speed? Han Feng was so engrossed in his thoughts that he failed to notice Karp observing him intently. Karp regarded Han Feng thoughtfully, increasingly satisfied with this disciple who had called him teacher. Does this mean I must now humble myself even further? Karp mused, pondering the combination of perseverance, ambition, talent, effort, and humility. How extraordinary must he become before he would be satisfied? Yet, contemplating that Han Feng would likely not join the Navy, Karp's gaze dimmed a little. It wasn't that I didn't want to point out your mistakes, but rather that I couldn't. Every movement is nearly perfect. What you lack is strength. This is not something that can be developed in a day or two. Karp cast one last glance at the diligently training Han Feng, shook his head, and retreated into the cabin. Han Feng felt as if someone was watching him, yet when he turned around, there was no one there. He frowned slightly. Was that just an illusion? And months slipped by once again. Han Feng's speed in the shave had increased another notch, yet he still struggled to master it completely. He always felt something was amiss. In terms of technique, he believed he had executed it perfectly. Yet he could not achieve the flawless shave, which left him quite vexed. He wanted to ask Karp, but the thought of Karp's potential refusal made him hesitate. I could see that moment. He finally discerned the ultimate destination of Karp's voyage, the East Blue, specifically the outskirts of Dawn Island in the Goa Kingdom, where Karp's grandson, Luffy, resided. By current age calculations, Luffy should be around 14 years old. In 3 years, he would set sail to pursue his dream of becoming the Pirate King. Coincidentally, this was also the time when Ace set out to sea. Due to the voyage, Han Feng had delayed for 4 months, and by now, Ace must have found his companions and entered the Grand Line. To become a pirate, Han Feng must recruit crew members, and Ace would be an excellent choice. However, pursuing Ace now would clearly be an unwise decision. Aside from whether Ace would agree, chasing after him would undoubtedly waste time. Furthermore, Han Feng had individuals he wished to find in the East Blue. 3 in total. Due to the original work, not mentioning them, the whereabouts of 2 were rather elusive. One perpetually lost, while the other was bustling about to earn 100 million berries. Only one person's whereabouts were certain. Thus, to accurately locate these 3 individuals, Han Feng needed to wait. He estimated he had about 2 years left. He must recruit them before Luffy does, seizing resources from the original protagonist, a common practice for traversers. And Han Feng would not be an exception. Although one of them was Karp's grandson, he could not afford to be sentimental in his quest for vengeance. All 3 individuals were exceptionally talented. Swordsman Roronoa Zoro, who aimed to become the world's greatest swordsman. Not only was he principled, but he also cared deeply for his comrades. Despite his notorious sense of direction being a significant flaw, it could not overshadow his brilliance. Chapter 16. Departure. The cook, Sanji, dreamed of finding the legendary All Blue calm and trustworthy. He embodied the spirit of a chef. It was undeniable that he was a talented individual, and his chivalric spirit had earned Han Feng's admiration in the past. Sanji was one of Han Feng's favorite characters. Though he had a slight obsession with women, he was firmly principled and would never harm a lady. A promise he kept. Navigator Nami is a charming young girl whose dream is to traverse the world using her navigational skills and create a map based on her own observations. Not only is she exceptionally cute, but she also possesses an attractive figure, making her one of Han Feng's favorite characters in private. He has even fantasized about her. She embodies kindness, confidence, meticulousness, vivacity, cuteness, sensuality, gentleness, cheerfulness, strength, bravery, tolerance, and sincerity, as Master Oda aptly states. Nami exists as the quintessential heroine in the grand narrative of One Piece. Although she has a penchant for wealth, this does not concern Han Feng in the least. Nami must be pursued. While Han Feng harbors some selfish desires, it is understandable. After all, who among men does not yearn to embrace a beauty? The thought of Nami's stunning figure 2 years hence stirs Han Feng's blood, compelling him to become a formidable force. Only by attaining unparalleled strength can he assert his will and accomplish his aspirations. Having traversed the Red Line, Han Feng now confidently asserts that he has emerged from the Grand Line and has reached the East Blue. Due to the scarcity of food and water aboard Garp's ship, he is compelled to disembark once more to procure supplies. This time, the port where the ship anchors is one he knows all too well. It is the town where the saga of One Piece begins and concludes. 19 years ago, the narrative officially commenced 22 years ago. A singular human once conquered the entire ocean, including the treacherous territories of the Grand Line and the New World. His name would be etched into the annals of history, heralding the dawn of the pirate era. Wealth, fame, and power were once the dominion of the man known as Pirate King Joel D. Roger. His final words before execution incited the masses to seek the sea. Indeed, the current era of piracy was orchestrated by Roger himself. His parting words, "Do you want my treasure? If you desire it, go find it. I have left all the world's wealth there," acted like a key unlocking Pandora's box, sending throngs of people into the depths of the ocean. The inherited will of generations, the evolution of eras. And the dreams of humanity cannot be obstructed as long as individuals pursue freedom. This quest shall never cease. Such is the essence of the pirate era. This quaint town, known as Road Town, aptly named the town of beginnings and endings, is not only the birthplace of the pirate king Roger, but also the site of his demise. Now that he has arrived in the East Blue, it seems it is time for farewells. Han Feng has no intention of accompanying Garp to Fusha village to meet Luffy, as it would be a waste of time and could create unnecessary ties with the original protagonist, a scenario Han Feng wishes to avoid. While he could remain with Garp and train under his tutelage, potentially accelerating his progress, Han Feng is resolute in his decision. Such an exemplary environment would not cultivate him into the ultimate powerhouse. To reach the pinnacle of the world, relying solely on this would be insufficient, akin to building a car behind closed doors. True growth, he believes, is best achieved through practical experience. Only by continually engaging in real battles can one truly hone oneself. Bearing such deep-seated hatred, Han Feng refuses to remain weak. He possesses the perseverance to endure, fueled by an unparalleled animosity toward the celestial dragons. Most crucially, he has the innate talent. His confidence is derived from his formidable conquest system. Thus, the moment for parting has arrived. Sometimes, an unspoken farewell is preferable. The kinder Garp is to Han Feng, the more reluctant he becomes to leave. Therefore, at this juncture, it is best not to meet, as such sentimental farewells do not suit Han Feng. Gazing at the deserted deck, Han Feng feels a pang of emptiness. Has he truly spent nearly 4 months aboard this ship? The familiar scent and the recognizable vessel evoke memories of his rigorous training, with Garp teasing him in the background. Were it not for his profound vendetta, he might have followed Garp indefinitely. However, both reality and his heart refuse to allow such a course. Turning away, Han Feng finds that his sword, Thousand Cherry Blossoms, has somehow materialized in his right hand. Gently, he plunges it into the deck and bows silently. "Farewell, and thank you for your care during this time." Upon raising his head, The sword embedded in the ground unfurls like cherry blossoms, gradually merging with Han Feng's right hand, devoid of any sense of incongruity. With no desire to linger, he resolves that if he intends to depart, he must not dally. If he cannot let go of such matters, how can he aspire to become a superlative force? Just then, a voice from the other side of the deck surprises Han Feng. "Are you leaving?" With his back turned to the wall, Han Feng's pupils widen in shock at the sound. He is momentarily stunned. This voice is one he least wishes to hear, yet simultaneously longs for. A paradoxical existence. In this world, Han Feng has faced the brutal celestial dragons and witnessed the darkest facets of human nature. No one has ever shown him compassion. Yet Garp shattered that taboo, allowing Han Feng to experience the warmth of concern for the first time. Even as he prepares to depart, potentially to embrace a life of piracy, Garp does not impede him. Han Feng harbors genuine gratitude for Garp. Without him, neither his strength nor his character would have evolved to this point. With his back still to the wall, he nods and softly replies, "Indeed, it is time to part ways, master." Han Feng lifts his gaze to the azure sky, overwhelmed by an indescribable sensation. Do you have a goal? A gentle breeze rustles through, tousling Han Feng's dark hair as he murmurs, "The pinnacle of the world on the other side of the wall." Garp smiles faintly upon hearing Han Feng's response. Is at the world then. His grandson aims for the pinnacle of the sea, while Han Feng seeks the world. This is no trivial pursuit. The obstacles ahead are unimaginably formidable. Formidable, you say? Indeed, when one sets such lofty aspirations, one must be acutely aware of their current limitations. At this moment, he is but a minuscule speck in the vast ocean. Even a minor wave could obliterate him. Chapter 17. 2 years upon arriving in this world, he experienced confusion, disorientation, and profound suffering. Helpless and unarmed, he was merely an ordinary high school student, thrust into this realm and subjected to torment until he acquired the Conquest system and the sword Thousand Cherry Blossoms. With newfound strength, the latent ambition within him surged forth that I must grow stronger. Only by standing atop this world can I pursue my desires, chase the girl of my dreams, and live the life I long for. Having endured all this, Han Feng has come to recognize the significance of power. Without it, one is no different from an ant. Lacking strength means one cannot safeguard oneself, much less protect others. Thus, he yearns for power. Aspiring to possess it, he has never wavered in his commitment to Garp's teachings and maintains strict standards for himself. All of this is in pursuit of standing at the apex of the world. Driven by vengeance, a resolute glimmer shines in Han Feng's eyes, a gaze that seems to declare that nothing can alter his path. That he speaks slowly. "I shall eliminate any obstacles to my growth. Even if it is the world itself, I will clear it away. Those who hinder me, even gods, shall meet their end." After declaring this, Han Feng strides purposefully toward the ship's edge, pausing momentarily. "Farewell, master. I hope you understand. There are some things I must do." With that, he leaps over the side without looking back, swiftly vanishing onto the land. That moment, Garp emerges slowly from the cabin, his expression grave yet tinged with concern. "I found a remarkable disciple, yet now he is gone." He laughs heartily, a self-deprecating sound, his demeanor shifting faster than the turning of pages. Perhaps this is simply Garp's nature, gazing at the spot where Han Feng disappeared. He remains lost in thought. The path ahead for that lad is still long and arduous. But if it is him, perhaps. Just then, Garp's expression darkens, his demeanor turning grave as he clutches his head. As if witnessing the apocalypse, this is disastrous. Han Feng was entrusted to my training by Sengoku. How could he just vanish like this? That old coot won't come after me, will he? A sharp dividing line upon disembarking from the warship. Han Feng immediately adjusted his emotional state. He now had approximately 2 years ahead of him, a finite window in which he must diligently enhance his abilities that if he refrained from utilizing his 1,000 cherry blossoms, he would likely surpass the current Luffy, yet still fall short of Ace, given that his physical prowess had been systematically augmented. Han Feng now faced 2 potential paths. 1, to engage in relentless combat, leveraging the experience points provided by the system to facilitate his upgrades. However, this approach might severely limit his time for training in the Marine 6 styles. The second option involved dedicating time to self-training. which would not only allow for personal advancement, but also enable him to learn the Marine Six styles. Both methods bore their respective advantages and disadvantages, prompting Han Feng to resolve to combine both strategies, pursuing practical combat while simultaneously mastering the Marine Six styles. For only through such duality could he attain true strength to present. The Conquest system had yet to issue a mainline task, and the ultimate mission remained unchanged. Perhaps the narrative must first unfold before any alterations could occur. Nightfall swiftly approached, with the moon ascending gracefully into the sky, casting a silvery glow that enveloped the surroundings. Under the moonlight, the campfire took on a uniquely enchanting quality. The autumn lotus leaves had begun to show hints of withering yellow, their time-worn visage reminiscent of an elderly sage. Yet, even in this state, they retained a semblance of pride under the moon's gentle illumination. The tranquil water's surface mirrored a soft radiance, while a crescent moon spiraled gracefully within the clear waters. And the occasional breeze stirred up beautiful ripples that lingered in the air. A small campfire flickered peacefully by the riverbank, emitting tantalizing aromas from whatever was being roasted nearby. Han Feng swallowed hard and promptly tore off a piece of meat to savor, its melt-in-the-mouth texture still delightful. Presently, Han Feng found himself without money, unable to lodge in the town's inn or purchase provisions. However, this did not impede his existence. He sought refuge in a forest far removed from the town, establishing his temporary dwelling. At that moment, despite enjoying his meal, Han Feng's mind was concocting strategies for his future training in the Marine Six styles. He set aside the mastery of hockey for the time being, an elusive skill that was difficult to train in, compounded by the pressing constraint of time. With only 2 years available to learn both the Marine Six styles and hockey, even his prodigious talents could not suffice without a substantial accumulation of conquest points. Moreover, hockey was not particularly vital in the Grand Line. Its true significance would only emerge in the New World. Therefore, Han Feng remained unhurried, understanding well that one should not attempt to bite off more than they could chew. Thus, his primary objective became the mastery of the Marine Six styles. While learning them all within 2 years was likely unfeasible, perhaps acquiring 1 or 2 would be a more attainable goal. A fervent training regimen began to unfold within Han Feng's mind. A sharp dividing line, 2 fleeting years passed. Once more in Logtown, the scenery remained unchanged, yet the person who stood there was entirely different from 2 years prior. This locale was a cascade of waterfalls, with trees standing in orderly ranks, and the ground was uneven, as if shaped by human intervention rather than natural formation. Approaching the melodious sound of the waterfall, a silver ribbon of water tumbled down, accompanied by the crash of cascading torrents, glistening under the sun's rays and creating a captivating spectacle. Koi leaped joyfully from the water, displaying their exquisite forms. While the enchanting environment rendered one speechless, such beauty was unimaginable in the mundane world. The splendor, tranquility, and warmth of nature seemed to unfurl in that instant, akin to a mother's gentle embrace. Beneath the silver waterfall, a shadow flickered in and out of view, shrouded in ethereal mist, as an invisible force began to manifest. Shave! Accompanied by a resonant sound, a figure surged forth from the waterfall with remarkable speed. Bare from the waist up, he exuded a robust aura, shedding the naivety of 2 years past. His well-defined muscles presented an unexpected aesthetic appeal. As the figure gradually emerged, standing tall and unwavering against the howling wind. The most striking feature was his long, unkempt black hair, which had not been cut in 2 years, partially concealing his ears, yet he appeared remarkably handsome, his face now bearing an air of resilience. Chapter 18. The Thief Nami Indeed. This individual was Han Feng, who had trained here for nearly 2 years. While the time frame was technically 2 years, the actual training period scarcely reached 1 year. The remainder was spent in combat, hunting pirates as a bounty hunter. This not only allowed for skill enhancement, but also the accumulation of wealth and conquest points that, in a flash, Han Feng appeared at the side of the waterfall. A smile of exhilaration gracing his lips. Mastery of Shave was complete, and now it was merely a matter of time before he could fully control Moonwalk. Throughout the training period, Han Feng had gained complete command of Shave. As for Moonwalk, he could manage only a few steps. 3 was his limit. However, with Shave mastered, it was only a matter of time before Moonwalk followed suit. Compared to 2 years ago, Han Feng had undergone a remarkable transformation. His strength had seen considerable improvement, his level ascending from LV8 to LV25. He had fully mastered Shave, reached LV1 in Moonwalk, and completely understood the initial release of Thousand Cherry Blossoms. Han Feng had accumulated a significant number of conquest points, about 30,000, but he refrained from exchanging or enhancing anything, as these points were hard-earned and he preferred to conserve them for future needs. Only half a year remains. The plot would soon commence, and anticipation filled him. Indeed, only 6 months separated him from Luffy's departure. It was nearly time to leave. The identity of Bounty Hunter could be shed, for during each hunt, he had concealed his face, leaving no one privy to Han Feng's true identity. Now, the former bounty hunter would transform into a pirate. Moreover, he was on the verge of becoming a pirate who would instigate monumental changes across the world. Suddenly, Han Feng recalled that he was in Lowtown, and thus he must bring a gift for someone. Regardless of the circumstances, they would soon become companions, and a small token of greeting would suffice. Han Feng rummaged through his pocket, discovering approximately 500,000 berries, a sufficient sum for his intended purchase. Considering that this item was not particularly expensive in the original storyline. After a brief tidying up, Han Feng set forth toward Lowtown, for the true adventure was about to begin upon arriving in the town. He noted considerable changes. It had been nearly 6 months since his last visit. Lowtown had become significantly more vibrant compared to his previous experience. Standing before the execution platform, Han Feng felt a peculiar sensation. Was this the site where the Pirate King met his demise? Finally, he beheld the physical structure. It was astonishing to think he could witness the very execution platform that had claimed Roger's life. Contemplating this, Han Feng felt a surge of excitement. What emotions had the Pirate King harbored as he ascended this platform? This renowned location had been imbued with color and life due to the footsteps of the Pirate King. While Han Feng was immersed in admiration and sentiment, a figure unexpectedly brushed past him. He initially paid little mind, but was caught off guard when this figure, seemingly unaware, collided with him. The figure paused, then lowered their head to address Han Feng. My apologies. After uttering these words, the figure attempted to walk away. Han Feng dismissed the incident, considering the crowded surroundings. A minor collision was inevitable, and the individual had already apologized. There is no need to dwell on it. However, when Han Feng took a closer look at the figure, he was momentarily taken aback. The slender form suggested that the individual was a girl, her head wrapped in a black scarf, which he had initially overlooked. Yet, through the fabric, he discerned hints of orange, causing his pupils to contract sharply in realization. Could it be? Han Feng hastily checked his pocket, and his expression shifted dramatically. No way. I've encountered her. Suddenly, Han Feng's figure flickered as he moved at an astonishing speed to stand before the young girl. Upon noticing his abrupt appearance, she was momentarily taken aback. The two exchanged gazes for several seconds before she quickly regained her composure and instinctively turned to flee. Wait a moment. As Han Feng caught sight of her visage, he realized he had indeed encountered someone significant. He had not expected her to have ventured so far. However, now that fate had brought them together, he was determined not to let this opportunity slip away, especially since her whereabouts were notoriously elusive. Observing her intention to escape, Han Feng smiled and swiftly grasped her arm, speaking gently. Do not run. I am not a villain. I assure you, I won't pursue you for the money you just pilfered from me. She lifted her head, revealing her true appearance. Who else could it be but Nami? It was astonishing to encounter a character from the original narrative after nearly half a year of events unfolding. It seemed the heavens were indeed favoring him. What are you doing? Let go of me. Nami struggled briefly, but Han Feng's strength far surpassed hers, rendering her attempts futile. In a moment of frustration, she swung her hand toward his face. Yet her motions appeared sluggish to Han Feng, who easily evaded her strike. Nevertheless, he did not wish to escalate the situation and, in a show of goodwill, released his grip. Please, do not be so agitated. I mean, you no harm. And could you lower your voice? Aren't you concerned about attracting the attention of the Navy? Han Feng spread his hands in exasperation. It was perplexing to feel as though he owed her something when it was clearly his money that had been stolen. Upon hearing the mention of the Navy, Nami immediately became vigilant and scanned the surroundings. Indeed, she spotted Navy personnel patrolling nearby that a glance at Han Feng revealed that he did not seem malicious. After all, he had not summoned the Navy after being robbed. "Who are you?" Han Feng chuckled softly and replied, "It seems this is our first encounter, does it not? However, I've been searching for you for 2 years. My name is Han Feng. I hope to have your guidance." As he spoke, he extended his hand toward Nami. "Huh? What are you talking about?" Nami found Han Feng's words baffling. How could he have been searching for her for 2 years? Was he trying to swindle her? It was hard to believe, and she hesitated to shake his hand, stepping back slightly. "What do you mean by that?" Observing Nami's reaction, Han Feng felt a sense of disbelief. Hadn't the male protagonists in the anime he watched always acted this way, and didn't the female leads usually reciprocate the handshake? Why was he treated differently? It was utterly illogical, though he wished to voice his thoughts. He refrained, fearing it would only solidify Nami's perception of him as an eccentric. "Please, do not be so wary. I assure you, I harbor no ill intentions." Chapter 19. Gambling for Fortune. Han Feng shook his head, observing Nami's response with a hint of resignation. Yet he understood her caution, being fully aware of her circumstances. "What exactly do you want? And when did I steal your money? Do you have any proof?" Han Feng's expression turned dark as he faced Nami's inquiry. He found it challenging to respond. "All right, I will be honest. I know you possess exceptional navigational skills, and I hope you will become my navigator." To prevent Nami from jumping to any erroneous conclusions, he felt compelled to reveal his true purpose. If she mistakenly believed he sought to woo her or was after her money, she might become hostile, especially concerning financial matters, as Nami was notoriously sensitive about such topics. Without a moment's hesitation, Nami retorted, "No way. I refuse. Please do not decline just yet. Do you not desire to acquire more wealth?" Wealth? Upon hearing this pivotal term, Nami's demeanor shifted dramatically, her eyes gleaming with eagerness. "Oh, you have money." Han Feng shook his head, replying, "All my money has been taken by you. How could I possibly have any left?" "Huh? When did I steal your money?" "Don't make baseless accusations. I can sue you for defamation." Nami's expression shifted abruptly from excitement to icy indifference, colder than that of a stranger upon realizing she had no money. Han Feng forced a wry smile. She was indeed a pragmatic individual. "Although I currently lack funds, I know where to acquire a significant amount of money." "What? Where?" "He got you hooked, didn't I? Are you interested? If I can't even handle a little girl, how could I conquer the world? All those anime I watched would have been for naught." Han Feng chuckled. "Have you heard of the underground casino in Lowtown?" "A casino? You can't be suggesting I gamble. I would never engage in such a thing." Nami shot him a disapproving glance. "If I knew how to play that game, would I resort to thievery? If played correctly, one could acquire money much faster than through theft. I can help you turn that 50,000 beries into 5 times that amount." Han Feng wasn't an expert gambler, but that didn't mean he couldn't win, right? Cheating was certainly an option. If they could multiply it tenfold, they would end up with at least 500,000 beries. Nami lowered her gaze, deep in thought, before suddenly looking up, her eyes transformed into symbols of currency. Indeed, she was unmistakably Nami. While gambling might be frowned upon in the real world, in the realm of One Piece, it was quite commonplace. Even some celestial dragons owned gambling establishments. The Navy typically turned a blind eye. As long as the casinos did not cause disturbances, there were rarely any significant issues. With Nami's eyes now gleaming with the prospect of wealth, they quickly gathered information and identified their target. "This is the largest casino on the island, the Beginning and End Casino." Upon reading the name, Han Feng could surmise the intent behind its naming. Lowtown, the town of beginnings and endings, beginning and end. Indeed, signifying just that. One had to commend the individual for their business acumen, cleverly using it as a promotional tool. Upon arriving at the opulent entrance, Han Feng chuckled to himself. Only in this world could a casino operate so brazenly. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open and walked inside, with Nami following closely behind. The moment they entered, the cacophony of gamblers filled the air, some joyous, others despondent, accompanied by the sounds of machines whirring and dice rattling. "Sir, how may I assist you today?" A scantily clad bunny girl approached them immediately, ready to attend to Han Feng and Nami. I would like to exchange for chips. Please lead the way. Certainly, sir. This way, please. The lovely attendant smiled at Han Feng and Nami, guiding them inside. Observing their youthful appearances, she assumed they were a couple seeking a thrill, for who else would visit a casino without a reason? Those gambling here were either affluent tycoons or impoverished souls hoping to strike it rich overnight, that of course. Those with such aspirations were typically at their wits' end, with scant chances of success. After all, gambling involved not only luck but also skill and the ability to cheat. As long as one could cheat without being caught, it was deemed legal. However, if discovered, the consequences would be dire. Naturally, such insights were not something the bunny girl would disclose, as per her employer's instructions to keep conversations to a minimum. Soon, Han Feng and Nami found themselves at the counter, which was adorned with an array of circular chips. Reminiscent of the movies Han Feng had seen, they were categorized into 3 colors: red, yellow, and blue, each representing different values, red being the highest, followed by yellow, and blue having the least worth. Hey, Nami, could you pull out that 50,000 berries? Han Feng suddenly remembered that his money was still in Nami's possession, but knowing her stinginess, he doubted she would part with it easily. As expected, Nami shot him a glare and retorted, "What money? I don't know what you're talking about. You brought me here without any funds?" Han Feng found himself at a loss for words, yet he managed to force a bitter smile as he spoke. "That girl. Haven't you taken all my money? That's my entire fortune." It was then that Han Feng recalled Nami's true nature. Expecting to retrieve his fund from her was nothing short of a pipe dream. "Since you're out of cash, I suppose I could lend you a little," she offered, "but I only have 1,000 berries left. Here, take it. However, I must warn you that I will charge interest, 50% per minute." As she spoke, Nami produced an abacus from seemingly nowhere, her fingers deftly calculating, her eyes once again glistening with the allure of money. Han Feng's lips twitched slightly. Just moments ago, Nami had effortlessly swindled him of 500,000 berries. And now she was offering him a mere 1,000. Indeed, Nami's stinginess was unparalleled. If Han Feng hadn't claimed he could win money, she likely wouldn't have parted with a single berry. Gritting his teeth, he accepted the 1,000 berries. For the sake of bringing Nami aboard his ship, he was willing to take the risk, especially since he was well-versed in gambling, armed with his artifact. 1,000 berries was a small price to pay. Chapter 20. Betting on 18. 1,000 berries it was. Nami handed over the 1,000 berries, which Han Feng promptly passed to the bunny girl at the counter. The young lady merely smiled warmly and said, "I am sorry, sir, but our exchange minimum is 10,000 berries." Her words fell upon Han Feng like a bucket of cold water. There were limits to the amount exchanged, but he had no money left. All of it was in Nami's possession. That Nami girl. "Look, the minimum here is 10,000 berries." Nami glanced at him, her face breaking into a cheeky grin. Han Feng knew that what she would say next was bound to be unfavorable. "If you want me to lend you more, I can, but since I've already lent you too much, the interest will be rising. 80% per minute." "Deal." Without hesitation, Han Feng agreed. He knew that if he continued to argue, Nami would surely drain him dry. Nami produced another 9,000 berries from her bosom and handed them over to Han Feng, her fingers once again dancing across the abacus as she began calculating the time, her eyes sparkling with the symbol of wealth. "Haha, money's pouring in." Han Feng observed Nami's demeanor, bemused. She seemed even more avaricious than the original portrayal. "Your name is Han Feng, right? Do you gamble?" Nami asked, her face alight with mirth. Han Feng smirked contemptuously. Was she belittling him? Soon, she would witness the true essence of a gambling god. Nami displayed little reaction, still smiling at him. "Oh, I may not know what a gambling god is, but a minute has already passed, and you now owe me 18,000 berries. Damn." Han Feng cursed inwardly. How had he forgotten that detail? Nami's relentless pursuit of profit left him flustered, for she truly was a predator. "Hurry up and exchange for me. I'm in a rush." Han Feng urged the counter girl. This was no jest. He needed to ensure his winnings exceeded Nami's interest, or he would be stripped bare upon repayment. "Oh, all right, sir." The counter girl, sensing Han Feng's impatience, felt a twinge of annoyance. What was the fuss over exchanging 10,000 berries? Soon, he would learn the hard way. losing to the point of having nothing left. Time has passed again. You now owe me 32,400 berries. You must hurry. How is time passing so swiftly? And Nami, are you a mathematician? Your calculations are so precise. Is there no mercy? Han Feng thought, hastily making his way towards the gambling floor. The compounding interest was intense. One slip-up could lead to insurmountable debt. He scanned the various gaming options available in the casino, knowing he needed something with high odds and quick rounds. Given his limited understanding, the only game he felt confident playing was the dice game, specifically one he could control. Without delay, Han Feng directed his focus to the dice game. Nami followed with an amused expression, her abacus in hand, her gaze wholly consumed by the prospect of riches. Han Feng made his way to the dice game and casually took a seat. "Bets are in," the dealer announced after shaking the dice. Without a second thought, Han Feng wagered all his money on the 18-point area, betting on 3 sixes. Though this area boasted the highest odds at 5-1, the chances were exceedingly slim, and few dared to place their bets there. Yet, out of the blue, Han Feng boldly staked 10,000 berries, leaving other players stunned. Was he a novice? Regardless, they had no intention of offering him advice. Each player was engrossed in their own game, and if he lost, it was his own fault. According to casino rules, aside from rolling 3 sixes, all other outcomes paid out at 1.5-1. Even with such high odds, participants remained scarce. It was unlikely to roll 3 sixes even once in 100 attempts. Only a fool, like Han Feng, would place such a bet, with odds of 1.5-1. Betting 1,000 would yield 1,500 upon winning, far less than Nami's interest, meaning he couldn't afford to win little by little. Although Nami had little knowledge of gambling, she understood the odds of rolling an 18. Seeing Han Feng bet everything on it, she couldn't help but worry, not for him, but about her own finances if he lost. "Han Feng, what are you doing? Are you sure you can win?" she whispered. "Just watch. You'll be amazed." The dealer, seeing all bets placed, lifted the bowl's cover. When he did, the result was astonishing .666, 18-point triplet. All eyes turned to Han Feng, not for any other reason than that he had just wagered 10,000 berries. Suddenly, the gazes of the onlookers shifted, some in admiration, others in skepticism, while a few thought a skilled player had arrived, and others believed this fellow was merely lucky. Nami, sitting beside Han Feng, was ecstatic. Did this mean he could repay her? She was already plotting how to exploit him further. The dealer's expression changed as he collected himself, still stunned but maintaining his composure. "Sir, you've won." A chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd. Han Feng had just secured a whopping 50,000 berries, drawing envious glances from all around. This was equivalent to their many victories combined. "Oh, let us continue," Han Feng said nonchalantly, accepting his winnings from the dealer. The dealer nodded in agreement, thinking nothing amiss. The dice game was purely a matter of luck, and Han Feng hadn't interfered with the process, making any chance of cheating nearly impossible. He had simply been fortunate. The dealer prepared to roll the dice again. "All right, bets are in." The dealer covered the bowl, calling out to the eager gamblers. He kept his gaze fixed on Han Feng, wondering if he would dare to bet on 18 again. Without hesitation, Han Feng placed all 50,000 berries on the 18-point area, as if certain of the outcome. Chapter 21. Turning 1,000 berries into 10 million berries in an instant, the previously lively atmosphere fell silent. The other players regarded Han Feng with varied expressions. Some admired him, while others looked down upon him, as if to say that sheer luck could not strike twice. They did not believe he would roll a triplet once more. Such occurrences were exceedingly rare. The dealer, equally astonished, pondered whether this man was seeking thrills. However, he withheld further commentary. When the dealer lifted the cover once more, he was left speechless, stammering, 666, 18-point triplet. The room erupted in pandemonium. How could this be? He had won again. How was it possible that he rolled a triplet twice in a row? What extraordinary luck must this fellow possess? They certainly do not believe this is cheating. It is precisely because cheating is virtually impossible that they have chosen to continue rolling the dice. Once again, Han Feng emerged victorious, pocketing 250,000 berries, while Nami, behind him, was grinning so widely her eyes resembled crescents, incessantly fiddling with her abacus. Isn't the interest a tad low? Naturally, Han Feng was oblivious to Nami's thoughts at that moment, engrossed in his own amusement. However, having learned from previous experiences, everyone else eagerly followed Han Feng's lead, placing their bets wherever he did. The dealer was soon drenched in sweat. If Han Feng were to lose, it would be one thing, but he consistently guessed correctly, although the coveted triplet had not reappeared. With odds of 1 to 5, the sheer number of participants exhausted the casino's resources. Of course, the absence of triplets was all part of Han Feng's meticulous planning that if he consistently rolled 18 points, even a fool would realize he was cheating. Although they were unaware of Han Feng's methods, he remained unconcerned. As long as no master of observation hockey intervened, no one could discern his trickery. Thus, he could rest easy, for who among the masters of observation hockey would casually gamble here? Have they eaten too much? Han Feng merely utilized the initial release of his Senbenzakura, placing an imperceptible blade within the bowl, causing the dice to collide before the dealer rolled them, ultimately allowing Han Feng to manipulate the final outcome. 6, 6, 6, 18 points, a triplet. By the end, the dealer's voice trembled. Despite his extensive experience, he had never encountered such a spectacle. After playing a dozen rounds, he had witnessed 5 or 6 triplets. This was utterly uncanny. Unbeknownst to him, Han Feng's stack of chips had accumulated to mountainous proportions, transforming 10,000 berries into an unimaginable fortune within mere minutes. Calculating roughly, he possessed at least 7 to 8 million, perhaps even tens of millions. Nami, beside him, was exhilarated, astounded by the rapid accumulation of wealth, plotting to take advantage of him later, transforming 10,000 berries into 10 million within minutes. What kind of notion was that? Moreover, Han Feng wagered every last penny without hesitation, leaving the dealer to believe that one day he would inevitably lose it all in a single fell swoop. Yet the truth was that regardless of whether Han Feng bet high, low, or on triplets, victory was always his. Furthermore, nearly everyone in the casino began to follow Han Feng's lead, mirroring his bets, for they all understood that today, a gambling deity had graced their presence. In just a few short minutes, the casino had incurred losses exceeding 30 million, a sum representing several months of their earnings, evaporated in an instant, and judging by Han Feng's demeanor, he showed no signs of halting. He intended to keep betting. This left the dealer in a state of panic, gazing at the pile of chips worth over 10 million on Han Feng's table. The dealer began to feel restless. If this continued, he would surely be out of job, for the owner would undoubtedly have his head. At that moment, he noticed Han Feng preparing to place another bet. And once again, it was an all-in. This sent a jolt of fear through him. Was he serious? If this kept up, there would be no reason for the casino to remain open. Sensing impending disaster, the dealer immediately called a halt. He ceased shaking the dice and spoke. "I apologize, sir. Your wager exceeds the limit. Our house rule states that the maximum bet is 5 million berries a time. Should you wish to continue betting, please do so in the VIP room." Upon hearing the dealer's words, Han Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a regulation. However, he remained unfazed. Even betting 5 million at a time would ultimately lead to his victory. Just as Han Feng prepared to place a 5 million bet, he was interrupted by a voice. Wait a moment. Upon hearing this voice, everyone instinctively turned to look, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment. For the voice belonged to none other than Mr. Elf, the owner of the casino, known for his exceptional gambling skills. Though he appeared quite ordinary, it was undeniable that his gambling prowess was formidable. Everyone in attendance recognized him and instinctively made way for him to approach the table. A spectacle was about to unfold, and everyone's thoughts echoed the same sentiment. One was the most skilled owner of the casino, and the other, an unknown gambling deity that had seemingly emerged from nowhere. This promised to be an intriguing encounter. "Sir, your wager exceeds the limit. You cannot bet so much." Elt maintained a gentlemanly demeanor throughout. "Oh, are you trying to send me away because I am winning too much? Is that the casino's rule? If you cannot win, you wish to expel the player?" Han Feng replied with a sarcastic smile, his tone laced with tension. "Certainly not. What I mean is if it were up to me, I could make the rules. How about it? Would you be interested in a game?" Elt's eyes narrowed momentarily, a subtle smile appearing at the corners of his lips. However, Han Feng remained unfazed. He cared little for Elt's schemes or tricks, as long as he could see the results at the moment of the roll. Everything was under his control. It could be said that as long as it was a simple game of high or low, Han Feng would not lose to anyone in this establishment, even against a cheater. In that case, very well. With a snap of his fingers, Elt summoned a scantily clad young woman who approached with a large stack of chips, placing them before him. The girl kept her head bowed, seemingly too timid to meet Elt's gaze, her legs trembling slightly. More astonishingly, she was shackled. Chapter 22. Intent to kill a slave? This was Han Feng's immediate reaction, an uncontrollable rage surging within him. Had he been even slightly more impulsive, he might have lunged at Elt and torn him limb from limb. Memories of his own past experiences flooded his mind, leaving him momentarily stiff with displeasure. What is wrong with you? Nami suddenly leaned in, whispering in Han Feng's ear. Are you all right? A warmth welled up in Han Feng's heart. He had not expected Nami to be so concerned for him. It seemed his protagonist aura was indeed effective. I am fine, he replied, turning his head away. Yet upon seeing Nami's eyes, now completely consumed by symbols of wealth, he sighed softly. She was not concerned for him at all, but rather fixated on the money. Truly, Nami would always be Nami. Sir, may I inquire your esteemed name? Elt inquired, gazing at Han Feng with a sly smile, his eyes nearly slitted as if attempting to peer into Han Feng's very soul. There is no need for you to know. Han Feng harbored a deep-seated disdain for those who owned slaves. Should the situation allow, he would not hesitate to exact vengeance upon Elt. His resolve to eliminate such a person was unwavering. If that is the case, I shall not press the matter. Are you still interested in a game of dice? Indeed, playing dice is the simplest form of gambling. For Han Feng, it is also the best opportunity for cheating, thus providing him with the greatest advantage. Let us settle this with one decisive round. I have 10 million in chips, Elt declared, pushing a stack of red chips towards the table. Han Feng's fingers tapped rhythmically on the surface. Deep in thought, Elt did not interrupt. He understood that, in gambling, one must adjust their mindset. To say he was not nervous would be a lie. Even someone as seasoned as him felt a twinge of anxiety in a high-stakes game like this. Let alone Han Feng, who appeared so youthful. After contemplating for a moment, Han Feng's eyes suddenly widened, straightening his posture, hands clasped at his chin, and declared a single decisive round is acceptable, and regardless of the outcome. I shall not gamble again. However, regarding the stakes, I do not desire money. Elt was taken aback. He had not anticipated Han Feng's response. No money? Then what do you wish to bet? Han Feng uttered not a single word. He merely raised his right hand and pointed behind Erd. Following Han Feng's gesture, the faces of all present displayed expressions of astonishment. For the individual he indicated was none other than the very slave who had just delivered chips to Erd, a slave that Erd had purchased from the auction for a staggering 5 million berries. Erd was equally taken aback. No human slave, regardless of their value, would ever be worth 10 million berries, especially in a place like the East Sea. Could it be that this individual was an acquaintance of his? Or was there some other secret at play? Suddenly, a thought struck Erd, and he glanced at Han Feng, then at Nami, who stood behind him, exclaiming, Sir, this seems rather unfair, does it not? Gambling thrives on fairness. Thus we ought to wager with identical items. Han Feng's eyes narrowed abruptly as he replied, And what would you propose? Erd extended his right hand, pointing at Nami. I wager her. Nami, caught off guard by being singled out as a wager, was momentarily speechless. Just as she was about to express her indignation, she heard Han Feng's chilling words. His expression turned ice-cold, the intent to kill surging within him. Erd had to die. She absolutely cannot be yours. She is my navigator. Nami glanced at Han Feng, her gaze complex, contemplating, when did I ever agree to be your navigator? Yet, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. What are the terms of your wager? If I win, you will remain at the casino to serve me. If I lose, she belongs to you. Erd gestured towards the timid girl behind Nami, who had not uttered a word throughout, even as she was treated as a wager. Trembling in silence, in truth, Erd's ultimate objective was to gamble with Han Feng himself, for someone of such capability should not be squandered at a casino. His initial mention of Nami was merely a stepping stone to achieve his goal, and now he had succeeded. Deal? Let us commence, Han Feng declared coldly, feeling a deep-seated displeasure that he had already resolved to find an opportunity to eliminate Erd. Erd sneered inwardly, thinking, "You shall toil for me for the rest of your life." Dice games were also his forte. Although he could not yet discern the points solely by sound, he was close enough. Moreover, he possessed a unique skill. He could roll exactly what he desired. A talent that could be mastered with years of practice, something Erd, a seasoned gambler, had perfected over decades. This fostered his unshakable confidence. Having observed Han Feng's betting patterns, which were either high or a pair, Erd decided to roll a small number to deceive him. "Shall we begin?" Han Feng asked coldly. "We may proceed." Upon hearing Han Feng's prompt, Erd began to shake the dice, all while observing intently. He found it peculiar that Han Feng seemed to be listening closely to the sound of the dice. Was it merely luck that he relied upon? Why did he appear so unconcerned about losing? What was the source of that calm demeanor? Erd could not decipher Han Feng's thoughts, with a resounding clap. The bowl was set down. "Place your bets, high or low." Han Feng cradled his chin in feigned contemplation, while Erd watched him with a bemused expression. Eventually, Han Feng slowly placed his chips on 18 points, signifying he was betting on a pair. Erd chuckled inwardly, realizing Han Feng was simply a man of fortune. "This is where you will toil for me for the rest of your life." Erd lifted the bowl, not even glancing at the points, and declared to Han Feng, "Sir, you have lost. According to the rules, you are now mine." At this proclamation, the room fell silent, with many staring at Erd as though he were a fool. As if to say, "Have you gone mad with your desire to win?" Erd felt a twinge of unease. Why were their reactions so exaggerated? It was merely a small roll. He had never doubted his results in all his years. "Are you out of your mind? Are you truly so desperate to win? What are you talking about? Are you attempting to cheat?" Chapter 23, A Bounty of Returns. What are you talking about? Are you attempting to cheat? Erd's words drew even more peculiar glances from the crowd. Some were disdainful, others mocking. The more Erd observed, the more he sensed something was amiss. What was happening? Just then, the dealer beside Erd tugged at his sleeve and whispered cautiously, "Boss, a pair is indeed a pair." "What do you mean by a pair?" Erd asked, bewildered, pondering the origins of this pair. But then it dawned on him, something was off. What was this pair? Only then did Erd's gaze shift to the bowl. Where the 3 dice lay still, the numbers etched upon them slicing through Erd's heart like a razor. 6, 6, 6, 18 points a pair. How could this be possible? Erd questioned, incredulous that I should have rolled a small number. "Oh, so you were attempting to cheat me, I presume." Han Feng's words pierced straight to the heart of the matter. Erd, who had intended to argue further, fell silent. Though he had not cheated, he could not risk exposing his secret. It was his livelihood. Confronted with Han Feng's smile, Erd gritted his teeth in frustration, finally managing to utter, "You win, sir." Han Feng responded with a slight smile. "Then I shall take my leave, and I will remember this." As Erd heard those words, an ominous premonition surged within him, making him glance at Han Feng, seeing nothing particularly unusual. Was it merely a trick of the mind? "Heh, your gambling skills are indeed exceptional. How about a meal together? Apologies, but I am quite busy. Please hand her over to me," Han Feng replied coldly, pointing at the shackled slave behind Erd. "Oh, well, if you're so eager, then I suppose there is no choice. We shall discuss it another time." Erd was at a loss. Han Feng was impervious to both soft and hard approaches. He could not possibly resort to violence on his own turf, for if he did, no one would dare gamble here again. Yet he had developed a keen interest in Han Feng. He was certain that Han Feng's roll had been small, yet the reveal was a pair, indicating that Han Feng must possess some hidden secret. If Erd could uncover this secret, it would elevate his own gambling prowess. Originally, Erd had planned to make his move once Han Feng agreed to dine with him. But since Han Feng was unyielding, he would have to bide his time. As long as Han Feng remained on the island, there would be opportunities. Without further ado, Erd relinquished the slave to Han Feng, handing over the key to her shackles. The girl had not once lifted her head, trembling in fear as she was treated like an object, having been passed around countless times before. Despite this, her inner dread had completely overtaken her. Observing the girl, Han Feng let out a sigh, feeling an inexplicable sadness. "Let us depart," he suddenly said to Nami. "Depart? Now. We are not gambling anymore. This is a lucrative opportunity." As Nami uttered these words, her eyes transformed into symbols of wealth. Likely startled by the astonishing speed at which Han Feng amassed his fortune, that in just a few fleeting minutes, he had multiplied his money a staggering 10,000 times, far more impressive than mere thievery. "Indeed, let's depart at once. I made a promise," she declared. "This time, regardless of the outcome, I shall not gamble again." Han Feng was at a loss for words. Had Nami truly not overheard his conversation with Ert? What had she been doing standing beside him just moments ago? This time, Nami did not retort, for she seemed to discern something unusual in Han Feng's tone and gaze, something extraordinary indeed. Thus, Han Feng hurriedly led Nami and the girl shackled in handcuffs away from the casino. He could no longer bear to remain in that place. Upon reaching the counter to exchange chips, they were greeted once more by the alluring bunny girl. Upon seeing Han Feng return, the attendant offered him a gentle smile, her memory recalling him as the impoverished lad who had sought to exchange 1,000 berries earlier. "Sir, are you here to exchange chips again?" she inquired, her demeanor exuding refined elegance. However, Han Feng simply shook his head. "No, miss, we are here to exchange for cash." With that, he promptly tossed a staggering 10 million berries onto the counter, creating a veritable mountain of currency. The attendant was momentarily taken aback. "This is 10 million berries. Could you please help me exchange it? I am in a hurry." Oh, certainly." The attendant was momentarily stunned, her mind racing. Was this truly the same individual she had presumed would lose everything? How had he accrued such wealth so swiftly? Had he not only just exchanged for the minimum of 10,000 berries? It had barely been a short while, although she yearned to inquire how Han Feng had amassed such a fortune. The casino's regulations forbade her from asking any questions. After the exchange, Nami clutched the money to her chest like a mother hen protecting her chicks, radiating an aura that dared anyone to attempt to rob her. Han Feng could only shake his head in disbelief. He allocated 9 million berries to Nami, keeping 1 million for himself, though he did so discreetly. If Nami were to discover it, that last million would surely vanish. Han Feng extracted a 10,000 berry note and slid into the bunny girl's ample cleavage. "Here, a tip for you." With that, Han Feng, Nami, and the girl he had won as a slave exited the premises. Eager to leave behind a place that reminded him of the nightmarish memories from his past in Mariejo, "But I never expected you to be so formidable, Han Feng," Nami exclaimed, gazing at the pile of over 10 million berries. Her smile stretching from ear to ear. Chapter 24. Purchasing a blade, Nami continued to marvel at the mountain of berries before her, her joy palpable. "Of course, so, what are your thoughts on that matter?" "I am resolute." "Ah? Still so unyielding. You must be a pirate, correct?" Nami inquired, and Han Feng, having no intention of deceiving her, nodded. "Indeed. Then it is settled. I despise pirates, but I do not hold you in disdain. You have helped me earn so much money, and in return, I can assist you with one task. However, becoming your navigator is out of the question. Give up on that notion. What if I told you I could offer you 100 million berries?" Nami was momentarily taken aback. 100 million berries? What do you mean? Forget I said anything. By the way, why did you gamble for her? Wouldn't it have been better to wager 1 million berries against that other person? Are you interested in such matters? Nami shot Han Feng a disdainful glance, then looked at the frightened girl nearby. While she felt sympathy for her, she would never trade money for her freedom. No, it was merely a fleeting whim. Seeing her reminded me of my past. Han Feng explained as he approached the girl, who instinctively recoiled, protecting herself and feared. "Do not be afraid. Young lady, I mean you no harm." With a soft click, the handcuffs around the girl's wrists were suddenly released, causing both her and Nami to freeze in astonishment. The one who had unlocked the cuffs was none other than Han Feng. For only he possessed the key. The girl wanted to speak, yet despite the myriad words swirling in her mind, she found herself utterly speechless. Han Feng handed her 500,000 berries, saying, "Live freely from now on. Your remaining life, whether a success or a failure, is entirely in your hands." The girl, who had not lifted her head until now, slowly turned to face Han Feng, her cracked lips trembling as she struggled to speak. "Who are you?" "I am merely a pirate. Thank you, there's no need for thanks. Consider a momentary whim. You reminded me of my past, and that is all. With that, Han Feng departed alongside Nami, leaving the girl standing in a daze. Clutching the 500,000 berries with trembling hands, that I never expected you to save someone. Aren't you a pirate? Nami inquired, puzzled, for in her mind, pirates were inherently evil. Did not the laws of the land dictate that pirates could not save others? I merely saw a reflection of my past in her. Ha! Ha! You truly are a peculiar pirate. But give up that idea. I will never become your navigator. Nami replied firmly, initially unwilling to become entangled with Han Feng for a simple reason. He was a pirate, and she loathed pirates. Nothing more. Yet now she realized that Han Feng was not like the others, and considering he had helped her earn so much money, perhaps aiding him a little wouldn't be too much to ask. If she thought this way, however, Nami, I must say you are quite naive. At that very moment, you had already fallen into his trap. By the way, have you decided what you need help with? I mentioned it before. I can assist you with one task, but I will not become your navigator. Han Feng smiled wryly, recognizing her as a stubborn young lady. Having your assistance would be delightful. Thank you in advance. However, I shall not give up on making you my navigator. After hearing Han Feng's words, Nami responded lightly, no need for gratitude. I should be thanking you. Let us consider this a partnership for now. However, we should refrain from discussing the navigator matter further. All right then. Have you thought about what you need? I need to go to a certain place to find a man that he's scheduled to be captured in 3 months. No. For months, due to certain circumstances that I hope you can take me there. Is it far? Han Feng nodded, seemingly affirming that it was indeed distant. Could you be more specific? I do not know the name of the place, but I know there's a Navy officer named Colonel Monka who will be capturing that Oh, you know him? Nami paused, then smiled. Colonel Monka? The notorious Navy officer. I have investigated him. As it turns out, I also plan to visit that place, so it will be convenient for us both. 3 months should be ample time. That is splendid. However, before that, I need to purchase a few items. How about we meet up at the harbor afterwards? Nami gestured to Han Feng, indicating everything was fine. Sounds good. I also have things to buy. Let us meet there before nightfall. Agreed. With that, Han Feng and Nami parted ways, since he had arrived in Lowtown. It would be remiss not to bring back a gift for Zoro. After all, in the original story, this ultimately belonged to him, so it was only fitting to gift it first, clutching 500,000 berries. Han Feng searched for quite some time before finally locating a shop selling swords. Without hesitation, he pushed open the door and stepped inside. Welcome, welcome. Please feel free to browse at your leisure. We have ancient swords, new swords, and everything in between. This establishment is a venerable time-honored brand, boasting an impressive 200 years of history. As Han Feng stepped inside, he was greeted by a bald proprietor who appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, sporting a prominent red nose and incessantly rubbing his hands together. The initial impression he left on Han Feng was that of a dubious merchant. To Han Feng's astonishment, however, Zoro had remarkably acquired 2 exceptional swords from this very shop, a feat that struck him as utterly unbelievable. Surveying the shop, Han Feng remained uncertain whether the claim of 2 centuries of operation held any truth, yet the ambience suggested that the establishment likely predated the proprietor himself. Estimating the potential consequences of revealing too much money, Han Feng suspected that this cunning merchant would seize the opportunity to exploit him. Moreover, he recalled that Zoro had discovered the cursed sword amid a heap of dull blades. With a cheerful demeanor, Han Feng approached and placed a sum of 50,000 berries on the proprietor's desk. I have 50,000 berries. Sell me a sword, would you? The proprietor, whose expression had been jovial, abruptly froze, his gaze toward Han Feng shifting to one of icy indifference. Han Feng could only respond with a wry smile. Hey, your thoughts are quite transparent. What? You wish to purchase a sword for 50,000 berries? No, in truth, I was intending to buy 2 swords. Chapter 25, Attempting to Deceive. The proprietor nearly stumbled backward in shock at Han Feng's proclamation. That why you just said what? 50,000 berries for 2 swords. Why not just rob a bank? With 50,000 berries, one could only acquire a dull blade. What a novice this lad is. At that moment, the proprietor's attention was suddenly drawn to a sword hanging at Han Feng's waist. Oddly enough, he had always possessed a keen sensitivity towards weapons, never having overlooked a blade. Yet this young man had entered without any visible sword, which puzzled him. However, as he scrutinized the blade that seemed impervious to his gaze, the proprietor's expression began to shift. As a seasoned sword shop owner, he was well versed in the nuances of weaponry, and the craftsmanship of the blade at Han Feng's waist was undeniably exceptional. This revelation ignited both the proprietor's curiosity and his avarice. Slow down. See, could you allow me to look at that sword? Calm down. Stay composed. Observing the proprietor's reaction, Han Feng silently chuckled, clearly having hooked him. Yet, this was of no fault of his own. Had the proprietor not succumbed to greed, he would not have fallen into this trap. After all, the original narrative had already designated this sword to Zoro. He was merely acting in his stead. With that thought, Han Feng presented the sword, Senbin Zakura, to the proprietor. The latter accepted it cautiously, and merely holding it evoked an inexplicable thrill. This was undoubtedly a legendary sword. How could it have come into the possession of such an amateur? Gently drawing the blade, it glimmered brilliantly in the light, reflecting a chilling sharpness that cut through the art in that fleeting moment. Upon beholding the true nature of Senbin Zakura, the proprietor's expression became utterly frozen. I have never encountered such a blade before. Yet, it is undeniably a renowned sword, one that surpasses even the 21 supreme blades. Han Feng, observing the proprietor's reaction, discerned that he had recognized the distinctiveness of Senbin Zakura. Naturally, he had no concerns about being identified, for this was a Zanpakuto from the realm of soul reapers. Such a weapon could hardly be compared to those forged by mere mortals. This was the work of a soul reaper. Stay calm, stay calm. An opportunity has arisen. A complete novice has brought a legendary sword into my shop. I must engage him in conversation with utmost composure. What do you think? This sword is rather impressive, is it not? Han Feng smiled. Yet to the proprietor, it merely seemed that Han Feng lacked understanding. Suppressing his inner excitement, the proprietor feigned indifference and replied, "Ah, no. This sword is dull." "What? How can this be? I was planning to pawn it if my funds were insufficient. Who would have thought it was a dull blade? If that's the case, then I cannot proceed with that plan." Han Feng feigned a troubled expression, yet upon hearing this, the proprietor was momentarily petrified. What? Was he initially intending to pawn it for a better sword? Did I just act foolishly? Wait, what is it? The proprietor cautiously regarded Han Feng. Albeit uncertain, he continued, "You mentioned that if your funds were inadequate, you would pawn this sword. It appears you must be a swordsman in need of 2 swords. Allow me to propose something. This sword, while it may not be worthless, will not fetch a good price. I shall purchase it for 200,000 berries. This way, you will have 250,000 berries, and with a slight discount, you will be able to acquire 2 swords. What do you say?" After hearing the proprietor's proposal, Han Feng feigned deep contemplation, sighing, "But you just stated this is a dull sword. A dull sword is only worth 50,000 berries. Wouldn't that be a loss for me? I cannot proceed with such an arrangement. Then allow me to offer you 500,000 berries. How about that? 500,000 berries." Before Han Feng could utter another word, he was abruptly interrupted by the proprietor's loud exclamation. "I have no choice. I will offer 650,000 berries for it." "Excellent. He will surely be eager to purchase it." The proprietor had entirely abandoned his composure, overwhelmed by the sheer astonishment this sword evoked. Lavish yet ethereal, sharp and exuding opulence, it was truly the aristocrat among blades. Han Feng was momentarily taken aback, then narrowed his eyes, pressing his hands against the table. Fixing the proprietor with an intent gaze as he spoke slowly, "I say, good sir, your agitation suggests that my blade may indeed be a renowned sword, does it not?" A jolt coursed through the proprietor, as if something had pricked his heart, causing him to twitch nervously. Had he uncovered the truth? This was an unparalleled opportunity. If he were to realize it, all would be lost, as he would assuredly refuse to sell it to Han Feng. Yet, the glimmer of hope compelled him to feign calmness, responding, "W, were you implying? Did I not mention that this is a dull blade? I merely thought you were an aficionado of swords. Thus, I wish to assist you. Can I not distinguish between a dull sword and a legendary sword?" "Ah, so that is the case. However, I am not one to take advantage of others. If that is the case, I would feel remiss. I shall simply purchase a dull sword for 50,000 berries. Wait, at that moment, the proprietor could no longer contain himself. How about this? I will take your sword, along with 50,000 berries, and exchange it for 2 swords. What do you say? Deal. With a sigh of relief, the proprietor thought to himself, finally, it shall be mine. The value of this sword surpasses even the combined worth of all the blades in this shop. 50,000 berries plus my sword for 2 swords is undoubtedly a steal. With his objective achieved, Han Feng began to select his blades, recalling that Zoro had initially acquired Sandai Kitetsu from a pile of dull swords priced at only 50,000 berries. Where are the 50,000 berry swords? Oh, over here. The proprietor hastily gestured toward the disheveled assortment of swords resting in a wooden barrel, inwardly urging, hurry and choose. Once you finish, we can call it a day. Lest this lad uncovers something. Understood. Chapter 26. Stealing the spotlight without further ado. Han Feng began to sift through the pile, contemplating that, given the nature of a cursed blade, it should be easily discernible. Indeed, one particular sword resonated with a distinctly chilling and sanguinary aura. Gently, he drew it forth. The curvature of the blade was pronounced, and the scabbard was adorned with a white cloth, while the blade bore flame-like patterns along its edge, with a simplistic yet elegant crossguard and a hilt wrapped in sharkskin. If Senbenzakura emanated an aura of mystery and power, then Sandai Kitetsu exuded a cold and bloody presence, truly a blade cursed. Such a weapon could only yield to Zoro. Proprietor, I've made my choice. I desire this sword. However, upon seeing the blade, the proprietor's expression instantaneously morphed into one of distress and alarm as he exclaimed, No, absolutely not. I shall never sell that sword. Oh, how unexpectedly intriguing. I originally thought you would readily agree. Is it because it is the cursed blade? Upon hearing Han Feng's words, the boss was momentarily taken aback. Before promptly inquiring, have you heard of it? Rather than saying I have merely heard of it, I would say I have seen it, and I can feel its presence. Ah? What? Realizing he might have let something slip, Han Feng hastily added, Did I just say something? Observing Han Feng's infuriatingly nonchalant expression, the boss felt a mix of exasperation and disbelief. Indeed, you are correct. The first generation of Goeche, led by the illustrious Goeche, is indeed a cursed blade, yet all of them are demon blades. All the renowned swordsmen who possessed Goeche met untimely fates, and as of today, there is not a single soul left in this world wielding Goeche. Even those who had used Goeche under mysterious circumstances have all perished. By the end, the boss's voice had grown increasingly hushed, as if he were afraid of something. I have long wished to dispose of these items for fear of curses. So you should abandon this thought and choose another blade. However, Han Feng merely smiled, for how could he relinquish such a blade? It is a gift for Zoro. No, I have set my sights on it. I want this sword. The boss was utterly astonished by Han Feng's words. Is he a fool? Did I not tell him that this is a cursed blade, and using it would lead to death? Why does he still desire it? Foolish fool, I cannot sell this blade. If you die, it would feel as though I have killed you. No, this blade will not be used by me. I am merely delivering it for someone else. In that case, it is even less acceptable. Do you wish for that friend of yours to meet an untimely end? In any case, I will not sell this blade, not even if you offer your own in return. Oh, I did not expect you to be such a principled person. However, my friend, even in the face of death, cannot have his life taken before fulfilling his dreams. A mere curse is utterly inconsequential. Han Feng gazed at the blade of the third-generation Goeche, softly uttering these words, which carried significant weight, leaving the boss somewhat taken aback. Yet what Han Feng spoke was indeed the truth. Zoro is just such a person. Enough already. In any case, I will not sell this blade. I will not exchange it for yours, as I cannot bring harm to someone for the sake of profit. Han Feng, upon hearing the boss's words, felt a newfound admiration for him. Originally, he had intended to swindle him, planning to use Senbenzakura to trade for the third-generation Goeche in Yukazuki, and then revert Senbenzakura back to its original form. However, Han Feng had now changed his mind. It seems I must utilize the method from the original narrative to astonish the boss. Nonetheless, this scene truly is quite striking. Zoro, Do not blame me. Allow this moment to be mine. Very well. Let us wager. Which is greater, my fortune or the curse of the third-generation Guiche? As Han Feng spoke, he toyed with the third-generation Guiche and gently tossed it into the air. If I were to lose, it would merely be a trivial matter. What do you say? Watching the third-generation Guiche spinning in the air, about to descend, Han Feng slowly extended his right hand. If the blade were to land precisely on his arm, it would undoubtedly sever his limb in that instant. The boss, witnessing this scene, was nearly paralyzed with fear. Is this fellow insane? Is he throwing his life away? Hey, do not act foolishly. You will lose your hand. Its sharpness is no jest. Yet in the face of these warnings, Han Feng remained utterly composed, for he held his own trump card. Time passed quietly, and at this moment, it seemed to slow to a crawl, with the third-generation Guiche spinning endlessly in the air. The flow of air, the breath of the sword, the exaggerated expressions of the boss, all of it felt as if it were frozen in time. With a crack, the next moment, the third-generation Guiche plunged deep into the ground, embedding itself within the floor. Merely relying on the blade's weight, it demonstrated a remarkable degree of sharpness by the time the boss regained his senses. He was already drenched in sweat, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground, staring at Han Feng with a look of sheer disbelief. He could hardly fathom that such a madman existed in this world. Did he not fear that the third-generation Guiche could sever his hand? With its sharpness, cutting his hand would be no different than slicing through tofu. At that moment, Han Feng, who had been with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, his clear gaze devoid of hesitation. This blade, I accept it. The current boss had been thoroughly intimidated by Han Feng's actions, his legs trembling. This was the first time he had encountered such a wildly audacious individual. He was indeed a madman. However, wait a moment. Please hold on. I shall retrieve something for you. Han Feng silently mused that indeed, Zoro had obtained the third-generation Guiche and Ukizuki using this very method. He never expected that it would be his turn this time. That was quite a striking move. Of course, Han Feng would never jest with his own arm. Even as he tossed the third-generation Guiche into the air, he had already activated the initial release of Senbenzakura, deploying invisible, delicate blades surrounding his arm. Thus, even if the blade faced his arm, it would be impossible for him to be harmed. However, the boss could see none of this. Notably, it seemed that Han Feng's luck was akin to Zoro's, for it was not the blade's edge that grazed Han Feng's arm, but rather the back of the sword. As expected, the protagonist's luck is truly exceptional. Shortly thereafter, the boss presented a completely black katana before Han Feng, evidently the legendary Ukizuki. Chapter 27. Cherry blossoms. This blade, entirely coated in black lacquer and adorned with small cross-pattern serrations, is the esteemed katana known as Ukizuki. Sharp enough to rival the third-generation Guiche, that I assure you. Although my shop is small, this is the finest blade we offer. You wish to exchange this for Senbenzakura? Han Feng deliberately posed this question, for he already knew the best outcome and no need for payment. Take it and use it. Naturally, you need not pay for the third-generation Guiche either. I sincerely apologize for attempting to deceive you regarding Senbenzakura. It has been a long time since I have encountered such an impressive swordsman. As the saying goes, a treasured sword deserves a worthy master. This blade is not for my use, but for a friend of mine. However, it is about time. That fellow possesses far greater resolve as a swordsman than I. I can only consider myself a novice, merely learning as I go. The boss's words made Han Feng feel somewhat embarrassed. Yet he was determined to acquire both the third-generation Guiche and Ukizuki today. You need not be so modest. Even if your friend is indeed exceptional, I believe they would not be a person of ordinary caliber. Surely, both of these blades will find a deserving home. What is wrong with a man entrusting his dreams to another man? What do you think? The boss truly had a broad outlook, since that is the case. I shall graciously accept it. The sharp divide into the casino, the scoundrel. That little brat somehow managed to alter the outcome of the dice using some method. He must possess some secret that I, could exploit to advance further. Then this would not just be Rog Town, but I could venture to other islands and acquire even more wealth. In a pitch-black room, roared loudly, still brooding over his defeat to Han Feng that day. More importantly, he believed that Han Feng must possess some hidden secret. Otherwise, he would never have lost. Such was his confidence. Having navigated the casino for many years, he had seen every method of cheating imaginable. There are ways to manipulate dice as well. Yet this time he could not fathom how Han Feng accomplished it. He had not even touched the dice, nor had he listened closely to the sounds. This left Elt extremely eager to uncover Han Feng's methods. Perhaps he possessed some treasure. If he were to discover this method, merely utilizing the dice would yield substantial profits. Humanity is indeed a greedy creature. Even though Elt was already quite wealthy, he still yearned for more. Hurry up, you useless fools, go find them for me. Where have they run off to? If you cannot find them, prepare to face dire consequences. Elt bellowed once more his attendants, who had been standing beside him. Trembling with fear, it had been a long time since they had seen Elt so agitated and furious. If Han Feng is not found, Ike could truly resort to ruthless measures. However, if Mr. Ike were to act too ostentatiously, Colonel Smog, the supreme ruler of the Navy in Road Town and an unwavering paragon of strength and justice, would likely take immediate action against Ike without uttering a word. Regardless of Ike's wealth or the bribes he might offer, Smog is impervious to such temptations. Therefore, on this small island, the individual Ike fears most is undoubtedly Smog. Fool! Why did you provoke that smoker? Could you not conduct your search discreetly? If you continue to dawdle, do you believe I want to execute you on the spot? Yes, yes. Startled, the servant retreated in panic. Neither Ike nor Smog is a person he can afford to offend. If the search is too obvious, Smog will apprehend him. But if it is conducted subtly and yields no results, I will eliminate him at this moment. He is likely at his wit's end. That brat. I must capture you. My wealth is not easily won. As he caressed the exquisite pearl on his seat, Ike's expression twisted with malevolence. He yearned to seize Han Feng immediately and extract all his secrets. Just then, in that dimly lit room, a cascade of pink cherry blossoms floated gently through the sunlight, streaming in from the window, landing softly on Ike's arm. Observing this, Ike furrowed his brow in confusion. Cherry blossoms? Are there cherry trees nearby? And is it the season for cherry blossoms? Clearly not. So why are they appearing here? For reasons unknown, a profound unease washed over Ike, and an ominous premonition began to take root in his mind. Suddenly, with a soft rustle, as the cherry blossom touched Ike's arm, a small cut appeared, though minuscule. It was indeed a wound. Ike was taken aback. What was happening? Did the cherry blossom injure him? This was utterly incomprehensible. At that moment, a familiar voice pierced the air. Well, it's been a while, ugly. I was startled. What was happening? Had someone entered? This was impossible. The entrance faced him directly, and no one should have come in after that servant left. The window was supposed to be barred with iron. Though disbelief lingered, he could distinctly hear a voice emanating from behind him. Ike's heart raced as he abruptly turned around, only to be met by a blade. Caught off guard, he felt the sharp edge lightly press against his neck. With a mere nudge forward, it could take his life. Witnessing this, Ike was paralyzed with fear. He had a profound dread of death. Despite his usual bravado, he crumbled in critical moments, and Ike was precisely that type. Without a moment's thought, he instinctively raised his hands. Please, don't kill me. The sunlight illuminated the figure's face, partially obscured by shadows, and Ike could not discern the person's true identity. Yet upon glimpsing the severed iron bars on the window, he realized that a formidable adversary had arrived. Ike's panic-stricken gaze fixated on the blade poised at his throat. He longed to flee, but fear rendered his legs weak. He could only shuffle backward, acutely aware that this would yield no results. Yet it seemed that creating even a small distance could afford him a sliver of safety and reassurance. Chapter 28. You've provoked my navigator. Am I to wait for you to kill me instead? Do you have any idea who stands before you? I am a pirate. My specialty is murder. Do you think your mere words will spare you? Huh. Stunned by Han Feng's words, Ike was bewildered. When did he ever intend to kill him? Even if he were to kill someone, it would never be a pirate. Good heavens, Ike could hardly fathom that he had unwittingly provoked a pirate. Why, yes, please, don't kill me. You came here for money, right? Yes, money. I can offer you a fortune. Please spare me. Tears nearly brimmed in Ait's eyes as he spoke in a trembling voice. His fear reached unprecedented heights. Money? Ha! Seems you still don't know who I am. Upon hearing this, Ait froze, then lifted his head. Through the blinding glare, he finally discerned the true visage of this person, a figure with dark hair, akin to an Azura, and eyes that promised no mercy. Accompanied by the eerie descent of cherry blossoms, Ait's eyes widened in horror as he moved his cracked lips. Why you are the one from earlier. Ah, so you remember me, surprised are we? Upon seeing Han Feng's face, Ait nearly vomited blood. Just moments ago, he had ordered his capture, and now the very person had come to exact revenge. How could this not terrify Ait? He hastily knelt before Han Feng, bowing his head repeatedly. I am sorry. I was wrong. Please, I beg you, spare my life. No, please don't kill me. Han Feng held the knife, the cold blade pressing against Ait's neck. Now, tell me, where did you err? I shouldn't have set my sights on you, nor dared to gamble against you. Please, I beg you, spare me. I will never dare again. Han Feng fixed Ait with an icy glare and replied coldly. No, I did not come for such trivial matters. Your death has two causes. First, you possess slaves, which I detest above all else. With a swift thrust, Han Feng's knife pierced Ait's throat without hesitation. Blood gushing forth like a fountain, splattering onto Han Feng's face, creating cruel bloodstains. Ait's eyes widened in shock. Han Feng had acted before he could react. The contrasting sensations of warmth and coldness at his neck left him frozen in place. Han Feng leaned down, whispering into Ait's ear. Secondly, your fault lies not in provoking me. Generally, I am not one to hold grudges unless severely provoked. Unfortunately for you, you have offended my navigator. Thus, you must die. Go and repent slowly on the road to the underworld. Scatter, Simbin Zakura. As Han Feng activated his shurikai, the knife that had pierced Ait's neck transformed into countless cherry blossoms, each petal a sharp blade, which swiftly disassembled Ait's body. In that moment, his form was torn asunder, blood staining the dark room. Such a wretch is unworthy of lament. After delivering the fatal blow, Han Feng slowly shed the garments tainted by Ait's blood, using them to wipe his blade clean before discarding them beside Ait's corpse. Killing you has sullied my hands and my blade. After eliminating Ait, Han Feng felt an overwhelming urge to distance himself from the scene. The very presence of Ait's corpse inciting a desire to obliterate it entirely, fueled by his profound hatred for those who exploit slaves. Hastily, Han Feng exited the casino and found a shop to purchase new attire. Observing the dimming light, he realized dusk was approaching. Nami must be waiting for him at the harbor. After acquiring the new clothes and donning them, he promptly set off towards the harbor with Sandai Kitetsu and Yuki. Upon reaching the harbor of Kong Island, he spotted Nami already waiting for him. Han Feng felt a touch of embarrassment at having kept a lady waiting, a notion that made him blush. Over here, Han Feng. As soon as he caught sight of Nami, he heard her calling out to him, waving her arms in greeting. Coming, haha. Sorry for the delay. Thank you for your patience. Oh, it's nothing. I just arrived myself. Hey, is that a sword? Han Feng paused, contemplating. It could be considered one, as he wielded the Zanpakuto, Senbin Zakura, yet he felt far from proficient in swordsmanship. However, Han Feng merely nodded. He should be considered a swordsman for now. Why do you say that? Isn't the sword on you an indication? Did you just go buy a sword? I see. Han Feng scratched his head and spoke. Indeed. However, that sword is not for my use. For whom then? Did I not mention before? I need your assistance in locating a man, and these two swords are gifts I intend to present to him. Gifts for him? Nami pointed at Sandai Kitetsu and Yukai's. Exactly. Han Feng nodded in affirmation. You certainly are extravagant. Since you're giving him a sword, he must be a swordsman, right? Han Feng nodded calmly and replied. Quite so. His name is Roronoa Zoro, a swordsman. Zoro? Nami appeared somewhat astonished. Do you know him? Nami nodded and continued, stating, I have traveled to many places for certain reasons, so I have heard of his name. He is that bounty hunter, right? The three-sword style swordsman, and a large man donning a green belly band. He is quite famous. Han Feng nodded and said, It's good that you know him. He will be your companion from now on. Make sure to get along well. Han Feng smiled gently at Nami. Huh? Companion. Are you trying to make him your companion? If that is the case, I advise you to abandon that thought. He is a bounty hunter, and you are a pirate. If you seek him out, it is very likely that you will end up fighting him. Although I do not mean to belittle you, his reputation precedes him, so I suggest you be cautious when choosing your companions. Chapter 29. This is my fate. Collect. More collections needed. Without knowledge of the original context, Nami's statement indeed holds considerable merit. However, at this moment, let us not dwell on that. Just lead me to him, and I will handle the rest. Very well. By the way, is that town belonging to Colonel Monka, right? Indeed. By the way, do you have a ship? I do not have a ship. Nami sighed, wearing an expression that suggested she expected as much. I knew it. However, I have already secured a vessel. There are plenty of them at this port. Han Feng wore a look of exasperation. It seemed Nami was about to showcase her thieving prowess again. But that is what makes it interesting, right? Before long, Nami led Han Feng around the port, going in circles until she effortlessly acquired a ship. One must admit. Even Han Feng was somewhat impressed by Nami's audacity. The ship Nami procured was neither too large nor too small. It was slightly larger than a fishing boat, featuring a simple deck and a small cabin. The cramped interior could barely accommodate a few people. Divided into 2 levels, isn't this ship a tad too small? With some water and provisions stored in the cabin, it felt cramped even for 2 people to sleep. Don't be so concerned. Having a ship is already a blessing that if you find it too small, you can always procure a larger one. Han Feng forced a bitter smile, thinking to himself, where would I find a ship? He merely acquiesced, saying, Fine, my navigator, I will heed your commands. I never agreed to be your navigator. Don't get me confused. Han Feng immediately raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. I understand. However, given the current situation, you are indeed the navigator of this ship. Isn't that correct? Even so, that does not apply. Okay, I comprehend. I didn't expect you to be such a stubborn girl, but considering Nami was deceived by that wicked dragon for 8 years, it is only natural she would harbor hatred towards pirates, right? Having been tormented by the celestial dragons for 3 years, my hatred for them is immense, and it is easy to imagine the emotions Nami endured during her 8 years. With such thoughts, Han Feng clenched his fists, reassuring himself, Rest assured, Nami, you are my navigator. No one can bully you. That scoundrel dragon will meet his end. In the vast sky, a few clouds drifted lazily by, while a seagull wearing a hat cawed loudly, busy flitting just above the surface, stirring up gentle waves that sparkled like silver under the blazing sun in an endless expanse of ocean in a certain maritime region. An unremarkable sailboat was steered by a gentle wind, drifting like a leaf upon the water. Yet, despite the fixed wind direction, the vessel's course seemed unchanging. These seagulls are truly bothersome. I can't even sleep peacefully. Han Feng found himself rather bored, his eyes sporting dark circles, seemingly having had a restless night. Fool! That is a news bird. Even if a news bird disturbed my sleep, it is unacceptable. I wish I could slice it down with one stroke. You are too impulsive. Hearing you say that surprises me, Miss Nami. Nami wore a wry smile in response to his words, pondering the reason Tio explained. One must start from yesterday. Due to the cramped cabin, once food and water were stored, it became somewhat claustrophobic for 2 people. Nami, clutching her box filled with 1 million berries, had promptly pushed Han Feng out. As the navigator of this vessel, I have the duty to command you to guard the money diligently, not the ship, and do not even think about doing anything strange while I sleep. Otherwise, I shall toss you overboard. Han Feng was nearly driven to the brink of exasperation by Nami's insistence. He had hoped for a more intimate night. Yet, fantasies are delightful, while reality is harsh, and as a result, Han Feng spent the night in the cold wind. Initially, he had planned to sleep, thinking what danger could possibly arise in this desolate sea. It seems rather improbable, yet when Han Feng caught sight of Nami's alluring sleeping figure, he became restless. Consequently, he remained awake all night, filled with excitement, and only when Nami awoke did the fatigue finally begin to wash over him. Wow! After yawning, Han Feng could no longer contain himself. He grabbed an object without even looking and tossed it onto the floor, preparing to use it as a pillow. However, the moment he touched it. Nami exploded with fury. In an instant, she snatched it from his hands, clutching it to her chest, as if fearing someone would take it from her. "What are you doing? That object is off limits." Nami had seized the box he intended to use as a pillow, rubbing it against her face like a little treasure hoarder. Watching Nami's behavior, reminiscent of a mother hen protecting her chicks, Han Feng felt somewhat speechless. Is it really necessary to be so adorable when I haven't even taken anything from you? This is my life. No one can touch it. Han Feng's expression darkened. By the way, ISNT this money I won. The gambling money also belongs to me, right? Which part of it belongs to you? I've told you, this is my life. No one can touch it. Nami raised an eyebrow, a hint of defiance etched on her cute face. All right. I understand. I absolutely want to touch it again, okay? That is more like it. Observing Nami's endearing demeanor, Han Feng fell into a deep slumber. Presumably, he was utterly exhausted. When Han Feng awoke once more, it was already dusk. He expected his ability to endure sleep to be so poor. Merely one night without rest had led to this state. It is rather ironic. Gurgle. As soon as he woke, Han Feng's stomach began to protest. It had been nearly a day since he last ate. Here. Nami's voice rang out as she tossed something to him. Eat up. You seem to be starving. If someone were to discover you, they might accuse me of mistreating you. Haha. Thanks. Chapter 30. The Chinibi Declaration. As he watched Nami hand him a piece of bread, Han Feng devoured it with great enthusiasm. Although Nami could be quite sharp-tongued, she was in essence a kind-hearted girl. Indeed, that was precisely the case. By the way, Han Feng, what is your motivation for becoming a pirate? From your demeanor, you don't seem particularly malevolent, do you? Why choose the path of piracy? Han Feng paused, momentarily taken aback, halting his consumption. Who says that pirates must be villains? It seems no one has ever made such a decree. While I do not deny that there are some truly nefarious pirates out there, there are also benevolent ones like myself. What's all the fuss about? To me, all pirates are essentially the same. Nami scoffed, harboring a deep-seated disdain for pirates. There exists a saying that if one harbors a deep-seated hatred for a person, they will inevitably come to despise others of the same ilk. Nami was certainly a case in point, wasn't she? However, Han Feng was not much different. Surely, your journey out to sea is in pursuit of that legendary treasure, isn't it? Han Feng lifted his head, about to speak, only to be met with Nami's eyes transformed into dollar signs, nearly giving him a fright. When one thinks of becoming a pirate in this era, the first thought is inevitably of One Piece. However, regrettably, my aspiration is not that. Rather than a dream, it is more accurately described as an ambition. There are matters I must attend to. What? Nami's curiosity was piqued by Han Feng's words, prompting her to inquire eagerly. I aim to become the strongest in this world, to stand atop the pinnacle of existence. I wish to conquer this world and turn it completely upside down. Do you not find that to be a rather romantic notion? Such grandiose claims. Nami instantly lost interest, dismissing Han Feng's words as mere bravado. The strongest in the world? Conquering the world? Is that even feasible? A pirate who does not aspire to be the pirate king is hardly a pirate at all. Believe it or not, I certainly do. However, before any of that, I must complete that one crucial task. By the way, I just heard you mention that crucial task. What is it? Ah, that is a secret. What? How can you say that? I'm the navigator of this ship, and if the course goes awry, you cannot blame me. Han Feng's expression darkened. Are you threatening me? I am merely curious. I genuinely wish to know. Nami nodded vigorously, resembling a well-behaved child, which made Han Feng's heart flutter to my goodness. Must you be so adorable? Seeing Nami nod, Han Feng immediately stood up, dramatically stepping onto the ship's edge, raising his right hand at a nonchalant 45-degree angle towards the sky, and declared in a Chinibu fashion that I shall shatter the illusions of this world. I will eradicate that hypocritical sense of justice, that so-called superior bloodline. I shall burn it to ashes. Now it was Nami's turn to wear a bewildered expression. What is this? Chinibu. What on earth are you saying? It makes no sense at all. With a slight twitch of her lips, Nami remarked, Honestly, I still do not understand what you are referring to. A bead of sweat trickled down the back of Han Feng's neck. nearly causing him to falter. Well, if you don't understand, then it's best you remain oblivious for now. Doubt if you become my navigator, I will divulge it to you. I'm not interested. Who wants to know anyway? Nami promptly made a face at Han Feng, clutching her box containing 1,000,000 berries and sitting down. In truth, I have my reasons for not wanting to discuss that matter. Everyone harbors their own secrets, don't they? Just like you, with your insatiable desire for money. That I suspect your motives extend beyond mere greed. Perhaps there are compelling reasons behind your need for wealth. Han Feng's words seemed to strike a chord within Nami, causing her to freeze momentarily, lost in thought. The atmosphere thickened with an awkward silence, as if she had been ensnared in a painful memory. I'm sorry, but I'm quite tired today. I wish to rest. Nami's voice turned somewhat stiff, her recollections stirred by Han Feng's words, bringing forth thoughts she wished to avoid. If there is anything troubling you, you can confide in me. I will do my utmost to assist you. Han Feng patted his chest confidently. Thank you, but that won't be necessary. I do not require your pity for pirates, and I do not wish for you to be dragged into my troubles. You need not keep watch tonight. Just sleep. As Nami spoke to herself in solitude, Han Feng felt a pang of sorrow. This little girl had endured so much, earning his utmost respect. It was precisely for this reason that he felt compelled to offer her support. Of course, it was worth noting that Nami was one of his favorite characters. Watching as Nami drifted off to sleep, leaving space beside her for him, Han Feng felt a rush of excitement. However, it dawned on him that he had overslept during the day and now found himself wide awake. There was no choice but to keep watch himself. Nonetheless, having a beautiful woman sleeping beside him was undoubtedly a delightful circumstance. Quite nice indeed. The night was frigid, particularly on the open sea. The biting wind chilled to the bone, and even the strongest individuals in the world of One Piece could not be immune to catching a cold. Han Feng glanced at Nami. She too seemed to sense the cold, shivering slightly, her alluring figure curling up. Her long eyelashes fluttered delicately, adding to her charm. Yet, even in her slumber, she clung fiercely to her possessions. Han Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. It wouldn't do to let her suffer the cold. He was all too familiar with the agony of hunger and cold, and he did not wish for Nami to endure the same. Having resolved to protect her as his navigator, he knew he must take action. With that thought, Han Feng removed his coat and gently draped it over Nami's petite form. The cold did not bother him. If he were to succumb to such an environment, all the training he underwent for 2 years would have been in vain. Time continued to pass slowly, and though 3 months may seem neither long nor short, it felt as though a considerable period had elapsed. Yet, with such a captivating companion, Han Feng hardly felt lonely. Having consumed most of their food and water, he was left with no choice but to fish. He even contemplated whether he could shoot down a news bird flying overhead, as he had been eating fish for quite some time and desired a change of flavor. However, Nami fiercely reprimanded him, making it clear that no one was to touch the news birds. It was a rule. Otherwise, who would deliver messages in this vast ocean devoid of communication? Chapter 31. The mantis stalks the cicada. While the yellow bird awaits at that moment, Han Feng and Nami noticed strange ripples emerging in the distance, a sense of foreboding washing over them. Nami's expression suddenly shifted to one of concern. What is that? Following Nami's gaze, Han Feng too observed the unsettling disturbance on the ocean surface. Is something amiss? Nami nodded gravely. Yes, and it's a significant issue. We've encountered a whirlpool, and it's a massive one. Han Feng was taken aback, exclaiming, "No way, to encounter a whirlpool at sea. What terrible luck is this? Just as we were getting close, how could we stumble upon a whirlpool now? Wait a moment, a whirlpool? Could it be?" Suddenly, Han Feng recalled that Luffy had once been rescued after being caught in a whirlpool. If this whirlpool were the same as that one, it would imply that the plot was beginning to unfold. Right? No problem, right, Navigator? Nami grinned playfully. Of course. Just look at who the Navigator is now. The ocean is ever-changing, and if one were to ask where the highest mortality rate lies, the answer would undoubtedly not be the battlegrounds of war, but rather the boundless SETC. For those unversed in navigation, there comes a day when they might not even realize how they met their demise, after 3 months without encountering any storms. Han Feng's luck had indeed been extraordinary. To finally encounter a gentle whirlpool was a fitting conclusion to his journey. Yet, here he was, still complaining. How unreasonable. If it were just Han Feng alone, it is likely that the whirlpool would have claimed his life. However, with Nami by his side, there was no cause for concern. Even in a modest vessel, Nami navigated with an effortless grace, akin to a fish in water. Amidst the dazzling maneuvers, Han Feng and Nami skillfully circumvented the whirlpool, narrowly escaping peril. Han Feng was left in awe, acknowledging Nami's exceptional navigational prowess. Her agile movements were nothing short of devilish finesse. Having evaded a crisis, both Han Feng and Nami exhaled in relief. At that moment, Han Feng suddenly exclaimed, "Nami, there's money to be made. What do you think? Are you interested?" Upon hearing this, Nami was instantly invigorated. More money. This was splendid news, as she was still short by millions of berries. If they could earn it all back on this voyage, then that would be perfect. Of course, I'm interested, but how do we do it on this vast ocean? Nami did not doubt Han Feng's sincerity. Although they had not known each other long, she recognized that he had never deceived her. This made her realize that not all pirates were scoundrels. Now is not the time. I will inform you when the moment is right. I promise, you will swell your coffers. Really? Nami's eyes sparkled with a glint of gold at that instant, as she was once again entranced by the allure of wealth. Time passed slowly, and Nami appeared increasingly excited, pondering how to make money on this boundless sea. Han Feng remained unhurried, for in the original narrative, Nami was set to board a passenger ship bound for the town where Colonel Monka resided. This meant that they shared the same destination, merely having parted ways while evading the whirlpool. As long as they followed the route, they would undoubtedly cross paths with the stolen passenger ship and the pirate. Arlita, who had taken their belongings, the very first pirate Luffy encountered upon setting sail. She was also the most self-absorbed pirate, not only ugly in appearance, but also blissfully unaware of it. The following day, Han Feng finally spotted his desired target from a distance. The massive reef loomed ahead, prompting him to call out to Nami to halt the ship. "Nami, the target is just ahead." Nami, brimming with excitement, eagerly craned her neck in the direction Han Feng indicated, where a pink ship came into view. When she noticed the skull-emblazoned flag flying from the mast, she exclaimed, "A pirate ship? Indeed, a pirate ship. What do you say? Are you brave enough to confront it?" Han Feng provoked Nami. In truth, he too felt a tinge of boredom. While spending time with a beautiful woman was delightful, drifting aimlessly at sea for months had grown tiresome. Why wouldn't I dare? I doubt anyone would turn down a chance at wealth. Nami gazed at the pirate ship as if it were a colossal gold ingot. How do we approach? Are we to raid them? Han Feng waved his hand dismissively. Don't be foolish. If we attack head-on, we'll likely be shot down before we even get close. We must wait for the right opportunity. Opportunity? Nami tilted her head, eager to hear more. Exactly. Look over there. Han Feng pointed to another direction. Nami followed his gaze, her face lighting up with realization. Could it be that those pirates intend to rob them? Han Feng nodded. Otherwise, why would they conceal themselves behind the reef? They must be plotting to seize something. At that moment, we can execute a clever ambush and raid their treasure hoard. Just imagine the riches aboard a pirate ship. It could easily be worth millions of berries. Nami's spirits soared at the thought, and she leaped up to embrace Han Feng, exclaiming joyfully, "Ha! You truly are clever. Even if you're a pirate, you are a good person. I adore you." Han Feng was taken aback by Nami's exuberant display, but he shrugged it off, finding himself in a fortunate position. Being in such close proximity to a lovely lady was certainly advantageous. "Please, don't be infatuated with me. I'm a legend." "Puffed. Who's infatuated with you? Let's first devise a plan to empty their hold." Nami crouched down, her expression turning cunning, which made Han Feng feel a chill run down his spine. He thought to himself, "Girl, your expression reveals your true intentions." With utmost stealth, Han Feng and Nami positioned themselves behind Arlita's pirate ship, maintaining a distance that would not easily draw attention. Once the pirates initiated their attack, Han Feng and Nami could seize the opportunity to raid the treasure while they were preoccupied. While they might not clear the entire hold, Nami's nature dictated that she would take anything of value. leaving nothing behind. Han Feng imagined the dismay that would ensue when Arlita discovered that her treasure had been pilfered. But such matters were of no concern to Han Feng or Nami. Chapter 32. A heist unprecedented boom. As the merchant ship drew closest to the pirate vessel, the latter finally sprang into action. Unleashing a barrage of cannon fire aimed mercilessly at the merchant ship, that Arlita's pirate ship gradually emerged from behind the reef. The sound of cannon fire incited panic, precisely the effect Han Feng desired. Nami, let us go. It's time to act. All right. Under Nami's skilled command, Han Feng's small vessel swiftly veered towards the rear of the pirate ship. The pirates were entirely focused on the merchant ship, making their approach a certainty. Though Han Feng was unafraid of the pirates, the ship had barely traveled halfway when they heard a gruff roar emanating from the pirate's ship. Crew, full speed ahead. Prepare the grappling hooks and ropes. Clearly, the voice belonged to the pirate captain, Arlita, whose appearance matched her rugged vocal timbre. The merchant ship's speed had been compromised due to the cannon fire, and within minutes, it was overtaken by the pirate ship. Ropes were swiftly cast to tether the two vessels, and the pirates surged forward to board the merchant ship. In this critical moment, Han Feng and Nami heard that same rough voice again. Kobe, who is the most beautiful person on this sea? Why, it is you, Miss Arlita, came a trembling response, which reminded Han Feng of the forgettable character who had mistakenly boarded a pirate ship while fishing and ended up as a deckhand for 2 years, Kobe. Of course, it was amusing to witness such a scene in his lifetime. Meanwhile, Nami paid no mind to this exchange. Her focus was solely on the pirate ship's treasure, contemplating whether she could seize the entire vessel. Yes, excellent response. Well done, Kobe. Arlita, standing on her pirate ship with her spike club raised, nodded approvingly and erupted into raucous laughter. Crew, show them the might of the Arlita pirate crew. Leave no valuable item behind. Charge! The cacophony of their battle cries overwhelmed the merchant ship's crew, who were paralyzed by fear, their ranks descending into chaos. They could hardly muster the will to resist, praying fervently that the pirates would merely seek riches. Amidst Arlita's thunderous roar, the pirates sprang into action, crossing the makeshift rope bridge between the two ships at that precise moment. Han Feng and Nami stealthily boarded Arlita's pirate ship, unnoticed by anyone, since they had located Arlita here. It followed that on the opposite merchant ship, the waterlogged bucket that had been fished out contained none other than Monkey D. Luffy. Naturally, since Luffy was aboard that ship, Han Feng had no intention of getting involved. Instead, he led Nami into the pirate ship's hold. As soon as he boarded the ship, Han Feng spotted a short, bespectacled individual with a middle parting on the deck. Recognizing him instantly, he couldn't help but chuckle. It was none other than the unfortunate KB. Observing KB hesitating about whether to swing across the rope, Han Feng found it quite amusing. Truly a timid fellow. He turned to Nami beside him and said, "You go ahead first. I have an acquaintance to check on." An acquaintance? Is there anyone else here? Well, as long as there's money involved, I don't mind. I wouldn't care if he didn't come back. Nami replied with a smile, playfully patting Han Feng's shoulder before dashing towards the cabin. Han Feng could only shake his head in disbelief at her hurried departure. Once Nami was out of sight, Han Feng adopted a familiar demeanor and waved at KB, calling out, "Hey, isn't that KB? What's up? Aren't you going over with Arlita?" He pointed to the merchant ship nearby, noting that aside from a few crew members left to guard the pirate ship, KB was the sole occupant. KB, taken aback by the call, regarded Han Feng with confusion, as he was unfamiliar with the face before him. However, he quickly speculated that this might be a new recruit of Arlita's, and responded, "No, Miss Arlita has sent me to fetch some bags for the cargo. I'm currently debating whether to cross over." Gazing at the vast chasm between the two vessels and the seemingly bottomless sea, KB recalled Arlita's furious expression, making the decision all the more daunting. Whether to cross or not, he was reluctant either way. Han Feng, finding KB's predicament amusing, remarked, "KB, I believe you should go. Today could be your lucky day. Put in your best effort. You might encounter someone who can transform your life. Seize the opportunity. Farewell." Without waiting for KB's response, Han Feng headed toward the cabin. KB tilted his head, puzzled by Han Feng's words, but ultimately resolved to go, as he held a healthy fear of Arlita. Gritting his teeth, KB swung across the rope. Upon reaching the cabin entrance, Han Feng spotted a pirate lying on the ground in a peculiar position, clutching his groin, a sight that reminded him of the unfortunate pirate from the original story who had been kicked by Nami. Opening the door, Han Feng beheld Nami having thoroughly raided the treasury, a large bundle filled with gold and silver treasures in her possession, her expression one of sheer satisfaction that we've struck it rich. "How's it going? Have you wrapped things up?" Nami made an okay gesture, winking her right eye. "Of course. Let's hurry." As the duo emerged from the cabin, they witnessed Alrita being sent flying by a punch from Luffy, her massive form soaring through the sky like a shooting star. The scene was chaotic. With their captain knocked out, the remaining pirates were in a state of panic. To their astonishment, 3 naval ships had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, and it didn't take much imagination to deduce the outcome of the situation. Chapter 33. Monkey D. Luffy, the Alrita pirate crew, was done for. However, Han Feng and Nami needed to make their escape as well, for being discovered by the Navy would not bode well for them. "Nami, we need to leave quickly. This place is no longer safe." Han Feng swiftly assessed the situation, and Nami nodded in agreement. "Yes, you're right. Let's get out of here. Since we've secured the money, staying here holds no value." Unified in their decision, they leaped onto their ship, laden with the spoils from the Alrita pirate crew, with the original route now blocked by the Navy. Han Feng and Nami took a different direction, opting for a longer route rather than running into the naval forces. A picturesque division of the scene unfolds as their small boat glided over the ocean like a leaf, seemingly without purpose, yet steadfastly maintaining its course. Han Feng and Nami, laden with treasure, fled the scene at lightning speed. Unnoticed by anyone, it was likely that the Navy would only realize the treasury had been cleared once they searched the Alrita pirate ship. By then, Han Feng and Nami would have long vanished. As they approached their destination, Han Feng's spirits soared upon spotting land. Last, solid ground. I can finally feast on some meat. Honestly, I've grown weary of fish these past few days. If I had to endure another meal of it, I might just lose my mind. Can't handle a bit of hardship. And you aspire to be a pirate? I advise you to reconsider, Nami retorted, intrigued yet perplexed. Over the past few months, she had come to understand Han Feng somewhat. Despite his claims of being a pirate, he bore no resemblance to the stereotypical image of one enduring hardship. What suffering is beyond my experience. As for piracy, I've told you before, it's a path I must tread, one that even the gods cannot deter me from. Han Feng asserted, his voice resolute, his eyes glimmering with determination. That matter was etched in his memory. It was a task he must complete, no matter what. Seeing the conviction in Han Feng's demeanor, Nami decided to drop the subject. Upon stepping onto solid ground, Han Feng felt an unexpected sense of relief. Indeed, the feeling of standing firm was unparalleled. Eagerly, he and Nami rushed toward a nearby restaurant. Though not particularly hungry, he yearned for food. Anything but fish. As they entered, they were met with an unexpected sight. Han Feng's face lit up with surprise as he exclaimed, "Hey, isn't that KB? What a coincidence to meet again." KB tilted his head in confusion, although he recognized Han Feng. He was unaware of his name. Moreover, given the circumstances of Alrita's crew being captured by the Navy, he wondered if Han Feng too had escaped. Considering Han Feng's identity, KB felt a tinge of apprehension. "Who are you? Is he someone you know?" KB, Luffy, wearing a straw hat and munching on meat, inquired, his gaze fixed on Han Feng. KB hesitated, unsure how to respond, as he didn't know Han Feng's name. Not wanting to admit his ignorance, he remained silent. Meanwhile, Han Feng, not waiting for KB to speak, interjected, "Hey, Straw Hat Kid, I'm Han Feng. It's a pleasure to meet you." Han Feng? Luffy swallowed the last morsel of food and flashed a broad grin at Han Feng, exclaiming, "Hey, my name is Luffy, and I am destined to become the Pirate King." Han Feng offered a wry smile, realizing that Luffy was indeed quite similar to his portrayal in the original narrative. At that moment, Luffy noticed the 3 generations of the Cursed Sword, Onamaru and Yuki, hanging at Han Feng's waist, and inquired, "Han Feng, are you a swordsman?" Han Feng was taken aback for a moment before replying. "Well, I suppose you could say that." Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Oh. Are you strong? In any case, you're definitely stronger than me right now." "Ah, Is that so? Luffy continued. I'm looking for a swordsman. Would you like to be my partner? Luffy asked this with an unrestrained enthusiasm. Han Feng chuckled as he politely declined. Haha, I'm not interested in being anyone's crew member. By the way, you all seem to be enjoying your meal. As he spoke, Han Feng casually grabbed a chicken leg and took a bite. Haha, it's a pleasure to meet you all. Let us leave it at that for today. I suddenly remember I have something urgent to attend to. So farewell. With a smile, Han Feng bid goodbye to Luffy and Kobe, preparing to leave with Nami. However, just as he turned, Han Feng abruptly stopped and added, Oh, I almost forgot. My apologies, Luffy, without waiting for their reactions. Han Feng swiftly walked away, leaving Luffy, Kobe, and Nami in a state of confusion. That you're not in debt to him, are you? Kobe asked, Huh? Why do you say that? Han Feng was puzzled by Nami's inquiry. Then why apologize to him? Han Feng's gaze flickered momentarily as the image of Garp flashed before him, and realizing what he was about to do, he paused. Nevertheless, he maintained his smile and explained. Well, that dates back to an incident from a long time ago. TCH, if you want to say, then forget it. Chapter 34. The lowly obsessed Uncle Nami recognized that Han Feng was about to weave another tale. So she quickly interjected. She had encountered such stories numerous times before. However, Han Feng protested. I swear, I'm not lying. I'm merely speaking the truth. It's just that Nami doesn't believe me. Well, don't say it like that. I just ate his meat, didn't I? Nami sighed, preparing to sit down and order, when Han Feng suddenly interjected. I'm sorry, Nami, but I just recalled something important, so let us part ways here. Shall we? Huh? Do you really have something to attend to? I thought you were just making excuses. Han Feng's expression darkened at her words. When have I ever made up excuses? Nami displayed a weary smile in response. Fine then, I have my own business to attend to on this island. So let us meet again sometime. Han Feng nodded and said before departing, I'll be back. I want to give up on that matter. I will make you agree to it, my navigator. With that, Han Feng dashed away at the fastest speed he could muster, leaving Nami grinding her teeth in frustration. Even though she hadn't agreed to him, he still referred to her as my navigator. What a vexing situation. Upon encountering Luffy and Kobe, Han Feng realized the truth. In the original storyline, after finishing their meal, Luffy and Kobe would go to meet Zoro, meaning that Zoro was still being publicly displayed by that Colonel Monka's son at that moment. The best course of action would be to deal with Zoro before Luffy met him. While it was strictly necessary, it was certainly the safest option, wasn't it? Now, Han Feng was on the hunt for a particular individual. After exiting the restaurant, he searched diligently. I remember it should be around here. Ah, yes, there she is. Spotting his target, Han Feng approached her directly. Hey there, little sister. Are you bringing food to that big brother who saved you? The sudden appearance of Han Feng startled the little girl with braids, causing her to instinctively shield the rice ball in her hands, as if fearful that Han Feng would snatch it away. Han Feng found this amusing. Hey, I'm not some creepy, lowly, obsessed uncle. Is it really necessary to be so cautious? The little girl nodded in response to Han Feng's words, but still did not ease her vigilance. There's no need to be so tense. Little sister, I'm a friend of that big brother. If it's all right, could you let me take that rice ball too? Huh, is that so? The little girl wore a skeptical expression, but Han Feng could see that she had relaxed at least a little. No longer as resistant as before. Wait, this doesn't feel right. Why do I seem like a lowly obsessed person here? Of course, he intended to rescue that big brother. So please, hand over your rice ball. I'll ensure he gets it. What do you say? Really? You're going to rescue him? I want to go too. The little girl exclaimed joyfully, jumping up, leaving Han Feng momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Should he comment on her trusting nature? Just a few words, and she believed him completely. Fortunately, he was Han Feng. What if she had encountered a true, lowly, obsessed creep? That wouldn't be good? You know about that Colonel Monka's son, right? It's because of him that big brother got captured. So if you go, that big brother will be in danger again. Let me handle this. I'll teach that scoundrel a good lesson. What do you say? The little girl pondered for a moment, realizing that it made sense. If it hadn't been for her words, Zoro wouldn't have been captured by that vile person, right? If she went, she would only cause him more trouble. Having understood this, the little girl nodded at Han Feng and handed over the rice ball she had made herself. Then I'll leave it to you. Big brother, You must rescue that big brother. All right, leave it to me. Han Feng responded with a thumbs-up gesture before swiftly departing. In the original story, it was this little girl who delivered the rice ball to Zoro, only to be intercepted by Luffy. But Han Feng's speed was undoubtedly much greater than that of the little girl, meaning he would certainly encounter Zoro before Luffy did. Naval base the scorching sun mercilessly baked the ground, penetrating everything in its path. After setting sail, Zoro had taken to capturing wanted criminals to earn a living, having lost his way and unable to return to his village or find Mihawk. He resorted to capturing bounty criminals to make ends meet. That he gained the title of Pirate Hunter Zoro, but later, to save the girl Rika, he killed a wolf raised by Colonel Monka's son, Barumabur. Consequently, he was captured by the Navy and bound at the execution ground of the naval base, deprived of food and water, just based on a jest from Barumabur, stating that if Zoro could be displayed for a month, he would release a pair of mother and daughter. Zoro complied, fully aware of the implications of refusing. Colonel Monka was, in essence, the boss of this small town, and his son Barumabur relied on his father's name to perpetrate evil deeds. Thus, Zoro had no choice, and he had endured this for 3 weeks. 3 weeks without food or drink had pushed his body to its limits, having effortlessly scaled the walls of the naval base. Han Feng finally laid eyes on the legendary Zoro, with a green bandana atop his head and a green belly band. Zoro's beast-like gaze appeared to be fixated on something in the distance, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth, rendering him akin to a magnificent beast bound in captivity. And once such a beast was unleashed, it would be unstoppable. "I'm so hungry," was Zoro's current sentiment. After vaulting over the wall, Han Feng boldly landed before Zoro. Zoro was startled, taken aback by Han Feng's sudden appearance. "Hey kid!" As Han Feng settled on the ground, Zoro called out to him, puzzling Han Feng. He hadn't even spoken yet, and Zoro was already addressing him. Come here. Help me untie these ropes. I've been tied up here for 3 weeks, and I'm really on the verge of collapse." And Feng smiled at least. "Is that so? Yet here you are, still smiling. I doubt you're on the brink of death. Your spirit seems quite strong. Even the Grim Reaper cannot claim your life." Zoro appeared to disregard Han Feng's comment, continuing, "I will repay you. I'll take out all the wanted criminals in this area, and the credit will go to you. I swear I'm not lying. I am aware that you would not deceive me. If even you were to be insincere, then this world will be nothing more than a mere illusion." Han Feng continued to speak unabated. "You seem to understand me quite well, do you not? Who are you? If you do not intend to release me, then begone. Do not entangle me in your affairs." Chapter 35. Pirate Hunter Zoro, you seem to understand me quite well, do you not? Who are you? If you do not intend to release me, then begone. Do not entangle me in your affairs. In response, Han Feng merely smiled and produced the rice ball he had just received from the little girl. "Would you like to have some? It is freshly made. Please do not look at me with such eyes. How about it? Will you not take a bite? You must be hungry. Leave me be. Do not say that. I assure you, you will eat it. I can guarantee it. What a tiresome fellow I am." Before Zoro could finish his sentence, Han Feng interjected. "This rice ball was handmade by a little girl. She mentioned that she noticed you had not eaten for quite some time. So she specially made it for you. How about it? Will you truly not eat it?" Zoro's pupils suddenly constricted, as if he comprehended something. "Give it to me." "Ha! I knew it." As he spoke, Han Feng brought a rice ball to Zoro's lips. Although Han Feng was aware that the rice ball was quite sweet, Zoro showed no signs of discomfort, silently consuming it without offering any opinion on it. "All right, now that you have finished, may I take my leave? And please convey to that little girl that the rice ball was delicious. Thank her for it." Han Feng shook his head and suddenly sat down on the ground. "Do not say that. I promised that little girl I would rescue you. I cannot leave now. This is a man's promise. Surely, you understand the weight of this, do you not?" Zoro suddenly narrowed his eyes and spoke in a low voice. "What exactly do you intend to do?" "My name is Han Feng, and I'm a pirate." Zoro was taken aback, somewhat surprised. This was entirely reasonable, given that his own title was that of a pirate hunter, was it not? Would an ordinary pirate dare to approach him? Knowing his title? Absolutely not. Oh, you not know who I am? I know. Of course I do. Otherwise, I would not have come to find you, pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro. Oh, knowing that I'm a pirate hunter, you still approach me? It seems I have indeed encountered a most peculiar individual today. Nevertheless, I reiterate my stance. Do not entangle yourself with me. That is unacceptable. Han Feng promptly responded, I have sought you with great difficulty. I know you are a formidable swordsman and that you are a pirate hunter, but what can possibly deter a man's ambition? Thus, I wish to extend an invitation for you to join my pirate crew. What do you say? Do you not feel a surge of passion at the thought? It appears you still do not comprehend. If I wish to become a pirate, I would not be a bounty hunter. No, you simply do not grasp the essence of the pirate's vocation. Begone. This time, Zoro directly issued an eviction order, his gaze fierce and predator-like, fixed upon Han Feng with piercing intensity, as if he were being scrutinized by the specter of death, exuding an aura of overwhelming pressure. Yet, Han Feng seemed oblivious to it all, continuing to speak. What impressive gaze you possess. I truly admire it. What do you say? Care to reconsider? I will not relent. I refuse. Han Feng was once again rebuffed by Zoro, yet he remained undeterred. What is wrong with being a pirate? In my view, overt malevolence is infinitely preferable to hypocritical righteousness. Humph. You should resign yourself to your fate. Wallowing in villainy. You truly have it tough? Thus, I assert that your perspective is far too narrow. Not willing to give up? Do you intend to free me from these bindings and then have me join you? It seems you are unaware of my notorious reputation, are you? If you were to release me, I might very well kill you. You cannot, for you are currently no match for me. Oh, at this moment. Zoro also took note of the two swords at Han Feng's waist, Sandai Kitetsu and Yuki, squinting his eyes and suddenly inquiring, Are you also a swordsman? Well, I can be considered one, albeit barely. However, if it were a duel of swordsmanship, I would not stand a chance against you, but in a battle, you are no match for me. Ha! Such confidence you possess. I have made it clear. I am a villain, so you ought to seek other avenues. I still have unfinished business. Even if you do not assist me in escaping, I will survive on my own. As long as I can endure for a month, he will release me. That foolish son has already assured me. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall live. I must fulfill my own aspirations upon hearing Zoro's words. Han Feng let out a soft sigh. What? Is there something amiss? Ah, there is indeed something amiss, and it is quite significant. This world is not one where everyone values promises. Perhaps for you and me, promises hold great weight, but for some, such commitments are worth less than nothing. Zoro appeared to grasp something, and at that moment, Han Feng lowered his head and quietly uttered, Dracul Mihawk, known as Hawkeye, is the world's greatest swordsman. Zoro seemed to latch onto a key phrase, his body stiffening in that instant. Hawkeye? If you are a competent swordsman, you should understand the gravity of the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Han Feng suddenly raised his head, proclaiming in a resonant and forceful voice, Join me, Zoro. I recognize your strength, but remaining in the East Blue will only stifle your talent. Only by breaking free from this prison and shattering these shackles can you take the next step. Do you not wish to become the world's greatest swordsman, a name that echoes throughout the world? Do you not desire to join me in turning this world upside down? Han Feng paused before continuing. After countless adventures, your name as the greatest swordsman will reverberate through every corner of this world, even reaching hell and heaven. At the instant he heard these words, it was as if something that had long remained immovable within Zoro's heart had been touched, causing him to freeze for a moment. Memories long untouched surged forth like a torrent. Kuina triumphed, and Zoro's two-sword style was defeated. Now, Zoro stood at 0 wins and 2,000 losses against Ka. Humph, you are utterly useless. As a boy, you are simply too weak. If 2 swords are insufficient, then I shall wield 3. Until I defeat you. Chapter 36. How shall this debt be repaid, Humph? You are utterly useless. As a boy, you are simply too weak. If 2 swords are insufficient, then I shall wield 3. Until I defeat you. In his youthful naivety, young Zoro grasped the hand of the girl named Kwa, his gaze resolute, declaring, One day, either I or you shall become the world's greatest swordsman. The weight of this promise transcended all else. Even with Kana's untimely departure, it did not cease to resonate. Rather, this commitment of the soul became increasingly etched into Zoro's very being, with tear-streaked cheeks. He clutched Kana's sword, swearing before his master, the heavens, and his own spirit, "I shall, without fail, grow stronger with her spirit in mind, strong enough for my name to echo throughout the heavens. I shall become the world's greatest swordsman. When that day comes, I will fulfill the promise we made. Either I or you will become the world's greatest swordsman. Since you can no longer achieve it, I shall take it upon myself to do so." This vow is not a shackle binding Zoro. Rather, it serves as the driving force propelling him forward. The promise made in his youth has never faded from Zoro's memory. No, it is impossible to forget. This vow, deeply inscribed in the depths of his soul, can never be forgotten. No, Zoro lowered his head and spoke in an exceedingly somber tone. "Indeed, I cannot relinquish my convictions that I have previously stated that there are matters I must attend to. Regardless of what others may say about me, I will never engage in actions that contradict my beliefs, nor will I ever regret such decisions. This holds true now and will continue to do so in the future. Therefore, I shall not become a pirate." Han Feng also bowed his head, whispering softly, "Fraud. Huh? I mean you great deceiver. Your expression is in stark contrast to your words. No matter how you argue, since I've come here, I shall not leave empty-handed. If you remain here, you will surely meet your demise." In response, Zoro smiled, that ambitious grin forever etched in Han Feng's memory. "Indeed, I am a deceiver. However, I shall not perish until I accomplish that task. My life is inviolable. Not even the Grim Reaper can claim it. But if this continues, in 3 days, that foolish son will execute you." "What?" "That foolish son said he would display me for a month before releasing me." Han Feng scoffed lightly before continuing. "Were there such things as commitments? I have mentioned this before, have I not? This world is not one where everyone places great importance on promises, while they may hold significance for you and me. For some, a so-called promise is worth less than a mere fart. Not all navies represent justice as you perceive them. Sometimes, hypocritical justice is far more terrifying than genuine evil. Is it not?" This time, Han Feng's words left Zoro at a loss for words. He hung his head, seemingly deep in thought. Just then, "Foolish son, you cannot speak so recklessly, or I shall inform my father." Upon hearing this voice, both Han Feng and Zoro realized a stark truth. That foolish son had returned. Humph. A foolish son who only bullies the weak. Upon hearing Zoro's remark, Barumabur immediately cast a glance at him with a hoodlum's expression, deliberately cupping his hand to his ear as if to hear better, while brazenly proclaiming, "Foolish son, how dare you act so arrogantly? My father is Colonel Monka." Seeing Barumabur's presence here meant that the plot had indeed commenced. Han Feng glanced toward the nearby wall, where he spotted Luffy and KB peering over curiously. "Ah, who are you? Do you not know that this place is not for ordinary folk to enter?" Barumabur exclaimed upon noticing Han Feng. However, Han Feng merely shot him a cold glance, his smile fading as he swiftly approached Barumabur, incapacitating the 2 naval officers beside him in an instant. "What are you doing?" Barumabur was startled by Han Feng's actions. When he looked at Han Feng again, he noticed a blade had somehow been placed against his throat. This sight caused Barumabur to drop to the ground in terror. Zoro's eyes widened in disbelief. The 3rd sword? Where did that come from? He only had 2 swords. What Zoro was contemplating at that moment was beyond Han Feng's knowledge. He had his sword, 1,000 Cherry Blossoms, poised at Barumabur's throat, ready to strike if he dared to make a move. "Speak. Where is Zoro's sword? You don't come any closer. My father is Colonel Monka." "Do you understand? My father is Colonel Monka." Barumabur's face was pale with fear, nearly reducing him to begging Han Feng for mercy. Faced with the threat to his life, he invoked his greatest bargaining chip. In the past, he had always escaped punishment by simply invoking his father's name. He thought this time would be no different. However, Han Feng merely feigned indifference, scratching his ear and responding nonchalantly, "Sorry, I'm not acquainted with him. Besides, I am a pirate. My patience is limited." As he spoke, Han Feng pressed 1,000 Cherry Blossoms closer to Barumabur's throat, causing him to feel the cold blade, which made him panic. Wait, you absolutely must not harm me. You are not from this island, right? So, my father, Colonel Monka, is not your concern. If you touch me, do you know what will happen here? Han Feng maintained his nonchalant demeanor, continuing, did you not understand what I just said? I'm not familiar with him and have no idea what will transpire. However, if you provoke me, you will soon find out. At this point, a sinister smile crept across Han Feng's face. Now speak. Where is Zoro's sword? Barumabur gazed in terror at the blade poised at his throat, desperately wanting to flee, yet his legs felt weak, rendering him unable to muster any strength, forcing him to retreat inch by inch. Speak. Han Feng glared fiercely at him, causing Barumabur to tremble uncontrollably. Yes, it's in my room. Good. Then lead the way. After Han Feng spoke, he swung 1,000 cherry blossoms, severing the ropes that bound Zoro in an instant. Zoro looked at Han Feng, bewildered by his intentions. However, in the face of Zoro's confusion, Han Feng merely smiled, causing Zoro to feel an unsettling sensation in his heart. In the next moment, he finally grasped the true implication behind Han Feng's grin. By the way, Barumabur, right? You have kept my companion bound here for so long. How shall we settle this debt? Chapter 37. Still ruined, by the way. Barumabur, right? You have kept my companion bound here for so long. How shall we settle this debt? Ah? Upon hearing Han Feng's words, Barumabur was taken aback. Roronoa Zoro is a bounty hunter, isn't he? How has he become a pirate's companion? You seem not to have heard me correctly. I said, how shall we settle the account for keeping my companion, Zoro, bound here for so long? In an instant, Barumabur's body shivered with fear. My goodness. How did the bounty hunter suddenly turn into a pirate? Now that his companion is involved, Barumabur knew that pirates hold their companions in the highest regard. They are ruthless towards traitors and those who harm their comrades. Wait. Pirates are always after money, right? I can give you money. Just release me. I will give you a fortune. Please, do not kill me. Barumabur nearly fell to his knees before Han Feng, feeling the cold blade against his throat. He understood that if Han Feng were to exert even a slight force, his head would be severed in an instant. He dared not make any sudden movements. If you think money can resolve everything, you are sorely mistaken. However, let's discuss it after I retrieve Zoro's sword. Han Feng chuckled coldly, pressing the blade against Barumabur's throat while lifting him effortlessly. He then turned to the astonished Zoro and said, I believe you must be weary by now. So, rest for a moment. I will be right back with your sword, my swordsman. With that, Han Feng disregarded Zoro's reaction and marched off, dragging the now terrified Barumabur along, leaving Zoro in stunned silence. This rascal. Indeed, pirates are a notoriously ill-tempered bunch. Clearly, Zoro had been outmaneuvered by Han Feng, claiming to be Zoro's companion in front of Barumabur and openly revealing his pirate identity. Han Feng had ensured that if Barumabur were released, Zoro's status as a bounty hunter would be exposed. And no matter how Zoro tried to explain, no one would listen. Everyone would conclude that Zoro was no longer a hunter, but a pirate instead. Watching Han Feng's retreating figure, Zoro felt a surge of frustration, wishing to cut Han Feng down for making such unilateral decisions. If Zoro had a sword in hand, he would undoubtedly charge forward and battle Han Feng until one of them yielded. However, he was genuinely exhausted. Having gone 3 days without food or water, and the sweet rice balls prepared by that little girl earlier left a bitter taste in his mouth. Finding a spot, Zoro sat down on the ground, gazing skyward, lost in thought. Pirates, huh? Ah, well, he was right. What could possibly deter a man's ambition? Whether pirates or bounty hunters, even if they are infamous, I shall make my name resonate throughout the world. At that very moment, Luffy, who had been watching from the sidelines, suddenly leaped down from the wall. Hey, Luffy, don't go. It's dangerous. Kobe immediately displayed a look of panic. Just the sight of Zoro had already terrified him half to death. Yet now, Luffy boldly strode inside. What's up with you, kid? Zoro, lying on the ground, opened his eyes and inquired, I heard you're a swordsman. What is it to you? I'm Luffy, a pirate. I'm searching for comrades. Will you join me? No way. Zoro rejected without a second thought, for he had already made up his mind. I don't care. I've decided you will join me. On what grounds do you get to decide for me? And sorry, you came too late. I just got rescued by my captain. You mean Han Feng? You know him. I met him while dining before. I also invited him, but he declined. Then that has settled. You should leave. Don T, involve yourself with me. Oh. Join me as my partner. I already said I've joined another pirate crew. Although Zoro was somewhat compelled, he couldn't muster any anger. Following an ambitious man might not be a bad thing after all. Aren't you a bounty hunter? I was. But now I'm a pirate. Is that so? Then where's your captain? I can go talk to him and let you join me. Zoro sighed helplessly. Indeed, this world was filled with odd characters. He went to the base to fetch my swords. He is probably causing quite a commotion right now. All right, I'll go find him. Just as Zoro intended to say more, he saw Luffy dart away, heading in the direction where Han Feng had just gone. Today was certainly turning out to be a day full of peculiar encounters. However, in some ways, Han Feng and Luffy seemed to share similarities. Well, it didn't matter. In any case, the pirate life awaited. 10 minutes later, Zoro spotted Han Feng rushing over, his back laden with 5 swords. 3 of them belonged to Zoro, while the other 2 were Han Feng's newly acquired Sandai Kitetsu and Yuki. However, the lack of any disturbances puzzled Zoro. Why are you back so soon? Han Feng shot Zoro a curious glance and replied, Wasn't it just to grab something? It shouldn't have taken long. Right? Let us hurry. I'm a pirate now, and pirates should act like pirates. We can't linger at the Navy base any longer. Observing Han Feng seriously uttering such ridiculous lines, Zoro felt a sudden sense of having boarded the wrong ship. What about that idiot, son? You didn't kill him, did you? Han Feng waved his hand dismissively, smiling. No. Don't worry. I just knocked him out. I need him to spread news. How could I kill him? Watching Han Feng earnestly deliver such devious words, Zoro was left speechless. By the way, what have you thought about that matter? Before he could finish, both Han Feng and Zoro heard a thunderous crash. What the heck? Following the sound, they saw a statue shattered on the ground, and it appeared somewhat familiar. Han Feng immediately recognized what the statue was. Damn it, why is this statue broken? Chapter 38, The Gift Clearly. He had altered the storyline. This statue of Colonel Monka should have been accidentally broken by Luffy while helping Zoro find his swords. Since Han Feng had changed the plot, Luffy should not have gone to assist Zoro, meaning the statue ought not to have broken. Yet, Han Feng was baffled as to why it was still in ruins. He had intended to leave quietly, but that now seemed impossible with the statue's destruction. An unexpected voice immediately rang out. Han Feng, where are you? Upon hearing this voice, Han Feng wore an incredulous expression. Luffy, why on earth did he end up there? Zoro answered from the side. He just wanted to look for you. Looking for me? Why would he do that? He wanted to invite me to join his pirate crew. Han Feng paused momentarily before responding. But didn't he agree to him, did you? Of course not. Hearing Zoro's reply, Han Feng sighed in relief. If Zoro had truly accepted Luffy's offer, then all his efforts would have been in vain. Fortunately, Zoro had declined. Hey Han Feng, there you are. Run. The Navy is coming. Luffy's figure descended from the sky, calling out to Han Feng while a group of Navy soldiers followed closely behind him. Among them was a tall soldier who had replaced his right hand with an axe and sported a mechanical jaw. It was none other than Colonel Monka. However, Monka appeared quite enraged at Luffy. Veins bulged on his forehead. That statue had taken him considerable time to erect, only to be foolishly demolished by Luffy. How could he not be furious? Get them. Capture that brat. And those 2, definitely his companions. Capture them as well. Monka viciously pointed at Luffy and targeted Han Feng and Zoro as well, upon receiving Colonel Monka's orders. All the Navy soldiers immediately rushed towards Han Feng and Zoro, each wielding a sword. Yet, Han Feng and Zoro regarded it all as mere smoke and paid them no mind. Han Feng turned to Zoro with a serious expression. So, what is your decision on that matter? Facing Han Feng's inquiry, Zoro merely offered a smile brimming with ambition. Ta-da! Naturally, nothing can hinder a man's ambition. Ha! What a delightful response. Now allow me to witness your strength. With that, Han Feng tossed 3 swords to Zoro, though they were not his original swords, but rather the Wado Ikemonji, Sandai Kitetsu, and Yuki. The moment Zoro held them, he felt an exhilarating surge of energy. His expression turned astonished. What is this? A gift, the first present I'm giving to my crew as captain. Oh, then I shall graciously accept it. With a swift motion, 3 gleaming blades flashed, and Zoro drew them in an instant, wielding one in each hand while biting down on another. This was his signature 3-sword style. With a resounding crash, the Navy's assault arrived as dozens of slashes hurled toward Zoro, yet he effortlessly countered them. Zoro glared fiercely at the attacking Navy soldiers. You'd best not move. Whoever dares to twitch will lose their life. Under Zoro's fierce gaze, the soldiers felt as if they were being targeted by an unfathomably fearsome beast, and a wave of terror coursed through their bodies. How frightening. Seeing this scene, Luffy burst into hearty laughter. Wow, so cool. Watching Zoro's actions, Hanfone wore a sincere smile. Zoro then shifted his gaze back to Hanfone. Speaking earnestly, I agree to become a pirate. If I'm going against the Navy, I'm already the villain. But you better listen well. I have my own ambitions. I aim to become the world's greatest swordsman. Even if it means being infamous. I want my name to resonate throughout the world. You brought this upon yourself. If you hinder me, you'll have to commit seppuku to apologize. To this, Hanfone promptly replied. The world's greatest swordsman, huh? You're aiming to become the strongest partner. If you can't even achieve that, then I'd be utterly embarrassed. Humph. The strongest in the world? You really dare to say that? At that moment, witnessing the naval officers remain motionless, Colonel Monka, stationed at the rear, was instantly engulfed in fury to him. Disobedience to his orders was utterly unacceptable. Yet now, due to a mere utterance from Zoro, every naval officer had fallen silent. What are you still doing there, dawdling? Hurry up and take them down. The thunderous roar of Colonel Monka instilled a tremor of uncertainty among the Navy, although they harbored a deep-seated fear of Zoro. Their trepidation of Monka was even greater. They were all too aware of the fate that awaited those who defied his commands. Captain, prepare to witness the might of the world's strongest ally. Anticipated, Hanfone remarked nonchalantly, his face adorned with an expression of profound admiration. Just before the Navy could react, an overwhelming aura emanated from Zoro. With his hands firmly gripping the Sandai Kitetsu and Shirogane, swords gifted by Hanfone, he muttered softly, Oni slash! In an instant, Hanfone perceived a fleeting shadow as all the naval officers remained frozen in their previous stances. Yet in the next heartbeat, Zoro had already materialized behind Monka. With a slight exhale, he gently returned the blade he had clenched in his hand and between his teeth back into its sheath. It's over. With a swift motion, the blade was sheathed, and in that very moment, a brutal spray of blood erupted from every naval officer, who collapsed en masse. Monka's axe, too, was cleaved in two, a clear and gaping wound appearing on his chest, from which blood flowed incessantly. Monka's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to gaze at Zoro, who was slowly retreating. His countenance reflected sheer terror and incredulity, yet the pain radiating from his chest was all too real. He had indeed been struck, and he could scarcely comprehend the gravity of this lethal blow, delivered without mercy. How is this possible? As his final words escaped his lips, his body crashed to the ground. In that fleeting moment, he grasped the vastness of the world and truly understood the meaning of being a frog at the bottom of a well. Chapter 39. Another lottery meanwhile, as the naval base erupted in chaos. A tall figure leaned quietly against the wall on the opposite side, his hat brim pulled low, obscuring his true visage. Yet, what drew attention was a bicycle beside him, adorned with a cloak emblazoned with the word justice, a symbol of the Navy. It seemed he had comprehended that the battle on the other side had concluded, and he slowly retrieved a din mushy from his pocket. After Colonel Monka's defeat at the hands of the pirates, he did not immediately pursue their capture. Instead, he took a rather unexpected action. This was indeed a baffling decision, and the aura emanating from this individual suggested an overwhelming disparity in strength between him and Hanfone. It implied that capturing Hanfone would be a trivial matter for him. Brew brew, brew brew. The din mushy was dialed, and a soothing elderly voice immediately emanated from the other end. Well, how is it? This vacation treating you well? Ah, indeed, I witnessed quite an intriguing scene. His tone was somewhat languid, as if even speaking was a chore. But honestly, it's surprising that you decided to take a vacation. Although you usually appear rather relaxed, the elder's voice trailed off, as if hesitating, before he quickly added, "It seems Akainu has transformed that selection process into an annual event, which you might find somewhat inappropriate." The elder's tone bore a hint of gravity, as the memories of that past scene resurfaced vividly. He seemed to envision that prodigious youth who aspired to reach the pinnacle of the world. "Well, let us cut the chit-chat. The individual you often mention has indeed become a pirate. Just as you said, while I find it rather troublesome, should I eliminate him now? You have mentioned he is quite dangerous." Suddenly, the voice on the other end fell silent. After what felt like an eternity, it gradually resumed, as if grappling with a difficult decision. "So you've encountered him as well?" The voice quivered, infused with excitement and a hint of eagerness. "But let us not concern ourselves with him for now. Whatever happens, it is fate, and some matters are beyond our control. Besides," the voice paused again, refraining from elaborating further, "in any case, I do not advise you to intervene in this affair. Speaking of which, when are you returning from your vacation?" The voice on the other end swiftly changed the subject. "That I should be wrapping things up shortly. I'll set off at once." With that, he promptly terminated the call, stowing the din mushy away in his pocket. He gazed up at the sky, sunlight bathing his face, revealing his bronze skin. "All right, it's about time to leave this place. I never imagined I'd find myself in East Blue without even realizing it. How childish of me." He suddenly lifted his head to glance at Han Feng on the other side of the wall, murmuring, "Though I no longer harbor thoughts of eliminating you, whether you are worthy of being called a prodigious talent, we shall see." After adjusting his hair and placing the garment draped over his bicycle onto the seat, he mounted the bike and gently pedaled away. In the very corner where he had recently lingered, a thick layer of ice remained, an astonishing sight amidst the sweltering summer heat and the sun-drenched surroundings. Yet none were aware of this peculiar phenomenon. "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have completed the main quest. Find a first partner, earning 10,000 conquest points and 1 lottery opportunity. Would you like to draw now?" As Zoro agreed to become Han Feng's partner. The cold voice of the system echoed in Han Feng's mind, accompanied by a notification of the rewards. The main quest of finding the first partner had been fulfilled. This was a task automatically generated by the system the moment Han Feng set foot on this small island. "Truly, the system is quite generous," Han Feng mused. The plot had barely begun, and yet he was already rewarded with a lottery opportunity. According to past experiences with the system, Han Feng understood that lottery chances were rare and could not be exchanged with conquest points. They were precious opportunities earned solely through completing tasks. However, he never anticipated that so early in the main quest, he would encounter a chance to draw. Such a delightful surprise. Yet before Han Feng could revel in his elation, the system promptly responded to his thoughts. Still bearing that icy tone, it declared, "Host, as the plot has just commenced, the system has intentionally presented generous rewards to motivate the host to actively engage in tasks. However, such rewards will not continue indefinitely. So rest assured, my foot." Han Feng inwardly cursed. "Are you implying that I dislike this? Would it kill you to let me enjoy the moment without explanation?" I initially thought the system had developed a conscience, only to realize it was all an illusion. Indeed, it was a mere illusion. How could the system be so magnanimous? It's simply inconceivable. I want to draw now. This is the perfect time to enhance my strength. I cannot afford to let this lottery chance go to waste. Understood, host? Please hold on. The system promptly accessed the personal center, and Han Feng unhesitatingly clicked on the lottery option. Although it was his first lottery draw, he still felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, each opportunity was one less for the future, and they couldn't be exchanged. Who knew when the next lottery chance would arise? If he were to draw something beneficial, it could significantly bolster his power. As Han Feng's heart raced with anticipation, a flurry of data transformed before his eyes, revealing the familiar virtual circular grid once more. Compared to 2 years ago, it had not changed in the slightest, save for the prizes it contained. There were 8 boxes, each inscribed with different lottery rewards. Han Feng once again marveled at the system's prowess. All the items were different from the last draw, even including something as extraordinary as the Sharingan, though he was uncertain whether it could be utilized upon acquisition, considering it required chakra to activate. Who knew what form a power chakra would take in the world of One Piece? Yet, Hanfeng recalled that his own Sakura blossoms also required spiritual pressure to wield. Perhaps regardless of what he drew, it would be usable. With such thoughts in mind, Hanfeng promptly pressed the button for the lottery. The virtual circular roulette before him began to spin rapidly, and his heart raced with anticipation. Although this was not his first time, the excitement and nervousness were undeniable. Chapter 40. Scion Bloodline, whoever it may be. Buddha, Guanyin, please bless me. Hanfeng fervently prayed in his heart as the roulette gradually slowed with the passage of time, eventually landing on one of the squares, before he could discern what was written there. The virtual wheel erupted like fireworks, accompanied by celebratory sounds of firecrackers, reminiscent of 2 years ago. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Scion Bloodline. Rewards are being distributed. Please wait. As the system's cold voice echoed, Hanfeng was momentarily stunned. Wait, Scion Bloodline? Does that mean? He could hardly believe his ears. He had actually drawn the bloodline of a Scion. His heart swelled with joy at such extraordinary fortune. Overwhelmed with elation, Hanfeng couldn't help but smile. What a treasure! This is undoubtedly a treasure. Scions, the mightiest warrior race in the universe. Their power is beyond question. Moreover, due to their warrior nature, Scions have an exceptionally long youth, and more importantly, they possess the ability to experience a significant boost in combat power after returning from the brink of death. This indeed is the most formidable aspect of the Scions. Furthermore, Scions are not limited to this. When they reach a training plateau, they could transform into the legendary Super Scion by succumbing to overwhelming grief and anger. Through rigorous training, they can evolve into even more powerful forms that in the original Dragon Ball series. Goku achieved the 3rd level of Super Saiyan, and in GT, he reached the astonishing 4th level. However, Scions do possess weaknesses. Their tails are inherent vulnerabilities. If caught, they become powerless. Nevertheless, this weakness can be improved through training, as noted in the original work. While Hanfeng was still consumed by excitement, a sudden burst of white light enveloped his entire body. From within, he felt a peculiar sensation, an indescribable comfort, as if something was emerging from his back. A tail. This was the hallmark of a Scion. After about a minute, the radiant white light slowly dissipated, revealing Hanfeng once more. Although there were no visible changes to his exterior, his hair had grown longer, and his muscles felt significantly more solid. He felt an overwhelming strength coursing through him, as if he could shatter boulders with a single blow. This was the essence of being a Scion. Truly remarkable. Externally, there seemed to be no major changes, yet Hanfeng had transcended the boundaries of humanity. He now belonged to the warrior race of Scions. That to possess such lineage was undoubtedly a tremendous boon. System. Am I now a Scion? Indeed. Hanfeng glanced behind him to see a fluffy tail swaying back and forth. It was indeed true. The emergence of the tail confirmed his identity as a Scion. This meant that if he diligently trained, he could reach the same level as Goku in Dragon Ball. Impossible! The system's cold words doused his hopes like a bucket of cold water. Why? Am I not already a Scion? Due to the differences in worlds, the concept of ki does not exist in this realm. To attain such levels of power, ki is indispensable. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Hanfeng suddenly understood. So that was it. Ki? It seemed that matters were not as simple as he had imagined. Indeed, if it were like in the original, he would soon be capable of destroying the earth itself, rendering everything moot. By the way, host, please be informed that this Scion bloodline has been modified. While other abilities remain unchanged, you now have the option to choose whether to transform into a great ape during a full moon. If you do transform, your combat power will increase tenfold, but will not change. Understood. Hanfeng quickly concealed his tail within his clothing. It was best not to let others see it to avoid unnecessary trouble. He immediately accessed his personal center information. Host. Hanfeng race. Scion world. 1P strength level. LV28. Note. Levels range from LV1 with no upper limit. LV80 is considered Admiral level. Special abilities. None. Lottery chances. None. Conquest points. 40,000 points world points. 0 points. Tasks. Main task. Generating. Final task. Become the strongest in the One Piece world. Reach the pinnacle of the world. Task reward. 1 world point. Time limit. None. Failure penalty. None. Weapon. Chiyo Sakura. Special skill. Shave LV1. After reviewing his personal center, Han Feng discovered numerous changes resulting from his bloodline transformation. First and foremost, his race had undoubtedly become that of a scion. Surprisingly, his level had also increased from LV25 to LV28, a remarkable leap of 3 levels. He wondered how much experience that would require. What delighted Han Feng even more was that his strength level had no upper limit. It ranged from LV1 without restrictions, meaning if he exerted enough effort, his power could potentially increase indefinitely. This realization further underscored the Scion bloodline's extraordinary potential. Indeed, it was a race of limitless capabilities. And the previous LV100 cap must have represented the pinnacle of human potential. System. I want to exchange for advanced swordsmanship. Understood. Please hold on. Advanced swordsmanship was something Han Feng had long desired to acquire. Previously, he had been cautious, saving conquest points for emergencies. But now he felt it was time to proceed, as he intended to eliminate a particular individual. More accurately, not entirely human, but rather a fishman, the most notorious man in the EC. The fishman Arlong, this scoundrel undoubtedly deserved death, and Han Feng's reasoning was simple. He had bullied his navigator, and that alone warranted countless reprisals. Han Feng's navigator was not someone anyone could dare to bully. Congratulations, host. Advanced swordsmanship learned successfully. With the system's cold announcement, Han Feng noticed his conquest points rapidly dwindling until they reached 25,000, as advanced swordsmanship required a total of 15,000 points. After checking his personal center, he found that a new entry for advanced swordsmanship had been added under special skills, marked as LV1, indicating his current swordsmanship level was merely at the first tier. Chapter 42. Setting sail. The highest level of advanced swordsmanship was LV10, which could be enhanced using conquest points, and the points required for enhancements mirrored those of the Navy's 6 styles, increasing with each level attained. Once all was completed, Han Feng emerged from a narrow alley. Having discreetly executed these actions without Zoro's knowledge, it would not do for Zoro to witness them. Zoro, it's time to go. We're leaving so soon? I haven't finished eating yet, Zoro exclaimed, continuing to devour his food ravenously. Han Feng understood this reaction, considering Zoro had been bound and deprived of food for 3 weeks, so it was only natural for him to be this way. Very well, I'll wait for you to finish. Upon hearing Han Feng's words, Zoro resumed his hearty eating. Now, it was just Han Feng and Zoro. Luffy and Kobe were nowhere to be seen. In truth, Han Feng had intentionally distanced himself from the two, as Luffy had a tendency to meddle. Although Zoro would never entertain his notions, Han Feng still felt uneasy about by the way. What are the names of those 2 swords? Shifting the topic, Zoro set down his food and suddenly inquired, "Oh, you mean the 2 swords I gifted you? One is called Sandai Kitetsu, and the other is named Yuki no Shida. Indeed, they're cursed swords, aren't they?" A smile crept across Han Feng's face. "You can sense it too, can't you? Indeed, this blade is cursed. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Or do you dislike it? If you don't like it, you can return it to me." "Who's afraid of a cursed sword? It perfectly matches my appetite. If I can't wield a sword, how could I ever become the world's greatest swordsman?" I anticipated you would respond that way. Had it been otherwise, I would not have entrusted him to you. Moreover, how long do you intend to eat? All right, I have had my fill. Zoro, with a contented expression, patted his belly and let out a hearty belch. "Once we have finished eating, let us depart. I have no desire to linger here any longer. After such a ruckus, this place is not suitable for extended stays." Zoro nodded in agreement. He was no longer the same as before. In the past, he was a bounty hunter, but now he was a pirate. By the way, where shall we head next? You must have heard of it. It is a renowned establishment, the floating restaurant Bartai. Han Feng pondered for a moment, deciding against bringing Sanji aboard. He once held a fondness for Sanji's character, but upon meeting Nami, he relinquished that notion entirely, his reasoning being quite simple. Sanji would undoubtedly fawn over Nami. Thus, Sanji must never set foot on our ship. Back when he watched One Piece, he thought Sanji was rather dashing, But now, Han Feng naturally dismissed that idea. That'd be why the way, Zoro. Do you have a ship? Zoro appeared perplexed, shaking his head. It would indeed be odd for him to possess a vessel. Han Feng's expression shifted, uncertainty clouding his features. Zoro, observing Han Feng's demeanor, seemed to grasp something, staring at him in disbelief. Incredulously stating, "My captain, you mean to say you?" Han Feng, somewhat bashfully scratching his head, replied, "Hee, my swordsman. Are you suggesting we lack a ship?" Zoro felt an overwhelming urge to unsheath his sword and strike Han Feng down. As a pirate, and especially as a pirate captain currently seeking crew members, it was unfathomable to admit he had no ship. Even more absurdly, he had just agreed to join Han Feng. The thought was utterly unimaginable. Zoro now realized he had unwittingly joined a rather troublesome pirate crew. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that he still had 500,000 berries. Perhaps, just perhaps, he could procure a small, used vessel. Han Feng's voice dwindled to a whisper, lacking confidence. As a pirate captain, he might be the most unfortunate of all, for even Luffy had managed to obtain a small boat. Watching Han Feng's expression, Zoro gazed at him, speechless, unable to voice his thoughts. After all, he was the captain. I truly question whether our pirate crew will even survive the journey. Zoro's concerns were not unfounded. It was likely that anyone encountering a captain like Han Feng would share the same sentiments. Enough chatter. I must first secure a ship. Wait for me. Upon hearing Han Feng's words, Zoro patiently awaited his return. Half an hour passed. An hour passed, 0.2 hours passed, 0.5 hours passed. The horizon began to glow with the hues of sunset. Twilight had arrived. Zoro sat alone on a stone step, clutching 3 swords, his body enshrouded in a thick layer of cobwebs, appearing remarkably haggard. At that moment, Han Feng finally hurried back. "Hey, Zoro, I procured a ship." However, upon witnessing the scene before him, Han Feng was taken aback. "What the?" He surveyed his surroundings, incredulous, muttering to himself, "Have I truly been gone so long?" The cobwebs half formed. "Hey, Zoro, are you still alive?" Perhaps Han Feng's voice had some effect. Zoro's previously vacant gaze suddenly regained vitality, slowly shifting to focus on Han Feng. Han Feng immediately felt an ominous chill, cold sweat drenching his back as he sensed the impending doom, hastily exclaiming, "Hey, Zoro, you haven't forgotten me, right? I am your captain." Zoro nearly broke into tears. "Of course, I know you are my captain. Otherwise, why would I have waited here like a fool for 5 hours? Every passerby has stared at me with bewilderment. It has been sheer torture. Hee, of course, I remember, my esteemed captain. Did you go to purchase a ship or craft one on site? You were gone for a full 5 hours." Zoro had forgotten how he stood up, how he rid himself of the cobwebs, and even how he boarded the ship. The day's events had overwhelmed him, leaving him somewhat disoriented, observing the modest vessel before him, barely large enough to accommodate 2. Zoro's lips curled into a bittersweet smile. "Captain, is this truly the ship you bought?" Of course, Han Feng confidently thumped his chest and proudly declared. Chapter 43. The Floating Restaurant. You should have considered who was negotiating. That unscrupulous merchant demanded 60,000 berries. It was utterly merciless. I only had 500,000 berries in total, and after accounting for provisions and water, I was left with merely 400,000 berries. So, Han Feng's words were interrupted as Zoro immediately interjected. "So you haggled with him for 5 hours?" Han Feng paused in surprise. "How did you know?" Zoro, pressing his hands against his head, looked despondent. "I concede defeat to you, my captain. All right, enough jesting. Who on earth would haggle for 5 hours? I went to prepare other supplies. Food, water, and navigational tools are all ready." As Han Feng spoke, he ushered Zoro onto the ship. Upon seeing Han Feng's preparations, Zoro felt relieved. At least this captain seemed somewhat reliable. "By the way, Zoro, do you know which direction the floating restaurant bar tie lies in?" Zoro asked, somewhat puzzled. "Did you not bring a map? Now, tell me, what is your initial instinct regarding the direction?" Zoro, unsure of Han Feng's intentions, simply pointed to the left, and Han Feng snapped his fingers. "Well done, Zoro. Excellent. Now we shall proceed to the right. The floating restaurant bar tie must be in that direction." Upon hearing Han Feng's words, Zoro nearly collapsed. What do you mean by that? Nothing much. I merely requested you to point out the direction. Han Feng had already known Zoro's poor sense of direction. If Zoro claimed Bartai was to the left, then heading the opposite way would surely be correct. Initially, Han Feng had some doubts, but upon checking the map, he promptly abandoned the only uncertainty. Zoro's navigational ineptitude had been validated. And henceforth, even if they were to lose their way, as long as they traveled in the opposite direction of Zoro, they would undoubtedly be on the right path. It was a curse bestowed by Eiichiro Oda. By the way, is this pirate crew just the two of us? Han Feng quickly inquired. Currently, it is just the two of us. However, there is one navigator who is facing a bit of trouble. We must assist her shortly. Zoro, unsure if he understood, merely nodded in response to Han Feng's words, and together they set off toward the floating restaurant Bartai. Han Feng's primary motives for heading to Bartai were twofold. First, because Nami made her appearance there in the original story, and second, because a certain man would also show up there. Dracul Mihawk, the world's strongest swordsman and one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The man who had come to the east blue merely to alleviate boredom. For Zoro, encountering Mihawk would be indispensable, as it would expose him to the overwhelming disparity of strength in the new world he was about to enter. Simultaneously, Han Feng was eager for a duel with Mihawk. Inexplicably, he felt an intense urge to confront someone stronger than himself, and rather than fear, excitement coursed through his veins, compelling him to engage in battle. Han Feng understood this was the effect of his Scion bloodline, the warrior race that grows stronger through conflict, continuously enhancing their abilities through battles with formidable foes and exponentially increasing their strength by surviving near-death experiences. Thus, meeting Mihawk was not only an opportunity for Zoro, but also a chance for Han Feng himself. When faced with the formidable, one becomes formidable. This, indeed, encapsulates the essence of the Scions. Who knows when one might erupt into a Super Scion? Naturally, Han Feng could only indulge in such fantasies that, if he were to transform into a Super Scion, he would undoubtedly have no rival in this world. As time leisurely passed, the small island was not far from the oceanic restaurant. Bartai, within just 2 days in this world, Han Feng and Zoro caught sight of the restaurant silhouette, and it was precisely midday. The renowned restaurant, famed for its combat prowess, stood as the most illustrious establishment in the East Blue. Operating under the principle of absolute food conservation, staffed by numerous fully armed combat chefs, the restaurant resembled a colossal ship, its bow adorned with fish-like figures, capable of transforming into a battle mode to prevent damage to its interior during skirmishes, and was referred to as the Fish Fin Combat Arena. Due to the ship's distinctive characteristics, Han Feng recognized it at a glance. Beside the Bartai, various other vessels were docked, likely halting for lunch or perhaps replenishing essential supplies by merchants. Han Feng currently possessed 50,000 beris, and he pondered if that would suffice for a meal. However, he was not particularly hungry. His visit had ulterior motives. Thus, with a sense of curiosity, he and Zoro ventured inside. Convinced that neglecting to witness the famed Bartai would be a significant loss. Upon entering, they were greeted by a peculiar chef sporting strange sunglasses, a notably large face, and a distinctive appearance. Han Feng immediately recognized him as the notorious violent Chef Carl from the Bartai. Recognizing the man, Han Feng swiftly approached, placing a hand on his shoulder and feigned familiarity, exclaiming, "Well, if it isn't Carl. Long time no see. Look at me, your loyal customer, here to support your business." In response to Han Feng's exuberance, Carl appeared perplexed, regarding Han Feng with a bewildered expression, contemplating, "Wait, I don't recall you at all, but how does he know my name?" A loyal customer. Carl pondered, quickly adopting a facade of familiarity. He replied, I never expected to see you again." "Come on in." Carl was vaguely puzzled, unable to recall when he had last encountered Han Feng. Yet sensing that his tone suggested a frequent visitor, he deemed it plausible to have forgotten amidst the countless patrons he served daily. Thus, he resolved to act as if he recognized Han Feng, not wanting to diminish the restaurant's reputation. Meanwhile, Han Feng wore a broad smile, causing Zoro nearby to feel a shiver, though he was uncertain why. He instinctively knew that whenever Han Feng displayed that expression, it heralded trouble. "Carl, considering how many times I've dined here, could you possibly give me a discount this time?" Han Feng proposed. All right, given our rapport, I'll grant you a 10% discount. Without further ado, Han Feng settled down and began ordering. Once he had finalized his selections, he handed the list to Carl. After Carl departed, Zoro sat down and inquired, "Are you quite familiar with him?" Han Feng shrugged and replied, "Actually, today is our first meeting." Zoro's eyes widened in disbelief. "Then why did you act so familiar with him? Isn't it to secure a discount? Wouldn't that ensure I get a 10% reduction?" Han Feng responded with a grin, only for Zoro to sense something amiss. "Wait, how do you know his name is Carl? Have you been here before?" "No, today is my first visit." "Then how do you know?" Zoro's curiosity deepened, realizing his captain was rather enigmatic. "I just happen to know." At that moment, an unexpected yet familiar voice called out from behind. Han Feng. Turning towards the sound, he beheld a slender figure clad in orange, accompanied by a besotted blonde chef with curly hair. It was none other than Nami and Sanji. Just moments earlier, Han Feng had been searching for them, assuming he had arrived before Nami, only to discover she had spotted him first. "Who is she? Do you know her?" Zoro immediately inquired. "Ditto. I almost forgot to mention. She is our crew's navigator." With that, Han Feng momentarily disregarded Zoro and eagerly approached Nami, who was currently exasperated by Sanji's advances. "Hey Nami, long time no see." Han Feng's arrival surprised Nami, as she was in the midst of fending off Sanji's incessant attention. "What do you mean, long time no see? It's only been 2 days." Han Feng purposely positioned himself between Nami and Sanji, plopping down with a grin. "Haha. True, it has only been 2 days, but what a coincidence, meeting again amidst this vast ocean." Sanji, upon witnessing Han Feng's audacity to sit between him and Nami, glared menacingly, demanding, "Hey, who are you? Are you close with this lady?" In response to Sanji's irritation, Han Feng nonchalantly retorted, "Apologies, but you're quite right. I am indeed familiar with this lady. She is our navigator. Why are you bothering her?" "Shoo shoo." Han Feng waved his hand dismissively at Sanji, who was soon joined by Zoro, who sat across from Han Feng and Nami. By the way, Han Feng, what brings you here? I can't find you. I knew you would be here. Really? Nami's expression turned inquisitive. "How did you know?" "I just happen to know." "You're lying." Sighing, Han Feng raised his hands in surrender. "I am not lying. By the way, have you gathered the 100 million berries?" Without hesitation, Nami nodded and replied, "Yes. Thanks to you and your 2 million. Nami and Han Feng had collectively managed to acquire 2 million through gambling at the casino and dealings with the Arlong pirates. However, after her statement, Nami immediately sensed something was off. "Wait, how did you know?" "I just happen to know. But how could you possibly know that?" Han Feng shrugged. "If I didn't tee, how would I know?" "What else do you know?" "Everything you don't know." "Ha!" This time, Nami burst into laughter, genuinely amused. "Goodness, I'm actually having such a delightful chat with a pirate. By the way, I forgot to introduce you. This is my new partner, the swordsman Rorinoa Zoro." Finally recalling his long-neglected companion, Han Feng exclaimed, "Zoro, you've truly made it. You've actually joined the crew. Weren't you a bounty hunter?" "Used to be. But now I'm a pirate." "Oh, hello, I'm Nami." "I am aware that our voyage has not yet concluded," as Zoro's words were abruptly silenced by Han Feng. And at this moment, the obstinate Nami has yet to give her consent. It is imperative that Zoro does not utter anything, lest we find ourselves in an awkward silence. "Huh? What are you doing?" Nami inquired, her curiosity piqued by Han Feng's peculiar behavior. Han Feng merely offered a wry smile before quickly responding, "No, nothing. Our dishes have arrived." No sooner had Han Feng spoken than Carl appeared with the dishes he had just ordered, and I couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Goodness gracious, your timing is impeccable." Just then, Sanji, who had recently departed, reappeared, glanced at Han Feng, then at the wall beside him, and suddenly exclaimed, "You're a pirate, aren't you?" "Huh? How do you know?" Han Feng was taken aback, as he was certain he had never claimed to be a pirate. Besides, he had merely referred to Nami as their navigator. Surely Sanji wouldn't he deduce from that alone that he was a pirate. "Kid, quit pretending. The bounty notice has been issued. 10 million berries for Han Feng." "What?" Han Feng sprang to his feet in astonishment, rushing in the direction Sanji was looking. And indeed, he spotted a bounty notice, one bearing his name and a reward of 10 million berries. How could this be? When did this happen? Han Feng was bewildered. He should have remained under the radar of the Navy. Chapter 45. Who would have thought that in just 2 days you would attract a bounty of 10 million? What have you been up to during this time? Nami remarked, her flushed cheeks remarkably charming. But Han Feng had no inclination to admire them now. The notion of being wanted was utterly perplexing. In the original story, even Luffy had not been issued a bounty. So how had he been targeted? What is so surprising about it? The Navy base was thrown into chaos, and that Colonel Monka was sent flying. How could you not be wanted? Zoro interjected, what? You actually caused a ruckus at the Navy base. How fortunate it is to encounter you here. Nami commented, sipping her orange juice. That Colonel Monka was someone you took down, so the bounty should be on you instead. Why am I implicated in this? And for 10 million berries at that. In the East Blue, a bounty of 5 million berries was already regarded as that of a notorious pirate. The emergence of a 10 million berry pirate would certainly attract attention. But to think this trivial incident would warrant a bounty of 10 million berries. Surely this was an oversight. Could it be that the fool's son had something to do with it? Unable to make sense of it all, Han Feng could only lay the blame at the feet of Bellamy, that unfortunate lad who was caught in the crossfire. But what did it matter? Being a pirate and receiving a bounty was simply a matter of time. Surely he wouldn't be afraid of that. Nami set down her glass of orange juice and smiled to Han Feng, saying, how could that be? I merely find it a bit odd, but oh well. From that moment, the matter became an enigma, one that would only be unraveled in the Grand Line. By the way, Han Feng, I recall you don't have a ship, do you? How did you manage to arrive here? I have purchased a new vessel. Han Feng replied with pride. After all, I'm the captain of pirate crew. How could I possibly be without a pirate ship? Though it was merely a second-hand vessel acquired for 400,000 berries. Zoro chimed in. Han Feng, incensed, smacked Zoro on the forehead. You foolish dolt. Can't you keep your mouth shut? What's the matter? I'm merely speaking the truth. Did you not buy that second-hand ship for 400,000 berries? Han Feng found himself amused by Zoro's antics. You blockhead. If you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute. Nami burst into laughter, clutching her stomach. Just then, a loud crash resonated from the opposite side of the table where Han Feng was seated, drawing the attention of nearly everyone present. Following the sound, they saw Sanji standing there, his right hand gripping the head of a man who appeared to be barely conscious, blood dripping from him. Clearly, he had been dealt a severe blow. Is that not a Navy lieutenant? Someone nearby exclaimed, recognizing the injured individual. Hey, Sanji, what are you doing to a customer? ISNT, at the presence of guests that sustains the restaurant. How could you harm an important patron? What on earth is wrong with you? A burly chef stepped forward, known as Patty, one of the violent cooks of this floating restaurant. In his eyes, money equated to customers, equating to deities. To put it plainly, he valued wealth over individuals. What is the matter? Don't call my name indiscriminately. You filthy cook. You're the filthy cook. Release the customer immediately. Do you wish to ruin this restaurant? I care not what kind of customer he is. This fellow not only fails to appreciate fine cuisine, but has also insulted the chef. As he spoke, Sanji loosened his grip. Thus, I deemed it necessary to teach him a lesson. With that, before the Navy lieutenant could touch the ground, Sanji executed a spinning kick, sending him crashing through the door, out of sight. This brief interlude swiftly passed, but what followed was the true unfolding of events after the Navy lieutenant was sent flying. 2 figures appeared at the entrance. The first was a Navy officer, his uniform stained with blood, barely hanging on. With a resounding bang, a bullet pierced through the Navy officer's back, the cruel and bloody spray of blood staining the floor. As the Navy officer fell, the figure of the shooter gradually became discernible. There's been a murder. Upon witnessing a death, the patrons immediately fled in terror, for the fallen was a Navy officer, and the shooter was undoubtedly a desperate criminal. Remaining here could cost them their lives. ISNT that akin. The demon mannequin. Someone nearby immediately recognized the shooter. Oh, an important character has made an appearance. Han Feng noted Akin's arrival, signaling the progression of the plot. What important character? Do you know him? Nami asked, pointing at Akin. I suppose I could say I know him. though Akin does not recognize me. How do you know him? I just happen to know. Zoro interjected, though. He is from the Click Pirates, right? He should be one of the cadre of the Click Pirates, leading 50 pirate ships, the largest pirate crew in the East Blue, with a bounty of 17 million berries. Upon hearing this, Nami exclaimed, Han Feng, that is 7 million more than you. Han Feng felt somewhat speechless. Yes, oh, what if it's higher? Strength is not determined by bounty. But I heard the Click Pirates have already entered the Grand Line. How did they end up here? Zoro pondered, to which Han Feng promptly replied, well, the Click Pirates had only been in the Grand Line for 7 days before nearly being wiped out by some bored individual. So they retreated. Nami and Zoro were taken aback, exchanging incredulous glances. How do you know this? Han Feng shrugged, feeling exasperated. I just happen to know. Nami and Zoro exchanged glances, both exasperated yet accustomed to it. However, if that were indeed the case, for one person to obliterate 50 pirate ships, how formidable must that individual be? Regardless of whether it is Nami or Zoro, both find the situation somewhat exaggerated. However, Han Feng is acutely aware that this is far from an exaggeration. The annihilation of 50 lowly pirate ships by a single individual is quite a commonplace occurrence in the Grand Line. What is so peculiar about it? The Grand Line is precisely the kind of place where nothing seems strange, no matter what transpires. Chapter 46. A bowl of fried rice. The scene shifts once more as Akin enters the restaurant. Not a single soul dares to approach him, let alone prepare a meal. Yet, a fellow named Patty rushes over to inquire if Akin possesses any money. Akin, in response, presses his handgun against Patty's forehead, demanding food. Surprisingly, rather than being intimidated, Patty erupts in fury and swiftly knocks Akin to the ground. Han Feng watches in disbelief. This chef is undeniably formidable. No wonder he is referred to as the violent chef in the original narrative. He remains unflinching in the face of a firearm. Hey, Sanji! Han Feng snapped his fingers, signaling Sanji to approach. What do you want? Don't call my name so casually. It's quite nauseating. Bring me a bowl of fried rice. Are you trying to waste food in front of me? Upon seeing the unfinished meal on the table, Sanji's expression darkened immediately. He could never forgive those who waste food, as evidenced by the recent incident with that naval lieutenant. Han Feng could tell from Sanji's face that his thoughts had taken a wrong turn. Surely this cannot be considered waste. Is it excessive to offer a starving person a bowl of fried rice? For a chef, shouldn't a hungry person be regarded as a guest? Sanji paused, taken aback by Han Feng's words, then glanced at Akin beside him. All right, I'll bring it over shortly. With that, Sanji lit a cigarette and turned to leave, presumably to prepare the fried rice. Meanwhile, Patty, the fierce chef, continued to pummel Akin, believing that money equates to a customer, a god, and that without money, one is not a customer and should simply leave, that he is that pragmatic. As Akin received blows, nearby chefs and some daring patrons cheered, for they had witnessed Akin shoot a naval officer. They held no sympathy for such a scoundrel. Akin lay battered and barely conscious, akin to a lifeless dog discarded on the deck, oblivious to his fate, while the restaurant returned to its former state. No one felt pity for Akin. In their eyes, his demise would be preferable. Hey, your fried rice has arrived. Sanji placed a bowl of fried rice on Han Feng's table and departed. Zoro, Nami, wait for me a moment. I'll be right back. With that, Han Feng carried the fried rice towards the direction where Akin had just been thrown out. Upon reaching the deck, Han Feng immediately spotted Akin sprawled on the ground. Although he bore a few wounds, none were fatal. Compared to hunger, they were trivial. Had he not been starving, it was likely that Chef Patty would have already been dispatched. 7 days into the Grand Line, Akin had faced utter annihilation at the hands of Mihawk, with 50 ships reduced to a solitary vessel. He had gone days without food or drink, and his stomach growled in protest. This torment had pushed Akin's body to its limits. And just moments ago, upon entering the restaurant and inhaling the enticing aromas, he had anticipated a meal, only to be assaulted and thrown out. His hunger had intensified. Han Feng approached Akin, sitting beside him and placing the bowl of fried rice next to his head. Want to eat? Just as Akin was on the verge of fainting from hunger, an alluring voice reached his ears. Gazing at the fragrant fried rice before him, Akin swallowed hard. He longed to eat. However, get lost. Even in my dire state, I refuse to accept charity. Take that rice away. Stop whining and eat. No matter what grievances you have, you cannot let yourself suffer from hunger. Han Feng sat quietly beside Akin, fully aware of how unbearable hunger could be. That I've told you. I will not eat food handed to me out of pity. This is not free. There are conditions attached to consuming this. Akin was taken aback, and before he could respond, Han Feng continued that I am a pirate seeking to recruit companions. The moment Han Feng's words left his lips, Akin grasped his intention. Absolutely not. For a pirate, betraying one's comrades is an unpardonable sin. Regardless of how vicious a pirate may be, traitors are universally reviled. Akin had no desire to bear the mark of betrayal. I will not betray anyone. This is not betrayal. It is merely a departure. Is there a difference? Yes, a significant one. The meanings are entirely different. Enough. I will never agree. Han Feng sighed in exasperation. Akin was indeed a stubborn fellow. Yet this was fortuitous. Had Akin readily acquiesced, Han Feng would have been reluctant to allow him aboard. Only such loyalty was fitting for a companion. Concerning your captain, Click, you are well aware of what sort of person he is, are you not? Is he truly worthy of your allegiance? Shut up. Regardless, he is my captain. I will not agree to your proposition. Han Feng shrugged, his tone shifting dramatically to, "It seems as long as he lives, you will not be able to forget him." Akin's expression darkened at Han Feng's words. What do you intend to do? I advise you, as a good person, to refrain from courting death. Do not provoke our captain. If I defeat him, will you join me? Does that sound fair? Are you even listening to me? I've already told you. You cannot possibly be his match. Is that your tacit agreement? Akin could only shake his head in disbelief, recognizing Han Feng as a good person who meant well. Fine, I want to be courting death. I never undertake uncertain ventures. Now eat, it's hot. This costs money. I'm not a wealthy man. Akin gazed at the bowl of fragrant fried rice on the ground, hesitating that to him, this bowl of fried rice was undoubtedly a lifeline. However, experiencing hunger was a profoundly distressing ordeal. Having nothing to satiate his hunger was a cruel fate, and one understands the sentiment of the starving better than he does. If you wish to die for your pride, so be it. However, wouldn't it be better to eat and witness the dawn of a new day? After Han Feng's words, Akin could no longer resist. He seized the bowl of fried rice from the ground, devouring it ravenously, even foregoing a spoon in favor of using his hands, revealing just how starved he truly was. It's so delicious, so delicious, so delicious. As Akin ate, his words trembled, tears streaming down his cheeks. I thought I was done for. I truly believed it was the end. Chapter 47. Making money. Akin continued to eat, his voice quavering, tears flowing freely. It's so delicious, so delicious, so delicious. Well, isn't that wonderful? Eating is what matters. Regardless of circumstances, living is always preferable to dying. At the very least, you can still behold the beautiful sun tomorrow, can't you? Seeing Akin finally consuming the meal, Han Feng stood up and walked back in the restaurant. Wait, what is your name? Han Feng paused but did not turn back, responding, your decision after finishing the meal rests in your hands. With that, Han Feng entered the restaurant without another glance back. Upon returning, he discovered that Zoro and Nami were no longer on the first floor. They must have finished their meals and gone upstairs. Indeed, on the second floor, he found Nami and Zoro together. However, upon seeing Sanji once again pestering Nami, Han Feng felt a surge of displeasure. Clearly, keeping Sanji off the ship was indeed the right choice. Han Feng rushed over to Nami and Sanji, squeezing in between them and pushing Sanji aside. Why are you bothering my navigator again? Go away and focus on your cooking. Can't you see my navigator is annoyed by you? Sanji was so furious that he ground his teeth. Yet he found himself powerless, for the matter at hand was not in his favor. Han Feng, where have you gone? Nami inquired upon his return. Nowhere in particular, just to the restroom. You took fried rice to the restroom. Zoro interjected. Han Feng was incensed. You truly are a fool. If you keep silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. Zoro's incessant interruptions made Han Feng feel an overwhelming urge to punch him. Am I not your captain? What does it mean when you constantly undermine me? Han Feng held a certain admiration for Akin, and now it was up to him to make a choice. If he brought Click over and Han Feng happened to eliminate him, would Akin join his side? However, if he chose not to come, so be it. This individual was not someone of significant consequence in the original narrative, and Han Feng did not wish to expend such effort on him. By the way, what are you doing? At that moment, Han Feng noticed 3 unfamiliar individuals seated directly across the table from him. Judging by their attire, it was evident they were quite affluent. Upon seeing Han Feng, Nami chuckled mischievously. Come on, do what you're best at and advise me. What am I best at? Han Feng pondered, bewildered. What could it possibly be that I'm unaware of? He skeptically sat beside her, and it soon became clear why Nami had made that remark. On the table lay a black bowl cover, something Han Feng was quite familiar with, as it was through this very item that he had initially bonded with Nami back in Rogue Town. Was it not a game of chance? No wonder Nami referred to it as her forte. After all, he had once won 10 million berries from her after betting just 1,000. It seemed Nami was now hoping he could help her win again. Han Feng, feeling idle, thought, why not win a bit of money? What are we betting on this time? After the dice had been shaken, Nami leaned in close and softly asked him, her actions appearing rather flirtatious. However, since she did not voice any concerns, he felt no need to comment. Breathing in Nami's sweet scent, he declared, let us bet on the leopard. This again? Is that even feasible? Nami questioned, a hint of skepticism in her voice, as it seemed Han Feng often wagered on this seemingly improbable outcome. Yet he had prevailed each time, leaving her utterly perplexed. If you don't like it, choose something else, but don't blame me if you lose. Han Feng shot her a sidelong glance. Believe what you will, but when the time comes, it will undoubtedly be a leopard. Seeing Han Feng's conviction, Nami, albeit hesitantly, placed her bet on the leopard. The 3 individuals across the table watched Han Feng and Nami, chuckling quietly among themselves. What a bunch of novices, betting on a leopard. If it were that easy, no one would buy in. What a fool. This guy is bound to lose. Though their murmurs were hushed, Han Feng caught wind of their derision, yet he paid them no mind. They would soon be in for a surprise. As the black bowl cover was lifted, the 3 of them were left dumbfounded, staring at the numbers on the table in disbelief. 6, a leopard. Ha! It truly is a leopard, Nami exclaimed excitedly, throwing her arms around Han Feng, leaving him somewhat bashful. The delightful aroma and softness of Nami were simply enchanting. Having a beautiful girl beside him was a stark contrast to Zoro, who was as unremarkable as they come. Hey, why are you staring at me? Zoro asked as he noticed Han Feng's gaze. Oh, nothing. I just think you look quite handsome. Stop being silly. Pay up. A leopard pays 5 to 1, and there are still 4 portions of the wager unpaid. Observing the trio-S in action, Han Feng remarked. They were likely dumbstruck by the numbers revealed before them. Just moments ago, they had mocked him as a novice, and now he had indeed guessed correctly. It was a leopard. How could this guy possess such extraordinary luck? They pondered simultaneously, ha. We've struck it rich. You're the best, Han Feng. Of course, as your captain, I must be. Upon hearing this, Nami shot him a disapproving look, signaling that she had yet to agree to be his navigator. So he shouldn't he presume to speak so freely. Han Feng returned her gaze, as if to assure her, don't worry, I will not give up. You are destined to be my navigator for life. The 2 exchanged flirtatious glances, creating an air of intimacy that would likely lead onlookers to believe they were a couple, even though neither of them was aware of it. They continued to bet on high and low, with Han Feng consistently providing Nami with strategic advice, enjoying every moment. Han Feng even occasionally fed her slices of orange, adding to the amusement. Winning money while charming a lady was an exhilarating experience. After several hours, they had terrified the 3 opponents into submission. No matter what Han Feng and Nami wagered, they always won. Whether it was high, low, or the elusive leopard, Han Feng's predictions were always spot on, down to the exact numbers. This was the first time the trio had witnessed such an inexplicable phenomenon. Even if they considered cheating, they could not fathom how it was possible, as neither the bowl nor the dice had been manipulated. Han Feng merely stated his bets. Chapter 48. The arrival of Click having been thoroughly beaten, the 3 individuals refrained from gambling against Han Feng and Nami, fearing they would lose their trousers if they continued. After hours of play, Han Feng and Nami had amassed nearly 100,000 berries, leaving Nami grinning from ear to ear. Haha, this is fantastic. He made so much money. Why do they only bring such a meager sum? I haven't won enough yet. Observing Nami clutching her winnings, Han Feng wore a bemused expression. Was she a money-printing machine or a bank? Not enough winnings? Goodness, do you truly wish to be so adorable? You nearly lost your trousers to me and still yearn for more. However, Han Feng understood Nami's greed stemmed largely from a painful past. Whenever that topic arose, it would dampen her spirits, due to that matter. She had declined his invitations countless times. She claimed her disdain for pirates was profound. She cherished oranges and money, and becoming a pirate's navigator was out of the question. Han Feng, however, was not one to easily concede. It was simply impossible. If he could not win over Nami, how could he hope to conquer the world? Even in the direst of circumstances, Han Feng had never surrendered, let alone now, when the obstacles were relatively minor. He had long since shed his past as a slave. He was now a pirate, striving to achieve the title of the strongest. His ambitions were to reach the pinnacle of the world, to annihilate the celestial dragons, to obliterate those who looked down upon him, and to confront that woman named Charmaria. Furthermore, he wished to pursue the girl he adored, providing her with happiness. Thus, when it came to Nami, Han Feng would never relent. Nami was a resilient girl, strong enough to evoke Han Feng's sense of injustice. Her strength compelled him to aid her wholeheartedly, and it pained him to see her struggle. A young girl, tirelessly working for 8 years to gather 100 million berries to purchase her hometown of Cocoa Village, enduring both mental and physical exhaustion. This was not a burden any child should bear. Who could dare claim she was not strong? Therefore, Han Feng would absolutely not abandon Nami. Is it nearly time? Han Feng muttered to himself as he gazed out the window. What is coming? Nami asked, turning her head in curiosity at his odd statement. Just an annoying fellow. Nothing to concern yourself with. How do you know? I merely happen to know. Nami felt exasperated. It seemed Han Feng had an uncanny ability to predict unforeseen events. Whenever she inquired about his knowledge, he always responded in the same manner, and thus she had grown accustomed to it. Han Feng stood up, ready to leave, for according to the narrative, the self-proclaimed invincible clique was about to arrive. Where are you going? Nami instinctively asked as she noticed him getting up. Level up. Huh? Due to Han Feng's inexplicable words, both Zoro and Nami found themselves momentarily stunned. What on earth was he talking about? It was merely a matter of teaching that detestable fellow a lesson. This was not solely because of the prior conversation with the demon, Akin, but more importantly, Han Feng needed to engage in battle to accrue experience points and enhance his strength. Moreover, the main quest had already been generated to eliminate the clique pirate crew with a reward of 10,000 conquest points. A fight, you say? Do you want me to take action? Upon hearing that they were to eliminate a foe, Zoro's excitement was palpable to the extent that Han Feng could see the glint of his sword's edge peeking from his waist. Han Feng quickly waved his hand. Not yet. It is not the time for you to act. Zoro, keep your eyes fixed on the window. Soon, an unexpected individual will appear before you, and that person will be your opponent in battle. After hearing Han Feng's words, Zoro and Nami were taken aback once more and casually inquired, how do you know? However, after posing the question, they felt it was somewhat redundant, for Han Feng simply replied, no, I just happen to know. Indeed, such a response was anticipated. Well, since our captain has said so, he must have his own plans. In any team, if the leader lacks any authority, that team is destined to fracture. Thus, the captain's words are commands. Observing that Zoro and Nami seemed to have accepted this, Han Feng paid no further mind and descended the stairs. As expected, Clique had made his entrance, clad in golden armor. The fool who fancied himself invincible, proclaiming himself the overlord of the East Sea. Han Feng was neither surprised nor perturbed by the arrival of the Clique pirate crew. To him, they were merely stepping stones for the enhancement of his strength. When it came to his friends, Han Feng would not harbor any insincere sentiments. Having endured the solitude and helplessness of the past, he understood the profound sense of powerlessness that accompanied it. Against his enemies, Han Feng would show no mercy. If he intended to kill, it must be done thoroughly, leaving no remnants behind. To show mercy to one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. A lesson Han Feng had grasped well. Thus, since Clique was deemed an enemy by Han Feng, he had to perish for the sake of his own strength and the pursuit of vengeance. Han Feng was prepared to employ any means necessary. As Han Feng reached the bottom of the stairs, he chanced upon Clique, who had regained his vigor after Sanji had served him fried rice, transforming from a pitiful state to one of arrogance. Clique sought to seize this floating restaurant and demanded the chefs prepare food for 100 starving crew members. Such a wretch was unworthy of life. Akin was equally taken aback by his captain's shamelessness. He had attempted to plead for mercy, only to be shoved to the ground by Clique. Han Feng refrained from intervening immediately, allowing Akin to witness just how unscrupulous his captain truly was. Akin and Sanji were now evenly matched, both brimming with potential, which was why Han Feng sought to win Akin over to the present. Han Feng was diligently recruiting promising newcomers among the pirates, for in the future, they would undoubtedly form a formidable force, one that would never betray him. Redleg Zeph? You're Redleg Zeph? Upon seeing the restaurant's owner, Clique's eyes widened in recognition. So, you are still alive, the notorious pirate masquerading as a chef. Oh, I never thought anyone would remember this old bone of mine. Whether I live or die is of no concern to you. As you can see, I now exist as a chef, one who has survived the trials of the Grand Line. The moment these words were spoken, silence enveloped the crowd. Especially Zeph's final remark left them incredulous. The eliminator of the Grand Line referred to Clique? How could this be? The so-called Overlord of the East Sea commanding 50 pirate ships. Chapter 49. Han Feng takes action listening to the astonished reactions of the crowd. Han Feng found it amusing. The Overlord of the East Sea? A great pirate? Han Feng was nearly in stitches. For they were merely a group of weaklings relying on weaponry and numbers. Such pirates could only bully the common folk. They could hardly stand their ground in the Grand Line. What of commanding 50 pirate ships? Even if you commanded 500, the outcome would remain unchanged. In this world of the Pirate King, it is one's individual prowess that reigns supreme. Possessing power without strength renders one a mere paper tiger. A formidable individual could easily annihilate a crew single-handedly. Upon hearing Zeph's words, Clique burst into laughter. Indeed, you have imparted a lesson, Redleg Zeph, but you are hardly in a position to lecture me. Your words seem rather commendable. However, in my eyes, it is less a matter of living as a chef and more a necessity to survive as one. As he spoke, Clique's gaze shifted to Zeph's right leg, or more accurately, the wooden peg leg he used. The implication was clear. Zeph, known for his formidable kicking prowess, had the strength to shatter bones and leave imprints on solid steel. He earned the title of Redleg Zeph after staining his shoes with blood. But what of you now? Having lost your most prized right leg, what can you do at this moment? Now, you are but a powerless old man. Is that not so, great pirate Redleg Zeph? Zeph's expression subtly altered. Yet he said nothing more. The life of a pirate held no allure for him any longer. It is said you have sailed the Grand Line for an entire year, so you must possess a sailing log. Correct? Clique, observing Zeph's silence, brazenly continued, for his ambitions extended beyond merely acquiring this ship. The sailing log was also his goal. Gaining insight into the unpredictable conditions of the Grand Line was invaluable information worth more than gold. You can forget it. The sailing log is a cherished memory share between my crew and me. I will not entrust it to someone like you. You are not in a position to judge. First, save my crew before you speak. This ship and your sailing log shall be mine. After speaking, Clique prepared to leave with the 100 servings Zeph had just prepared for him. However, another voice interjected. Clique, why are you doing this? You did not say this earlier. They are our saviors. The speaker was Akin, who, despite knowing his captain's treachery, found it intolerable to repay kindness with malice. In response to Akin's question, Clique merely shot him a fierce glare, then casually seized Akin by the shoulder, the immense force causing Akin's ribs to creak, eliciting a cry of pain. Listen closely. Do not attempt to defy me. My words are law. You have accomplished much by locating this restaurant, so consider this a minor lesson. Should there be a next time, I will not show mercy. With that, Clique hurled Akin out the door. At this moment, Han Feng recognized it was time for him to make his entrance. Skillfully employing the Soru technique, he swiftly moved outside and caught Akin midair as he was about to crash to the ground. Huh? Kid, what do you mean by this? Han Feng did not respond to Kleek's inquiry, but gently set Akin down against the walled IT that moment. Akin recognized Han Feng, his expression one of disbelief. He could not fathom why his savior was here, not wanting Han Feng to be embroiled in the chaos. Han Feng, what are you doing here? Leave, you must go. The captain will kill you. As he spoke, Akin pushed Han Feng, trying to urge him to flee, yet Han Feng remained steadfast. You remember our previous agreement. You are well aware of what kind of person your captain is, are you not? So what will your answer be? Han Feng cast a fierce glare at Kleek, and despite the imposing figure before him, he felt no fear. Rather, he was invigorated, for this was all experience. You fool, run. You are no match for the captain. You cannot defeat him. Why do you not understand? So, you are conceding, then? Well, whether you agree or disagree is of no consequence. In summary, the wretch before me is as good as dead, if you choose to remain loyal to him. Then after I take his life, should you wish to seek vengeance, it matters not. However, at that juncture, we shall be enemies, and I shall show no mercy to my foes. With that said, Han Feng disregarded Ajin's astonished expression and began to stride toward Kleek. Unarmed, with his hands tucked into his pockets, his gaze, reminiscent of death itself, bore into Kleek with an unspeakable cruelty and foreboding. Hey, do you even know who you're up against, kid? Whether you do or not. What difference does it make? In my eyes, there are only friends and enemies that must be eradicated. Upon hearing Han Feng's words, the veins on Kleek's forehead bulged in an instant. Being looked down upon by such a boy was something he could not tolerate, and his face betrayed a chilling, murderous intent as he roared, "Ignorant brat, die!" With a crackling sound, the golden armor enveloping Kleek underwent a subtle transformation. Suddenly, dozens of dark gun muzzles emerged from beneath the armor, on his shoulders. Waist, neck, and arms, every conceivable hiding place for weapons was filled with cold firearms, rendering Kleek a veritable arsenal in that moment. All were laid bare, instilling panic among the onlookers. That kid is doomed. He'll definitely be killed for offending Kleek. He doesn't stand a chance. Run. Kleek is furious, and will all be caught in the crossfire. Indeed, chaos ensued as both guests and chefs scrambled for cover, hiding beneath tables or fleeing to the second floor. In an instant, the place was devoid of people, each trembling in anticipation of the impending gunfire. Chapter 50. Instant kill on Kleek. Ajin watched, his eyes wide with disbelief, tears of regret welling in the corners. Why, oh why did he bring Kleek here? If not for him, his benefactor wouldn't be in this predicament. Bang, 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 the air filled with the rapid sound of gunfire as dozens of bullets sped toward Han Feng, who was mere moments away from being pierced through. But then, shave! Han Feng activated his shave technique, and although he was only at level 1, evading gunfire was no challenge. Without Kleek noticing, Han Feng circled behind him and delivered a powerful kick to his back, sending Kleek soaring through the air. But that was not the end. Han Feng exerted force once more, propelling himself like a cannonball in the same direction Kleek had flown in an instant. Both figures vanished from the restaurant, leaving a crowd of guests and chefs in stunned silence, while Ajin stood agape, bewildered. What just happened? Kleek was sent flying at a 45-degree angle, and Han Feng pursued relentlessly, his feet striking the ground with force. Utilizing the moonwalk technique, he accelerated past Kleek, positioning himself above him. With a swift turn in midair, he unleashed a powerful kick to Kleek's abdomen, sending him hurtling again, like a meteor crashing onto his already dilapidated pirate ship, which now lay even more wrecked from the impact. Han Feng descended on Kleek's ship, summoning his weapon, Senbin Zakura, and surveying the surroundings. He found Kleek's crew, weak and weary from hunger and thirst. A cruel smile crept across Han Feng's lips. Let it rain. With a torrent of filthy blood, the newly unleashed Senbin Zakura blossomed, its beauty deadly. In an instant, it struck down every soul aboard the ship, leaving them no chance to resist, all falling beneath Han Feng's blade. The scent of blood saturated the air. Meanwhile, as he claimed lives, Han Feng's conquest points and experience surged, albeit meagerly, barely surpassing that of some feeble beasts. Then, With a resounding explosion, the deck opposite Han Feng erupted, and a golden figure emerged, none other than Click himself. To think that a person in the world of pirates could withstand such a blow was astonishing to Han Feng. However, Click was no longer the composed figure he had been. He appeared disheveled, blood trickling from his mouth, yet his fury eclipsed his pain. He surveyed the chaos around him, his face contorting with rage. "What have you done, you little bastard?" "Just shieling," Han Feng replied nonchalantly. "Don't be so shocked. If you've chosen the path of a pirate, you must be prepared for death. If you cannot handle even that, I suggest you go home and drink your milk. Oh, wait, you can't return. Your fate will be the same as theirs." As Han Feng spoke, the scattered Senbonzakura began to coalesce in his right hand, forming a blade. "Spare me your words. You're as good as dead. I will make you pay dearly." Click roared, brandishing a massive weapon that Han Feng recognized as one that would explode upon impact. He knew he must not be hit. After all, he lacked the rubbery physique of Luffy. With Han Feng's speed, it was a foolish dream for Click to land a blow. This battle had been predetermined from start. Click's strength was insufficient to match Han Feng. As Click barreled toward him, blinded by rage, Han Feng's cruel smile widened. Like a reaper, he showed no mercy to his foes. Thus, Click was destined to perish. Suddenly, Click's movements froze as he swung his prized weapon, but he missed entirely in a flash. Han Feng circled behind him and plunged Senbonzakura into Click's throat without hesitation. Click's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not fathom how such a seemingly youthful boy had bested him, but the contrasting sensations of warmth and cold at his neck were unmistakable. "No, don't kill me," Click pleaded for mercy. But Han Feng would not entertain such requests. Click must perish and serve as a stepping stone for Han Feng's ascent. Before Click could finish his plea, Han Feng declared, "Scatter, Senbonzakura." Countless blades erupted from within Click's throat, tearing his head to shreds, leaving no bone unbroken, a rain of sanguine droplets enveloping the scene. Han Feng slowly retracted his movements as Click's lifeless body collapsed, bathed in a blood rain. Han Feng felt no discomfort. His gaze, still cold and filled with murderous intent, fixated on the masterpiece he had created. He grinned. "You should feel honored to become a part of my strength." Without a second thought, he sheathed Senbonzakura and turned away, leaving behind a scene that could only be described as a slaughterhouse, a testament to Han Feng's transformation into a harbinger of death. At that moment, the system's icy voice echoed in Han Feng's mind. "Congratulations, host. Main quest. Defeat Click completed. Reward, 10,000 conquest points. The next main quest has been generated. Challenge the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk. Reward, 20,000 conquest points." With a defeat of Click, Han Feng leveled up from level 28 to level 29, only a step away from level 30. However, the upcoming challenge seemed daunting. To challenge Mihawk. He doubted he could even catch the man's attention at this point. Thankfully, the system's task was merely to challenge Mihawk, not to defeat him. Otherwise, he would have no idea where to weep. Chapter 51. Just as Han Feng had just disembarked from Click's ship, intending to seek out the ghostly figure of a Jean, an unexpected mutation occurred. Without any forewarning, the pirate ship that had been beneath Han Feng's feet was instantly cleaved into 3 pieces. The already dilapidated vessel could no longer withstand such overwhelming force. Amidst a tide of blood and brutality, the pirate ship gradually sank beneath the waves. What has transpired? Upon hearing the commotion outside the dining hall, everyone could not help but rush out to witness the spectacle. Yet what they beheld was merely the colossal pirate ship crumbling to dust, leaving them speechless in astonishment. Han Feng slowly lifted his gaze towards the distance, where a diminutive figure stood, akin to a drop of water in the vast ocean. Almost imperceptible, yet to Han Feng, this diminutive silhouette exuded an overwhelming presence. The man had arrived. Han Feng's heart raced with excitement. A single stroke wielded such devastating power. This was sword pressure, and it was manifestly visible. Having mastered advanced swordsmanship, Han Feng understood well the difficulty in generating such pressure. At his current level, he was far from achieving it. The sword pressure emanating from Hawkeye had materialized like an invisible slash, effortlessly severing any obstacle in its path, even capable of cleaving the sea itself. However, Han Feng was acutely aware that this strike was merely a casual swing of Hawkeye's blade. Yet even so, it stirred tumultuous waves, a testament to the might of the 7 warlords who had arrived. Beside Han Feng, Ajin was rendered utterly flabbergasted, unable to comprehend the unfolding events that it was the very man who had decimated your click pirate crew. Hawkeye, my hawk. Upon hearing Han Feng utter this name, Ajin's heart seized in terror, as he vividly recalled the hellish scene when one man annihilated 50 pirate ships without a trace, gliding past in a mere small boat, while surrounding vessels disintegrated into nothingness. A fleet of thousands was nothing more than child's play in his eyes. With a mere flick of that world-renowned black sword, even the mightiest ship would be shattered into fragments on the second floor. Zoro, having heard Han Feng's words, had been observing the surface of the sea, but just moments ago, following the thunderous sound, he indeed witnessed it. From a distance, the shape resembling a crucifix, with ethereal flames akin to those from the depths of hell, approached on a small vessel resembling a western coffin. With a single sword stroke, the massive pirate ship was cleaved apart. Aside from that man, Zoro could not conceive of another in this world capable of such feats. Zoro gripped the edge of the ship tightly, the wooden window frame creaking under his grasp, his entire body trembling. Not from fear, but from exhilaration, he had finally encountered him, the person he had longed to meet. Hawkeye, my hawk, was the very reason Zoro had set sail. Only by triumphing over this man could he stand atop the pinnacle of the world, fulfilling the promises he had once made. Thus, even if he had not anticipated encountering this man so soon, even knowing the vast disparity in their strengths, even as his hands trembled, nearly losing grip on his sword, Zoro remained resolute in seizing this opportunity. This was his lifelong dream. Even if it meant death, he would still attempt it. What has you so riled up? Noticing Zoro's peculiar behavior, Nami inquired from the side, but the next moment, she witnessed Zoro leap from the second-floor window, brandishing 3 swords. Is the debt collector here? Running so swiftly, landing lightly, Zoro arrived on the deck. Removing the dark green bandana from his right arm and wrapping it around his head, that moment, he resembled a ferocious beast. Both his gaze and demeanor exuding danger, he stood defiantly before Hawkeye. Upon seeing Zoro position himself in front of Hawkeye, everyone was astounded. Did he not witness how this man had just cleaved the enormous pirate ship in 2? To stand in front of him is tantamount to courting death. He is your comrade, is he not? Quickly call him back. You will only provoke that man. Ajin recognized Zoro as Han Feng's companion and hurriedly warned Han Feng. Fully aware of Hawkeye's terrifying prowess, such unparalleled strength cannot be easily articulated. Yet in the face of Ajin's concern, Han Feng merely shook his head and said, "Watch closely. This is his choice, as well as his ambition and dream. I do not wish to interfere, nor can I halt him now would be nothing short of a desecration of his determination and an insult to his resolve. Watch closely. This is the most magnificent duel of your predecessor." After hearing Han Feng's words, Ajin swallowed hard in disbelief and redirected his gaze toward Zoro. However, this time, he did not see a reckless figure rushing toward death, but rather one who was striving valiantly for his dreams. With the elegance and grace of a master swordsman, Zoro cleaved the pirate ship, executing each movement with exquisite precision, as if the sword had transformed into a supple extension of himself. This the prowess of a grand swordsman. I have indeed found a formidable opponent. I have never witnessed such fluidity in swordplay. Not only hard blades possess strength. You seem rather idle, do you not? Shall we engage in a duel? This was the exchange between Zoro and Hawkeye. A dialogue between swordsmen, succinct and clear. It had been ages since Hawkeye encountered anyone daring enough to challenge him, and he was taken aback. If you truly are a top-tier swordsman, even without having crossed blades with me, you should comprehend the disparity in our strengths. No. Is your defiance born of courage or ignorance? It is my ambition. It is also an honor of a promise made to a dear friend. Though you may be somewhat renowned in the East Sea, this is the weakest sea among the 4. Hawkeye's words were devoid of pretense. It was not that he looked down upon Zoro, but rather that the world had yet to acknowledge Zoro's existence. A person who has not ventured beyond the East Sea cannot comprehend this. Not underestimate me. A frog in a well. Prepare to witness the vastness of this world. Though everyone, including Zoro himself, recognized the impossibility of defeating Hawkeye, none anticipated the chasm of disparity to be so immense. The only one unfazed was Han Feng, for he was already privy to this knowledge. However, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. Hawkeye unveiled to both Zoro and Han Feng the vastness of the world. Even the small knife hanging from his neck left Zoro utterly defenseless. A crushing defeat, breathless and drenched in sweat, Zoro gazed at Hawkeye, unwilling to accept the reality. The latter's breathing remained undisturbed, not a drop of sweat upon his brow. Was the gap truly so vast? Chapter 52, challenging Hawkeye. As Hawkeye's blade lunged towards Zoro's heart, Zoro did not retreat a single step. Why? Even he could not discern the reason. He merely felt that if he were to falter here, all the important vows and promises of the past would vanish, and he would never return to this moment. That is what defeat feels like. Retrieving the small knife, Hawkeye addressed Zoro, his expression unchanged. Indeed, this is what defeat is, but it is a defeat embraced by a great swordsman who places life and death aside. Rather than face failure, Zoro would choose death, instead of retreating in disgrace. He preferred to confront the blade head-on, even if it meant perishing. So be it. Such a strong sense of rivalry. Rather than facing defeat, one would choose death. Even Hawkeye, formidable as he was, could not help but admire him. Boy, state your name. Rorinoa Zoro. I shall remember you. You are a rare breed of powerful warrior. What weight does such a statement carry when uttered by Hawkeye? How many in this world could earn such recognition from him? Yet, Zoro achieved it. To honor the swordsman within, I shall use this world's strongest black sword to grant you a conclusion. I am immensely grateful. This is the final strike. Will the world's greatest swordsman prevail? Or will it be death? In that moment, Zoro thought little. For over a decade of grueling training beyond human limits had been for this moment, for this very sword strike, ultimately to clash with Hawkeye's black sword. Devoid of any chance of victory, the blade pierced his chest, blood gushed forth, and Zoro fell backward, plummeting into the sea. He seemed to once again behold the ancient Yaina, returning to that moonlit night. One day, whether it be you or I, we shall undeniably become the world's greatest swordsman, and we shall see who is worthy of the title. The youthful and reckless Zoro, oblivious to the concept of regret, felt time slow to a crawl in that moment. Defeated, he had never contemplated the possibility of losing. Such was the might of the world's strongest swordsman. Why confront this strike from his opponent head-on? Because to falter behind would be a disgrace to his experience. What is death in the face of such a challenge? The moment he resolved to become a swordsman, Zoro had long since cast aside the notions of life and death. A gentle touch came from behind, as a pair of hands lifted him from the depths of the sea. Upon recognizing his savior, Zoro was overcome with regret and wept bitterly. He gazed skyward, facing the heavens, his tears mingling indistinguishably with the salt water of the ocean. Han Feng, can you hear me? I am so sorry for causing you worry. I must become the world's greatest swordsman. I will not lose again. The white longsword in his hand pointed skyward, declaring that before he could defeat his opponent and claim the title of great swordsman, he would absolutely not be defeated again, nor would he succumb to anyone else. Do you have any objections? The world's strongest. Han Feng slowly rose beside Zoro, entrusting him to the astonished Ajin, while a peculiar sword gradually materialized in Han Feng's right hand. Out of course, it's gone. My swordsman, your actions have stirred my blood. This time, standing before Eagle Eye is Han Feng. A gentle breeze tousled his black hair. Although he knew he could not best Eagle Eye, he had to try, for the mission. For the sake of enhancing his strength, for vengeance, and to eradicate the celestial dragons. Han Feng was capable of anything. Even if his current adversary was the world's strongest swordsman, no. Even if the enemy before him was the entire world. It would not deter him. It seems today truly is a fortuitous day. Young man, are you Zoro's captain? Just a moment ago. But now, I am merely a swordsman. Nothing more. Eagle Eye's pupils contracted slightly, and his expression changed subtly. Have you not grasped the disparity between us from the recent battle? If you retreat now, the gap will only widen. Some things cannot be understood without experience, such as determination. Eagle Eye smiled. What is happening today? Within a single day, in the same place on the same pirate ship, while still being comrades, there exists a swordsman so admirable. Although I cannot acknowledge your strength, your spirit is enough? Is your goal the position of the world's greatest swordsman, like mine? As he spoke, Eagle Eye drew forth the very dagger he had used against Zoro. Han Feng slowly shifted his body, preparing to attack, while responding, "Wrong. Our goal is to be the strongest in the world, not merely the greatest swordsman." Eagle Eye paused, a cryptic smile appearing on his face. "State your name." "Boy." "Han Feng. If you can allow me to wield that strongest black sword, I shall acknowledge your potential to reach such heights." In response to Eagle Eye's words, Han Feng stood resolute. "No, you are mistaken. Only the strongest can wield the strongest sword. It is not the sword itself that earns the title of the strongest, but rather the might of the one who wields it that grants it such a name." Upon hearing this, Eagle Eye's face displayed a look of astonishment. He seemed to see the shadow of an old friend in Han Feng. "Then let us see if you possess the strength to liberate my sword from its title of the strongest. Perhaps I cannot do so now, but that does not mean I shall not achieve it in the future." After speaking, Han Feng vanished in an instant. Utilizing the technique of shave with great proficiency, he elevated his swordsmanship to its fullest potential. Han Feng struck towards Eagle Eye with blinding speed, yet Eagle Eye merely marveled briefly before returning to his calm demeanor. Perhaps he found it curious that this pirate would employ the techniques of the Navy. Regardless, Eagle Eye paid little mind. To him, Han Feng was neither pirate nor Navy, merely a swordsman challenging him. Just that, once again wielding the dagger, with the same offense and defense, Eagle Eye thwarted Han Feng's fierce assault. Only by experiencing it firsthand could one comprehend the terrifying nature of Eagle Eye. Now Han Feng was tasting that reality. Certainly, he was still far too weak. Yet it is precisely for this reason that this battle must be fought, to be fought with unrestrained fervor, without any reservations or regrets. Senbonzakuro was now Han Feng's sole trump card, his last resort, and it must not be easily revealed. Against an opponent like Eagle Eye, even with Bankai, victory was unattainable. The chasm between Han Feng and Eagle Eye was indeed vast. Thus, catching him off guard was the wisest course of action. Chapter 53. Evolution. Therefore, catching him off guard was indeed the most prudent strategy. Shave. Han Feng executed another shave, channeling his speed and weight, infusing all his strength into Senbonzakuro. This strike encapsulated all of Han Feng's might. The sword pressure began to coalesce. In the face of such Han Feng, Eagle Eye's pupils constricted in that instant. He regarded Han Feng with disbelief. He is growing stronger in battle. What an incredible boy. This was the manifestation of Han Feng's scion bloodline at work. The more he fought, the stronger he became, and the closer he drew. The more his potential was unleashed. The sword pressure he had previously been unable to conjure now took on a nascent form. With this initial semblance of sword pressure, Han Feng fiercely slashed horizontally towards Eagle Eye's body. Eagle Eye would not flinch either. Facing Han Feng, he began to take the encounter seriously. "If you wish to play, then I shall indulge you. Witness what true sword pressure is. If you are a genuine strongman, then experience this with your own body. Remember this sensation." With a cruel flourish, a spray of blood blossomed in the air, a gash appearing on Han Feng's chest. His sword pressure was forcefully suppressed by Eagle Eye, whose strike had even cleaved the ocean behind Han Feng. Had Eagle Eye not held back, Han Feng might have met his end at this moment. However, Han Feng had confidence in his survival, for he possessed the Conquest system, which granted him a self-rescue ability. At the cost of 99% of his Conquest points, he could escape death once every year. Yet even with this, Han Feng dared not act recklessly. It was, after all, his lifeline. Like the falling petals of cherry blossoms, wielding that same dagger, he still could not resist. Was this truly his limit? Was this the so-called disparity? How infuriating! He was still far too weak. With a crack, the overwhelming impact shattered the sword in Han Feng's hand, scattering its remnants into the vast ocean. Lost to the depths at that moment, Eagle Eye furrowed his brow slightly. He found it peculiar. For he knew that Han Feng's blade should not have shattered so easily. He had not employed his full strength, only exerted a modicum of seriousness. Yet that blade should not have broken so effortlessly. What, then, was the cause? The genuine pain radiating from his chest ignited a fiery sensation in Han Feng. He felt utterly powerless against his opponent. Was this the reality of the world? In that instant, Han Feng recalled the words that Garp had once imparted. It is not that I look down upon you, but rather that the world has yet to acknowledge you. Indeed, the grand line was not as simple as he had imagined. But what of it? If you are strong enough to defy fate, then simply surpass it. If you stand in my way, then I shall eliminate you. This world is one of survival of the fittest, a brutal realm where strength reigns supreme, and thus he must ascend to the pinnacle of this world, standing atop it all, transcending everyone. Oh, with a roar and unwavering resolve, even if his sword was shattered. So what? This is not hell. It is a reality far more ruthless than hell. To escape his current plight, he must rely solely on himself, forsaking the notion that a benevolent savior will come to his aid. Such thoughts only reveal a penchant for melodrama. One's destiny must be grasped firmly in their own hands. This is the final strike. Missing Eagle Eye's figure, Han Feng pivoted, casting aside all pain, relegating every concern to the shadows, redefining the very notions of possibility and impossibility. Witnessing Han Feng's transformation, Eagle Eye began to regard him with earnestness. Yet if this was the extent of his capabilities, he still lacked the qualification to compel Eagle Eye to draw forth the world's mightiest sword. Young warrior, you are still far too weak. As Hawkeye contemplated, the corners of Han Feng's mouth slowly began to move. Scatter, Senbin Zakura. In that fleeting moment, Hawkeye's pupils suddenly contracted. The sharpness of a warlord-level powerhouse is unparalleled. Not only are they incredibly quick to react, but most importantly, their mastery of Kinbunchka Haki makes it exceedingly difficult to launch a surprise attack against them. Despite Han Feng's covert approach, he was still detected. It was a strike originating from a blind spot behind him, aimed directly at Hawkeye's heart. Hawkeye's reaction was nothing short of swift. A mere cross-knife would not suffice to withstand such an assault. The piercing gaze of the hawk sent a chill down Han Feng's spine. In that instant, he beheld the razor-sharp blade, the most formidable stance, the ominous glint. The strongest sword had finally been unsheathed. Simultaneously, accompanied by cherry blossoms, Han Feng's body began to fall gently, as if it were merely a casual blow from Hawkeye. Yet, not only did it thwart Han Feng's ambush from the blind spot, but it also dealt him a final blow. A long, horrifying wound extended from his shoulder down to his waist, all occurring in the blink of an eye. He had not even seen it coming, unaware of what had transpired. Yet, it was certain that the scoundrel had drawn his sword. Struck in the chest, the manner in which he was defeated mirrored Zorro's downfall, which was rather comical. Two comrades from the same pirate crew, in the same place, vanquished by the same person, in the same manner. How embarrassing! However, while Han Feng lost the duel, he gained acknowledgement that if you could compel me to wield this most powerful black sword, then I can see that you are capable of reaching such heights. Such weighty words, having earned Hawkeye's recognition that in comparison to the sacrifices made, this reward was more than sufficient. In a moment of being struck, Han Feng suddenly perceived that the world had grown eerily quiet. The subtle sound around him, his own heartbeat, breath, the rush of blood, the movements of those nearby, the shouts of Akin and Nami, all became astonishingly clear. As if enlightenment had dawned upon him, the world had become illuminated. Though invisible, Han Feng felt he could foresee the actions of everyone around him. The surroundings turned exceptionally tranquil, his heartbeat resonating so loudly that he could hear it himself. Within the ocean, Han Feng sensed an overwhelming vitality. It was the essence of life, not merely a breath, but something far more palpable. The breath of stones, the ocean, the ship, living beings, humans, and the land, all became vividly distinct at this moment. Marking Han Feng's transformation, no, this should be referred to as evolution. Do not rush to death, young man. Your dreams and ambitions merit my acknowledgement. To die now would be premature. My name is Dracul Myhawk. Recognize yourself, perceive the world, grow stronger. The strongest position in the world awaits you. No matter how many years it takes, strive to surpass. Chapter 54. You know nothing. Though Han Feng could no longer hear Hawkeye's words, he understood one thing. After this encounter, he would undoubtedly reach a new pinnacle, transforming, evolving, growing, and learning through battle. This was the Scion's forte. Moreover, Han Feng was already on the brink of death. When he recovered once more, his strength would far exceed what it was now, reaching new heights. Only then could he truly step into the Grand Line. Ding! Host vitality is critically low. The system has initiated automatic body repair mode. Please wait, the cold voice echoed. An unexpectedly soothing sensation surged throughout Han Feng's body, while a newfound power began to stir within him. An unimaginable strength, causing his abilities to surge dramatically. Simultaneously, Han Feng's conquest points were depleting at an astonishing rate. Almost too fast to fathom that if he were to witness this, he would surely feel heartbroken. Goodness, system, these conquest points were hard-earned. You shouldn't waste them on healing. Yet, all of this was unbeknownst to Han Feng. His fainting spell was but temporary. Before long, he gradually regained consciousness. Were it not for the system's healing capabilities, he might have remained incapacitated for quite some time, as his injuries were more severe than Zoro's. After all, during Zoro's battle with Hawkeye, the latter had hardly been serious, whereas Han Feng had forced Hawkeye to draw his black sword at the last moment, making the severity of his wound incomparable. He had narrowly escaped with his life. Why on earth did these two fools decide to engage with such a formidable adversary? It was utterly incomprehensible. A melodious voice akin to the sound of silver bells reached Han Feng's ears, albeit tinged with exasperation. He felt his body being lifted by someone. Han Feng realized he had been rescued. Although he had not fully recovered, he could discern who it was from the voice. Isn't it Nami? This girl, though she spoke so boldly, was evidently worried about him. As Han Feng savored the softness of Nami's presence, another voice chimed in. Who are you? Me? I'm his friend who just happened to save this fool after he did something utterly ridiculous. Nami huffed, pointing at Han Feng, who had just been dragged from the sea. Why is he as heavy as a pig? And who are you? Do you know him? The man, upon hearing Nami's question, immediately replied. He is my captain. Nami paused, though she did not seem overly surprised. Meanwhile, Han Feng was somewhat puzzled. Captain? When did I acquire a crew member? Oh, when did I recruit a crew member? Just now, Nami remarked, a bit incredulous. Hadn't Han Feng just been gambling with her when had he found a crewmate? How had she not known? How strange. However, upon hearing this, Han Feng immediately recognized the speaker. It was Akin, the ghost of it seemed he had agreed to join his pirate crew. This was beneficial. He needed to bolster his strength, or he would struggle to establish himself in the Grand Line. Why was he so concerned about this fellow's affairs? Nami waved her hand dismissively, saying, Since he is your captain, then I'll leave them to you. I have matters to attend to if he wakes up. Do not let him come looking for me. Akin, although confused, nodded in agreement, sensing that this girl had a significant relationship with the captain. Knowing that you share a close bond, you should act quickly to keep her around. You fool. Han Feng felt irked by Akin's inability to read the situation, though it was understandable. Such matters should be handled by the captain. Seeing that both Han Feng and Zoro had been rescued and were still breathing, Nami felt a sense of relief. Han Feng had saved her. Aiding him was merely a repayment of gratitude. Nothing more. Their connection had likely reached its conclusion. With a sigh, Nami stood up, ready to leave. However, a hand suddenly grasped her wrist. Huh? Nami instinctively turned around, astonished to find that the person holding her hand was none other than Han Feng, who seemed to have awakened. Not only was Nami stunned, but Akin was equally taken aback that wasn't he severely injured and unconscious. How was he now sitting up? Han Feng. Nami's face reflected disbelief as she spoke his name, her lips moving slightly in the midst of this shocking scene. Han Feng gradually sat up, a surge of newfound power erupting from within him. He could ascertain that his strength had ascended to a new level. A stark contrast to his former self. Having narrowly escaped death, he had gained formidable power, truly a testament to his scion heritage. What an exhilarating sensation. However, Han Feng momentarily set this aside. Nami could not leave just yet. If she departed, he would lose her trail to Kokoyasi village. I told you, I will help you. Strangely, Han Feng blurted out a perplexing statement as he suddenly sat up, leaving Akin utterly confused. Yet Nami was different. Her body trembled slightly at that moment, a barely perceptible quiver, but Han Feng felt it as he held her hand. What can you help me with? I've told you, I don't need a piratess pity. This is not pity, Han Feng replied earnestly. Akin, witnessing the odd turn of events, felt a sense of awkwardness wash over him. What is happening? The captain and his wife are quarreling. The mere thought of it sent a chill down Akin's spine. He hurriedly carried Zoro to the other side to tend to his wounds. Although he was uncertain why Han Feng had suddenly awakened, seeing him lively and animated suggested that there was likely no grave issue at hand. Akin mused as he bandaged Zoro, noting the severity of the injury with a sigh. Oh, you know what I intend to do. You boast about wanting to help me. Nami's irritation was palpable. Han Feng felt a sense of helplessness. I am fully aware of your connections to the dragon pirates, and that you amassed 100 million berries to purchase the village. You know that. No, you truly don't understand anything. You are utterly clueless. Nami's anger intensified. Chapter 55. The target, Coco Village. Nami's ire only grew. I entered childhood. Even if they were not blood relatives, they felt more like family. And that existence was beautiful. Despite their poverty, Nami found joy in it. However, one day, a group of fishermen shattered that tranquility, demanding 100,000 berries from adults and 50,000 from children each month. With dire consequences for non-compliance, from that moment onward, her nightmare began. Her mother was murdered, and her homeland fell into the tyrannical grip of the dragon pirates. Descending into hellish suffering, To rescue her fellow villagers from the clutches of this villain. Nami made a vow to buy Coco Village for 100 million berries. This way, they would no longer be subjected to the dragon's tyranny and suffering. For this purpose, Nami toiled for 8 long years. In that span, she transformed from a naive girl into a determined young woman. Yet one could only wonder what emotions propelled her to serve the very architect of her torment. It was unfathomable. What kind of indomitable spirit sustained her fragile, yet distant dreams and hopes? It was beyond comprehension. Thus, when Han Feng claimed to know everything, Nami's fury erupted. You know nothing, she reiterated, her voice hoarse, as Han Feng's words dredged up painful memories. Reddening her eyes, I know. 8 years ago, the dragon brought calamity upon you. I am aware of your sacrifices to purchase the village. How could you possibly know that? Nami shouted, though her anger had dissipated into disbelief. I merely happened to know. Nami was a loss for words. How could this person know everything? More importantly, how did he come by this knowledge? Were it not for the chance encounter with Han Feng, she might have suspected he was a spy sent by the dragon. You must have gathered the 100 million berries by now, right? You should be able to buy Coco Village soon. Then you can be free. Han Feng changed his tone to offer consolation, but it was mere wishful thinking. The dragon would not relinquish his grip on Nami. Stay away from people like me. Associating with me could bring you harm. Nami began to dissuade Han Feng, as if urging him to retreat. You cannot help me, nor can anyone else. The dragon's bounty is 20 million berries, double yours. If you enter his domain, you will surely perish. He is a fishman, inherently possessing 10 times the strength of a human. You would be walking to your demise. Han Feng was somewhat exasperated, wondering why the bounty was being brought up again. What are the 20 million berries? What of it being double my bounty? None of that matters to me. Seeing Nami's stubbornness, Han Feng refrained from further argument. How about this? I simply won't set foot on the island. You are returning to buy Coco Village, right? Once you've secured it, I'll join you. Surely you won't deny me entry to the island, will you? Han Feng smiled, wishing to alleviate the tense atmosphere. With a deep sigh, Nami felt exasperated. Sigh, discussing this with you is futile. You never heed others' advice. Because I'm the captain. Fool. Nami chided playfully, her mood beginning to shift. Yet, the situation remained grim, as long as Cocoa Village lay under the dragon's dominion. Nami could not truly be joyful. While she enjoyed Han Feng's company, genuine happiness remained elusive. That be why the way. Weren't you injured? How come we're fine now? Nami suddenly recalled that when she had rescued Han Feng, he had nearly succumbed to a fatal wound. Yet now, he appeared as though nothing had happened, and it didn't seem like he was putting on a brave front, which left Nami utterly astonished. Of course I'm fine. How else could I be your captain? Idiot. Who would want to be your navigator? Nami retorted with a laugh, though her astonishment was genuine. Han Feng burst into hearty laughter in response. I told you I would not give up. Once you purchase Cocoa Village, I will make you my navigator. You have your own dreams to fulfill, right? The dream of sailing the world with your navigational skills and creating a map of the world from your own eyes. You know about that. It's so hard to read you. Of course, so what do you say? Will you consider my invitation? Miss Nami, will you become my ship's navigator? Han Feng adopted a gentlemanly demeanor, bowing to Nami, making her feel a bit bashful. That it felt almost like a proposal. How embarrassing it would be if someone saw. Ahem, I might consider it. If that's the case, then Nami's consent can't be far off. The dragon must perish, not only for Nami's sake, but also for Han Feng's own reasons. Han Feng's strength grows through battle with formidable foes, and currently, the only worthy opponent in the East Blue is the dragon. Therefore, even if Han Feng had no intention of aiding Nami, he would still seek out the dragon, not for anything else, but because defeating him would bolster his own power, as long as he understood this. It was sufficient. Han Feng's next target was Cocoa Village. On the ship, Akin and Zoro regarded Han Feng with a mixture of disbelief and curiosity, as if he were a monster, leaving Han Feng somewhat puzzled. My esteemed captain, why are you unscathed? Zoro questioned, perplexed. After all, both he and Han Feng had challenged Mihawk, sustaining grave injuries, and logically, Han Feng should have been in worse condition. Why did he now appear so sprightly? Zoro looked down at the massive wound on his chest, feeling a twinge of unfairness. It simply defied logic. Han Feng was equally stumped by Zoro's inquiry, scratching his head as he attempted to explain. It's due to my constitution. I've always had a strong recovery ability, so I've already healed. Are you kidding a child? Zoro and Akin silently scoffed, finding his explanation utterly unconvincing. Even if one had a strong recovery ability, it shouldn't work like this, to have been on the brink of death one moment, only to be lively the next. Who would believe that? However, seeing Han Feng's demeanor, Zoro and Akin understood that pressing him further would yield no clarity. Chapter 56. A surge in power. Fortunately, they decided against further inquiries. Han Feng certainly wouldn't reveal the existence of the Conquest system, his miraculous advantage. Not only was it something he couldn't expose, even if he did, he would likely be regarded as a fool. Speaking of introductions, allow me to present our new companion. Akin, Han Feng proclaimed, gesturing toward Akin, who sat beside Zoro, since Zoro and Nami were already aware. They paid no further mind. Next, Han Feng turned to Nami, and before Han Feng could finish, Akin interjected eagerly. I know. She is the captain's wife. Just as Akin's words left his mouth, he felt a powerful blow to his head, driving him deep into the ground. Nami and Zoro exchanged alarmed glances, beads of sweat trickling down their brows. What on earth is happening here? Han Feng quickly pulled Akin's head from the ground and dragged him aside, whispering in his ear, I must say, while your words please me, some things should not be spoken so casually. Do you understand? Upon hearing Han Feng's words, Ajin's expression grew peculiar, yet he quickly came to a realization. Oh, so you haven't managed to deal with the captain's wife yet. With a resounding thud, Ajin's head took yet another heavier blow, burying him into the ground. What on earth is going on? Zoro's eyes twitched. He couldn't help but wonder if Han Feng had violent tendencies. Han Feng clapped his hands, having just dealt with Ajin's incessant chatter. It's nothing. I was merely sparring with him. Don't pay it any mind. After hearing Han Feng's words, Nami and Zoro exchanged glances of disbelief. Was that truly what one would call sparring? No matter how one looked at it, it appeared to be nothing more than one-sided suppression and brutality. Sensing the awkwardness, Han Feng swiftly changed the subject. All right, let's not linger on this. We must hurry to our next destination. Cocoa Village. As he prepared to leave, Han Feng suddenly spotted a ship slowly approaching in the distance. It was none other than Luffy, aboard the Going Merry, with Usopp alongside him, and a stranger whom Han Feng did not recognize. Perhaps this was a new companion Luffy had recruited? Since Han Feng had brought Zoro, one of Luffy's allies, the storyline had indeed shifted. However, at this moment, Han Feng held no interest in Luffy. He found him far too weak to warrant any attention. Han Feng was undoubtedly stronger than Luffy now, and he would remain so in the future. The small vessel glided across the vast ocean. It was only then that Han Feng took a moment to assess the extent of his newfound strength. Opening the personal attribute interface, he was taken aback by what he saw. Personal profile. Host. Han Feng. Race. Scion. World. One Piece. Power level. LV35. Note. Levels range from LV1 to unlimited, with LV80 being of Admiral caliber. Special ability. None. Lottery chances. None. Conquest points. 5,000 points. World points. 0 points. Task. Main quest. Generating. Final quest. Become the strongest in the world of One Piece. Reach the pinnacle of the world. Quest reward. 1 world point. Time limit. None. Failure penalty. None. Weapon. 1,000 cherry blossoms. Special techniques. Shave LV3. Moonwalk LV1. Advanced swordsmanship LV2. Having successfully broken through the LV30 bottleneck, Han Feng's power had not only surpassed it, but had exceeded it by a full 5 levels. This meant that through his battle with Mihawk, Han Feng had gained 6 levels. Additionally, his shave technique had risen by 2 levels, while his moonwalk reached LV1, and his advanced swordsmanship had also improved. Han Feng's overall strength had significantly elevated, allowing him to truly appreciate the formidable nature of his Scion lineage. The near-death experience had bestowed upon him tremendous power. Truly, the Scions were a warrior race. However, the reduction in conquest points was somewhat disheartening. After painstakingly accumulating tens of thousands of points, he was now left with a mere 5,000. How much had this healing cost him? Although Han Feng felt a twinge of regret, it paled in comparison to the exhilaration of his power enhancement. Moreover, when Mihawk delivered the final blow, Han Feng experienced a peculiar sensation. Even without the use of his eyes, he could perceive everyone's movements, even anticipating their next actions and thoughts. This power was familiar to Han Feng. He had witnessed it before when he was but a pitiable weakling, manifested in the form of observation haki as exhibited by Garp. Han Feng understood that his haki was gradually awakening, likely a benefit of his Scion heritage, growing stronger in the face of adversity, with their potential being infinitely unleashed under pressure. His battle with Mihawk had allowed Han Feng to experience observation haki for the first time. Stepping into the realm of haki, he even wondered if another encounter with Mihawk might yield even greater results. Although it was quite possible, Han Feng recognized that it was unrealistic. Not only was Mihawk elusive as a dragon, but even if he were found, he likely would not accept another challenge. To do so would only earn Han Feng the label of a naive fool. Not only would he fail to gain Mihawk's acknowledgement, but he would also be seen as insulting to the identity of a swordsman. Yet, finding someone to rival Mihawk's strength in the East Blue was no easy feat, for it was the weakest sea among the 4. Devoid of formidable foes, the only notable adversary might be Smoker from Lowtown, a user of the Smoke fruit. Han Feng had yet to master armament haki, and engaging Smoker would likely lead to his defeat. If captured by Smoker, that would be quite the predicament. Han Feng feared not death. He had his own trump cards, but being imprisoned and impelled down would be rather laughable, so he needed to focus on enhancing his strength. Strength was everything. Han Feng still felt that his progress was rather sluggish. With the sea breeze at his back, Han Feng raised his head slightly, recalling a figure from the Grand Line, an excellent choice for enhancing his power. Crocodile. A user of the Sand fruit, he was also one of the Shichibukai, a formidable foe whom Luffy first encountered in the original story. In terms of power, he was indisputable, particularly advantageous in desert battles. Claimed to be unbeatable in the sands, though ultimately defeated by Luffy's protagonist Aura. How tragic. If Han Feng could defeat Crocodile, his power would surely skyrocket. Moreover, in the Kingdom of Alabasta, Han Feng had tasks to undertake. As of now, he lacked a pirate ship, but there were whispers of a warship that might suit his needs in that land. Han Feng was uncertain of its veracity, as the original work had not delved into details. But how could one know without making an attempt? Chapter 57. Free Labor Nami. How long until we reach Cocoa Village? Han Feng glanced at the sky. It was already afternoon. The sea restaurant was not far from Cocoa Village. And with Nami, the expert navigator, it shouldn't take long at all. Well, we should arrive by tomorrow evening. Oh, I see. What's the matter? Is that too slow for you? Nami shot Han Feng a glare, thinking to herself that her speed was already quite impressive. Han Feng quickly clarified. Not at all. If your sailing is considered slow, then there would be no fast sailors in the East Blue. The corners of Han Feng's mouth twitched slightly. This girl was rather sensitive. That's more like it. It should be quick enough, right? Yeah. What do you mean by should be quick enough? Han Feng's peculiar wording piqued Jin's curiosity, while Zoro dozed off nearby. Han Feng couldn't help but wonder how this oddball could sleep so soundly despite the large gash on his body. It made him uncomfortable just to look at. Our laborer. What do you mean by that? Nami was equally intrigued by Han Feng's words and leaned in to hear more. Just as the name implies, someone should be coming to help me pull the ship. Upon hearing this, both Nami and Ajin were taken aback, hastily inquiring, How do you know? I just happen to know. Ajin scratched his head, still puzzled, while Nami held her head in regret. What a fool I was to ask that question. Han Feng's expression darkened. Hey, are you mocking me? What exactly is this laborer? Who would come to help us pull the ship? Ajin was skeptical. The notion of someone coming to pull the ship seemed implausible, especially under these circumstances. However, seeing Han Feng's unwavering confidence, he couldn't dismiss it as a joke. Just then, in front of Han Feng and the others, unusual waves began to rise on the surface of the ocean. Upon seeing this, Han Feng instantly broke into a grin. Look, isn't that them arriving? Before Ajin and Nami could even turn to look in the direction Han Feng pointed, he leaped off the ship, startling both of them. With deft steps of moonwalk, Han Feng swiftly moved above the unusual waves, lightly stepping on the air and pausing mid-flight, leaving Nami and Ajin utterly astonished. Ajin gazed at Han Feng in a panic, stammering, Am I seeing things? How is our captain flying? What do you mean our captain? At present, he is merely your captain, but the fact that he can soar into the sky is indeed undeniable. One simply needs to become accustomed to it. That fellow always seems to be embroiled in peculiar occurrences. Although Nami outwardly expressed her thoughts, her inner astonishment rivaled that of a kin. Despite having interacted with Han Feng for quite some time, Nami had never truly grasped the essence of his character. The enigma surrounding Han Feng gradually began to unfold before her eyes, igniting her curiosity, especially as he had now even achieved flight. Unbeknownst to him, his actions startled both Nami and akin to be fair, many high-ranking Navy officers have mastered the moonwalk technique along the Grand Line, so Han Feng was not particularly concerned. However, he overlooked the fact that neither Nami nor Akin had ever ventured beyond the East Sea, rendering their astonishment quite understandable. Finally found you. I was just speaking of you. And here you are. Han Feng's gaze descended upon the creature beneath him, which bore a resemblance to both a cow and a hippopotamus. Yet appeared to be nothing at first glance. He exerted force with his feet, utilizing the recoil from the moonwalk to propel himself downward with great force. A single punch landed squarely on the creature's head, instantly sending tremendous waves crashing across the sea's surface. Of course, Han Feng dared not unleash his full strength. At his current power level, a full-force strike would likely obliterate the creature, and he still needed it to assist with his vessel. The creature, in pain, emitted an odd cry, which only served to further irritate Han Feng. Not only was it grotesque in appearance, but its voice was equally unappealing. A true oddity. With its gaping maw, it had already regarded Han Feng as its dinner. Though it had indeed intended to attack Han Feng's ship moments ago, it was taken aback by being struck first. How could it not be furious? However, as it raised its head, it was met with the sight of Han Feng's exceedingly grim visage. Han Feng furrowed his brow and glared at the creature with eyes radiating malevolence. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to it, the blade of Senbonzakura was already poised at its throat. The creature sensed impending doom. The overwhelming aura of killing intent instilled fear within it, causing it to halt immediately. If you dare to move again, There will be no reason for you to remain alive. In an instant, beads of sweat adorned the creature's brow as it gazed at Han Feng, its eyes reflecting sheer terror. Good heavens, what sort of harbinger of doom have we summoned today? You must be the Moo of the evil dragon pirates. After Han Feng's declaration, he noticed the creature's lack of response, unsure whether it was paralyzed with fear or merely pretending to be oblivious. However, he had no time to ponder such matters. Do not feign ignorance. I know you understand my words. If you continue this charade, I shall promptly turn you into a stew. Do you believe me? Han Feng's words startled Moo. Upon hearing that he would be made into soup, he nodded vigorously. Now, that's more like it. Very well, lead me to the Conquest village. You can find it, right? Head in that direction. Do not lead me astray. If you do, you will suffer the same fate. Understood? Han Feng gradually retracted Senbenzakura, as Moo appeared utterly dazed by Han Feng's imposing presence. Aside from the evil dragon, Moo had never encountered someone so formidable. He hurriedly followed Han Feng to Nami's side. Moo, why is he here? Nami recognized the sea creature as Moo of the evil dragon pirates and exclaimed, "This is our laborer. He will be pulling our ship from now on." Han Feng cheerfully perched atop Moo's head. Although Moo was far from pleased, he could do nothing but feign delight, lamenting inwardly about the absurdity of his situation. Oh heavens! How did you manage to bring him here to pull the ship? He is the pet of the evil dragon pirates, a sea cow named Moo, known for his exceedingly violent temperament. Violent? How could I not have noticed that? Han Feng remarked as he stroked Moo's head, signaling that any strange behavior would result in dire consequences, causing Moo to tremble uncontrollably. Nami was equally perplexed. During their time in the territory of the evil dragon, Moo had not displayed such behavior. He was infamous for his ferocity. What could possibly be the reason for his current demeanor? He seems to be quite afraid of you. Nami quickly observed this bizarre scene. Han Feng immediately responded, "This is not fear. It is reverence that I have just conquered him." Impressive, right? Fool, Nami muttered under her breath, nearly fainting from frustration. However, to be fair, Han Feng's recent display of flight had indeed left her astonished. "Hey, this ship is now your responsibility. If we do not reach Conquest village by noon tomorrow," Han Feng, with a playful grin, patted Moo's head, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Han Feng then retrieved a rope and secured it around Moo's head, instantly propelling the ship forward at an astonishing speed. It seems this creature is indeed fearful. A little intimidation has done the trick. "Captain, how did you manage to do that just now?" "You even flew." As soon as Han Feng returned to the ship, Akin eagerly approached with a barrage of questions. However, Han Feng felt quite awkward upon hearing Akin refer to him as captain. "There's no need to call me captain. Just call me Han Feng." "Oh, all right, that's so. Han Feng, how did you manage to fly?" "Ah, that would be the moonwalk technique, a method of rapid movement in the air utilizing powerful leg strength. If you wish to learn, I can teach you when time permits." Upon hearing this, Akin's face lit up with excitement, feeling a surge of gratitude for choosing to join Han Feng's crew. Had he been with Clique, would he have ever had such an opportunity? "Really? Absolutely. I am your captain." Akin felt increasingly touched, convinced that joining Han Feng was indeed the right choice. Meanwhile, Han Feng was eager for Akin to learn. The quicker Akin's strength increased, the better. Currently, Akin was roughly on par with Sanji, barely qualifying as a combatant. The ship's speed steadily increased, and with Moo's assistance, it appeared to transcend the bounds of a standard vessel. Any onlookers would likely be left utterly astonished at the sight of a sailing ship racing through the waves. Suddenly, Zoro stretched and sat up, bleary-eyed as he surveyed the crew. "Good morning, Han Feng, Nami, and at least call out my name," Akin interjected. However, Han Feng and Nami found themselves stifling their laughter for entirely different reasons. Han Feng silently approached Zoro and delivered a sharp smack to his head, rousing him from his stupor. "What was that for?" Zoro protested. Nami struggled to suppress her giggles. Han Feng, eyes closed, slowly replied, "Zoro, it is already nighttime." The following day, thanks to Moo's presence, Han Feng and the others arrived at the shore, though Moo was utterly exhausted. This was inevitable. Han Feng had taken every opportunity to torment the creature, leaving him no chance to rest. As Han Feng untied the rope from Moo Moo's head, the creature bolted away like it had seen a ghost, likely to be haunted by the memory of Han Feng for the rest of its life. Listen closely. You promised me you wouldn't leave the ship, so remain hidden. As long as you're not discovered by the fishmen, you'll be fine. Observing Nami's serious expression, Han Feng nodded earnestly. After Nami finished speaking, she set off toward the island, her backpack filled with money. Watching her retreating figure, Han Feng sighed. Nami was bearing far too much weight on her shoulders. This thought intensified Han Feng's resolve to deal with the evil dragon. After Nami had walked for a while, Han Feng suddenly declared, "Let us head to the island." Akin immediately questioned, "Huh? But Captain Nami said we shouldn't go to the island." "Are you foolish? Who is the captain? Her or me?" "Well, that settles it." With that, Han Feng led Akin and Zoro toward the island. However, just a few steps in, he suddenly realized something important and turned back, only to find it was too late. Ah, how could I forget such a crucial detail? "Oh, what is wrong, Han Feng?" Ajin looked at Han Feng with a puzzled expression, struggling to comprehend his meaning. "Where is Zoro?" "Zoro? Isn't he supposed to be with me?" As Ajin spoke, he glanced back, only to find not a trace of Zoro. There wasn't even a bird in sight. Well, there was a bird, a black one that silently flew past Han Feng and Ajin, leaving behind 6 peculiar black dots in its wake. "No." "Oh, damn it. That guy." Han Feng was on the verge of exploding, having completely forgotten that Zoro was a hopelessly, directionally challenged individual, capable of getting lost even on a straight path. They had barely taken a few steps, and already Zoro was nowhere to be found. Han Feng had truly witnessed Zoro's attribute of being directionally challenged this time. "Hey, where is Zoro? Wasn't he just behind us?" Ajin immediately began to look around in search, but Han Feng interrupted him. "And no need to search. That guy has lost his way." "Lost his way? Well, just remember that from now on, no matter where we go, we must keep a close eye on him." Although Ajin didn't understand why Han Feng insisted on this, out of trust, he nodded in agreement. "I'll head to the island first. You go find Zoro. Once you find him, head to the dragon's domain and wait for me there." "You can find a dragon's domain, right?" Ajin nodded. "I know that. I had a confrontation with the dragon back when I was with Click." "Good. I'll leave Zoro in your hands." After receiving the task from Han Feng, Ajin promptly vanished from sight. A faint smile of resignation appeared at the corners of Han Feng's mouth. He held little hope for Ajin finding Zoro. Even if he did, it was likely that Zoro would get lost again due to his carelessness. Such troublesome matters were not something Han Feng wished to deal with, so he decided to let Ajin handle it. Well, this was also a good opportunity for him to grow, blush. With time of the essence, Han Feng made his way toward the center of the small island. Before long, he came upon a dilapidated little village, the ground riddled with potholes and the houses leaning precariously, as if they could collapse at any moment. It looked as if they had been uprooted and carelessly set down again. It was hard to imagine that anyone still resided in this village. Was it 10 times stronger than a human strength? That was indeed somewhat terrifying. It might even be more than 10 times, right? Han Feng's mind conjured images of the dragon uprooting these houses and tossing them aside haphazardly. Such power clearly exceeded 10 times that of human strength. It seemed that the strength was quite formidable. Thinking about it made Han Feng's blood surge. He had initially thought the dragon was nothing special, but now it seemed that he might just be in for a surprise. The intense battle spirit of the scion within him began to stir once more. Chapter 59. Slaying the Fishman. "I wonder if I can do this," Han Feng murmured as he approached the most run-down house. Gently, he patted the weathered structure, as if gauging something. Then, in an unprecedented move, Han Feng reached out and embraced one corner of the house with both arms. With a sudden exertion of force, "Oh!" As he shouted, the decrepit house began to sway slowly, the ground trembling under the strain of his strength, a smile forming at the corners of Han Feng's mouth. Indeed, the power of level 35 was no joke. At least lifting such a heavy building was no problem. He channeled more strength into his arms. Lift! With a resounding crash, the house was raised by Han Feng. the ground beneath him instantly caving in due to the immense pressure, cracks spreading across the earth. Just as Han Feng reveled in the enhancement of his strength, a voice rang out. "Hey, what are you doing?" Startled, Han Feng hastily released his grip on the house, which fell heavily under the influence of gravity, causing another loud crash that startled countless birds into flight. Han Feng turned at the sound, and before him stood a young woman, her sky-blue hair swept to one side, her bronze skin radiating health, with a noticeably striking tattoo on her right arm. She exuded the aura of a strong woman. Who else could it be but Nami's sister, Nojiko? "Yo, Nojiko, nice to meet you. I'm Han Feng." Nojiko immediately displayed a puzzled expression, wondering how he knew her name. Seeing her confused look, Han Feng quickly explained, "Oh, right, I forgot to mention. I heard about you from Nami." "Nami? You know Nami?" But after thinking it over, Nojiko didn't dwell on it. Since he knew Nami, it was reasonable for Nami to have shared her name. "Yes, Nami is my friend." "I see. I was just about to—" Nojiko's words were cut short by another voice, who just made such a huge commotion. A gruff voice echoed, and a tall, plump fishman with blue skin, looking remarkably sturdy, appeared before Han Feng, his prominent fins on his head rather noticeable, though rather unflattering in appearance. "Who is he?" The fishman's gaze zeroed in on Han Feng's voice. He was quite familiar with Nojiko, being Nami's sister, who in the Dragon Pirate crew wouldn't recognize her. However, Han Feng was a stranger to him. The fishman had come to patrol, having heard the enormous noise caused by Han Feng. While he had some recollection of the inhabitants of Kokoyasi village, he had never seen Han Feng before. That meant this kid wasn't from Kokoyasi village. "Oh? You mean him? He is Nami's companion." Upon hearing Nojiko's words, the fishman paused, but quickly regained his composure, furrowing his brow. Even if he is Nami's companion, he cannot set foot on this island without the dragon's permission. The fishmen were well aware of the situation regarding Nami's attempts to gather 100 million berries to purchase Kokoyasi village, as well as her various schemes to acquire money through dubious means. Thus, upon hearing that Han Feng was Nami's partner, they immediately understood the implications and naturally assumed that Han Feng was yet another victim of Nami's schemes. "I'm sorry, I'll be more careful next time. Please don't hold it against him. I'll have him leave immediately. Hurry up. You need to apologize as well. If you don't want to die, do as I say." Nojiko tugged at Han Feng's sleeve, leaving him both amused and exasperated. However, there was no way he would bow his head. Such a thing would never happen. "Listen here, since you have set foot on this island. You must pay 100,000 berries, or else." Nojiko sensed trouble and wanted to interject, but Han Feng spoke before she could. "I can pay you, but it must be with something else in exchange." "What do you mean?" the fishman asked without hesitation. Han Feng's expression suddenly darkened, his eyes flashing with a fierce, killing intent as he glared at the fishman, enunciating each word distinctly. "Your life," with a whoosh. The blade of Senbenzakura had already been drawn, a sharp blade gleaming as it sliced through the AI, or could be by the time the fishman and Nojiko reacted. Han Feng had already sheathed Senbenzakura, the blade melding back into his arm. Nojiko was still in shock, wanting to scold Han Feng for provoking the fishman. But the next moment, she saw the fishman's eyes widen in disbelief as his massive body collapsed with a thud. A smooth gash on his neck oozing with blood, clearly the result of a single strike. The fishman was dead. "Why you? Look at what you've done." Nojiko could hardly believe her eyes. He had actually killed the fishman. She immediately shouted to Han Feng, "You've killed the fishman. We're all doomed. Oh my God, you've gotten us all killed." Han Feng shrugged, somewhat exasperated, and replied, "My eyes, they're only friends to protect and enemies to eliminate. There is no third possibility. Since he is my enemy, there is no reason to let him go, but doing this will endanger everyone, including the people of Kokoyasi village. They will all suffer the consequences. UVE killed the fishman, and the Dragon 1T let you off easily. Even Kokoyasi village will face repercussions." Naka's face was etched with anxiety as she gazed upon the lifeless body of the fishman on the ground, growing increasingly convinced that the situation had spiraled out of control. "There's no need to fret so much. It's merely a fishman. What is done is done. In my eyes, a vile dragon is hardly any different." The purpose of my arrival was to eradicate the dragon. Han Feng bluntly stated his intentions without preamble to slay the dragon, enhance his strength, and assist Nami in boarding the ship. These were plans Han Feng had meticulously crafted. After all, a mere fishman was inconsequential. If the dragon stood before him, Han Feng would strike without hesitation. The enemy must be annihilated. No survivor shall be spared. You're here to confront the dragon. Why? Because Nami is the navigator I have set my sights on, and the dragon has harmed her. Thus, the dragon must perish. The note of authority laced Han Feng's words, instilling in Noki a burgeoning desire to trust him. Assisting Nami was one reason, but the pursuit of greater strength was another. In his quest for vengeance and to ascend to the pinnacle of power, the dragon must serve as a stepping stone. A navigator? Chapter 60. The dragon Noki felt somewhat disoriented, casting a glance at the fishman's corpse as she anxiously spoke. Let us hide the fishman's body first. We can discuss this later. Upon hearing Noki's words, Han Feng offered no rebuttal. With a swift kick to the fishman's abdomen, a surge of power propelled the body into the air, tracing a graceful arc before it landed amidst the nearby underbrush. A sharp dividing line. Location: the dragon's domain. The pirate flag adorned with a blood-red swordfish emblem fluttered gently in the breeze. In the east blue, the sight of this emblem instilled fear in the hearts of many. For it signified the presence of the dragon pirate crew, a harbinger of terror. This is a portion for this month. Accept it. A massive, powerful hand delicately placed a stack of money on the table, accompanied by an inscrutable smile, slowly pushing it forward. Ah, you truly are perceptive. I shall not be polite. Clad in garments emblazoned with the emblem of justice, the Navy officer, resembling a rat, unhesitatingly accepted the money. A satisfied grin gracing his face. This man was Colonel Mouse of the Navy's 16th Division. Despite his rank, he was in reality entangled with the dragon, publicly feigning the capture of pirates while covertly exploiting the villagers alongside him. A nefarious character indeed. Ha 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 ha! Why bother with pleasantries now? The beauty of this world lies in the abundance of wealth. The dragon, engaged in a transaction with Mouse, laughed heartily, his towering figure exuding an aura of authority as his bare left chest bore the sun's emblem. Behind the dragon stood two imposing fishmen, standing vigil. Money is omnipotent. It is more trustworthy than anything else. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing the dragon's words, Mouse offered no dissent, presenting a smile in response. Indeed. Ha 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 ha. Although I harbor a disdain for humanity, I make an exception for reasonable individuals like you. Though the dragon spoke thus, no one truly knew the thoughts that lay beneath. Now that the business is concluded, I shall take my leave. It's unwise to anchor the patrol boat in such a place. If someone were to catch wind of it, you always rush off. Why not linger a while longer for some drinks? Let us have a lively time. Anyone who dares report to the headquarters, I shall deal with. Just then, a fisherman approached and whispered a few words into the dragon's ear. The dragon's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly donned a smile. Colonel, my apologies. You'll have to wait a moment. The woman has returned. Colonel Mouse's expression also shifted slightly, for he knew precisely who the dragon referred to. If she were to discover him here in his naval capacity, it would spell trouble, as she was already aware of everything. Witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. Xiao Ba, show the colonel to a resting area? Oh, understood. The octopus fishman made his entrance, his 8 tentacle-like arms casting a glance at Colonel Mouse. All right, my apologies for the trouble. No trouble at all. I find your rodent face rather amusing. I'm only interested in your visage. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing Xiao Ba's overt mockery, Colonel Mouse's expression soured, but he refrained from speaking out, fully aware of the dragon's presence. Hey, Xiao Ba, mind your manners. The colonel is our guest. The dragon quickly admonished Xiao Ba, though Mouse understood this was merely the dragon's ploy. Yet he cared little, as long as the dragon brought him profit. Is that so? My sincerest apologies. Do hurry inside. With that, Xiao Ba escorted Colonel Mouse into the dragon's domain. As soon as the colonel departed, another figure stepped in, and the dragon's previously expressionless face broke into an inappropriate smile. Well, you've returned from your lengthy journey, my navigator. The security of this place remains rather lax. Humph. Who do you take me for? How fruitful was your venture? Nami slowly approached the dragon, taking a seat in the very spot Colonel Mouse had occupied moments before. Very good, though I still feel a twinge of guilt. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing Nami's words, the dragon erupted into laughter, unabashedly voicing his thoughts. When did you learn to utter such nauseating phrases? Nami. Isn't betrayal your forte? Nami forced a smile as she faced the dragon. Is that so? What do you think? Well, regardless, during this voyage, I've managed to save up 100 million berry. Does our previous agreement still stand? After listening to Nami's words, a flicker of unexpected emotion crossed the dragon's face, though he quickly suppressed it. Ha ha ha. My navigator truly is impressive. Of course it stands. I am a man of my word. No reason to part ways with money, right? However, you must present the 100 million berry before I can ascertain whether you deceive me. Rest assured, as long as you remember your words, all will be well. After speaking, Nami gently leaned her backpack against her back and departed toward another direction, her domain, where she was confined to charting the seas. Just as Nami exited, Xiaobar returned, escorting Colonel Mouse from the depths of the dragon's realm. Upon seeing the colonel, a smile crept onto the dragon's face. So, what's the verdict? Did you hear that? 100 million berry. You know what to do. Listening to the dragon, Mouse appeared somewhat puzzled, for he was unaware of the agreement between Nami and the dragon. Oh, isn't she your navigator, your companion? Must it be handled this way? You need not concern yourself with that. Simply do as you must. 100 million berry is no small sum. After hearing the dragon's words, Colonel Mouse licked his dry, cracked lips slightly. Since the dragon had spoken, there was no reason to pass up on the 100 million berry, although he was unaware of the nature of the relationship between the dragon and Nami. No one would turn their back on money. In that case, I shall ensure your portion is delivered later. Ha 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 ha. Collaborating with a reasonable individual like you is indeed a pleasure. Let us proceed thus. Fishmen are truly disgusting creatures, yet they serve as the ideal source of income. Chapter 61. Hypocrisy beneath justice. This is the legendary Orange Grove, splendid indeed. Han Feng sat within the house, his eyes continuously surveying the happenings inside and outside. Noki presented Han Feng with a cup of coffee and took a seat before him. But I never expected you to be aware of the Orange Grove. It seems that you share a good rapport with Nami. Han Feng, slightly blushing, rubbed his head, realizing that he had not learned about the orange orchard from Nami. Rather, it was knowledge acquired during his past as an avid fan of One Piece. Yet now, he found himself misunderstood by Nojiko in an extravagant manner. Well, it's not bad. But what do you mean when you say Nami is your navigator? Actually, I'm a pirate. Nojiko was taken aback by Han Feng's declaration. Instinctively standing up, Han Feng quickly clarified, "Don't be so agitated. I'm not a pirate like the evil dragon." Upon hearing this, Nojiko gradually relaxed, and recalling that he had just defeated a fishman, it seemed plausible. Han Feng felt a bit dazed, nearly frightened by the prospect of offending his future sister-in-law. If he scared Nojiko, wouldn't Nami come after him? So, allow me to introduce myself once more. My name is Han Feng, and I am a pirate. Although Nami is not technically my navigator yet, I have taken a liking to her, and I intend to help settle matters here, so she can safely board my ship. At last, Nojiko grasped the situation. However, glancing at Han Feng, she promptly inquired, "You like Nami?" Uffed. Han Feng's face flushed red at her words. Almost choking on his coffee, he thought, "Goodness, must you be so direct? We've only exchanged a few words, and you dropped such a bombshell on me. It seems my future sister-in-law is not to be trifled with. Why are you blushing? Is it true or not?" Seeing Han Feng's reaction, Nojiko couldn't help but chuckle, seemingly enjoying teasing him. "Indeed, I like her." Han Feng was not one to hesitate. Since that was how he felt, he would voice it. "How much do you like her?" "Very much." The evil dragon deceived her. "What will you do about it?" "I will eliminate him." "Why?" "Because only I can bully her." "Do you wish to marry her?" "Do you want her to bear your children?" Puffed. Once again, Han Feng was taken aback by Nojiko's words. This future sister-in-law was indeed extraordinary. leaving him feeling overwhelmed and cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Well, I must first complete what I need to do. What do you need to do? Revenge. Revenge. Do you have an enemy? Well, that's a secret. It's not the right time to divulge that. If Han Feng were to reveal his intention to seek vengeance against the celestial dragons, Nojiko would likely be shocked. Although they were far from Marioa, the celestial dragons were notorious worldwide, existing as an exalted class wherever they went. Even in the East Blue, their terror was known, and while the locals may not fully comprehend it, the mere mention sufficed. Nami seems to be a bit envious of you. When did you meet Nami? Let me think. Probably around 2 months ago. In truth, Han Feng had known Nami much earlier, having encountered her during his time as a dedicated fan of the One Piece anime. Yet, revealing that would likely not convince Nojiko, as Nami had been but a child back then to, Dio, you understand her. I know all about her joining the evil dragon pirates, her efforts to earn money to buy Cocoa Village, and her desire to protect you all. I see. I didn't expect you to know all that. It seems Nami cares for you deeply, even sharing these matters with you. At that moment, a sudden commotion outside drew their attention. The sound of multiple footsteps approaching. Han Feng furrowed his brow slightly, sensing an ominous presence that, "It seems we have guests." Huh, guests. Nojiko looked at Han Feng, puzzled. Lacking his keen intuition, she followed him to the door. As they reached it, a group of Navy officers appeared before them. Among them stood a familiar figure to Nojiko, clad in a brown military uniform, his face and hands marred with numerous stitch scars, and the spinning windmill atop his head serving as his most notable characteristic. He was the village chief of Cocoa Village, a Jien in the Navy. Observing the situation before him, Nojiko felt a sense of foreboding. Noticing a Jien's troubled expression only heightened her unease. Nojiko, a Jien attempted to speak, but the leading Navy officer swiftly interrupted, casting a malicious glance at Nojiko. I am Colonel Mouse of the 16th Marine Branch. We received intelligence that a substantial cache of stolen goods is hidden here, and we have come to investigate. At Mouse's words, Nojiko froze momentarily. Wait, you don't know whose home this is, do you? This is Nami's house. Nami is an officer under the evil dragon. You should be well aware of that. If you lay a hand on Nami, the evil dragon will not stand idly by. Without the evil dragoness intervention, Mouse would indeed refrain from such actions, yet everything unfolded as expected, with only this group of fools remaining oblivious, aiding the evil dragon while being duped. Haha. What are you saying? I don't quite understand. An officer of the evil dragon. Sorry, I have not received such information. I want to lay a hand on Nami, but someone has reported her as a thief. Not only Nojiko, but also a Jin's expression turned grim. That I've heard that Nami specializes in stealing treasures from pirates. Since the other party is a pirate, I won't be too harsh on her. But a thief is a thief, and guilt is guilt. Do you understand? Since these items are from a criminal like Nami, they must all be surrendered to the government. What did you just say? Chapter 62. 100 million berries, what did you just say? Mouse's words drained the color from Nojiko's face. She understood all too well what this meant. This was the 100 million berries that Nami had painstakingly gathered over 8 long years. The very money needed to save and purchase Cocoa Village. How could it simply be handed over? It seems you haven't grasped my meaning. I'm saying that everything she has acquired as a thief must be turned over to me and submitted to the world government. Do you understand now? Nojiko and Ajien's faces were ashen, yet they found themselves at a loss for words. Seeing their expressions, Mouse chuckled, gesturing to the Navy officers behind him. Go search. Yes, sir. Nojiko watched in terror, unsure of what to do. Hey, wait. How can you barge into a private residence? Stop. In her panic, Nojiko grabbed a nearby broom and swung at the advancing Navy officers, striking one in the face. With a dull thud, the officer winced, halting his advance. Why? Is this the duty of the Navy? Nojiko glared fiercely at Mouse and his entourage of Navy officers. And no matter what, she would not allow these demons to seize the money. For it was not only the lifeblood to buy Cocoa Village, but also the culmination of Nami's 8 years of effort. 8 long years. One could only imagine the hardships a young Nami endured to save 100 million berries. This dedication of hers must not be trampled by these scoundrels. Surely you have more pressing matters to attend to? The evil dragon has killed people and ravaged the entire town. You must be aware of that. Nojiko yearned to voice everything she had been holding in for 8 years. Indeed, she had bottled up these feelings for so long. 8 years living under the nightmare of the evil dragon and fishmen as tyranny. Under their control, the residents of this island have been reduced to slaves. How could the government prioritize retrieving stolen goods over addressing such dire circumstances? If the words spoken by Nokigao were to be heard by a righteous naval officer, perhaps she would have found an ally in him. Unfortunately, the only ears that caught her words belonged to a rat. Sinners have no right to choose. Regardless, the fact remains that she has committed theft. As for the matter of the dragon, I will handle it upon my return. It is the duty of a navy, and it is not for a mere civilian to meddle in. Pay her no mind. Continue the search. The people on the island are still waiting for your rescue, and yet you abandoned them to come here. Nokigao bellowed furiously. However, the rat seemed oblivious, its beady eyes scanning the surroundings in search of a place to hide a fortune of 100 million berries. This orange grove looks suspicious. Turn it over and search. Stop! Stop right now! Nokigao cried out in desperation. This orange grove will not be defiled by your filthy hands. Yet no matter how vehemently she protested, the Navy showed no signs of halting their actions, and tears threatened to spill from her eyes. I will never hand over that money to you. She nearly blurted out, but another voice interjected. That money is meant to save the village of Cocoa West. What right do you, the Navy, have to seize someone else's wealth? It was a Jien, unable to bear the scene any longer. Though as the village chief, he ought to maintain a good relationship with the Navy. The situation had spiraled far beyond his control. This money could not simply be lost. What did you say? Just a village chief, and yet you dare to oppose a colonel? The rat sneered. I care not for your claims. This is money meant for some insignificant village. The only thing you need to know is that there is a thief in the village who stole 100 million berries from a pirate and has hidden it at home. The rat's words left a Jien and Nokigao utterly stunned, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, their bodies frozen in disbelief, their faces paling, trembling with shock. What did you say, 100 million berries? How do you know this? Upon hearing a Jien's outburst, the rat realized it had let slip too much. But so what? It was merely a group of civilians. There was no need to fear. I just assumed it should be around that amount. The rat's words, coupled with its expression, led Nokigao and Ajien to an understanding that left them paralyzed with dread. Could it be? Both Ajien and Nokigao's faces twisted with rage, turned to sheer terror. Is the dragon the one who sent you? Nokigao's shout drew the rat's attention back to her, and it glanced her way, speaking nonchalantly. Well, we are merely taking the necessary measures against a thief in our capacity as representatives of the government. You lot are utterly corrupt. Ajien seethed, gritting his teeth, and rushed forward, intent on confronting the rat. But he was swiftly obstructed by nearby Navy personnel who unsheathed their swords and struck at Ajien, leaving a visible wound on his arm at Ajien. Are you all right? Nokigao hurried over, flustered, to assess Ajien's condition. But compared to the physical pain, the wound in his heart was far more lethal. The reality before him chilled Ajien to the bone. The Navy has willingly become the dogs of pirates. Such words cannot be spoken lightly. They must be backed by evidence. Just as I am here to search for 100 million berries. Evidence must be provided. The rat barked orders to the nearby Navy officers, determined to seize the fortune for himself, indifferent to any dealings or agreements between these people and the dragon. All he knew was that 100 million berries meant a substantial cut for him. And that was sufficient. You scoundrels, colluding with the dragon. How dare you with a uniform of justice while your actions mock the very concept of righteousness? Say whatever you like. Regardless, nothing will change. Continue the search. Chapter 63. Decimation. Yes. The Navy, upon receiving their orders, rushed toward the orange grove beside Nami's house. Nokigao and Ajien attempted to intervene, but Ajien was already injured, and they found themselves devoid of hope. Frustration and fury surged through their minds like a relentless tide. What had Nami's 8 years of effort amounted to? Report to the colonel. We found it. Suddenly, a panicked Navy officer emerged from the orange grove, having unearthed a treasure chest beneath the soil. Excellent. Splendid. You've done well. A pleased smile crept across the rat's face, but it quickly vanished as it coldly regarded Noki Gao and Ajian, declaring, "You two are hereby arrested for harboring a thief's loot in the name of the Navy Colonel. And that boy, restrain him." Not only had they located the money, but they had also pinned an unfounded accusation upon them, plunging them into utter despair. Upon hearing that even Han Feng was not to be spared, Noki Gao turned her head, her eyes filled with pleading. "Get out of here." Ignoring the others, the rat grinned as it approached the treasure chest and opened it, revealing a trove of paper notes, gold coins, and diamonds, certainly over 100 million berries. This collaboration with the dragon would yield him at least half. What a fortunate endeavor! "Bring it all out," the rat ordered. But no one responded. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. Noki Gao and Ajian looked at Han Feng in disbelief, their hearts ignited with an indescribable impulse and fervor. They had long wished to act, but their strength had been insufficient. Now, witnessing Han Feng take action, their hearts surged with relief. Sensing something amiss, the rat turned around, only to be met with a gaze so cold it pierced the bone. "What do you intend to do?" the rat asked impatiently, eyeing Han Feng, who had suddenly appeared before him. "You better hurry." The rat's words trailed off as he noticed several bodies lying at Han Feng's feet. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were the very Navy officers he had brought along. And now, those officers were drenched in blood. The rat would not be foolish enough to think they were merely asleep. His attention was drawn to the long knife that had mysteriously appeared in Han Feng's right hand, dripping with fresh blood. Even a fool would understand who was responsible for this carnage. Cold sweat broke out on the rat's brow as the balance of power shifted in an instant. The once high and mighty figure had plummeted to the depths of despair. "What are you going to do?" the rat stammered, quaking in fear. Han Feng remained silent, a stillness that only intensified the rat's terror, especially as he beheld Han Feng's eyes, which resembled those of the Grim Reaper. Realizing the imminent danger, the rat swiftly drew a pistol from his coat, aiming it at Han Feng's head, ready to fire. But before he could react, a swift glint of steel flashed. With a splatter of blood, the rat's arm, along with the pistol, fell to the ground, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Ah! The excruciating pain in his arm nearly sent the rat into unconsciousness. A colonel, he had always wielded his power with arrogance. But now he was outmatched, his arm severed. Clutching the stump of his right arm, he let out a wretched scream, his body convulsing on the ground as agony twisted his features into a grotesque mask. However, before he could regain his senses, a chilling flash of light flickered past. With a sharp crack, another arm, which was clutching the severed limb, fell as if cleaved by an axe against a tree. The blade rose, and the hand fell. The other hand, too, was ruthlessly severed by Han Feng. The agonizing torment of his severed arm had already driven the rat to the brink of madness, and now, with the loss of his other hand, he writhed in agony on the ground, his body twisting in pain. The excruciating sensation coursing through his remaining arm nearly robbed him of breath, and he thought, perhaps it would be better to succumb to death now. "What have you done to me? I am a naval colonel. You are finished. You wretched brat shall not escape my wrath. You shall pay dearly for your misdeeds. And not just you. This village shall bear the brunt of it too." With blood-red eyes, the rat glared fiercely at Han Feng, filled with a murderous intent to rush at him and strike him down. He had even forgotten the extraordinary technique Han Feng had displayed when severing his arm, a skill far beyond the capabilities of a mere naval officer like himself. He remained oblivious to the icy disdain in Han Feng's gaze, which regarded him as nothing more than a worthless insect. The absurdity was that even now, the rat still contemplated threatening Han Feng. With a resounding thud, Han Feng stomped down hard onto the rat's chest, immobilizing his contorted body that had been racked with pain from the severed arm. Yet the anger and fear in his eyes showed no signs of abating. "Your hands are filthy. They must be rendered useless before you can taint this money. The hard-earned wages of an innocent girl, before you pollute this pure orange grove." Han Feng's chilling words sent a shiver down the rat's spine, and he suddenly realized he was completely at Han Feng's mercy. The memory of how Han Feng had silently dispatched the Navy officers accompanying him and severed his arm sent cold sweat trickling down his brow. Looking at Han Feng felt like gazing up at an immensely towering giant, utterly unattainable, instilling a profound fear within him. Confronted by Han Feng, the rat felt as though he were facing an army of 100,000, no matter how powerful he believed himself to be. He could not shake the illusion that he was hopelessly outmatched. As Han Feng's gaze grew colder, the rat could no longer afford to dwell on his pain. What do you intend to do? I am a naval colonel. Do you understand what it means to injure me? It is not just you. Even this village. Chapter 64. Nothing at all. The rat's words were abruptly cut off by Han Feng's bone-chilling smile, which stretched across his face, terrifying in its intensity. Apologies, but I am a pirate. What is so wrong with a pirate slaying a naval officer? Do not be so naive, since you sought to harm my navigator. Your fate was sealed from the very beginning. Navigator? The rat stared at Han Feng in terror, bewildered by his words. He wished to plead for mercy, but Han Feng offered him no opportunity, just as the rat's fearful gaze met his. The 1,000 cherry blossoms arrived without warning. Blood splattered everywhere. To beg for mercy from Han Feng was utterly futile. As an enemy, he would certainly not spare him. To friends, Han Feng could be kind and accommodating. But against foes, he showed no mercy. His approach was ruthless, decisive, and lethal. If he meant to kill, it would be complete. Humph, to slay a wretch like you is to sully the honor of the 1,000 cherry blossoms. With a gentle flick, Han Feng violently shook off the blood that clung to the blade, creating a cruel, crimson blossom on the ground before swiftly retracting the 1,000 cherry blossoms behind Han Feng. Noki Gao and the village chief, a Jian, were left utterly stunned by his actions. Han Feng? Noki Gao was completely bewildered, unable to comprehend when Han Feng had made his move. All she sensed was a gust of wind followed by a fleeting glimmer of cold light, as every naval officer fell with a single strike. Are you Han Feng? Han Feng smiled wryly and approached. Stop standing there in shock. Quickly check on the village chief's injuries. He is in a dire state. Hearing Han Feng's words, Noki Gao finally snapped back to reality, realizing that a Jian lay on the ground, blood streaming from his arm. Upon seeing Han Feng, a Jian's expression shifted to one of utter astonishment as he exclaimed, Noki Gao, who is he? He is Nami's boyfriend. Han Feng froze momentarily, his face flushing red, thinking, oh my, has my future sister-in-law acknowledged me as her brother-in-law? Though the reality was somewhat different, the mere thought brought a smile to his heart. Boyfriend? When did Nami get a boyfriend? A Jian pondered for a moment, and it suddenly made sense. Indeed, that girl Nami had reached the age for romance. Do not speak for now. Jian, you still have injuries. Let me bandage you up first. But as Noki Gao spoke, she realized with a start that her home lacked any emergency supplies for treating wounds or bandages. Their family was already impoverished. And with the monthly tribute of 100,000 berries, they were utterly unprepared. A Jian understood the situation immediately and spoke up. Take me back to my home. Noki Gao nodded apologetically and led a Jian and Han Feng toward the village chief's residence. Sharp divide what? You say the rat has been killed. What is going on? In the domain of the evil dragon, he received this news with utter shock. Such an occurrence should not transpire in Conquest village, especially since the rat was a naval colonel. The murder of a naval colonel carries significant implications they cannot possibly overlook. Could there be another involved? I followed your orders and trailed behind him. But when Colonel Rat searched Nami's home, he was taken out by an unfamiliar man. An unfamiliar man? Upon hearing his subordinate's report, the evil dragon raised an eyebrow, sensing that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Could this man have been capable of eliminating a naval officer? Certainly not someone from Conquest village. What about the 100 million berries Nami was supposed to receive? He did not manage to get it. Just as he found the 100 million berries, he was eliminated by the assailant. He didn't even have the chance to secure it. Then it is of no concern, as long as the 100 million berries are intact. We can simply replace our partner. It is best that this matter does not reach the woman's ears. I have yet to exploit her fully, and I cannot allow her to slip away. The evil dragon chuckled wickedly as he rose from his throne. Take me to Nami's home. I must personally see who dares to kill in my territory. When the evil dragon arrived at Nami's house, Han Feng and the others had already departed, leaving only the corpses of the rat and the naval officers he had brought. The evil dragon glanced at the lifeless bodies on the ground, his brow furrowing in contemplation. A single strike kill, the blade ringing with power. It appears to be the work of a skilled fighter. The evil dragon observed before moving to stand over the rat's pitiful corpse, a cold smirk escaping his lips. Humans are but humans. Such a lowly race perishes with the slightest touch. Yet you are somewhat to my liking. However, dead men are of no use, you worthless wretch. With a kick, the evil dragon dismissed the rat's body and turned his attention to the treasure chest unearthed by the rat. Indeed, the 100 million berries remain untouched. What a stroke of luck for me. That is no small fortune. The evil dragon addressed the two fishmen accompanying him. Is there anyone else in the house? No, they have all departed. Humph, at least he had the sense to flee. Once I resolve matters with the woman, I will take my time finding you, you lowly race. Move this chest for me. Yes. Upon receiving the order, the two fishmen effortlessly lifted the enormous chest, though it was heavy, for beings born with tenfold human strength. It was a trivial task. Upon entering the evil dragon's territory, he commanded, transport this chest to the treasury and dispose of it properly. Leave no traces behind. Understood. As the fishmen were transporting the treasure chest to the lair of the dragon, Nami happened to emerge from her chamber. The moment her gaze fell upon the two fishmen hoisting a chest she recognized all too well, a pang of anguish gripped her heart, though it was merely a fleeting glance. Nami seemed to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Could it be that chest? Her countenance instantly darkened, and she cast aside what she was holding, fleeing from the dragon's realm, her inner turmoil vividly etched upon her face. "Oh, dragon, you scoundrel, if only you would." Breathless and frantic, she rushed home, only to be met with the gruesome sight of mangled corpses and the desolate, blood-soaked orange grove where she had once hidden her hard-earned 100 million berries. This place had once symbolized hope for Nami, but now it lay barren, devoid of everything. Chapter 65. Promises and betrayal. Nothing remained. Neither money, nor the 100 million berries, nor hope. Absolutely nothing. Despair, regret, rage, sorrow. The culmination of 8 years' worth of suppressed negative emotions seemed to erupt in an instant, assailing Nami's heart, shaking her small yet remarkably resilient spirit to its core. Did you wish to reclaim this village, little girl? Panting heavily, Nami sprinted towards the dragon's domain, her lungs beginning to protest, yet she could not afford to cease. Not when that 100 million berries were at stake. It must not be lost. Very well. Prepare the 100 million berries. If you do so, I shall spare the village and all its inhabitants. And you shall regain your freedom, no matter how long it takes. I vow to uphold my promise. The words Nami had once considered a solemn vow echoed in her ears, but now they sounded painfully harsh. Dragon! Nami's furious roar reverberated throughout the dragon's realm, drawing puzzled glances from all the fishmen, including the dragon himself. Upon recognizing Nami, the dragon understood she must have uncovered the truth. Yet what of it? Oh, what's this? Our versatile navigator looks rather distressed. Enraged, Nami paid no heed to anything else, her twisted gaze fixed upon the dragon with an expression that could devour him whole. Dragon, you took my money. Right. While the question was posed, her tone was unmistakably assertive. There was no one else on this island capable of such a deed but the dragon. She lunged forward, seizing the dragon's collar with fervor, shaking him violently. What is the meaning of this? You always uphold your agreements when it comes to money, do you not? The dragon's expression remained unyielding, merely casting a disdainful glance at Nami. He replied nonchalantly, I do have it. When have I ever broken a promise? With a powerful arm, he grasped Nami's petite head, lifting her effortlessly, his eyes glinting with mockery and delight. Enough of your prattle. I clearly saw my money moments ago. You brought my chest inside, but the dragon merely laughed. The chest? Do not jest, my dear navigator. That money belongs to pirates. Pirates' money is meant for pirates alone. So tell me, when have I failed to honor our agreement? Speak up. His taunts incited uproarious laughter from the surrounding fishmen, ridiculing Nami as if she were a mere clown. Tears brimmed in Nami's eyes as they blurred her vision. What was this? What did this all mean? What had her 8 years amounted to? Tears streamed down her cheeks, a torrent of regret and anguish, the culmination of her humiliation and fury coalescing into a river of sorrow that fell to the ground. How utterly despicable. Our navigator, who made you cry? Speak up, for I, the dragon, am most concerned for my comrades. Who dares to bring tears to my navigator's eyes? With that, the dragon erupted into laughter once more, laden with mockery. Oh, you say your money is gone? Then you have only yourself to blame. However, a promise is a promise. If I do not see 100 million berries before my eyes, I shall not return the village to you. Damn it! Tears soaked Nami's cheeks, rendering her utterly helpless. Haha, it is merely 100 million. You could always save that amount again. Or perhaps you wish to escape? But know this, the villagers of Kokoyasi will perish because of you. With a sharp slap, Nami broke free from the dragon's grasp and jumped down. She thought of her village, of the villagers, and how they would surely not tolerate the dragon's heinous actions. Please, do not act rashly. Akinu and Nojiko, do not take any reckless actions. You cannot die. That would spell the end for everything. Suppressing her tears, Nami wiped her eyes dry and set off towards Kokoyasi village once more. You must survive, or everything will be lost. However, after Akinu and Nojiko had tended to Akinu's wounds and returned to Nami's home, they found nothing remaining but the corpses of the Marines. The 100 million berries had vanished. Yet as Akinu and Nojiko gazed upon the unforgettable footprint left behind, realization dawned upon them. Everything, every single detail, was orchestrated by the dragon, inflicting 8 years of torment upon both Nami and the entire Kokoyasi village. We can no longer endure this. Let us take up arms and fight. Akinu swiftly gathered nearly all the young and capable men of the village, armed with an array of weapons, their fury reaching a boiling point. No longer able to tolerate the dragon's tyranny. Wait. If you proceed like this, it is akin to walking to your own demise. At that moment, Han Feng stepped forward, declaring, if you are going, I shall lend my assistance. Han Feng smiled, resting the cherry blossom sword that had mysteriously appeared on his shoulder. Although he had initially intended to wait for Nami to request his aid, believing that would secure her unwavering loyalty to his ship, he could no longer restrain himself. He was human, not made of stone. He could be ruthless to enemies, decimating them without a blink. Yet when it came to friends, his heart could not bear such cruelty. I appreciate your good intentions, but this is our Kokoyasi village's affair, and I cannot involve you. Since you are Nami's boyfriend, I ask you to promise me to take Nami as far away as possible and protect her well. Akinu clapped Han Feng on the shoulder, as if entrusting him with a grave responsibility. However, upon hearing this, Han Feng was taken aback. Are you suggesting I elope with Nami? Damn it. Apologies, but technically I am not yet Nami's boyfriend. My feelings for her are somewhat one-sided. Akinu's eyes widened in shock at this revelation. Then let me ask you, do you like Nami? Akinu's words were resolute, and Han Feng understood that Akinu was determined to entrust Nami to someone he could trust completely. Indeed, I like her. I like her a great deal. I have liked her since the first time I saw her 7 years ago. Upon hearing Han Feng's confession, Akinu was momentarily stunned, and Nojiko beside him was equally taken aback. 7 years. What is the meaning of this? Did he not only meet Nami 2 months ago? 7 years ago, Nami was but a child. Han Feng realized he had let slip a secret and awkwardly rubbed his head. He had been counting from a moment he first encountered the world of One Piece. Hastily, I feigned nonchalance, exclaiming, in truth, I am a pirate. I wish to have Nami aboard my ship, and my affection for her is genuine. Upon hearing this, Ejin was momentarily taken aback. While Nokigo, unperturbed, had long been aware of the matter, I had anticipated that Ejin would utter some impassioned words, perhaps suggesting we embark together. Yet instead, he said, the dragon is not as simple as you imagine. It is your resolve that matters. You must be capable of protecting Nami. Thus, I entrust her to you. Do not disappoint me. If you betray her, I shall pursue you to the ends of the earth. At this, Han Feng wore a perplexed expression. What on earth was happening? Just as he contemplated speaking, an orange figure emerged before the furious villagers. Everyone, do not act rashly. Upon recognizing the newcomer, silence fell over the crowd. Ajien and Nokigo stared at her in astonishment. It was Nami, breathless yet forcing a cheerful smile. Please, bear with me a little longer. I will strive harder. I will begin saving money from scratch. It's quite simple. Really, just 5 years this time, not 3. Witnessing Nami's forced smile, the villagers could no longer contain themselves. How could such a naive and vivacious girl endure this treatment? It was utterly unconscionable. Ajien felt a lump in his throat, tears welling in his eyes. Do not keep holding on. You know it is impossible. You bear the lives of all the villagers alone, and you have done well. For you, joining those ruffians would be more painful than death. So do not continue down this path. We have made our choice. Ajien slowly approached Nami, and as he spoke, tears streamed down Nami's cheeks uncontrollably. You shall leave with him directly. Do not return here. He will protect you well, what? Nami's gaze flickered, and she suddenly spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. Han Feng. As Nami stared in bewilderment, Ajien led the villagers toward the domain of the dragon. Realizing the peril, Nami immediately drew a small knife. Trembling as she aimed it at Ajien and the villagers, her heart torn with indignation and anguish. You mustn't go. I cannot bear to see anyone harmed again. It could lead to tragedy. I know, Ajien replied firmly, accepting the grim reality that this journey into the dragon's territory meant certain death. Yet, even with that knowledge, he was resolute. Ajien slowly moved toward Nami, grasping the knife in her hand with bare fingers, blood trickling down the blade. Nami was left in shock. It is futile. We have made our decision. Nami, seeing her in despair, Ajien bellowed with all his might. Please step aside. Nami. The impact of his words shattered her resolve, and the knife slipped from her grasp. Everyone, let us go. Even if we cannot win, we must show our spirit. The earth-shattering roar echoed the villagers' fury. This time, they could no longer tolerate it. Even if it meant death, they would fight to the bitter end. Just before departing, Ajien paused momentarily, without turning back, and said softly, Nami, I entrust her to you. With that, he resolutely led the villagers toward the dragoness realm. It's over. Everything is over. This village is finished. The villagers are doomed. 8 years of effort. All for what? It's all gone. Everything has vanished in an instant. Nami, engulfed by an emptiness within, collapsed to her knees. The dragon. The mere thought of that repugnant face ignited a desire for vengeance within her. She glanced at the tattoo of the dragon pirates on her right arm. Without a second thought, she picked up the knife from the ground, intent on driving it into herself, fueled by her hatred and resentment towards the dragon. This mark was a disgrace, a symbol of her humiliation. With fervor, she aimed to sever this piece of her flesh, as if to eradicate the very insignia that shamed her. In a frenzy, she stabbed at herself, punishing her innocence with pain, believing that only through such suffering could she find solace. It was as if she had projected her hatred of the dragon onto the tattoo, and with all her strength, she thrust the knife down, her mind teetering on the brink of madness. Chapter 67. Sabeme anfeng. Do not harm yourself. This will not change anything. As he spoke, Han Feng's right hand slowly moved to his left arm, where an eternal brand resided, one he wished to remove entirely. He felt unworthy to chastise Nami, for he was equally burdened by his own pain. In the past, he had nearly severed his entire arm. Yet he refrained, as he wanted to remember this hatred, this disgrace. That scar would serve as a reminder of his purpose. He intended to annihilate all those responsible for his suffering. As he spoke, Han Feng crouched down. Though his expression was cold, Nami sensed a warmth enveloping her heart. She could feel that this man, who had never shown weakness or wavering, was trembling as he held her hand. Han Feng, what are you doing? Why are you here? Why don't you leave? Get away from here. It's dangerous. Are you here to mock me, to pity me? I've already told you, I will not accept the pity of a pirate. Laugh if you wish. Her incessant sobs pierced Han Feng's heart. Although he had witnessed this scene in the original story, experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. Something deep within him stirred that I will not mock you, nor will I allow anyone else to. You are not at fault. I am. I should have acted sooner, rather than succumbing to my own selfish desires. Han Feng gently reached out, brushing his hand over Nami's head in an attempt to soothe her. You bear too much alone. Sometimes, asking for help can yield unexpected results. Let me shoulder this burden, you. What do you understand? You know nothing. You truly comprehend nothing. Nami forcefully shook off Han Feng's arm, her voice filled with desperation. Do not involve yourself in this matter. It is truly dangerous. You must leave. No, I know everything. How could I possibly abandon you? You know. You liar. No, I merely happen to know. Han Feng's words resonated within her like a warm current, and tears flowed freely from her eyes. The anguish and bitterness she had accumulated over 8 long years surged forth, breaking through her final defenses. In that moment, she released it all. Why? 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 Why do you help me? Nami begged, striking Han Feng's chest, which, though not particularly solid, offered her a sense of reassurance. In response to her inquiry, Han Feng simply smiled. Because I am your captain, I will not stand by while my crew member is bullied. You fool, you always act this way. Yes, always so stubborn, always making decisions without consulting others. You have yet to agree to become his navigator. Rest assured, cast aside all burdens and let me handle this. I will bear it all. We will end this soon. Upon hearing Han Feng's words, Nami turned back, her face etched with concern as she gazed at him. She wished for him to avoid confronting the dragon. Fully aware of the creature's formidable strength, ordinary fishmen possessed 10 times the strength of an average human, and the dragon's power far surpassed that of any ordinary fishman. What are you trying to do? I have already told you. I will not stand idly by regarding your matters. Don't leave. Hurry and go. The farther you go, the better. The dragon is not as simple as you imagine. You will perish. If you cannot even manage this, it would be better to die with a laugh. Let go of all burdens and leave the rest to me. You should take a moment to rest. Hand it over to you. What can you do? You can do nothing. I beg you, please leave. I do not want to involve you in this. What can you do? After hearing Nami's words, Han Feng's expression turned icy cold, and even Nami, who was beside him, could feel the chilling, murderous intent emanating from him. What could be done? Although I cannot accomplish other tasks, there's one thing I can do: eliminate the dragon. After Han Feng spoke, he withdrew the cold, murderous aura from his face, gently caressing Nami's head, and softly said, In this world, apart from me, no one shall bully you. I will not allow anyone to harm this strong heart, and those who dare to hurt it, I will never let them go. Han Feng's words carried an overwhelming authority, yet they also exuded an extraordinary gentleness, a striking contradiction that Nami's nose tinged with sorrow. Her eyes slowly warming, and her trembling lips bit down on her lower lip. Why? Why? Why do you treat me this way? What do I possess that warrants such treatment? Why are you so good to me? Unconsciously, Nami began to weep, her sorrow palpable. Why are you so kind to me? Just leave. I am merely an ordinary girl who desires nothing more than to protect my family. I just want to live well. I merely wish to fulfill the dreams within my heart. Why are you so good to me? If you continue this way, I might unwittingly grow fond of you. Why is this so frustrating? Nami, continuously sobbing, clenched her delicate fists and struck Han Feng's sturdy chest, causing him a pang of heartache. Because I am your captain. Moreover, because I care. This phrase, Han Feng did not voice his inner guilt? Or was it a reluctance to take advantage of someone in distress? It was unclear. Save me, Han Feng. Finally, hearing Nami utter these words, Han Feng had waited a long time, truly a long time. The fury within him was entirely unleashed, a powerful aura akin to a ferocious beast awakening. Leaving one in awe, a broad smile involuntarily crept on Han Feng's lips as he gently placed his hand on Nami's head. Unbeknownst to him, his right hand, gripping Simbinzakra, began to stir, resting lightly on his shoulder. Han Feng slowly rose, turning his back to Nami, and said softly, At last, I have heard you say it. In this moment, neither you nor I are at fault. It is this world that will one day be cleansed of its filth. I promise you. Chapter 68. The Killing Intent. Han Feng suddenly turned around, revealing a sincere smile to Nami. I have waited a long time for this sentence. With this, all injustices can be made just. Leave it to me. I will resolve the rest. As a captain, I absolutely will not allow anyone to make my navigator cry. Not even a god. I will slay them before your eyes. Han Feng's dominance. His tenderness, his silhouette, and his words pierced through Nami's inner world like sharp blades, leaving her in a daze as she gazed at this incredible man, filled with emotions and impulses she had never experienced before. Han Feng slowly made his way toward the dragon's domain, the murderous intent within him pouring out uncontrollably, his eyes radiating a fierce malevolence akin to that of a reaper, stunning all who dared to meet his gaze. With a gentle flick of his right hand, the tip of Senbenzakura lightly touched the ground. In this hushed environment, where even a falling pin could be heard, the sound of Senbenzakura scraping the ground reverberated like an echo from the depths of hell. Under the sunlight's glow, it appeared exceptionally eerie. 8 years ago, we regained a life and vowed that no matter how humiliating and painful it was under their control, as long as we could remain safe, we would continue to wage a prolonged battle. But this was their response. Filled with righteous indignation, Ajian's blood-red eyes fully exposed his inner fury as he raised a sword high into the sky, rallying the passionate youth of the village. If the key to liberating this village is lost, this island will have no hope, and we cannot forgive the fishmen who toyed with Nami's feelings. Any dissent? Ajian's words undoubtedly ignited the fury of all present. After 8 years of enduring humiliation, they had been patient, unwilling to betray Nami's trust. 8 years, 100 million berries. Once they had saved enough, they would liberate the village. They had survived with this naive hope. However, the dragon's response had left them utterly despairing. Thus, even if it meant death, they must resist. No, we shall rise. We can no longer remain under their control. The villagers prepared themselves, ready to engage in battle. The war has begun. Countless angry shouts echoed around Cocoa West Village, their targets set on the dragon's domain, though they understood their odds of success were non-existent, and that even if they ventured forth, death was inevitable, for fishmen possessed 10 times the strength of humans. Ordinary individuals could never defeat them. Rather than a battle, it would be a one-sided slaughter. Yet even knowing this was a certain death, they felt compelled to act. Even in death, they wished to do so with purpose, at least saying they had contributed their share for the sake of their freedom. That was enough. Shovels, picks, swords, and machetes. Anything that could be wielded as a weapon was utilized by the villagers, employing mere civilian tools, lacking even a decent piece of equipment. To outsiders, it might seem they were merely marching to their demise. Upon arriving at the outskirts of the dragon's domain, all they could see was an overwhelming hatred, their defiant silhouettes radiating fierce anger, each one standing resolutely outside the dragon's territory, unable to suppress their desire to rush in and dismantle the dragon piece by piece. Not only for the 8 years of humiliating existence they had endured, but also for that little girl who had fought tirelessly for them, only to be deceived and betrayed, just as Ajian's armed group prepared to charge into the dragon's domain. Petals of cherry blossoms began to fall, as if to celebrate their bravery while lamenting their reckless decision. The cherry blossoms fell in increasing numbers, and, as the villagers noticed, countless blossoms had begun to dance in the air, resembling swarms of bees, a sight to behold. Yet upon closer inspection, one would see that behind the beautiful blossoms lay a gruesome danger. Each petal was composed of terrifyingly sharp blades. Under the sunlight, they appeared as beautiful as cherry blossoms. However, in an instant, those lovely cherry blossoms began to transform, and before Jian and all the villagers' astonished gazes, a giant hand formed from the cherry blossoms blocked Jian's path. What is this? At the same time, a commotion erupted from the back of the crowd, as if everyone sensed something, retreating automatically to clear a path. A massive pressure swept through, an overwhelming force nearly suffocating, causing everyone to gasp in shock. When they regained their senses, they found themselves parting to create a clear way. A figure slowly approached from the distance, cloaked in dark attire, resembling a reaper from hell, exuding an overwhelming aura. With each step closer, The shock among the crowd intensified. Those eyes, filled with fury and murderous intent, seemed to penetrate everything, making it impossible to look directly at him. Merely meeting his gaze instilled a feeling of submission. He walked with deliberate slowness, and the crowd fell into a fearful silence, the atmosphere so still that one could hear their own heartbeat. The only sound that remained was the terrifying footfalls, reminiscent of a countdown from hell. In his right hand, he gripped a sword. However, peculiarly, it bore no blade. From the hilt emerged a sharp edge, indicating that the blade had been broken. The bizarre attire caused every heart present to momentarily shudder. Ajien and Nuo Chi Gao stared blankly at the figure before them, rendered speechless. Nuo Chi Gao was utterly frozen, struggling to believe his own eyes. Could it truly be Han Feng? The aura emanating from Han Feng felt entirely transformed. Resembling a deity of death, just a single glance imparted an overwhelming sensation of impending doom, a foreboding that suggested he could effortlessly annihilate everyone present. Such an impression was starkly at odds with the previous Han Feng, whose gentle smile and bashful fondness for Nami seemed like a distant memory, as if they were two entirely different individuals. As Han Feng walked past, the air thickened with tension, leaving no one daring to utter a sound. Even the act of breathing felt perilous, as if any movement would result in instantaneous obliteration by the man before them. A sensitivity akin to a fawn sensing a lion. Apologies, I shall take over from here. Is that acceptable? Chapter 69. A bloody feast. Han Feng's words resonated with an almost magical quality, allowing those struggling under his oppressive presence to draw a tentative breath. Ajien inhaled sharply, gazing vacantly at Han Feng. Who exactly are you? Upon hearing Ajien's inquiry, Han Feng abruptly halted. Didn't I mention before? Just a pirate. Beside him, Nuo Chi Gao remained in a state of disbelief, astonished that the seemingly optimistic youth had transformed into such a cold figure in an instant. Could it be due to Nami? Had Nami been wronged? Had she cried? This must be the reason for his transformation. Nuo Chi Gao recalled Han Feng's earlier declaration. No one can bully Nami except for me. How enviable you are. Nami, with an icy demeanor, Han Feng advanced towards the enormous hand formed by cherry blossoms, which, as if comprehending his intent, fell in an instant, resembling real cherry blossoms, briefly radiant, then ephemeral, as the blossoms vanished. Han Feng beheld two familiar figures. Think you two actually found each other. I underestimated you. Before him stood Zoro and Ajien. Upon arriving on the island, Zoro had gotten lost, prompting Ajien to depart in search of him. Initially, it was presumed Ajien would be lost as well, yet here they were. Ready for a brawl? Need any assistance? Zoro shifted slightly, revealing the glint of his blade with a battle-hungry grin, clearly eager for a fight. However, considering Zoro's injuries, Han Feng merely shook his head. No need. This involves some personal grievances. Oh, I see. Upon hearing Han Feng's words, Zoro immediately sheathed his blade without hesitation. Ajien remained silent, as they both held absolute trust in Han Feng. They understood that if he felt confident, there was no cause for concern. However, if any additional fishmen escape, they shall be dealt with mercilessly. With an icy tone, Han Feng articulated each word deliberately. Ajien and Zoro exchanged knowing glances, their expressions reflecting an unspoken agreement. Leave it to us. Captain, you can go all out without worry. The captain's lady must not be trifled with. Ajien lightly punched Han Feng's chest, conveying deep concern, which soothed Han Feng's heart. Rest assured, they shall all die. Not a single one shall escape. With no flourish, a powerful kick struck the iron gate of the dragon's domain, infusing it with immense force, causing the gate to deform and fly outward. Now, we can turn the unreasonable into the reasonable. What follows will be of an explicit nature. Armed with an ominous broken blade and exuding a chilling murderous intent, Han Feng stepped into the dragon's domain, an area regarded by Nami as forbidden, a place she had cautioned him about time and again. This time, Han Feng intended to demonstrate just how formidable her captain truly was. The iron gate was brutally kicked open, immediately capturing the attention of all fishmen within the dragon's domain. Even those inside their homes rushed out to witness the commotion. This was indeed the dragon's domain, the territory of the dragon, who, in the East Blue, was not familiar with the dragon. Bored fishmen naturally sought to find something to occupy their time. And now, an event had unfolded before them. However, they could not have anticipated that this would be their final moment alive. This eruption, coupled with the sudden onset of oppressive pressure and icy murderous intent, caused all fishmen to focus their gaze upon Han Feng. Initially, they speculated about the nature of the individual who could emit such a formidable presence. Yet upon seeing Han Feng, a mere human, derisive laughter erupted from the crowd. These fools were oblivious to the chasm that lay between them and Han Feng. Having spent their lives under the dragoness influence, they instinctively believed that humans were inherently weaker than fishmen, an irrefutable truth in their minds. Thus, upon realizing Han Feng was human, their laughter ensued. Mockery, derision, and scorn filled the air, with all fishmen adopting an attitude of spectatorship. Yet, only the dragon and a few of his subordinates remained silent, for they perceived a profound threat emanating from Han Feng, an unprecedented sensation of mortality. So stark it was almost tangible. With the broken blade in hand, Han Feng slowly approached the dragon, who sat upon his favored throne in the dragon's domain, glaring at Han Feng with malice, attempting to discern a hint of fear in his eyes. Yet, all he found was an icy demeanor coupled with an overwhelming aura of death. As Han Feng moved, several towering fishmen positioned themselves in his path, resembling small mountains in comparison to his form. "Hold on a moment. Hey, where do you think you're going? You need our permission first. Kid, do you think this is just any place? How dare you barge in here? If you don't stop, look at him, wielding a broken sword. It's comical. Hey, could this guy be that rich heir?" The fishmen before him laughed derisively, yet Han Feng remained expressionless, scarcely acknowledging them, for in his eyes, they were no more significant than gestures unworthy of his attention. One fishman, incensed by Han Feng's indifference, lashed out, for in the East Blue, fishmen were typically an intimidating presence that commanded respect. Yet this young man treated them with utter disdain. Thus, one fishman reached out to seize Han Feng, but just as his hand was about to make contact, a swift sound sliced through the air in an instant, with a flash of cold light. The fishman's hands were severed before he could comprehend what had transpired. Blood sprang forth like a fountain, and screams filled the dragon's domain. Ignoring the wretched cries, Han Feng did not even cast a glance back, merely stating, "Do not touch me with your filthy hands. You are unworthy." With that, Han Feng walked past, leaving behind a fisherman stunned and dumbfounded by the encounter. However, Han Feng had no intention of sparing the others. As he strode forward, cherry blossoms began to fall gently around him. The sound of flesh being sliced echoed behind him, as one by one, the fishmen who had encircled him were mercilessly slain without a single cry of agony escaping their lips. Faced with such a gruesome spectacle, Han Feng remained unshaken. Perhaps this was precisely what he sought. The most brutal, frenzied bloodbath. Chapter 70. Frenzied slaughter. Witnessing this scene, the dragon, seated upon his throne, could no longer contain himself, glaring fiercely at Han Feng as he spoke each word with venom. "Who are you?" Han Feng continued to advance toward the dragon, his icy, murderous intent undiminished. "Just a pirate," Han Feng replied. "Then what does this pirate want with me?" The moment the dragon finished speaking, Han Feng's form suddenly vanished before his eyes, causing the dragon's pupils to dilate in disbelief. Desiring to locate Han Feng's body proved futile. Had the evil dragon maintained its focus on Han Feng, it might have been able to capture his speed. However, once it lost sight of him, it would be utterly incapable of keeping pace. In the midst of the evil dragon's astonishment, a piercing sword aura surged toward its neck. Startled, the evil dragon swiftly reacted, slightly tilting its body, yet the razor-sharp sword energy instantly sliced through its arm, leaving a distinct and visible wound on the evil dragon's robust limb. However, before the evil dragon could re-establish its stance, a more forceful blow struck its face with tremendous impact, as Han Feng's fist, infused with power, sent the evil dragon flying. Its body crashed against the wall, kinetic energy dissipating instantaneously, creating a sizable hole, before it succumbed to gravity and fell to the ground. "Ah! Evil dragon boss! The nearby fishmen exclaimed in shock at the sight of their leader being struck down by a mere human. Having followed the evil dragon for so long, it was their first encounter witnessing their formidable leader being defeated, especially by someone they had always regarded with disdain. Consequently, the surrounding fishmen erupted in chaos. Witnessing their leader being assaulted ignited their fury, and they all charged at Han Feng, fueled by a determination to vanquish him. Yet to Han Feng, this was akin to courting death. Evidently, these fools remained oblivious to the vast disparity in strength. "Scatter, thousand cherry blossoms!" As Han Feng uttered these words, the frenzied fishmen charged recklessly toward him, unaware of the lethal cherry blossoms cascading down around them. In the blink of an eye, dozens of fishmen bore clear wounds upon their necks, fatal injuries. Guaranteed to be lethal. Han Feng showed no mercy. In his lexicon, sparing an enemy equated to cruelty towards oneself. Instantly annihilating scores of fishmen instilled a profound sense of dread in those who remained. Their gazes toward Han Feng shifting from contempt and mockery to fear and horror. The situation was incomprehensibly bizarre. The adversary hadn't even moved, yet their ranks had suffered devastating losses. The eerie cherry blossoms posed a grave danger. And upon witnessing their descent, the fishermen's faces displayed panic. They had already experienced the terror of those blossoms. Could they escape this fate? The thousand cherry blossoms, under Han Feng's command, moved with such swiftness that mere mortals stood no chance of evasion. Thus, before the evil dragon and its subordinates, Han Feng orchestrated a gruesome massacre. Though he did not engage directly, the thousand cherry blossoms were more than sufficient. During the brief moment the evil dragon was sent flying by Han Feng, nearly every fishman in the plaza was completely slaughtered. Some fishmen, witnessing Han Feng's brutality, attempted to flee the evil dragon's territory, but as they neared the exit, a blood-curdling scream echoed. Clearly, they had fallen prey to Zorro and akin. In an instant, the villagers trapped within the evil dragon's domain stood in stunned silence. For the first time, they genuinely glimpsed hope that it was their first experience of such catharsis, as if something within them had shattered, granting them an indescribable joy. The emotions accumulated over 8 long years seemed to erupt at that moment. Han Feng, Noki Gao, and akin could only gaze dazedly at Han Feng's silhouette, perceiving him as an invincible legend, towering and divine, akin to the arrival of a savior. Oh, Han Feng, well done. Defeat them. Vanquish the fishmen. Let them taste the consequences. Countless cheers erupted from the villagers, igniting a fervent atmosphere, as the narrative demanded a corresponding display of valor. After exterminating the fishmen in the plaza, Han Feng directed his devilish gaze toward the fishmen within the structures of the evil dragon's domain. Upon feeling Han Feng's gaze upon them, those fishmen who had merely come to spectate froze, as if they had been targeted by a ferocious beast. Just as Han Feng prepared to strike down these fishmen as well, a sharp punch wind suddenly assaulted him from behind. Fishman karate. 100 tiles fist. Han Feng reacted instantaneously, executing a shave to evade the attack, leaving a large crater where he had just stood, demonstrating the formidable power of the strike. 3 fishmen now stood before Han Feng, all of whom he recognized. The octopus fishman, Xiao Ba, was all too familiar. Additionally, there was the robust fishman clad in karate attire who had just attempted to ambush Han Feng with fishman karate. Han Feng recalled his name as Crew B, a fishman karate practitioner. His lethal technique, the 1,000 tiles fist, could shatter 1,000 tiles underwater, making a confrontation with him in the sea a death sentence for ordinary humans. Lastly, there was a long-mouthed kissing fishman, whose prominent lips resembled those of a triggerfish, capable of storing a vast amount of water to launch attacks at foes. His name was Joe. You. How dare you slay so many of our comrades? Unforgivable. Kruby immediately erupted in fury, eager to engage Han Feng in battle. However, he was swiftly restrained by Xiao Ba. Fool. There's no need for us to take action, nor to trouble the evil dragon boss. I will make him my fodder. Just wait and see. Colossal warrior. Xiao Ba dashed to the seashore, emitting a bizarre call, seemingly signaling something. Soon, the surface of the ocean surged, and a colossal figure gradually emerged. A cold smirk crept across Han Feng's lips he dares to show himself again. Previously spared due to his assistance in securing a vessel for me. But now, the circumstances have changed. Our positions are entirely reversed. Chapter 71. You think you can compare bloodlines with me? You are unworthy. A sinister smile graced Han Feng's lips. He dares to emerge again. Previously, I let him go out of consideration for his aid in procuring a ship for me. But now, everything is different. The dynamics have completely shifted. In Han Feng's eyes, there were only enemies. The cherry blossoms in the air coalesced around the blade of his sword, transforming the broken blade into a complete and magnificent sword. Han Feng slightly inclined his body, gradually sheathing the 1,000 cherry blossoms, and quietly closed his eyes. He was attuned to the atmosphere, sensing the breath of the ocean, the pulse of the ground, the rhythm of life. This technique was something he had comprehended during his duel with Mihawk, harnessing the Scion's formidable bloodline that grew stronger in adversity to achieve this strike. Suddenly, the previously pitch-black void illuminated. Everything became crystal clear, and the enormous silhouette slowly emerged from the water's surface. Han Feng's eyes gradually opened, resembling the arrival of the Grim Reaper. Simultaneously, his sword was drawn point one sword style, slash into the soul. Whoosh! This all transpired in an instant, as Han Feng's form had inexplicably shifted behind the 3 fishmen subordinates. The same motion now conveyed an entirely different significance. The 1,000 cherry blossoms had not merely been drawn, but rather, they had returned to their sheath. Clang! At the moment the 1,000 cherry blossoms and the sheath met, a subtle sound reverberated, as if triggering a switch. In an instant, a massive wound appeared on the chests of the 3 fishmen, who simultaneously spat out blood, collapsing unconscious, with hardly a moment to react. Likewise, the gigantic sea monster, Mo, which had just surfaced, was also dispatched by Han Feng in the blink of an eye. The sword energy emanating from Han Feng's strike had already carved a distinct path, cleaving the colossal creature in two, causing even the waters where Mo resided to ripple gently. With a single strike, the force was astonishing. Han Feng surveyed the aftermath of his actions, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. His strength had indeed surged significantly. The benefits gained from his battle with Mihawk were truly immense. At that moment, Nami finally arrived at the evil dragon's territory amid the raucous cheers. Her heart was a tumultuous cauldron of emotions, filled with indescribable sensations, joy, concern, sadness. It seemed to encompass all. In comparison to the plight of the fishmen, her primary concern was Han Feng's safety. Nami was acutely aware of the evil dragon's power. It was a monstrous existence, rendering both ordinary fishmen and their subordinates inconsequential in comparison. Clenching her fingers tightly, Nami felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. She regretted seeking Han Feng's aid, fearing that if anything were to happen to him, she would never forgive herself. However, when she arrived at the threshold of the dragon's domain, what greeted her was an overwhelming cacophony of cheers. Through a narrow gap, she glimpsed a figure, a silhouette that, though not grand in stature, exuded an aura of comfort and strength, evoking a desire for reliance. Surrounding him lay countless corpses of fishmen, and upon witnessing this scene, Nami bit her lip tightly, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. But this time, it was not sorrow, it was joy. It was profound emotion. For the first time, someone was willing to go this far for her, standing resolutely before the formidable fishmen, like an indomitable legend. Inspiring admiration, Han Feng. Suddenly, Han Feng noticed someone behind him. He had no idea when this person had crept up. The figure wore a terrifyingly dark expression, veins bulging from his face, truly a frightful sight. "Ah, you're awake, dragon, you're done for. How dare you, a filthy human, harm my kin? My brethren have fallen at the hands of a wretched human like you. Aren't you getting a bit too arrogant?" Before the dragon could finish his tirade, Han Feng rudely interrupted. "Don't push your luck with me, a wretched human. You're making me laugh. Fishmen are a noble race. Just hearing that makes me want to vomit. Compare bloodlines with me, I could outshine you by streets." Without a hint of fear from the dragon's fury, Han Feng's rage matched the dragon's, if not surpassing compare bloodlines with him. What a jest! The bloodline of the Scion warrior race is something a mere fishman could never hope to rival. Merely standing together is an affront to the noble scion lineage. Do you see? In the midst of the dragon's desire to obliterate Han Feng, he suddenly extended his hand, speaking in a voice dripping with malice. Do you see? This is your so-called noble race, unable to lift its head before me. Enjoy this. It is a bloody feast I have prepared for you. As the soul guest within experienced despair, you are doomed. You have utterly provoked my wrath. The only response Han Feng received was a gaze filled with utmost hatred, eyes brimming with anger and vengeance. Ha! Excellent, splendid. Your gaze has sealed your fate. My power will ascend. So prepare to meet your demise. Han Feng stomped down on the corpse of Krubi, the sound of flesh being crushed, blood-soaked and grotesque, bones cracking underfoot. Fortunately, the fishman beneath him was already dead. A cruel smile crept upon Han Feng's lips. Prepare to face your reckoning, scum. With a powerful kick to the corpse's abdomen, he sent it soaring towards the dragon at incredible speed. At the same time, with a swift motion, Han Feng vanished, transforming into a blur as he charged towards the dragon. The dragon yearned to kill Han Feng immediately, for not only had he slain numerous comrades, but he also dared to use their corpses as weapons against him, a transgression that could not be forgiven. Eliminate him in the most brutal manner. Such thoughts flashed incessantly through the dragon's mind. Dodging the corpse Han Feng had kicked, the dragon was met with Han Feng's swift strike. Yet he chose not to evade. Instead, a mocking smile crept upon his lips, and he made no attempt to dodge as Han Feng's blade struck him squarely in the face. Chapter 72. Crushing the dragon, this blow landed solidly upon a dragon. Yet the outcome was entirely unforeseen by Han Feng. His current strength matched that of the fishman, delivering a powerful slash, but the dragon had astonishingly parried it with his serrated nose. Even the sea behind the dragon was lightly disturbed by Han Feng's strike. Yet the dragon remained utterly unmoved. Indeed, your nose is remarkably tough. As if ignoring Han Feng's words, the dragon glared fiercely at him and suddenly inquired, "Do you know what the greatest difference between us is? I know. You are not as strong as I am." A flicker of anger flashed in the dragon's eyes, and he abruptly opened his massive maw, lunging towards Han Feng's neck with astonishing speed. It is race. His hardened teeth clamped down, each closure producing a sound akin to steel clashing, revealing the immense biting power of the dragon. Experience this. This is the innate power of fishmen. Heaven has favored us over you humans, granting us strength. Thus, I declare you humans a despicable and inferior race. Since the moment you entered this world, your status has been beneath that of fishmen. But Han Feng was remarkably swift, employing his skill with the agility of a fish in water. The dragon could not even graze the hem of his clothing, and with each near miss, the dragon's frustration grew first. The dragon felt a twinge of satisfaction every time he nearly bit Han Feng. But as the misses piled up, he realized Han Feng was toying with him. Fuming, the dragon poured every ounce of strength into his jaw, lunging once more at Han Feng's neck. This time, however, Han Feng coolly sidestepped, causing the dragon to bite into a nearby stone pillar, shattering it to pieces without so much as a hint of discomfort. This alone was enough to illustrate the dragon's colossal biting force. After evading the dragon's attack, a cold smile graced Han Feng's lips. "I warned you. Do not speak of race in my presence. To me, you fishmen are no different from ants." With that, Han Feng's iron fist slammed into the dragon's face, shattering his teeth in an instant. The dragon flew backwards, only to be caught forcefully by Han Feng's other hand. "Let me show you. Tremble before your so-called proud strength." A surge of power coursed through Han Feng's arms as he channeled all his might, gripping the dragon tightly. The dragon, sensing the shift, felt his teeth elongate. Indeed, he was a shark fishman, he scoffed, mocking Han Feng's audacity to challenge him in strength. Such an endeavor was akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Fishmen inherently possessed 10 times the strength of humans, and the dragon was far more powerful, a force beyond human reckoning. Yet, sometimes, even the mantis can overturn the chariot. Adjusting his stance slightly, the dragon prepared to exert his might. But to his shock, Han Feng's grip felt like iron pincers, firmly clamped onto him. Their arms locked in a fierce struggle. The scene transformed into a battle of strength, and the villagers of Coco West watched with worried expressions. While Nami broke into a cold sweat, they understood the magnitude of the fisherman's power. The dragon's strength was unimaginable, capable of uprooting massive structures. To challenge him was akin to measuring the vastness of the ocean or the expanse of the sky. Yet, contrary to their expectations, the struggle was evenly matched, the ground cracking beneath the force of their collision. The dragon's heart raced with shock. He had anticipated that Han Feng would falter instantly, yet the reality defied his imagination. Han Feng was not being subdued. This was inevitable. What race was the dragon, and what race was Han Feng? Was there any basis for comparison? Gradually, the dragon realized that in terms of strength, Han Feng was gaining the upper hand, shocking him while simultaneously fueling his fury to its zenith. "You filthy race." Before the dragon could finish, he was met with a dangerous smile from Han Feng. Suddenly, Han Feng leaped, and the scenery around them shifted dramatically. Boom! A heavy thud echoed from the dragon's back, a surge of pain finally making him grasp the situation. After overpowering the dragon, Han Feng swung the massive creature as if wielding a whip, repeatedly slamming him into the ground, leaving the dragon utterly disoriented. "Are you still going to talk nonsense?" A thunderous roar erupted. "I shall see for myself just how haughty your kind truly is." Another resounding blast echoed. "Aren't you proud of your strength? Dance for me, then." With another tremendous crash, Han Feng, like a madman, relentlessly hurled the colossal body of the evil dragon, causing the ground beneath to fissure under such immense pressure. A sight truly terrifying. It is unclear how long this continued, perhaps until he felt fatigue from the tossing. Han Feng seized the dragon's arm and began to spin wildly, releasing a sharp whoosh as he flung the dragon's massive form away, sending it crashing into the structures of the dragon's domain. The dragon's body shattered through several walls before finally coming to a halt, buried entirely beneath the rubble. Oh! Witnessing Han Feng's feat of sending the dragon flying, the villagers outside the realm erupted in thunderous cheers, for they had never experienced a day of such catharsis. Their hearts ignited with fervor. They yearned to rush in and stand alongside Han Feng, united in their assault against that scoundrel dragon. Nami continued to gaze at Han Feng's silhouette. Her previous worry now completely vanished, replaced by a sense of pride, akin to a wife reveling in the excellence of her husband. Utterly beautiful. Chapter 73. Bankai. Senbenzakura Kageyoshi. Nami remained transfixed on Han Feng's figure, her earlier concern now entirely dissipated, supplanted by pride, reminiscent of a wife who takes delight in her remarkable husband. Incredibly beautiful. Han Feng showed no signs of leniency. His gaze remained fixed upon the direction in which the dragon had been flung, for he understood that such a maneuver alone would not suffice to vanquish the beast, despite the bounty on the dragon being 20 million. Its true worth may have reached the level of 50 million. Thus Han Feng would not allow himself to be careless. Boom! The debris burying the dragon suddenly erupted, as if a colossal force had unleashed itself, and an unmistakable figure surged towards Han Feng like a bolt of lightning, its speed astonishing enough to leave Han Feng in awe. He had not anticipated that the dragon's strength had escalated to such heights. It appeared there were some discrepancies from the original narrative. A glimmering, sharp chainsaw was gripped in the dragon's claws, aimed ruthlessly at Han Feng's body. Han Feng's reflexes were nothing short of remarkable. He sidestepped the dragon's assault and skillfully employed Shunpa beneath his feet, wielding Senbenzakura with precision, slicing towards the dragon. However, what Han Feng had not foreseen was that the dragon had opened its massive jaws to take a savage bite at Senbenzakura. The dragon had completely lost its mind in the recent battle with Han Feng, consumed by rage as it witnessed its comrade's fall. The very gap between its race and Han Feng had been bridged. The dragon had never experienced such fury before. Now, it launched a relentless offensive, its powerful jaw snapping ferociously at Han Feng's Senbenzakura. With a sudden exertion of force, Senbenzakura was instantly severed, prompting Han Feng to retaliate with a swift kick to the dragon's chest, creating distance between them. A dull thud resounded as the dragon staggered back a few paces, and scathed, its expression morphed into a grotesque visage, akin to a demon returned from the depths of hell, instilling terror in the heart of any who beheld it. "You are doomed." Despicable race. Not only you, but everyone on this island, including Nami, shall perish. I will slay them all without exception. You have completely enraged me. Han Feng regarded the dragon with an impassive countenance, his frigid demeanor radiating an uncontrollable aura of killing intent. You are mistaken. It is I who shall not spare any of your kind on this island. They shall all meet their end. None shall be spared. As he spoke, the previously shattered fragments of Senbenzakura began to coalesce into resplendent cherry blossoms, reassembling ominously and keenly at the blade's edge. In hell, may you reflect upon your choices. To become a part of my power, you should consider yourself fortunate. The reformed Senbenzakura was clutched firmly in Han Feng's grasp, and in that instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A potent pressure enveloped the surroundings, thickening the air to the point of suffocation. Calmly, he raised Senbenzakura, his arm aligned parallel with the shoulder. Senbenzakura began to rotate slowly, its tip subtly directed towards the ground. As Han Feng's icy gaze pierced through to the dragon, his voice chillingly deliberate. Bankai, Senbenzakura Kageyoshi. Letting go of the blade, Senbenzakura descended gradually under the influence of gravity, causing the ground beneath to ripple as if disturbed by a stone cast into a lake. Vanishing from sight. With the utterance of Han Feng's frigid words, an overwhelming sense of foreboding surged within the dragon. Unbidden, as it gripped the chainsaw tighter, its hands trembling in a manifestation of shock and turmoil. Recognizing this change in its body, the dragon erupted in fury. Impossible. It cannot be that I, a proud member of the dragon race, tremble before a lowly human, struggling with all its might to suppress the trembling of its hands. The dragon shot Han Feng a venomous glare, one that seemed capable of swallowing him whole. Having spent so long in the EC, this was the first time it felt so thoroughly cornered. Its comrades lay slain, and in that fleeting moment, it had even felt fear. This is inconceivable. This is unfathomable. I refuse to believe that such a wretched being could exist. It must not remain in this world. Humans are a despicable race. Fishmen are the supreme beings. Indeed, this is how the world should be. With blood-red fury, the dragon was wholly consumed by rage, yet when it lifted its gaze to Han Feng, it beheld a scene that would be etched into its memory for eternity. In that instant, the dragon was met with a gaze reminiscent of one returned from the depths of hell, forever engraved in its mind, destined to become its eternal nightmare. Suddenly, the world around dimmed, the ground rippling as if a stone had sunk into water, waves emanating from Han Feng's dark figure, rising slowly from the earth. A multitude of blades ascending, each tip pointed skyward, forming a long corridor that encircled the dragon. What is this? The dragon stood frozen in disbelief. The spectacle before it was beyond description, a convergence of beauty, eeriness, and danger, yet primarily suffused with murderous intent. Beneath the beautiful facade lay an insatiable thirst for blood. As the dragon stood bewildered, thousands of blades shattered and multiplied into innumerable shards, shimmering under the brilliant light like cherry blossoms. Radiating exquisite brilliance as countless blossoms descended, enveloping the entire domain of the dragon, rendering it impossible to discern the sheer number of blades. Immobilized, unable to evade, like a bystander to the spring breeze, all it could do was stand still. Resigned to its fate, a relentless assault composed of billions of blades, an all-encompassing attack with no blind spots. One could never hope to defeat Senbenzakura with mere brute force. Witnessing the dragon's expression of sheer astonishment, Han Feng's lips curled into a cruel smile. Scatter, Senbenzakura Kageyoshi. Billions of blades, reminiscent of cherry blossoms, began to soar gracefully, imbued with formidable power, encasing not just the dragon, but the entirety of its domain in an instant. The dragon stood transfixed. Not only it, but all the fishmen present were similarly paralyzed, an overwhelming sense of dread and the palpable scent of death encroaching upon them. Never before had they felt such clarity, nor such terror. A being they regarded as an insignificant ant, a lowly human, had utterly crushed them psychologically. Chapter 74. Slaying the Dragon. Unable to admit it, unwilling to accept it, yet the truth was undeniable. In the face of overwhelming power, everything else was rendered powerless. Only with strength could one possess everything. This was the immutable law of the world. The villagers of the dragon's domain were equally awestruck by the scene before them. The breathtaking cherry blossoms appeared magnificent to their eyes, yet to the fishmen, they were lethally deadly. Han Feng, that fellow, truly possessed formidable capabilities, harboring such a technique. Zoro sat at the entrance, observing the unfolding scene with a cold snort, while Jean looked on with admiration. If one could not accomplish such feats, how could they ever hope to assume the position of captain? Such bold words. In this battle, Han Feng had allowed Zoro and Jean to witness his prowess, to behold his might. Oh, after a deathly silence, an unprecedented cheer erupted as all the villagers of Coco West cheered for Han Feng. Rallying behind him, "Go, Han Feng!" Clenching her hands tightly, Nami's inner fury towards the evil dragon was gradually replaced by excitement. Each time she gazed at Han Feng's silhouette, a fresh wave of thoughts and emotions surged within her. Unbeknownst to her, a fluttering sensation began to fill her heart. His resolve was slowly being cast aside. The scene transformed into a picturesque realm of cherry blossoms, as countless blades, resembling sakura petals, enveloped the entire domain of the evil dragon, coalescing under Han Feng's chilling command. The once independent blades merged into a singular form, scattered like stars across the sky. 20, 40, 80, 100, 200, 400. Thousands of sharp edges dominated the heavens, exuding a dense aura of death that rendered breathing laborious. The ordinary fishmen remaining in the evil dragon's territory trembled in fear. Paralyzed by the overwhelming pressure, the evil dragon's heart began to quiver, fear creeping in as it confronted the very human it had long deemed inferior. Though it desperately denied the truth, the reality was undeniable. Facing Han Feng, the dragon slowly raised its right hand, as if receiving a signal, and in an instant, thousands of blades turned their focus towards the dragon, gleaming ominously as they spread across the void like a constellation. The starlit rain roared defiantly, advancing relentlessly, mercilessly tormenting every inch of its flesh. "Come, entertain me with your pitiful demeanor, evil dragon." Countless blades descended like torrential rain, marking the perfect stage for the end of the East Sea's tyrant. The blades fell like thunder, threatening to obliterate the very ground the dragon stood upon. The roaring echoed through the night, as continuous explosions seemed poised to clear the sky. When the haze before him dissipated, everything became strikingly clear. The dragon remained upright, yet its former aura had vanished. Its body was pierced by dozens of exquisite blades, resembling a hedgehog now. The massive saw-toothed weapon it once wielded slipped from its grasp. As it no longer possessed the strength to lift a weapon, its entire being lamented. The once formidable skin was shredded by the unseen sakura-like blades, presenting the dragon as a bloodied figure from afar. A spurt of blood erupted, and the dragon's faltering body crashed heavily to the ground. "Previously, you asked me what the greatest difference between us is, didn't you? I wonder if the dragon still hears me." Yet, inexplicably, Han Feng could sense the dragon's presence through the air. Though faint, it was still alive, prompting his declaration. "Let me elucidate. Indeed, the disparity in our races serves as a foundational reason. But ultimately, the true difference lies in the weight of our respective swords. The sparrow cannot comprehend the ambitions of the swan. Eternally content with the East Sea, you shall never grasp the vastness of the world. Will you? The frog that gazes at the sky from the well meets its demise upon witnessing the expanse above." As he spoke, countless cherry blossoms once more gathered around Han Feng, gradually forming dozens of sharp blades, all aimed at the dragon, which was now barely clinging to life. Han Feng would show no mercy, regardless of whether the dragon pleaded or cried. The monkey attempting to catch the moon only sees its reflection on the water's surface. "Your fangs cannot harm me, forever and ever," with the final words echoing. The blade surrounding Han Feng surged forth like thunder, delivering the final blow to the nearly lifeless dragon, inscribing a period at the end of its life. Simultaneously, I must commend you, East Sea's tyrant, for managing to maintain your human form despite the wounds inflicted by my blades. Your contribution to my strength is commendable." Upon vanquishing the dragon, Han Feng's mind was instantaneously flooded with the Conquest system's notification. "Congratulations. Host, you have completed the task of slaying the dragon and earned 30,000 Conquest points. The next main quest. Enter the Grand Line. Quest reward, 10,000 Conquest points," as the system's cold voice resonated. Han Feng felt his Conquest points steadily rising, accompanied by a surge of immense power flooding into his body. Bathed in a golden light, Han Feng sensed his strength had ascended to a new level. He realized that by slaying the dragon, he had leveled up once more. Unable to contain his excitement, Han Feng swiftly accessed his personal center to review his attributes. Personal center data. Host, Han Feng. Race, Scion. World, One Piece. Power level, LV38. Note, levels range from LV1 without limit. LV80 denotes an admiral level. Special abilities. None. Lottery chances. None. Conquest points. 35,000. World points. 0. Tasks. Main task. Enter the Grand Line. Quest reward, 10,000 Conquest points. Time limit. None. Final task. Become the strongest in the world of One Piece. Reach the pinnacle of the world. Quest reward. 1 world point. Time limit. None. Failure penalty. None. Weapon. 1,000 cherry blossoms. Special techniques. Shave LV3. Moonwalk LV1. Advanced swordsmanship LV2. Observation Haki LV1. Range, 10 meters around the host. Chapter 75. The Feast of Slaughter. Upon reviewing his personal data, Han Feng nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, he had leveled up from LV35 to LV38. The experience gained from defeating the dragon was substantial, yet it still paled in comparison to his battle with Mihawk. Was the power derived from his Scion bloodline truly superior? Just as Han Feng reveled in this realization, his gaze fell upon the last line of his personal data, something he had overlooked before. Could it truly be observation Haki? After this battle, he had indeed acquired LVL observation Haki. So that sensation was indeed the Haki. Han Feng recalled the moment he fought Mihawk, as well as his recent battle with the dragon. Both encounters shared a commonality. At one moment, he found himself in a remarkably delicate state. Sensing the flow of air, the whispers of the wind, the essence of the sea, the heartbeat of the earth, the breath of the sky, and the life force of all beings, he felt as if he could perceive everything around him. Previously, Han Feng had suspected this power to be observation Haki, and now, upon realization, it was precisely as he had imagined. He had reached the level of mastery. Unable to conceal his joy, Han Feng was eager to test the potency of his observation Haki. He focused his mind, allowing his inner turmoil to calm, immersing himself in the sensations around him. And at that moment, like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, ripples of awareness surged through him. Detecting several faint presences, they belonged to the surviving fishmen. Without hesitation, Han Feng maneuvered 1,000 cherry blossoms towards the source of the aura, resulting in a piercing scream as the presence vanished. Indeed, it was observation Haki. The benefits gained from this battle were immeasurable. Although currently limited to a 10-meter radius, Han Feng believed that at its peak, it could encompass the entirety of the East Sea or even the Grand Line. Slightly exhilarated, Han Feng redirected his focus, for he was a person who saw tasks through to completion. Though the evil dragon had perished, many fishmen remained in the dragon's territory. Though mere fodder, they represented experience and conquest points that Han Feng would not overlook. Suppressing his elation, Han Feng transformed, donning a frigid expression once more, embodying the merciless deity of slaughter. Let us indulge in this feast of carnage. The slaughter is about to begin. Han Feng showed no mercy toward his foes. With a plethora of fishmen remaining, he seized this opportunity to thoroughly familiarize himself with the use of observation Haki. He strolled leisurely through the domain of the evil dragon. Yet while this was a moment of tranquility for Han Feng, it was a nightmare for the fishmen. Each time he sensed the presence of a fishman, countless minute blades descended upon them in an instant, leaving no trace of their existence, lacking the formidable skin of the shark fishmen. Within mere seconds, those who endured the full might of Han Feng's Sakura 1,000 blossoms were rendered unrecognizable, unable even to maintain their humanoid forms. The air was thick with the stench of blood. as countless fishmen corpses lay scattered about, none of which retained a semblance of intactness. Every inch of their bodies was shattered under the relentless assault of the thousand blossoms. This place was nothing short of hell. A veritable slaughterhouse, a horrific nightmare for the fishmen, littered with bodies, the overwhelming scent of blood making it difficult to breathe, inducing discomfort. When Han Feng felt no presence remaining, he realized that not a single fishman had survived. However, he found that he had not leveled up again. Indeed, common fish were merely common fish. No matter how many he slaughtered, it seemed impossible for him to gain further strength. Shaking his head in mild exasperation, he suddenly lifted his gaze towards the towering structure within the evil dragon's domain, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light reminiscent of death itself. Through those eyes, akin to the gaze of the Grim Reaper, Han Feng focused on a window, the place that had imprisoned Nami for 8 long years, the source of her suffering. That it was a location where dreams and hell existed but a hair's breadth apart. What an eyesore it was! Outside, the entire evil dragon domain was enveloped by the blades of Han Feng's thousand blossoms, rendering the events within obscured. Thus, an eerie silence descended upon the scene. Although Han Feng had maintained a decisive advantage in his battle against the evil dragon, the fear that had gripped the villagers for 8 years could not be dispelled so easily in their eyes. The belief that humans could not conquer fishmen had become deeply ingrained. Consequently, the inability to perceive what transpired inside left everyone anxiously sweating for Han Feng's safety. Nami gazed with deep concern at the evil dragon domain, shrouded in beautiful cherry blossoms. Her eyes betrayed a profound worry. It was the first time she had felt such anxiety. Merely not seeing him for a moment instilled in her a sense of dread. Would Han Feng be all right? With worry etched across her face, she turned to ask Nojiko, who was equally perplexed by the current situation. However, upon seeing the furrowed brows of Nami, she understood everything. Rest assured, he is a man of his word and will undoubtedly be fine. You must have faith in him. Although Nojiko spoke these words to alleviate Nami's excessive worry, she discerned much from Nami's display of concern. If previously she had thought Han Feng's affection for Nami was one-sided, she now realized it was anything but. Chapter 76. Nami's Liberation. The new overlord of the East Sea Nami. There's no need to be so anxious. He will be fine. As his navigator, you ought to trust him. Trust our captain. He will never lose a kin. Witnessing Nami's distress, could not help but offer words of comfort. His gratitude toward Han Feng was immense. From the moment Han Feng had rescued him, defeating Krieg, Akin had devoted his life to him. Seeing the captain's wife so worried, he felt compelled to speak up. Exactly. That guy doesn't need anyone to fret over him. Don't worry. He is not going to die. Zoro, leaning against a wall with his eyes closed in feigned slumber, seemed completely unfazed, prompting curious glances from the others. Wasn't Han Feng his captain? Did he not harbor any concern? Zoro, however, did not dwell on such thoughts. He could see nothing in Han Feng's eyes but excitement and fury, as if he eagerly anticipated the battle ahead. Although he was unaware of the significance this fight held for Han Feng, worrying for him seemed entirely unnecessary. Having chosen to follow Han Feng as his captain, Zoro believed he should embody the essence of a captain. If Han Feng had declared he could handle it alone, then Zoro was confident he would indeed do so. Zoro's trust in Han Feng may have appeared blind, yet it was paramount. Only by trusting one another could they forge a cohesive unit. Meanwhile, as Nami and the others fretted over Han Feng's fate, the cherry blossoms enveloping the evil dragon domain began to undergo a transformation. Like a whirlwind, the swirling blossoms danced with fervor, as if responding to an unseen signal. Millions of minute blades shot upwards like a pink waterfall, connecting heaven and earth. Then, with overwhelming pressure and might, they violently impacted the entirety of the evil dragon domain, cascading down like a torrential waterfall. To the onlookers, this spectacle was akin to a grand visual feast, such shock and exhilarating delight. Yet they failed to notice the underlying cruelty and the pungent scent of blood hidden beneath the magnificent waterfall. In an instant, millions of cherry blossoms converged, morphing into a colossal pillar that crashed down upon the evil dragon structure. Unable to withstand the immense pressure, the domain crumbled to dust under the powerful onslaught of the thousand blossoms. The grand evil dragon domain collapsed as if it were merely a paper fortress. The myriad blades struck within the domain like falling thunder, emitting an endless, beautiful yet perilous light, marking the complete annihilation of the East Sea's evil dragon syndicate. Oh! Witnessing this, the crowd, which had previously fallen silent, erupted once more into thunderous cheers. The villagers beheld the collapse of the evil dragon domain. Yet in Nami's eyes, she perceived an entirely different scene. The fluttering papers heralded the shattering of the prison that had bound her for 8 long years. The familiar table, the well-known chair, and the ink and brushes she had once used, along with the products of her 8 years of torment, all dissipated in an instant. Each paper bore a different image, a nautical chart. Seeing this, Nami's heart was once again stirred by an indescribable emotion. Gratitude, joy, delight. It transcended mere words. It surpassed gratitude, joy, and elation, embodying a feeling so profound that no language could adequately convey its beauty. Come, from this day forth. This shall be your room. This is your table, your chair, your ink and brushes. Everything you need is here. It was as if she had returned to 8 years prior, to the inception of her nightmare, when she had been completely ensnared by the evil dragon in this hell. You little brat, don't think you can deceive me. How dare you draw fake nautical charts? You scoundrel! That moment when the evil dragon had brutally pressed her head against the table flashed vividly in her mind. This is the latest information. Draw the nautical charts for me. Until you finish, you are not permitted to leave this place, understood? Each time, Nami had silently endured the evil dragon's outrageous demands, all for the sake of saving her beloved village. For the land her soul mother cherished, for the oranges she adored. Yet today, at this very moment, everything was shattered. That hell that had bound her for 8 years finally revealed a glimmer of warm sunlight, allowing Nami to feel its warmth. Staring blankly at all the familiar items enveloped by the myriad blades of Han Feng's 1,000 blossoms, Nami could no longer contain her tears. She pressed her right hand firmly against her mouth, desperately trying to stifle her sobs. Yet her naivety proved her undoing. The tears flowed uncontrollably. Thank you. Thank you. I am so grateful, my captain. Finally, as Nami continued to tremble and weep amidst the villagers' ecstatic cheers, and the expressions of Zoro and Akin revealing their understanding, Han Feng's 1,000 blossoms obliterated everything in their path, breaking free from the prison that had bound Nami for 8 long years. The cage was utterly destroyed. Simultaneously, the gruesome spectacle, a bloody feast orchestrated by Han Feng himself, dissipated into the ruins as the evil dragon's domain crumbled like a tea that moment. The evil dragon pirate crew was completely annihilated. A new sovereign, Han Feng, emerged in the East Sea. A sharp delineation. Everything has come to an end for Belmere. Though it took 8 years, everyone is finally reunited. Jian, Noki Gao, and the others are all alive. What emotions does Nami harbor as she sits before her mother's grave? Sadness, regret, or perhaps exhilaration? It is a complex blend of feelings that defies easy description. Chapter 77. Subtle relationships from that moment. I began to despise pirates, loathing the evil dragon and all pirates, while developing a fondness for money and oranges. Thus, all the coins I saved were pilfered from pirates. Yet, is it fate playing tricks on me? Or was this destiny predetermined? A peculiar pirate inadvertently intruded upon my world, leaving indelible marks after causing a ruckus. Initially, I had no intention of involving him in my affairs, merely wishing for him to be a transient presence in my life. But matters unfolded entirely contrary to my expectations. He is that kind of headstrong individual, someone who constantly occupies my thoughts, my captain. Holding a bouquet of bound white roses, Nami gently lowered herself to the ground. The waves incessantly crashed against the rocks as the sea breeze enveloped her, but a sense of indescribable relief washed over her for the first time in 8 years. She delicately placed the white roses before her, on a wooden cross that bore the inscription, Grave of Mother Belmere. Belmere, I have made my decision. I shall become a pirate. Just as Nami was talking to herself, an unexpected voice emerged from behind her. Oh, have you finally made up your mind? Unbeknownst to her, Han Feng had appeared behind Nami, a smile gracing his face as he watched her. Startled by a sudden voice, Nami leaped up from the ground. Astonished, the thought that Han Feng might have overheard her words flushed her cheeks with color. Pointing at Han Feng, she stammered, "Why you? When did you get behind me?" Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her large, glistening eyes fixed on Han Feng, exuding an irresistible charm that made him feel almost guilty. "Goodness, is your reaction really this intense?" Seeing Nami's adorable response, Han Feng wore a knowing smile. "Well, I suppose I've been here since the very beginning." Upon hearing Han Feng's words, Nami's cheeks turned a deeper shade of crimson, resembling a bashful young girl. Indeed, she was a shy girl at that moment. "WLU." Before Nami could finish her sentence, Han Feng breezed in like a spring wind, suddenly taking her hand and pulling her into his embrace. Nami was momentarily stunned by this unexpected turn of events. The instant their hands touched, her heart began to race inexplicably, though somewhat flustered. Deep within, she felt no resistance to this situation, as if she had been anticipating it all along. While Nami was caught off guard by Han Feng's actions, he gently leaned closer, whispering softly in her ear, "Welcome aboard my ship." Han Feng and Nami were so close that she could feel his breath against her sensitive skin, a warmth that brought an indescribable comfort. Just facing Han Feng sent Nami's heart racing. And with him so near, she wondered when this feeling had begun. They had been conversing casually moments ago. Han Feng slowly released Nami, offering her a gentle smile. However, a sense of unexplainable disappointment stirred within her. An awkward silence enveloped them as Nami, shy and unsure of what to say, struggled to find her words, while Han Feng waited expectantly for her to speak. This reaction surprised Han Feng, based on Nami's previous demeanor. She should have expressed her grievances about becoming a pirate, yet her response was entirely unexpected. Han Feng's heart skipped a beat as he observed Nami's flushed cheeks and shy demeanor, further solidifying his suspicions. Initially, he thought Nami was embarrassed because she had spoken aloud, but now it seemed to be something else entirely. "Nami, calm down, calm down. Hey Nami, the weather's quite lovely today," Han Feng blurted out, realizing too late how foolish he sounded. "Oh dear, what am I saying? Your goddess is right in front of you. This is the perfect moment. Don't let it slip away. You usually have such a silver tongue. Why are you fumbling now?" Despite Han Feng's desperate attempts to maintain his composure, his heart raced as if rebelling against him. Just moments ago, he had been calm. Why was he suddenly so anxious? As a former otaku who had only ever admired his goddess from afar, he had never been liked by a girl, though he was oblivious to any who might have had feelings for him. Now, faced with this situation, it was impossible not to feel nervous. After all, Han Feng was nothing more than an inexperienced young man. "Ah, yes, the weather is indeed quite nice," Nami replied, her head bowed, equally embarrassed and suddenly at a loss for words. Their eyes, darting away shyly, unexpectedly locked gazes, akin to a startled deer meeting a lion. Yet, slowly, their eyes met once more. Gradually, their faces drew closer, closer, until Han Feng could catch a whiff of Nami's enchanting fragrance. They were merely a step away from tasting that exquisite softness. Everything unfolded effortlessly, as if it were all preordained. As Nami leaned in, she gradually closed her eyes. Slowly, slowly, they were about to meet. "Han Feng." This sudden interruption shattered the beautiful moment. Both Han Feng and Nami pulled away from each other, startled like frightened animals. Nami, feeling embarrassed, turned to feign attention at the memorial for her mother. Chapter 78. The ship's dilemma. Witnessing this scene was a Jin, who had come to summon Han Feng, and he froze in place, a bittersweet smile creeping onto his face. Did I arrive at an opportune moment? Sensing an ominous aura, a Jin glanced up, nearly terrified. There stood Han Feng, transformed into a fearsome figure, his eyes ablaze with a hellish fire, glaring at him with an intensity that sent chills down his spine. "I didn't see anything." A Jin stammered, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over him as he met Han Feng's penetrating gaze. He sensed that if he lingered any longer, he would surely become a mere corpse adrift at sea. With a sigh of resignation, a Jin hastily made his exit, leaving Han Feng with a sense of disappointment and agitation. Watching Nami's delicate silhouette, he vowed to protect her at all costs. "Nami, let us depart." Nami nodded in agreement. After their previous encounter, she felt immensely shy, while Han Feng appeared more composed, his thick skin shielding him from embarrassment. The two hurried towards the village of Cocoa West, where the sounds of laughter greeted them. The evil dragon's defeat meant salvation for the entire island. As they journeyed along, every household they passed greeted Han Feng with warm smiles, and many offered him gifts, their enthusiasm palpable. Yet, Han Feng merely smiled in response, for his conquest of the evil dragon was not driven by a desire for such accolades. Saving this village was merely a byproduct of his victory over the beast. Ultimately, Han Feng's true motivations lay in the pursuit of greater strength and the desire to rescue Nami. Were it not for these two reasons, he would not have batted an eye even if the entire island fell to the dragon's wrath. He was no benevolent hero, unwilling to indulge in acts of unqualified kindness. He would even prefer to be deemed a villain, as long as it meant enhancing his powers. Before long, Han Feng and Nami spotted familiar figures, Akin and Zoro, sitting under a large tree, seemingly disinterested. Upon noticing Han Feng and Nami approaching, Akin averted his gaze, evidently still feeling remorseful about a recent incident. However, Han Feng had moved past it. Opportunities were not limited to a single occurrence. "Do you require something of me?" Han Feng inquired as he sat beside Akin. Observing that Han Feng bore no lingering resentment, Akin felt a wave of relief wash over him and replied, "Well, since we lack a vessel, the villagers wish to build one for us. I see the ship is indeed a pressing issue so far. I have yet to possess a vessel of my own. However, I am not inclined to settle for just any ship. In my mind, I envision an ideal choice, the strongest ship in this world. Though I cannot assert this with absolute certainty, I firmly believe it to be true. Yet, given the distance to the Grand Line, it is imperative to find a temporary vessel. Is there truly no ship available?" Akin was about to respond when a different voice interjected. "There are no ready-made ships on this island, as there is no shipyard." Ajian, upon recognizing the newcomer as Ajian, Nami's face brightened, and she approached him, asking, "Is your injury healed?" "Haha, quite well, thanks to Noki's excellent bandaging skills," Ajian replied, revealing his arm, which was securely wrapped in white bandages from a previous naval injury. "It is nothing serious." However, while Ajian spoke, Han Feng fell deep in thought. "How long would it take to construct a new ship?" "At least a month," Akin replied, furrowing his brow that a month was far too long. Han Feng was eager to enter the Grand Line and rapidly enhance his strength, and he could not afford such a delay. "A month is excessively long. I lack the time for that." "Is there truly no ready-made ship?" "It need not be new. An old vessel would suffice, for I have already reserved a ship on the Grand Line." The expressions of Zoro, Akin, Nami, and Ajian shifted to one of astonishment. Zoro suddenly queried, "You've been to the Grand Line?" Han Feng nodded. "Indeed, I emerged from the Grand Line. Is that so? What was it like?" Zoro's excitement was evident as he gazed at Han Feng, his enthusiasm unmistakable. Han Feng responded with a smile that suggested, "Isn't that obvious? It will undoubtedly meet your expectations. It is a place where nothing would seem out of the ordinary, regardless of the circumstances." Indeed, the Grand Line was a realm where one would not find anything peculiar, be it in terms of weather, power, or human nature, elements that remained unfathomable to those outside its domain. "That I truly look forward to it," Ajian exclaimed. "Listen, Akin." Noticing Akin's astonished expression, Han Feng firmly addressed him. "Do not regard me with such eyes. I know you still harbor some reluctance regarding the Grand Line due to the incident with my hawk. However, now that you're following me, you must adopt the appropriate mindset. You are destined to become one of the strongest companions in the world." Han Feng's words instilled tremendous confidence in Akin, who stood on par with Sanji in terms of strength. The encounter with Mihawk had left him fearful of the Grand Line, as he had subconsciously come to believe that anyone there possessed Mihawk's caliber of power. In reality, this was an unfounded notion. After all, Mihawk was one of the 7 warlords of the sea and a formidable rival to Shanks, having once been his equal in strength. Such individuals were rare even in the New World. "Do you have an old ship available?" Han Feng pressed Ajian once more. After a moment of contemplation, Ajian hesitated before responding, "We do have one, but you are our great benefactor. It feels wrong to offer you such a dilapidated vessel." "Are you not a man?" Must you dither so? I did not defeat the dragon for your gratitude. Providing me with an old ship would be a tremendous help. Seeing Han Feng's frustration, Jian refrained from further protest. Though he resolved to make the old ship as comfortable as possible, understanding that it could never truly measure up to the benefits derived from Han Feng's triumph over the dragon. Oh no, I almost forgot something crucial. The pirate flag. How could I have nearly overlooked the pirate flag? Han Feng exclaimed, slapping his forehead as he recalled its importance. With 3 companions already gathered, it was indeed a failure to have yet to design their flag. Especially since Han Feng had been preoccupied with recruiting allies and enhancing his strength. You actually remember that. I thought you had forgotten, my dear Captain, Zoro teased, tossing out a piece of black fabric along with paint and brushes. All prepared and ready. Think quickly. The materials have long been set aside. We just need the design. Taking the fabric from Zoro, Han Feng glanced at him and then at Akin, judging by their expressions. He surmised, Zoro, this material wasn't prepared by you, was it? Upon hearing this, Zoro nearly stumbled in disbelief, fixing Han Feng with a bewildered stare. Do not look at me like that. If you could think ahead, perhaps you wouldn't find yourself lost. What do you mean by that? Zoro retorted, slightly annoyed. Han Feng chuckled. Let us not concern ourselves with the details. This must have been prepared by Akin, right? As he spoke, Han Feng turned to Akin, who sheepishly scratched his head, confirming Han Feng's suspicion. Well, I don't really have a right to say anything. Let us just finalize the pirate flag first, seeing Han Feng prepare to take action. Zoro interjected, You're going to draw it? Han Feng shot Zoro an incredulous look. Who else would do it? Certainly not you. Without waiting for Zoro's skeptical gaze, he began to work, having been a devoted otaku in the past. Having watched countless anime and drawn numerous characters, creating a pirate flag was a task he could accomplish with ease. In no time, a human skull emerged on the fabric. Suddenly, a glint of malice flickered in Han Feng's eyes, an undercurrent of barely concealed rage emanating from him as he wielded his brush. He proceeded to draw a dragon coiling around the skull. The final touch involved the sword plunging down from the dragon's head, piercing through both the dragon and the skull, creating a striking visual effect that evoked a sense of profound impact. As they beheld Han Feng's design for the pirate flag, Zoro, Akin, and Nami exchanged puzzled glances. Why depict it this way? A sword slaying a dragon. Does that hold any special significance? As the group pondered this question, Han Feng gradually set down his brush and declared, This shall be the flag of our pirate crew. Named Dragon Slayer, codenamed Defiance, Dragon Slayer, Massacre, Dragon Slayer, the Dragon Slayer Pirates. Is it? Upon hearing Han Feng's words, everyone murmured a few phrases, momentarily perplexed by their meaning. Although you may not grasp the significance of this code now, rest assured that one day you shall understand. I have previously declared my ambitions, yet at this moment my strength is still woefully inadequate to realize those dreams. When that time arrives, I shall reveal everything. Han Feng articulated each word with an undeniable gravity, and in that moment, each individual sensed the undercurrents of anger and resentment in his tone. Perhaps Han Feng had endured past tribulations that shaped him. After a brief pause, he continued, If I were to say, if one day the entire world became my adversary, would you still stand by my side? For reasons unknown, Han Feng posed this question, revealing his intentions and destiny. Whether it be his ambition or dreams, it signified that Han Feng would undoubtedly find himself opposed to the entirety of the world. Thus, in the end, Han Feng's foes would not be mere individuals or factions, but the world itself. Upon hearing Han Feng's declaration, astonishment washed over the faces of those present, as they had not anticipated such words. Unsure how to respond, the first to speak was Zoro. He merely wore a provocative smile. To oppose the entire world? Wasn't that your plan from the very beginning? When you invited me, you spoke of overturning the world. Have you already forgotten? Zoro's words stirred something within Han Feng. Han Feng, no matter what you do, I shall stand by your side. The moment I boarded this ship, my life was entrusted to you. Akin did not hesitate, affirming resolutely, Fear not. The duty of a navigator is singular, to take the captain wherever he wishes to go. Even to the heavens, I shall ensure your passage. Undoubtedly, Akin was the navigator I had chosen. Nami echoed this sentiment, asserting that even to the skies, she would accompany him, for one day, Han Feng would reach the Sky Island, where a formidable foe, Enel, awaited. The words of the three filled Han Feng's heart with warmth. In the past, he had been tormented by pain and had never experienced such feelings. Now that he possessed all this, he would not allow anyone to shatter it. He was determined to exact his revenge and bring an end to this world. He would ensure that the world recognized the forsaken souls transformed into vengeful spirits. Chapter 8. Setting sail. The sentiments expressed by the trio enveloped Han Feng in a comforting warmth. He had endured unimaginable suffering, never knowing such feelings until now. With everything he had, he was resolute in preventing any destruction of this newfound existence. He would fulfill his vengeance and personally bring about the world's demise. He would make the world comprehend the return of those it had once cast aside, transformed into vengeful deities. Han Feng's intentions were simple: to continually enhance his strength for the sake of revenge. Even the name of his pirate crew, Dragon Slayer, spoke volumes. Defying fate, slaying dragons. This was exceedingly straightforward. Defying fate, slaying dragons, slaughtering humanity. Merely these few words were enough to convey the depth of his hatred for the celestial dragons. A hatred vast enough to fill the seas. The day Han Feng returned would mark the annihilation of the celestial dragons. Han Feng had sworn to the heavens and his own soul. Thus he would not forget that humiliation, the degradation of living beneath others, worse than pigs or dogs. He would eternally remember it all and repay those debts 1,000-fold, even if it meant dragging the world into chaos. Han Feng would not hesitate, for this was his personal vendetta against the celestial dragons and, simultaneously, the world itself. The fault did not lie with him, but with the entire world. A sharp divide marked the scene. The ship was indeed an old vessel, clearly having sailed for some time, yet the interior was remarkably tidy, a testament to the villagers' meticulous care. They understood that this was the ship of their benefactor. Hence they cleaned with utmost diligence. Upon boarding, Han Feng promptly hoisted his unique pirate flag above. As the gentle breeze caught it, the flag fluttered, embodying his quest for vengeance. Han Feng clenched his fists tightly. Behold, one day I shall ensure this pirate flag is known throughout the world. I will instill fear in the self-important, causing them to tremble at the mere sight of it. They shall understand that the Reaper, returned from the depths of hell, has come for revenge. Once aboard, everything had been prepared by the villagers of Conquest village. Provisions, water, and all necessary supplies for life at sea were present on the modest pirate ship. The arrangements were indeed comprehensive, alleviating any concerns regarding their sustenance. Even during the voyage, time could not be squandered. The dragon from the original text was not nearly as formidable as Han Feng had encountered, suggesting that others, such as admirals and Yonko, might be similarly overrated. Han Feng dared not gamble. Thus, enhancing his strength was paramount. While sailing, the ship was too small for training, but now, with a larger vessel, there was ample space for practice. Moreover, Han Feng intended to train alongside Akin and Zoro. Relying solely on himself would not suffice. His crew's strength needed to grow in tandem. Techniques such as Soru and Jeppo were crucial for combat. So Han Feng planned to impart these skills to Akin and Zoro, as he had previously promised Akin. He was not a man to go back on his word. What he said he would accomplish. Having made a swift arrangement, Han Feng, Zoro, Akin, and Nami boarded the ship, no longer needing to linger. Han Feng understood the urgency of action. Time waits for no one, and Nami had willingly chosen to accompany him. Thus there were no further concerns regarding their course. The next step was to diligently enhance their strength before venturing into the Grand Line. With the sails unfurled, Han Feng's pirate and vengeful journey officially commenced. As the four boarded, Zoro and Akin gradually raised the anchor, and the ship began its gentle departure. Safe travels. Akin and Nojiko waved goodbye to Han Feng, but on the shore. Not only Akin and Nojiko, but all the villagers of Conquest gathered to bid farewell to Han Feng and his companions. The ship sailed smoothly with a gentle breeze, heading toward the vast ocean. Thus, the Dragon Slayer pirates had set forth. A significant upheaval was destined to unfold in the Grand Line. The dark journey of vengeance had begun. A splendid divide As Han Feng departed from Coco West Village, heading towards the Grand Line, another silent incident unfolded at the Navy headquarters. Sengoku held a bounty notice, its reward not particularly high, merely 50 million berries, which was insignificant for those in the Grand Line. However, upon seeing this bounty, Sengoku's eyes widened, fixated on the individual depicted, his gaze unyielding, and the hand holding the notice trembled. The seated Navy personnel exchanged puzzled glances, as it was rare for Sengoku to exhibit such emotions. What could he have seen? Amidst the confusion, Sengoku slammed the bounty notice onto the table, the frail surface unable to withstand his fury. Shattering into fragments in an instant, veins protruded on Sengoku's forehead, indicating his considerable anger. Yet no one knew why he was so incensed. Who can explain to me the meaning of this bounty notice? Sengoku threw the notice into the as it floated. The onlookers beheld the individual illustrated, a dark-clad youth, his terrifying gaze instilling trepidation. Even in the drawing, he wielded a broken blade, surrounded by a flurry of falling cherry blossoms, as if they adorned his backdrop. Upon seeing the bounty notice, none could fathom why Sengoku was so enraged. After all, it was merely a 50 million berry bounty. Such pirates were commonplace in the Grand Line. So what was so peculiar about it? Observing the collective bewilderment, Sengoku could no longer contain his fury, shouting, "Speak! What is the meaning of this bounty? Why does this person appear here? And where is he now?" Chapter 81. The enraged Sengoku. The roar of Sengoku echoed like thunder, shaking the very foundations of the building. Yet the fury within him showed no signs of waning. Rather, it surged with even greater intensity. He could scarcely believe his eyes. That youth had reappeared before him once more. The assessment he had made of him 2 years prior seemed to reverberate in his ears. This was a boy with the potential of an emperor. It was merely a matter of time before he ascended to the rank of a general. If this were indeed the case, then this youth represented a monumental asset to the Navy. However, if he had turned to piracy, he would pose an unprecedented threat to the Navy. In the future, this boy would undoubtedly evolve into a figure of the caliber of the 4 emperors, if not surpassing them. When Karp had informed him that this boy had perished in a confrontation with pirates, Sengoku had lamented for a long time. The loss of such a promising individual was a grave blow to the Navy. But now, the situation had transcended all imagination. Not only had the boy survived, but he had also been placed under a bounty. Does this mean he is now a pirate? Sengoku's indignation was entirely justified. Report to Admiral Sengoku. This pirate first emerged in the East Blue, having defeated Captain Click, who was worth 17 million berries, and the Fishman pirate crew, the Evil Dragon, with a bounty of 20 million berries. Hence, he has been issued a bounty of 50 million berries. The East Blue. Sengoku's eyes widened in disbelief that it was indeed the East Blue. The average bounty in that region was merely 3 million berries. And the fierce pirate crews with bounties exceeding 10 million berries had already been eradicated. The emergence of a 50 million berries bounty was unprecedented, a true anomaly in this world. Upon hearing the report from the Navy below, Sengoku was on the verge of delivering a kick to send the messenger flying, desperately suppressing his impulsive thoughts. Why was I not informed of this sooner? His words left the reporting officer momentarily bewildered, though he managed to respond truthfully. Admiral Sengoku, the initial bounty was only 10 million berries. While that is substantial for the East Blue, before he could finish, Sengoku's roar drowned him out completely. Silence. I demand all available information on him. I want details from the moment he appeared until the present, prepared immediately. This instant, for the first time, the Navy personnel felt the weight of Sengoku's fury, each one falling silent, unwilling to be the scapegoat. Although they were unsure why Sengoku had suddenly become so furious, they knew it was likely related to this pirate with a bounty of 50 million berries. But could a mere 50 million berries bounty truly incite such rage in Sengoku? As they pondered this, one Navy officer had already retrieved all relevant information concerning Han Feng. Han Feng first garnered attention when he defeated Colonel Monka, a feat that inexplicably earned him a sudden bounty of 10 million berries due to an individual's influence. From that moment on, Han Feng slowly caught the Navy's eye. With every significant action he took meticulously documented. Defeating Colonel Monka, slaying Click, encountering Hawkeye, and vanquishing the evil dragon. All these events were recorded. When Sengoku beheld the flag and name of the pirate crew, he realized that from this day forth, the Navy would face an adversary of boundless potential. Such an enemy was undoubtedly the most terrifying of all. The Dragon Slayer pirate crew. Sengoku murmured, a tinge of regret surging within him. He lamented having brought Han Feng from that place that codenamed Against Heaven. Dragon Slayer, massacre. Perhaps others may not comprehend what this represented, but Sengoku understood all too well. If only he knew what Han Feng had endured in the past, it would all become painfully clear. Indeed, it seemed he had unleashed a formidable monster, celestial dragons. The mere mention of Han Feng's name was a stark reminder that he would never let them go. Sengoku felt as though he glimpsed the future of this world. Calamity would soon befall it. In an instant, Sengoku appeared to have aged a decade. Go. Summon Carp. Have him come see me at once. Yes. A splendid divider, what? The price has gone up again. Your newspapers are far too expensive. Reluctantly, she dropped a coin into the newsbird's pocket and, feeling irked, retrieved a newspaper from it. If the price increases again, I won't buy it. Nami grumbled, unsure if the newsbird could understand her. Simple enough, if you find it unsatisfactory. How about we feast on bird meat tonight? With a smile, Han Feng appeared beside the newsbird, giving it a gentle pat on its wing. Upon hearing Han Feng's words, the newsbird's expression changed dramatically, and it took off in a hurry, leaving Nami staring in bewilderment at the spectacle. Nearby, Zoro couldn't help but interject. So he can understand after all? How peculiar. The bird manages to deliver newspapers at sea without losing its way. Unlike some people, Akane also chimed in, and as they spoke, Han Feng, Nami, and Akane fixed their gazes intently on Zoro, their meaning unmistakable. What are you all staring at me for? Not only is he a hopelessly lost soul, but he also lacks self-awareness. Han Feng finally recognized Zoro's remarkable traits. Turning his attention back to Nami, he noticed her shy demeanor as she evaded his gaze, signaling a slight awkwardness in their relationship. Why complain about the price hike on newspapers? To break the silence, Han Feng suddenly remarked, if it were by newspapers every day, that would amount to a considerable expense. Even after that incident, Nami's fondness for money remained unchanged. You no longer need to earn money, do you? Upon hearing Han Feng's statement, Nami quickly turned to face him, pointing an accusatory finger. Don't say nonsense. It's precisely because that matter has concluded that I strive to earn my own money. I refuse to become a destitute pirate. Chapter 82. Goals and plans. As she spoke, Nami glanced at Han Feng, her meaning clear. Observing this, Han Feng wore a grim expression. Did she truly consider him a poor pirate? He felt utterly speechless, for in his view, monetary matters were trivial. What mattered most was strength. Only with power could one truly claim their path. After Nami finished speaking, she gradually unfolded the newspaper, eager to see what news awaited her that day. However, as she opened it, an exaggeratedly large image captured her attention, and upon realizing who was depicted, she was left in shock for quite some time. In a way, Han Feng, you have finally made a name for yourself. Isn't this your bounty notice? Life or death, bounty of 50 million berries. At the sight of the bounty notice, Han Feng couldn't help but whistle in delight. Wow, it's gone up. At last, it has risen. That previous bounty of 10 million berries was so stifling. Nami's face darkened at his words. Did he even realize what this meant? If the bounty had increased, it only indicated that the foes he would face in the future would grow ever stronger. Of course, this was precisely what Han Feng wished to see. Facing stronger opponents would lead to greater strength, and with the increasing bounty, powerful figures from the Navy would come seeking trouble, which Han Feng eagerly anticipated. These were all valuable experiences to enhance his strength. Oh no, it seems I've followed a foolish captain. Nami held her head, feeling utterly unable to keep pace with Han Feng's whims. Right now is not the time for such discussions. Han Feng suddenly recalled something important and said, I have something I wish to give you. Something? Nami looked at Han Feng, perplexed. What is it? Could it be? As strange thoughts crossed her mind, her cheeks flushed a bright red. What could it be? Flowers? Rings? Surely it cannot be that a ring is presented so hastily. I find it rather difficult to accept. Just as Nami was feeling flustered by Han Feng's intention to give her something, Han Feng unexpectedly produced a 3-section weapon, though it appeared to be 3 ordinary rods. The knowledge contained within was anything but mundane. Upon seeing this object, Nami let out a slight sigh of relief, yet an overwhelming sense of disappointment washed over her. "What is this?" Nami inquired, pointing at the rod that Han Feng had revealed, her confusion palpable. "This is called a weather rod. If it belongs to you, you will master it perfectly." As he spoke, Han Feng handed the weather rod to Nami. "Wait, what is this thing? A weather rod. How does one use it? You should know better than I do about its specifics." Nami was momentarily stunned by Han Feng's words. Both the object and its name were entirely foreign to her, something she had never even heard of before. However, without delay, Han Feng provided her with an answer. He tossed her a small note, stating, "This is the instruction manual for this weapon. Take a look. It is absolutely tailored for you. It is custom-made, after all." Han Feng's assertion was indeed correct. This weapon was specifically designed for Nami in the original narrative, though it was Usopp who crafted it back then. Now, Han Feng had exchanged for it using Conquest points. With Conquest points, there is nothing unattainable in the world of One Piece. Nami, half believing, accepted Han Feng's note, opened it, and began to study it intently in a corner. With Nami occupied, Han Feng turned his attention to Akin and Zoro. "Wake up! Stop pretending to be dead." Observing Akin and Zoro asleep on the deck, Han Feng found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Has Akin been infected by Zoro's sleeping habits? What is going on? "I'm exhausted." Zoro, roused by Han Feng's call, yawned widely, still appearing groggy, as did Akin. "Stop dawdling. Get up. I have something to teach you both." "Something? What is it?" Akin rubbed his bleary eyes and asked drowsily. Han Feng, feeling a bit exasperated by Akin's state, approached and gave both Akin and Zoro a firm slap on the forehead to awaken them properly. "Have you forgotten? I mentioned I would teach you something last time." Han Feng's words sparked a memory for Akin, who suddenly slapped his forehead in realization. "You mean that flying technique we talked about before?" Upon hearing Akin, Zoro also came to the same conclusion. Han Feng nodded slowly. "Indeed, that is the one that..." He paused momentarily before declaring, "Now, we must swiftly enhance our strength. The first formidable target we encounter in the Grand Line is quite powerful." Han Feng's tone shifted to seriousness, prompting Akin and Zoro to adopt a more earnest demeanor. Have you already selected a target?" Han Feng nodded affirmatively. "Naturally, if my goal is to become the strongest in the world, I must continuously battle with formidable foes. Only by defeating powerful adversaries can I achieve that." "How strong?" Zoro frowned and inquired. "Very strong. At present, I possess no assurance of victory, perhaps feeling that words alone could not convey the extent of the strength he faced." Han Feng locked eyes with Zoro and Akin, enunciating each word with gravitas. "He is a man who shares the same title as that of Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea." "Crocodile." Upon hearing Han Feng utter the name Mihawk, both Zoro and Akin were momentarily stunned, their faces displaying profound shock. The name Mihawk was familiar to both. One was a necessary target to surpass, while the other was the first to reveal the harsh realities of the Grand Line. Seeing their astonished expressions, Han Feng interjected, "Do not look at me like that. Listen carefully. It is not Mihawk, but Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, who is akin to Mihawk." With this clarification, Zoro and Akin regained their composure and exhaled deeply. "What a relief! So, it is Team Mihawk," Akin exclaimed. Relieved, Han Feng felt an impulse to strike them. Did these two not hear a word he said? Although he was not as strong as Mihawk, Crocodile was still rather formidable for them at present, and his subordinates were equally fierce. Thus, they must urgently enhance their strength. Han Feng observed a subtle shift in his gaze towards Zoro and Akin before continuing. "Therefore, I will teach you some effective techniques, and we must constantly spar with one another to accelerate our growth in strength." Chapter 83. A return time passed slowly, and each day, aboard this not-so-large vessel, the sounds of combat echoed as Han Feng, Zoro, and Akin engaged in relentless training to enhance their abilities. though they endeavored to avoid causing damage to the ship. Some wear and tear was inevitable. It was undeniable that the ship had become more dilapidated than before. However, the three of them experienced rapid growth in strength. Han Feng's improvement was modest, as he was the strongest among them, making this training particularly crucial for Zoro and Akin. Every day, the three trained until they collapsed. Their regimen was quite simple. Zoro and Akin focused on strengthening their footwork to lay the groundwork for future techniques, while Han Feng concentrated on building the muscular strength in his arms to execute even more powerful sword strikes. Each day, they strapped heavy weights to their bodies, not removing them even for meals or sleep, causing their weights to balloon to 3 to 4 times their original mass. While such weights were common, their efficacy was indisputable. When one becomes accustomed to heavy burdens, suddenly lightening the load enhances speed significantly. It was akin to the science in Dragon Ball, where the gravity on planet Vegeta was 10 times that of Earth, resulting in a dramatic increase in their speed upon arriving on Earth. After a period of training, Zoro and Akin quickly improved their speed, though they still had a long way to go before mastering the technique. They had yet to even reach the entry level, but progress could not be rushed. Nevertheless, compared to before, their speed had at least doubled, while Han Feng successfully leveled up from LV-38 to LV-39. Meanwhile, during this time, Nami had been diligently studying the weather rod Han Feng had given her. Initially, she struggled to comprehend the notion that this weapon was custom-made for her, but she later realized that it was indeed tailored to her needs, both in terms of its usage and the knowledge of weather it encompassed. Each day, the group busied themselves with their training, and before they knew it, they had arrived at the next island. This island was the place where Han Feng had first set sail, Load Town. Here we are again. The sensation of once more stepping on a solid ground was a welcome change, having been deprived of it for some time. Indeed, there is no comfort quite like the feeling of being grounded. Recently, Han Feng had felt stifled, having spent an extended period aboard the ship without touching land, creating an almost surreal sensation. Well, who would have thought we'd return to this place? Nami also disembarked from the ship, relishing the gentle sea breeze that caressed her, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort. The warm sea air kissed her cheeks, akin to silk against her skin. Nami, how about a stroll? Han Feng smiled at Nami, recalling that this was where they had first met, a moment sparked by her thievery of his money. Upon hearing Han Feng's invitation, Nami felt a touch of bashfulness and lowered her gaze. Yet she did not decline. Rather, she seemed to anticipate it eagerly. Yes, that sounds great, but you'll have to cover the expenses. Han Feng chuckled, bemused by Nami's unchanging love for money. All right. Our Nami is the most adorable of all. How could we possibly have you spend money? Should we go and make a fortune soon? Han Feng waved a 1,000 berries note in front of Nami. This time, we shall ensure that the casino loses everything, even their undergarments. Ha ha! Upon hearing Han Feng's words, Nami let out a gentle laugh. Yet, in an instant, her eyes were overtaken by the symbols of wealth. Absolutely. We must win back a considerable amount this time. Nami naturally looped her arm through Han Feng's, resting her head on his shoulder. Although neither of them acknowledged it, they were no different from a couple at that moment. By the way, Akin and Zoro, aren't you two coming down to buy something? Our next destination is the Grand Line. If you wish to purchase anything, now is the time. As Han Feng and Nami disembarked, they noticed Akin and Zoro were still stationary, prompting Han Feng to inquire, "Don't worry, I'll take a look around the street shortly, as I have some items I need at AS for Zoro." Akin glanced at Zoro, who was lounging on the deck, seemingly asleep, that he wanted to say something but held back. Han Feng quickly understood Akin's intention and waved his hand. "It's better not to wake him. It would be too troublesome to find him when we set sail. If Zoro were to disembark, he might never return, and then Han Feng would have to search the entire town for him. Far too bothersome. It's best if Zoro stays on the ship." Having witnessed his knack for getting lost, Han Feng preferred to avoid such situations. In that case, Nami and I will head off first. Safe travels, Captain and Captain's Lady. Akin waved goodbye to the duo as they re-entered the ship. "Let us go. We shall have a splendid time," Han Feng suggested to Nami, who happily nodded in agreement. "Yes, let us demolish that casino. Faced with Nami, who was now fervently driven by wealth, Han Feng found himself speechless. Just as he was about to enter Lo Town, an unexpected scene unfolded before his eyes near the merry-go. Does this mean Luffy and the others have also arrived on the island? It seems Luffy hasn't yet ventured into the Grand Line. Han Feng shook his head and took Nami's hand. Heading toward Lo Town, that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before them, blocking their path. Chapter 84. The self-destructive challenger. The man brandished a sword, his eyes filled with provocation and danger, clearly not one seeking friendship. Upon his first sighting of the man, Han Feng furrowed his brow slightly, feeling an unsettling familiarity, though he couldn't pinpoint it. Moreover, there was no such character in the original story. Could he be someone Han Feng had encountered in the past? Han Feng surveyed the man, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. What do you want? I don't believe we've met before. Han Feng's tone was icy, exuding a sense of distance. You may not recognize me, but I witnessed your battle back then. Crystal clear, the man's words left Han Feng bewildered. That battle? What on earth is he talking about? When did I ever fight him? Noticing Han Feng's puzzled expression, the man paused, seemingly realizing a lapse in logic, and continued, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Dylan, also a swordsman like you. Did I witness your fight with Mihawk firsthand? And Zoro, too. I see. So you were present at that time? No wonder he seems familiar. He must have been one of the patrons dining at the same establishment. So, what brings you to me? Han Feng's tone had lost its previous chill, yet his vigilance remained intact. I am here to challenge you, Dylan declared suddenly, catching Han Feng off guard. What did you say? I said I want to challenge you. Observing Dylan's serious demeanor, Han Feng nearly burst into laughter. He could easily gauge the man's strength. It was far from sufficient to warrant even drawing his sword. How could he dare speak of challenges? Noticing Han Feng's apparent disregard for his challenge, Dylan frowned. So, what is it going to be? Will you accept or decline? To be honest, I'm not trying to discourage you, but you should really focus on enhancing your skills before making such declarations. If you wish to emulate Zoro and me in challenging Mihawk, you ought to at least reach our level first. Right now, it's far too early for you. Upon hearing Han Feng's words, Dylan clenched his fists in frustration, his eyes shifting from provocation to murderous intent. He was unwilling to accept this. He envied Han Feng's strength. Despite them being of similar age, he had trained in swordsmanship for many years, believing he had worked harder than anyone else. Yet upon witnessing Zoro challenge Mihawk, especially Han Feng's challenge, where even the pressure of their swords became palpable, the feelings of envy and jealousy swiftly transformed into rage. He yearned to prove himself as the best, as the hardest worker, which was why he stood before Han Feng today. How will you know unless you try? Are you afraid? A simple provocation. How could it possibly deter Han Feng? If you think you can bait me, I advise you to abandon that notion. Don't mistake this for a game. Jealousy and anger can cost you your life. Han Feng shot him a glare, taking Nami's hand and attempting to pass by Dylan. From Dylan's gaze, Han Feng discerned everything: provocation, jealousy, envy, anger, resentment. This man was merely one who complained incessantly, blaming others and fate, never contemplating his own shortcomings. He fancied himself the hardest worker in the world, yet compared to true warriors, he was nothing. Han Feng had entirely lost interest in him. However, Dylan was not so easily dissuaded. In his eyes, Han Feng's demeanor felt akin to a slap in the face, infuriating him further, causing his jealousy and anger to swell. He even failed to recognize Han Feng's implicit warning to cease his provocations. Drawing his sword, he swiftly pressed it against Han Feng's neck. That, if you wish to flee, I could easily end your life right now. Before he could finish, a cold, dark barrel of a gun had mysteriously been aimed at his temple. Any rash movement would result in a fatal consequence. 3 icy blades had also appeared at his throat, poised to take his life should he fail to heed the warning. Almost instantaneously, as Dylan's sword was positioned against Han Feng's neck, Akin's gun and Zoro's sword had brought him to the brink of death. This was not a warning. It was a blatant threat. After a period of training, Akin and Zoro had both honed their speed to extraordinary levels. Dylan had not even noticed how Akin and Zoro had materialized here. Having been on the ship just moments ago, it was clear that if they wished to take his life, he would not even comprehend how it happened. Realizing this, Cold sweat trickled down Dylan's face as his grip on the sword began to waver. Do you understand? To place a sword against my neck is to gamble with your life. Han Feng's tone grew chillingly cold as he turned to fix his dangerous gaze upon Dylan. Instinctively shielding Nami behind him, you two are incredibly swift. Do you really think this man can harm me? Han Feng cast a look at Zoro and Akin. Upon hearing his words, they immediately retracted their weapons. What a letdown. I thought I'd encountered a worthy opponent, but it's completely the opposite. How dull. As Akin spoke, he and Zoro leaped into the air, vanishing from the ship that Dylan's trembling hand could barely hold the sword. As he realized that they were on entirely different levels. Yet, the more he contemplated this disparity, the more his inner jealousy and envy swelled, ultimately transforming his gaze towards Han Feng into one of hatred and murderous intent. Suddenly, he directed his sword not at Han Feng, whom he knew was far beyond his capabilities to confront, but at Nami. This action had completely touched Han Feng's sensitive spot, and his initial intent to teach Dylan a lesson was instantly overshadowed by a profound desire to kill. He actually aimed his sword at Nami. Chapter 85. Who did this? Unforgivable, inexcusable. It seemed that if he did not take action, the other party would interpret his mercy as weakness, as Dylan bore a resemblance to his past self when he challenged Mihawk, which had spared him from immediate annihilation. However, the situation had drastically changed. If Dylan had been an opponent moments ago, he was now an enemy. For foes, Han Feng had but one choice: to slay. Scatter, thousand cherry blossoms. As Han Feng's icy words resonated, without any forewarning, a brilliant crimson hue engulfed the ground. The sword in Dylan's hand inexplicably fell to the earth, not because it had slipped from his grip, but because the hand wielding it had been severed by an unseen force. Dylan was caught completely unawares, his senses dulled, until a wave of excruciating pain jolted him into the harsh reality of his predicament. Yet before he could utter a sound, Han Feng's foot collided violently with Dylan's jaw, sending his body careening at an angle. But that was not the end. Han Feng's assault would not cease until he delivered a fatal blow. With practiced finesse, Han Feng executed a moonwalk, further subjecting Dylan's airborne form to a tremendous impact, the sound of cracking bones echoing through the air. Repent well on your way to the underworld. Fool! Han Feng muttered under his breath, as the cherry blossoms danced under his command, transforming into a colossal hand that struck down upon Dylan's body with devastating force, countless tiny blades slicing through him. Bathed in blood, he was hurled once more into the vastness of the ocean. What a waste of my time! Han Feng exclaimed, dusting off his hands before swiftly returning to Nami's side. Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries? Could I possibly be injured? Even the vile dragon couldn't best me. How could such a feeble individual harm me? Han Feng retorted, his tone tinged with an air of dominance, reminding Nami of his superior strength compared to the dragon. Enough of this. Let us not allow this scoundrel to ruin our spirits. Let us head to the town. Yes, let's go. A sharp division of scenes. Taking a deep drag from the 3 enormous cigars in his mouth, he exhaled forcefully, enveloping the entire room in a thick cloud of smoke. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and suddenly, the door burst open. Colonel, Smoker, it's bad. Upon hearing this alarming news, the typically disinterested Smoker cast a dangerously sharp glance at the intruding Marine, causing the latter to tremble in fear. No matter how many times I see it, it is always terrifying. Although they knew Smoker was not as fearsome as he appeared, his fierce demeanor instilled a sense of dread every time. What is it? Speak quickly, Colonel. Another pirate crew has landed in Lowtown. Smoker shot a discontented glance at the Marine, his eyes reflecting his dissatisfaction. Is it uncommon for pirates to land in Lowtown? The Marine quaked under Smoker's displeased tone, stammering, Colonel, this time is different. The crew that has landed is the Dragon Slayer pirates, whom you specifically instructed us to monitor. With a thunderous crash, Smoker's desk erupted, startling the Marine nearly to the point of cardiac arrest, his legs trembling as he gazed at Smoker, unable to fathom his thoughts. They've arrived? Taking a deep drag from his cigar, he exhaled a plume of smoke, excitement glimmering in his eyes that I didn't expect them to come so swiftly. A pirate crew that even Akiji is keeping an eye on must be quite intriguing. Slowly rising, Smoker donned his cape of justice, declaring, "Since they have come, they shall dance to my tune, yes? How did you detect their arrival?" "We spotted their ship on the southern coast, flying the flag of the Dragon Slayer pirates, which confirmed their identity. Did you dispatch the Marines to apprehend them?" Upon hearing Smoker's inquiry, the Marine,